Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 613 to Chapter 670. Although the journey was easy for them, their speed was still very fast. It only took them half a day to reach Huangling Desert in the evening. After they got out of a mountain range, they were greeted by a wave of heat wave. It was so hot that they could squint their eyes. The whole climate had changed. A boundless desert appeared in front of them. The range of this desert was so vast that they couldn't see the edge of it even with their eyesight. The strong wind was whistling above the desert. From afar, they could see a violent sandstorm with deafening roars. This was the huge Huangling Desert. Not every part of this place was a desert. There were many mountains in the desert, but they were all barren. Is this the Huangling Desert? The weather is really bad, Xianxia said with a frown. Such a strong demonic qi. It seems like this place isn't that peaceful. De Huang Dog was wagging his sturdy tail. His eyes were glowing. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought that he would be able to fight the ferocious demonic qi soon. De Huang Dog had already advanced to the 9th grade Demon King. An ordinary 1st grade combat emperor was no match for him. His combat strength was ferocious. Any ordinary demonic qi that met him was courting death. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk swoosh, asterisk from time to time, a ray of light could be seen flashing from the sky into the Huangling Desert. It seemed like the new disciples of Nebula sect had arrived. Let's go in. Xianxia nodded and took the lead to fly into the desert. Asterisk swoosh asterisk after flying for about 1,000 miles, a sharp ray of light suddenly shot out from below, aiming at Xianxia who was in the sky. This light was yellow, the same color as the desert. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. There is a demonic qi hiding underground. You are courting death. Xianxia reacted and swung her fist at the light. Be careful, this light is poisonous. Xianxia's speed was much faster than Xianxia's, and he managed to disperse the light before Xianxia could get close to him. After that, Xianxia unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed towards the ground. The gigantic dragon claw covered an entire area, and with a forceful pull, a 10-meter-long poisonous scorpion was pulled out by the true dragon palm. The scorpion's skin was the color of sand, and it was hidden underneath the ground, almost blending into the desert, making it very difficult to be discovered. This scorpion was an extremely poisonous creature, and it was extremely frightening. However, it was obvious that this scorpion's cultivation was still too weak, and it hadn't even reached the Combat King realm. Being controlled by the gigantic dragon claw, it kept struggling, but to no avail. The scorpion kept spitting out poison, but it was useless against the dragon claw. Xianxia was the least afraid of poison. Big brother, just kill it. It looks so disgusting, Xianxia said with a frown. Ka-cha, Xianxia exerted his true dragon palm and crushed the scorpion with a ka-cha sound. After that, he released a ball of fire, burning the scorpion until nothing was left. As for the scorpion's demon soul, Xianxia wasn't interested in it. A demon soul that hadn't even reached the Demon King realm was useless to him. Besides, Xianxia didn't need the poison from the scorpion's body. Big brother, although the scorpion is poisonous, I can still kill it easily. You don't need to do anything. Xianxia was complaining about Xianxia's action. Cough cough, I forgot that Ling is also very powerful. Xianxia coughed twice. He only felt that the light was poisonous, so he acted decisively, fearing that Xianxia would be hurt. However, he neglected the fact that Xianxia was a 9th grade combat king. A small scorpion couldn't pose any threat to her. This scorpion wasn't a demonic creature, it was just a beast that lived in the desert. However, it was still extremely ferocious. Huangling Desert was too big, and they didn't meet anyone along the way. Asterisk Hong Long, asterisk after flying for another 1,000 miles, the ripples of a battle could be felt in front of them. Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded at the same time. They decided to go forward and have a look. Not far away from them was a sand dune. On the back of the sand dune, there were more than 10 people fighting each other. In the middle of the sand dune, there was a huge demonic creature. Its skull was smashed, a big hole was dug out, and its demon soul was taken out. Both sides were wearing the same clothes, blue robes with stars engraved on their chests. These people weren't very strong, but they were all combat kings. The weakest was a 5th grade combat king, and the strongest was an 8th grade combat king. There were 7 people in one of the groups. The leader was an ordinary-looking young man, and there was a woman who was dressed very sexily. Her breasts were straight, and her skin was fair. Although she couldn't be compared to Yan Xinyu and Wu Ningzhu, she was still considered a beauty. On the other side, there were only 4 people. The leader was a young man. He had a full beard and looked ferocious. He was also an 8th grade combat king, but he had reached the peak of the 8th grade combat king realm. From the surface, it seemed like the side with more people was afraid of the side with fewer people. Nonsense, don't cross the line. This demonic creature was killed by us. What does the demon soul have to do with you? The sexy woman said, her tone was filled with anger. We have also helped this demonic creature. If it wasn't for us, Lonnie, do you think you can defeat this demonic creature? Hand over the demon soul. The bearded elder's name was Hulai. He had a faint smile on his face. His eyes fell on the enchanting body of Lonnie, looking her up and down. Are you kidding me? We have already defeated this demonic creature, and now you have appeared. It is obvious that you want to snatch our prey. Even without you, this demonic creature will still die. The leader of the group was very angry, but he seemed to be afraid of Hulai. His words didn't have much confidence. Lin Kong, I advise you not to go against me. You won't have a good ending. Hulai shouted at Lin Kong. He didn't put Lin Kong in his eyes. Hulai, we have come to Huangling Desert for training. We will go our separate ways. Why do you have to go against us for a demon soul? Lonnie wanted to get mad, but he knew that Hulai wasn't someone to be trifled with. He could only swallow his anger. So what if I can't go against you? Either you hand over the demon soul to me, or you stay with me for a night. What do you think? Hulai's eyes were shining with obscene light. He didn't hide his intention at all. His naked eyes swept across Lanyi's body. Haha, the 3 people behind Hulai burst into laughter. Lonnie was furious, but he suppressed his anger. Seeing your sister Lonnie, why don't you give him the demon soul? His brother is on the earth ranking. We can't afford to offend him. A disciple behind Lonnie said. Lonnie, as long as you agree to stay with me, I can guarantee that you will have a bright future in the Nebula sect. This is a great opportunity. I don't know how many of the female disciples in our sect are interested in me. Hulai had an obscene smile on his face. He was ugly to begin with, so this kind of smile was even more disgusting. Big brother, this bearded man is so disgusting. I can't stand it anymore. At this moment, a voice came from behind the hill. Who? Hulai turned his head and shouted. Someone actually dared to say that he was disgusting. He must be tired of living. In the Nebula sect, no one dared to go against him. Everyone looked over, wanting to see who was so daring to say such a thing. They saw a young man in white walking out from behind the hill. Beside him was a 12-year-old girl. The little girl looked like a porcelain doll. She had a ponytail and was very cute. She walked with her head held high and looked quite imposing. Beside the little girl was a Dehuang dog. This dog looked very majestic. It was even more majestic than an ordinary horse. It was extremely rare. You bearded man, how dare you look at a girl like that? You're really shameless. You're too disgusting. I vomited 3 times before I walked out. Zhuoling pointed her finger at Hulai and said arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, especially Hulai himself. He felt as if he was dreaming. A little Lolita who came out of nowhere actually dared to point at his nose and scold him. How could this be? This was the rhythm of a rebellion. The others were also secretly worried for the little girl. Which family did this little girl come from? She was too daring. Moreover, why did a little girl come to a place like Huangling Desert for no reason? Didn't the adults in her family tell her that this place was very dangerous? However, hearing the little girl scolding Hulai, Lonnie, and the others were incomparably happy in their hearts. In their hearts, they were incomparably fond of the little girl. Little girl, what did you say? Hulai reacted and became angry on the spot. She said that you're disgusting. Mother asterisk cur, you're really too disgusting. Even Master Dog couldn't help but want to vomit when he saw you. You still dare to come out and meet people like this. Your courage is still very commendable. I admire you. De Huang Dog's mouth was the most sarcastic in the world. For people like Hu Lai, De Huang Dog wouldn't be polite in the slightest. Where did this dog come from? Do you want to die? A disciple beside Hu Lai pointed at De Huang Dog and shouted. Scram! How dare you shout in front of Master Dog? Do you believe that I won't fart you to death? De Huang Dog glanced at that disciple. The disciples of the Nebula sect came to Huangling Desert to train and kill demons, but you guys are fighting amongst yourselves because of a demon spirit. What a disgrace. Xianxia stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said. He could already tell that these people in front of him were the inner court disciples of the Nebula sect. It seemed that the disciples of the Nebula sect who came to Huangling Desert to train were not only the newly recruited disciples, but also the inner court disciples. What made him a little speechless was that these disciples were fighting amongst themselves instead of killing demons. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? Do you want to die? Another disciple beside Hu Lai pointed at Xianxia's face and said. I hate people pointing at my face the most. Xianxia coldly snorted. Wow. Who are you? How dare you attack a disciple of the Nebula sect? Hu Lai said coldly. Although he could tell that this young man wasn't someone to be trifled with, he wasn't afraid of him. Firstly, he was an 8th grade combat king, which gave him a certain level of strength. Secondly, he was a disciple of the Nebula sect. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to disrespect the Nebula sect, unless that person was tired of living. I am also a disciple of the Nebula sect. Xianxia flipped his palm and the jade plate appeared. Hu Lai and the others immediately understood Xianxia's identity when they saw the jade plate. As a disciple of the Nebula sect, the identity jade plate couldn't be mistaken. No one would dare to use the identity jade plate of the Nebula sect to make a fake one. Are you the new inner disciple of the sect? I didn't expect that you would come here to participate in the training before joining the sect. Lonnie greets senior brother. Lonnie slightly bowed to Xianxia. It wasn't a secret that the Nebula sect was recruiting a small number of inner disciples. The reason why she was so polite and respectful to Xianxia was because she knew that the inner disciples that the Nebula sect recruited this time were of the highest quality. There were many rare geniuses in each province, and most of them came from different provinces. Due to the small number of disciples they recruited, the competition was very intense. Those who could enter the sect were undoubtedly the strongest. Perhaps only 9th grade combat kings had the chance to enter the sect. In addition, Xianxia's snort was able to severely injure a 5th grade combat king. She could feel a slight pressure from Xianxia. It was obvious that his strength was above theirs. It was reasonable for her to call him senior brother. Lonnie, you are too courteous. Xianxia smiled casually. So you are a newcomer. Since we are all from the same sect, I won't argue about what happened before. As long as they return the demon soul to me, I will let it go. Hu Lai's attitude changed when he saw Xianxia's jade plate. However, he was still strong and determined to get the demon soul back. Otherwise, he would lose his face. You are Hu Lai, you really live up to your name. You are called Hu Lai, you really live up to your name. Today, I will teach you a lesson. In this world, the things belong to whoever obtains them. Right now, the demon spirit is in their hands, so it belongs to them. If you have the ability, you can go and snatch it, but your luck is not too good, because you met me. I don't like to meddle in other people's business, but sometimes I will still meddle. To put it bluntly, I don't like to see you. In the words of the two of them, you look too disgusting, so I advise you to quickly disappear from my sight before I get angry. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said to Hu Lai. It was hard to have a good impression of someone, but it was easy to hate someone. This bearded man in front of him was the most annoying one. What did you say? It seems like you don't know who I am. Kid, don't be so arrogant because you have some tricks up your sleeves. The Nebula sect isn't a small place like yours. You better apologize to me right now, or else, I will let you know what regret is. Hu Lai was infuriated. He felt that he had given enough respect to this guy in front of him, but not only did this guy not appreciate it, he even wanted a foot after giving him an inch. This was intolerable. In the whole Nebula sect, even a 9th grade combat king would have to be polite to him. Asterisk slap asterisk before Hulai could finish his words, a slap landed on his face. This slap was so powerful that he spun 3 times on the spot. Xianxia's action was too fast, so fast that Hulai couldn't react in time. Asterisk cough asterisk Hulai coughed violently, spitting out 2 teeth that were stained with blood. You dare to hit me? Hulai's words were unclear. His anger made him lose his mind temporarily, and he dashed toward Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia let out a loud shout, then he forcefully kicked out his leg. The kick landed right on Hulai's huge face. Hulai let out a painful howl, then he was sent flying back a few hundred meters before he landed heavily on the desert ground, creating a huge crater. After that, he fainted. Asterisk hiss asterisk the rest of the disciples of Nebula sect gasped. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Xianxia. This young man was too strong. Hulai, who was at the peak of 8th grade combat king, couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. More importantly, he dared to hit Hulai. A newborn calf isn't afraid of a tiger. However, they were delighted that Hulai was beaten to such a state. They had dreamt of such a scene many times in their hearts. I forgot to tell you, I hate it when people show their identity in front of me. Xianxia glanced at Hulai, who was lying on the ground, and said with disgust. What's your name? One of the disciples who followed Hulai asked. His voice was trembling, it was obvious that he was afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia. Xianxia told them his name. He didn't plan to hide his identity, it was unnecessary since he was going to enter the Nebula sect soon. Alright, Xianxia, when this training ends and you enter the Nebula sect, you will be finished. Someone will come and settle the score with you. No, in this desert, someone will come and settle the score with you. The disciple left some harsh words, then quickly carried the fainted Hulai and disappeared. The other 2 didn't dare to stay any longer, they quickly followed. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your help. Lin Kong cupped his fists at Xianxia, the others did the same. Although Xianxia had just become a disciple of the Nebula sect and hadn't even been to the Nebula sect, they still had to call him brother. For a big sect like this, it was never according to the order of entry, but according to the strength of the person. It's okay. If I don't like it, I have to take care of it. Xianxia smiled, he didn't care. However, Brother Jiang hit Hulai, it's a big trouble. Lani frowned. She was extremely grateful to Xianxia. Xianxia was full of hot-blooded manliness, it was a kind of magical attraction to any woman. Lani was no exception. Just now, the scene of Xianxia standing up for her and waving his hand to hit Hulai made her feel very happy. She couldn't help but have an inexplicable good impression of the man in front of her. Of course, this was her business, not Xianxia's. Lani felt that Xianxia was new and didn't know anything about the situation in the Nebula sect. It was necessary to let him know some things. What big trouble? Tell me. Xianxia said, his face full of indifference. His brother, Husong, is ranked 2nd on the Earth board, and not long ago, he even advanced to the War Emperor realm. Although the Earth board has not been re-ranked yet, he is already recognized as the 1st on the Earth board, and will be promoted to a core disciple soon. Husong has a good relationship with the core disciples, and is not to be trifled with. If you hit Hulai, Husong will definitely not let this matter rest. In the inner sect, there are very few people who dare to provoke Hulai. Someone said. Xianxia nodded his head. He had roughly guessed this situation. An arrogant and despotic person like Hulai must have a backer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so arrogant. What is the Earth board? Xianxia asked. He didn't dare to be interested in Husong, but was more interested in the Earth board. Senior Jiang has just become a disciple of the Nebula sect, so he doesn't know much about the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect has a total of 2 boards, one is the Heaven board, and the other is the Earth board. The Heaven board is the core disciples list, and it is too far away from us. The Earth board is the inner disciples list, and it will be re-ranked every year. The sect created this list to stimulate the disciples to train and compete, and those who are able to enter the top 10 of the Earth Board are all geniuses among geniuses, and will be valued by the sect. The blue-robed man explained. The Nebula sect was a major power in Xianxia, and it had countless genius disciples. One could imagine how intense the competition for the Earth Board was, and those who could enter the Earth Board were undoubtedly geniuses with extraordinary talents. Husong was already ranked second in the Earth Board before he became a combat emperor. Now that he had become a combat emperor, he would be ranked first in the Earth Board, and soon, he would become a core disciple. That's right, that Husong is very powerful. Senior Jiang has beaten Hu Lai today, so I'm afraid that Husong won't let this matter rest. Also, Husong might come to participate in the Huangling Desert's training. It is said that there is a combat emperor demon king in this desert, and if you can kill it, the sect will reward you with an emperor elixir. This pill is very beneficial to combat kings. If a 9th grade combat king consumes the emperor elixir, he will immediately break through to the combat emperor realm. Even an ordinary combat king who consumes the emperor elixir can immediately break through to the combat emperor realm. Also, this mission is only for the inner disciples, and core disciples are not allowed to participate in it. Those powerful missions on the Earth Board have already been fully prepared, and some of them have already joined forces to prepare their trump cards to kill the demons and obtain the emperor elixir. I heard that Husong is coming as well. Although he is a combat emperor, he hasn't officially become a core disciple yet, so he is still qualified to participate in the training. Lin Kong said. When he mentioned Husong, his tone was filled with fear. The emperor elixir is no longer useful to a combat emperor. Isn't it a waste of time for Husong to participate in the training? Jiang said. He was very interested in the emperor elixir. This pill was extremely difficult to concoct, and the main reason was that the ingredients needed were very special. Even he didn't have the ingredients to concoct the emperor elixir. This pill didn't have any side effects to the cultivator, and it could unconditionally increase the cultivator's level by 1. If a 9th grade combat king consumes it, he could immediately break through the bottleneck and become a combat emperor. To the inner disciples of the Nebula sect, this pill was too attractive. If Husong is here to kill the demons, then he is here for Hu Lai. Lani said. Husong was Hu Lai's brother, so it was understandable that he wanted to help his brother obtain the emperor elixir. As for the other disciples, they were here to kill some demons, so that they could bring the demon's soul back to the sect to exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. TSK, little Chinzi, it seems that you've messed with someone not to be trifled with again. You're going to have a hard time in the future. Da Huang Dog smirked. He didn't seem to be worried about Jiang at all. The blue-robed man and the others were speechless at the sight of such a majestic Da Huang Dog. They looked at Jiang in a strange way. Other people usually raised ferocious beasts or rare beasts, but this guy had brought a Da Huang Dog with him. What a character. Jiang had caused quite a ruckus in Liang province, but it wasn't enough for the entire Xuanyu to know about him. As for the fact that he had triggered the heavens test, it was indeed shocking, but only the higher-ups of the major forces had heard about it. As for the disciples of the Nebula sect like the blue-robed man, they had no impression of Jiang. I think they've messed with someone they shouldn't have, Zhuoling said. She was very confident in Jiang. The blue-robed man and the others looked at Zhuoling. The blue-robed man's gaze fell upon Zhuoling, thinking that this kid didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. What puzzled them was that Jiang came to Nebula sect with a dog, but why did he bring a kid with him? One should know that the disciples of Nebula sect were allowed to bring their pet beasts, but they weren't allowed to bring other people into the sect. However, since Jiang didn't mention it, they didn't ask. After all, this was Huangling Desert and not the headquarters of Nebula sect. Of course, they wouldn't know that this little girl was actually a disciple of Nebula sect. When will the geniuses on the Earth ranking arrive? Jiang asked. Some of them should have arrived by tomorrow at the latest. This time, there are many demons in the Huangling Desert, and they are cruel and cunning. They won't be easy to deal with. The sect only gave them 10 days, so many disciples have arrived. But since they don't know much about the demons, many of them are fighting with the demons on the periphery and haven't entered the inner part of the desert yet. The blue-robed man said. Will they arrive tomorrow? I'm afraid that Husong will be disappointed if he wants to obtain the demon spirit of the demon chief. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He already had a plan in mind. Since they were going to play, he might as well play. Jiang Chen was never afraid of things getting out of hand. TSK, little Chenzi, it's no longer meaningful for you to compete with those on the Earth list, right? Even Hu Song is not qualified to contend against you. De Huang Dog said with a sinister smile. He knew very well how strong Jiang Chen was. He was an 8th grade combat king. Even an ordinary 1st grade combat emperor wouldn't be a match for him. Plus, this guy had too many tricks up his sleeves. All the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect were combat kings. Even those on the Earth ranking were 9th grade combat kings. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even Zuoling Air and De Huang Dog could kill them in seconds. However, De Huang Dog's words made the blue-robed man and the others roll their eyes. This dog was boasting shamelessly. He didn't even put Hu Song in his eyes. Although Jiang Chen was scary, he was still a combat king. How could he be compared to Hu Song, who had already reached the combat emperor realm? He was boasting without thinking. I didn't say that I want to compete with them. The smile on Jiang Chen's face deepened. He looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, let's do something big. Fuck, I know what you are thinking. This is too exciting. When those Earth-ranking experts arrive tomorrow, not even a strand of hair will be left. De Huang Dog saw through Jiang Chen's plan. He jumped up excitedly. He liked Jiang Chen's way of doing things. Besides, there was no one in the inner sect of the Nebula sect who could compete with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wouldn't have the desire to compete with him. Therefore, he might as well sweep through the desert and kill all the demons, including the powerful leader. When Hu Song arrives, not even a strand of hair will be left. Thinking about the fact that all the demons in the desert will be killed by a single person, how exciting would that be? At that time, Jiang Chen would be famous even before he entered the Nebula sect. He must be this arrogant, he must be this arrogant, he must be this arrogant. Lonnie and the others were stunned. They didn't know what this man and dog were planning. Of course, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't know what this man and dog were going to do next. Rumble, all of a sudden, there was a huge shaking under the desert, as if a big earthquake was about to happen. Layers of earth waves protruded from the bottom of the desert, as if there was something extremely terrifying floating under the ground, and it would drill out at any time. The earth waves came one after another, layer after layer. Even the yellow sand was flying up, and the wind was howling. The weather changed without warning. Not good, it's a large number of demons. They actually sneaked here from the underground. Lin Kong exclaimed. The faces of the people from the Nebula sect instantly became a little ugly. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that there was a large number of demons that suddenly appeared. There were at least 100 of them, and there were many terrifying demons among them. These demons had clearly sensed their breaths, and the corpses of the demonic beasts lying on the ground. They quietly sneaked over, and the earth waves surrounded them from all directions. Such a powerful camp was undoubtedly destructive to the people from the Nebula sect. With their combat strength, even if they joined forces, they couldn't compete with these demons at all. Lonnie and the others' faces were ugly, and they couldn't help but lean towards Jiang Chen. Don't be nervous, I'll protect you. These demons are courting death if they come. Zuoling patted her chest and promised. Unfortunately, they didn't even look at her. What a joke, it was better to rely on Jiang Chen at this time. You, a child, should stand aside. The earth waves were monstrous, and the sand and dust were like yellow pillars that shot up to the sky, wreaking havoc in the void here. Asterisk roar, asterisk brutal roars sounded from all directions, and then, there was an endless roar. One after another, ferocious and huge demons drilled out of the ground. These demons emitted a strong demonic aura, and the surface of their bodies was covered with shining scales. They were full of sharp fangs, and their eyes were red. When they saw humans, they immediately rushed over. The first demon, which was more than 10 zhang in size, rushed towards Zuoling. This demon probably saw Zuoling's soft and tender skin, and thought that she would be more delicious. Asterisk ha. Asterisk Zuoling roared, and her petite body rushed out, directly above the demon's head. Compared to the demon, her body was really no different from an ant. She was too small. The little girl raised her pink fist, which was shining with golden light, and smashed it towards the demon's head. Asterisk rumble, hell, asterisk the demon let out a shrill scream, and its head was smashed by Zhuo-Ling-Er's fist. Blood gushed out, and a demon spirit was held in Zhuo-Ling-Er's hand, and she kept it. Oh my god, the blue-robed man and the others widened their eyes, and the way they looked at Zhuo-Ling-Er had completely changed. How could this little girl be so powerful? She killed an 8th grade devil king with just one punch, and it didn't take much effort at all. This was too shocking. Moreover, they could feel the chi emitted from Zhuo-Ling-Er's body, and it was far beyond theirs. That meant that Zhuo-Ling-Er was a 9th grade combat king. Motherf asterisk Kerr, a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king? What kind of joke was this? But the reality was like this. Zhuo-Ling-Er was so ferocious. While they were still in shock, she had already killed 4 powerful demons. She killed one with one punch, and it was as easy as killing a chicken or a dog. This situation was too shocking for the blue-robed man and the others. They considered themselves as geniuses, but compared to this little girl, no one in the entire Nebula sect would dare to call themselves geniuses. They finally understood that this little girl wasn't Xianxia's follower. She might be a new disciple of the Nebula sect. It seemed like this year's Nebula sect had gained a lot, and they had recruited a peerless demon. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the demons roared and attacked them crazily. They covered the sky and the earth, sending sand and stones flying. There were more than 100 of them, and there were 2 9th grade devil kings among them. To the blue-robed man and the others, this was a disaster. De Huang, attack now. Don't hold back. Jiangchen said to De Huang. Kaka, Master Dog was getting impatient just now. De Huang Dog was as big as Kaka. He dashed forward with his head that was glowing with golden light. Wherever he went, there was devastation. None of those ferocious demons were a match for De Huang Dog. The dog's head smashed their bodies into pieces, including the 9th grade devil kings. They couldn't withstand a single attack from De Huang Dog. The blue-robed man and the others had their mouths wide open, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. It turned out that this dog was so powerful that he could kill a 9th grade devil king with his head. Did it have to be so ridiculous? What are you guys still standing here for? Are you waiting to be eaten by those demons? Jiangchen glared at them. A shining fire-tipped spear appeared in his hand. This fire-tipped spear was obtained from Kongyang in Yuanyang City. It was an emperor weapon. He thrust the spear at the group of demonic devils. A golden light rushed out from the fire-tipped spear along with blazing flames. The light was like a sharp sword, destroying everything in its path. With a single strike, at least a dozen ferocious demonic devils were pierced through, killing them on the spot. The fire-tipped spear swung again, and another dozen demons died. All the demons were like ants, they could be easily killed by these 3 fellows without any chance to resist. The blue-robed man and the others were shocked. They took out their combat weapons and fought fiercely with the incoming demons. They had never seen such a shocking scene of killing demons before. These 2 men and 1 dog were truly unparalleled. However, at the same time they were shocked, their hearts were filled with joy. It wasn't hard to imagine that if they didn't meet Jiangchen today, they would be facing a deadly disaster if they encountered these demonic devils alone. They wouldn't have any chance of surviving. Haha, the little girl was enjoying the killing. She didn't feel any discomfort towards such a bloody scene. It was as if these violent elements were hiding in her body. Killing was her hobby. Pucci, the fire-tipped spear pierced through the head of another 9th grade demon king, shattering its skull. With the help of the true dragon fire and true thunder fire, the fire-tipped spear in Jiangchen's hands was much more powerful than Kong Yang's. It was not something that these demonic beasts could resist. Haha, Ga, the little girl and De Huang Dog turned into 2 beams of light, constantly killing the demonic beasts. Both of them were fierce, killing these demonic beasts was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. On the other hand, the disciples of Nebula sect were all flustered and had to join forces to resist the demonic beasts. However, Jiangchen's group had already solved most of the pressure, and the rest of the demonic beasts were more than enough to deal with. At this moment, in different parts of the desert, many disciples of Nebula sect felt the extremely powerful fluctuations of the battle and looked over. Among them, there were many new inner sect disciples like Xianxia and Zhuoling. What a powerful battle. That place is filled with devil qi, and there are so many demonic beasts. It seems like our people are surrounded. Should we go and have a look? Don't worry, there are too many demonic beasts. If we go, I'm afraid we won't be of much help. I see that the battle is fierce, and there must be experts among them. It's very likely that someone on the Earth list has appeared. Good, the more the better. I, Xianxia, have just joined Nebula sect, and it's time for me to show my power. I'll go and kill them all. Many people were preparing to head towards the direction of the battle, especially those geniuses who had just joined Nebula sect like Xianxia. They all wanted to show off their skills, so they ran faster than anyone else. However, just as many of them moved, the violent battle suddenly weakened, and then disappeared. Even the floating sandstorm in the sky disappeared. What happened? The battle was fierce just a moment ago, how did it disappear in the blink of an eye? Is the battle over? So fast? Come, let's go, and have a look. Many people were confused. The battle disappeared too quickly. Some people had already prepared for battle, but found that the battle had already ended. This rare situation made them have no choice but to go and investigate. So, all the disciples from the Nebula sect who came to the desert were inner circle disciples, and even the weakest among them was a combat king warrior. With their incredible speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to travel from their current location to the location where the ripples of the battle had appeared. When they arrived, all of them were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Within a radius of a few dozen li, the desert had been ravaged beyond recognition. There were deep pits left by the battle everywhere. This was nothing. What was truly terrifying were the demon corpses scattered all over the ground, or rather, the remains of demons. Because these demons did not have complete corpses, blood covered the ground, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. There were at least 100 powerful demons, and without exception, all of them had died tragically. To be able to kill all these demons in such a short time, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. This was too shocking. Therefore, these people's gazes fell onto a group of people standing in the middle of the corpses. Apart from a young man in white and a little girl, the others were all wearing the uniform of the Nebula sect. Clearly, they were the disciples of the Nebula sect. At this moment, Lani and the others were looking at the corpses of the demons that had been killed in all directions. Their hearts were in turmoil. They could never forget how fierce those three guys were. Killing over 100 ferocious demons was as easy as blowing off dust. These three were truly monstrous monsters. When they recalled what De Huang Dog had said, they suddenly felt that he wasn't bragging. Heavens, there are so many demons, and there seems to be the corpse of a 9th-grade demon king. Don't tell me they were the ones who killed them? Impossible. That's Lani and Lin Kong. I know them. With their cultivation base, if they encountered these demons, they would definitely die. Look at that young man in white and that little girl. They are probably the new inner sect disciples. Don't tell me they were the ones who killed them? That's even more impossible. There are so many demons. It's impossible for them to be killed so quickly. I think something unexpected must have happened. Maybe it was an expert who made a move and has already left. The scene was too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. How could it be so easy to kill so many demons? Look, most of these demon spirits haven't been dug out yet. Haha, we can't not take advantage of this. That's true. There are so many demon spirits. It would be a waste not to take them. Many people finally saw the main point. There were still a lot of demon spirits that hadn't been dug out. That was because after Jiangchen and the others killed the demons, they were too lazy to dig them out. All the demon spirits above 7th grade Demon King had been dug out by them. As for the remaining ones, they weren't interested. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, there were 20 to 30 people who suddenly appeared. All of them flew down from the sky and walked towards the corpses. They were afraid that if they were too slow, their demon spirits would be dug out by others. Among them were 2 to 3 new disciples. Their cultivation base had reached the 9th grade combat king. Their speed was the fastest. Compared to the others, although their cultivation base was strong, they were still newcomers. They needed to perform well. This trip to the Nebula sect, the number of demon spirits they could get would be the symbol of their ability. Everyone stop! Xianxia suddenly shouted. The disciples who were about to dig out the demon spirits stopped and looked at Xianxia. You are the disciples of the Nebula sect. Do you like to reap without sowing? These demon spirits have nothing to do with you. If you want them, go and kill the demons yourself. Don't forget, this is a trial, not a place to pick up treasures. Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. He hated this kind of people the most. They would fight for the demon spirits as soon as they arrived, treating them as nothing. If they really wanted these demon spirits, they could just ask and Xianxia would distribute them. However, they were the ones who killed the demons. These people wanted to take the demon spirits for themselves. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Who are you? You mean, these demons were all killed by you? One of the new 9th grade combat king disciples looked at Xianxia. His tone wasn't friendly. He could feel the chi from Xianxia's body. He was only an 8th grade combat king. He was the same as most of the people here. Although he didn't know how these demons died, he didn't believe that it was this young man in white who killed them. It's not me, it's us. Xianxia said faintly. The word us naturally included Lonnie and the others. Haha, who would believe that you have killed so many demons? You are just one step ahead of us. Don't tell me you want to take all the demon spirits for yourself? Looking at your attire, you seem to be a newcomer. If that's the case, everyone who saw it should have a share. Isn't it better if we share it equally? The man let out a loud laugh. After that, he ignored Xianxia and took out a dagger, stabbing it into the head of a demonic devil. Reap without sowing, yet you still say it in such a righteous manner. You are a typical person who is looking for trouble. Xianxia strode forward and arrived in front of the man. He raised his hand and slapped him. He would never be polite to someone like this, and he didn't want to argue with him. Slapping him was the best way to deal with him. Slap a clear and loud sound was heard. Xianxia's slap landed on the 9th grade combat king's face. The man wailed in pain. His body was slapped more than 10 meters away. He landed heavily on a demon's corpse and bounced to the ground. What shocked everyone was that the 9th grade combat king was trembling on the ground. He couldn't stand up. Half of his face was swollen and his mouth was full of blood. The scene caused an uproar. Everyone stopped what they were doing, especially those who didn't care about Xianxia and were ready to dig out the demon spirits. Each of them widened their eyes and looked at Xianxia as if they had seen a ghost. My God! Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? A 9th grade combat king couldn't even stand up after being slapped by him. Yeah, it's terrifying. That man is one of the new inner sect disciples. He is an extremely powerful man. A 9th grade combat king couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. He didn't even have the chance to react. This is too shocking. Could it be that he really killed all the demons? Senior Sister Lonnie, who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. Some of them asked Lonnie through telepathy. I forgot to introduce them to you. This is Senior Xianxia and Senior Sisters Ling Er. You guessed it right. All the demons were killed by them. Lonnie said loudly. She knew Ling Er's name, so she addressed her as Senior Sister. Although Ling Er was only 12 years old, she was still a child. She had a high cultivation level. They had seen how she killed the demons with their own eyes. They had no choice but to address her as Senior Sister. What? Everyone exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Many of them still thought that Lonnie was joking with them. However, they clearly saw how Xianxia sent a 9th grade combat king flying with a slap. This new inner sect disciple was so powerful. And that little girl, Lonnie addressed her as Senior Sister. This was too ridiculous. Regardless of whether what Lonnie said was true or not, they didn't dare to touch the corpses of the demons anymore. It didn't matter if these demons were killed by Jiang Chen or not. Jiang Chen was too terrifying. They couldn't afford to offend him. Lonnie, these demon souls are all yours. Dig them out and divide them equally. Jiang Chen said to Lonnie and Lin Kong. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Lonnie and the others were his comrades who fought side by side. Jiang Chen didn't care about these demon souls. Naturally, he would give them to Lonnie and the others instead of these people who wanted to reap without sowing. They looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disbelief. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would give all these demon souls to them. One should know that although they fought side by side, they didn't really help much. They did kill a few demonic devils, but even without them, these demonic devils would still be dead. In other words, Jiang Chen and the other two had saved their lives just now. They were extremely grateful to Jiang Chen and the other two, so they never thought of asking for these demon souls. Although these demon souls weren't particularly high-ranked, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. The purpose of this mission was to get these demon souls and exchange them for contribution points back to the sect to exchange for treasures that they needed. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would give them all to them without hesitation. They didn't know what to say, but they knew that Jiang Chen didn't care about these demon souls at all. Don't just stand there. Don't you want these demon souls? Or do you want me to dig them out myself and give them to you? Zhuoling Er pretended to be mature. She even called herself a senior in such a natural manner. Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. They turned their heads away. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Thank you, senior sister Zhua. Lin Kong and the others were overjoyed. They took out their ice blades and started to walk towards the corpses of the devils. They cut open the skulls and dug out the demon souls. They were digging happily. Looking at their unscrupulous harvest, as if they were picking up the demon souls for free, the others couldn't help but curse. They were envious and jealous of them. However, with the previous 9th grade combat king as an example, even if they were greedy, they didn't dare to snatch the demon souls. They could only look at the blue-robed group with envious eyes. Even the two new 9th grade combat kings were no exception. The higher the level of cultivation, the smarter they would be. They knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. They didn't want to make life difficult for themselves. Soon, the blue-robed group had collected all the demon souls. Under the signal of the blue-robed group, they walked towards Jiang Chen and took out the demon souls. The blue-robed man said, Senior brother Jiang, you were the one who killed these demons, so the demon spirits should belong to you. You helped us twice in a row, and this time, you saved our lives. I'm already very grateful. Why are you talking so much nonsense? It's yours. If you don't want it, you can throw it away. Let's see if others will pick it up. Jiang Chen said faintly. These demon souls were nothing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed group quickly kept the demon souls. Their impression of Jiang Chen had improved a lot, especially in the eyes of the blue-robed group. This handsome man in front of them had a kind of magical power. His methods were tyrannical, overbearing, and handsome. The domineering manner of slapping a 9th grade combat king was fascinating. Our lives were saved by Brother Jiang. From now on, our lives will belong to Brother Jiang in the Nebula sect. As long as Brother Jiang has any request, we will do it even if we have to die 1,000 times. Lin Kong was the first to speak. The others nodded their heads seriously. They weren't fools. With Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er's strength and talent, they wouldn't be unknown in the Nebula sect. Even if they were on the Earth ranking, they wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. It wouldn't take long for Jiang Chen to be promoted to a core disciple. It wouldn't be a mistake to follow Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Then, he looked at the disciples around him and said loudly, My name is Jiang Chen, a new disciple. I'm going to the inner desert to kill the devils. You can follow me. If you follow me, you will be the same as them. You will get great benefits. If you don't, you can go your own way. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, he took the lead and flew towards the inner desert. The blue-robed group didn't hesitate and followed behind Jiang Chen, leaving the inner disciples stunned. Do we want to follow him? This guy is a newcomer, how could he be so arrogant? He doesn't put us in his eyes. I won't follow him. It won't take long for the experts on the Earth ranking to appear. If he behaves too arrogantly, those geniuses will definitely teach him a lesson. I still have to think for my own benefit. I have decided to follow Xianxia to hunt the devils. Xianxia is very strong. A 9th grade combat king was slapped away by him. I also believe that those devils were killed by him. His strength isn't any weaker than those geniuses on the Earth ranking. Besides, he is very generous. He gave all the devil souls to the blue-robed group and Lin Kong. If I follow him, not only will I get some protection, I will also get great benefits. That's right. Although Xianxia is arrogant, he does have the right to be arrogant. Which one of those people on the Earth ranking isn't arrogant? All of them are extremely arrogant, and they won't even look at us. It's just wishful thinking for people like us to follow them to hunt demonic beasts. I've decided to follow Xianxia. You guys go. If you offend those geniuses on the Earth ranking, you will suffer. After a round of discussion, half of them decided to follow Xianxia. After all, the reason they came to the desert was to get the devil souls. They had witnessed Xianxia's generosity. If it was those geniuses on the Earth ranking, they wouldn't even care about them. Some of them had a cold smile on their faces. Many of them were following those geniuses on the Earth ranking. Xianxia was a newcomer, yet he was so arrogant and despotic. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. He even wanted to be the leader and win the hearts of the people. This kind of behavior would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of those geniuses on the Earth ranking. None of those geniuses were easy to deal with. If they were offended, they wouldn't be able to survive in the nebulous sect in the future. But for Xianxia, he didn't care about all this. He was walking on the path of rebirth and fighting for supremacy. Whoever stood in his way would be doomed to a tragedy. Now that he had just arrived at the nebulous sect, no matter how his relationship with the nebulous sect was going to be, it was necessary to win the hearts of the people. The competition between the big powers wasn't something that a small power like the Black Sect could compare with. Even the newly arrived 9th grade combat king followed Xianxia and went deeper into the desert. Huangling Desert was huge. The deeper they went, the stronger the strength of the devils would be. If they wanted to gain real experience, they had to go deeper into the desert. The new disciple who was slapped by Xianxia got up from the ground. He looked at Xianxia and the others who had gone far away. His eyes were filled with malice. Rumble. Xianxia led the group of disciples of the nebulous sect. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, killing devils wherever they went. The flames of war were raging. For a moment, the desert was filled with sandstorms. Waves of sand were floating in the sky. The angry roars of the devils were heard everywhere. The devils could feel the intense killing intent from Xianxia and his group, so they attacked from different directions. At this moment, Xianxia and his group were in the middle of an army of devils. They were fighting with all their might. This time, the army of devils was much fiercer than before. There were at least 300 of them. Most of them were hiding under the desert, making it hard for them to defend against them. The characteristics of these devils were cruel and brutal. Their sharp teeth were biting everywhere. Some of them had deadly poison on their bodies, making it hard for people to touch them. The faces of the disciples of the nebulous sect were pale, but some of them were excited. They were killing with all their might. Swoosh the fire-tipped spear in Xianxia's hand produced a sharp whistling sound. Every time it was swung, it would kill a large number of devils. Swirling Air's speed was extremely fast. Her fists were punching the devils. Every time she threw a punch, a devil's head would be smashed. Big Yellow was even more ferocious. He was rampaging through the group of demonic devils like a sharp sword. Wherever he went, blood mist would fill the sky, and broken limbs would fly in all directions. Oh my God, these three are too abnormal. Many of them were breaking out in cold sweat. After witnessing how terrifying Xianxia and the other two were, they finally believed that those demonic devils were indeed killed by Xianxia. These three men were too arrogant. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. All the powerful devils had been attracted by Xianxia and the other two, and the remaining devils were not that strong. For the inner circle disciples of the nebulous sect, they were no longer a threat. As inner circle disciples of the nebulous sect, all of them were powerful combat king warriors. Which one of them didn't have some tricks up their sleeves? Killing these devils was extremely crazy. More importantly, fighting alongside monsters like Xianxia, De Huang Dog, and Zhuoling Air was an extremely satisfying thing. Fighting alongside Xianxia would make one's blood boil uncontrollably. One couldn't help but fall into a crazy state of killing, experiencing the thrill of a fierce battle. In just 10 minutes, more than 300 devils had died tragically. The corpses on the ground had piled up like a mountain. Blood kept flowing, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Such a scene was something that they had never dreamed of. They had never thought that killing a demonic devil could be so exciting. Not to mention the blue-robed experts, even those who came later had an indescribable excitement on their faces. Each of them looked at Xianxia with admiration and reverence. Sometimes, it was so easy to subdue a person. Not only Xianxia, but Zhuoling Air and De Huang Dog had also shocked everyone. A 12-year-old girl could actually be so terrifying. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. And that dog's head, it was as if it was made of diamond. All of you, quickly clean up the battlefield and collect all the demon souls. Don't fight for them, they belong to whoever gets them. Xianxia said to the crowd. This time, he directly took the demon souls of the 9th grade devils, he didn't even bother to take the 8th grade devils. Everyone was ecstatic. Just now when they followed Xianxia, they were still doubting whether Xianxia could really do what he said and really give them benefits. Now it seemed that Xianxia was really a good person. With so many demon spirits, each of them could get at least 20. If they were to go and kill them by themselves, who knows how much effort it would take to kill 20 demons. Everyone dashed toward the demonic devil corpses and began digging out demon souls. Sure enough, all of them worked in an orderly manner, not fighting or fighting. They knew very well that they had to listen to Xianxia's words at this moment, they couldn't let Xianxia feel dissatisfied with them. If not, not only would they be beaten up, they might even be kicked out of the camp. Not being allowed to follow them would be a huge loss. They had seen Xianxia's ferocity with their own eyes. With such means, he could definitely sweep the desert. As long as they followed Xianxia, not only would there be no danger, they could also get huge benefits. Such a good opportunity, they did not want to miss it. The situation here once again attracted a lot of Nebula sect disciples. This time, there were many inner sect disciples of Nebula sect who came for the Huangling Desert experience. At this moment, seeing so many disciples getting demon spirits so easily, their eyes were full of envy. After understanding the situation, these people's reaction was exactly the same as the previous disciples. They stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open, their eyes were full of shock. In the following time, there would be grand battles in Huangling Desert from time to time. Xianxia's group was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Xianxia's group was like a hot knife cutting through butter, going straight into the heart of the demonic devils. Xianxia's group was getting bigger and bigger. In just a few hours, there were already more than 100 of them. Most of them were inner sect disciples of Nebula sect and some were new disciples like Xianxia. All of them had joined Xianxia's group. After the continuous battles, each of them had gained a lot. Xianxia didn't only have powerful means, he killed the demonic devils as if he was crushing ants. He was also generous. Every time he killed a demonic devil, he didn't want the devil's soul and gave it to the people who followed him. As for not following Xianxia, those who still wanted to fish in troubled waters to snatch demon spirits had all met the same fate. They were beaten up by Xianxia and thrown out. Domineering and barbaric, this was the portrayal of Xianxia in everyone's hearts. However, this image made everyone feel that he was incomparably handsome. Many people had only followed him for the benefits at the beginning, but now they had evolved into following him willingly. Kid, you haven't even arrived at the Nebula sect, but you've already won the hearts of people. Haha. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. They followed us willingly. In any case, these demon spirits are useless to us, but it's different for them. They can bring these demon spirits back to the Nebula sect and exchange them for the resources they want. As for me, I'm not interested in the resources of the Nebula sect at all. Xianxia smiled. The only reason he came to the Nebula sect was to obtain the broken Heavenly Saint sword. Since he possessed the dragon transformation skill, he didn't lack any resources in his cultivation. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the Nebula sect was a great power in Xuanyu with abundant resources, a cradle for cultivating geniuses. However, for Xianxia, this cradle was not attractive at all. In terms of cultivation, he was already an old ancestor-level existence. In the distance of the battlefield, several figures were looking at them with resentful eyes. One of them stared at the proud Xianxia and said while gnashing his teeth, "This bastard, he hasn't even arrived at the Nebula sect, but he's already started to buy people's hearts. But, my brother will be here soon, and I'll definitely teach him a lesson." The one who spoke was none other than Hu Lai, who had been beaten up by Xianxia previously. Xianxia was a newcomer, but he had done it with such great fanfare. In just a few hours, Xianxia had become completely famous in the Nebula sect. Now, there was no one who didn't know who Xianxia was. What was even more infuriating was that there were actually hundreds of people who were willing to follow him. Their eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at him. This kind of situation had never happened to his brother before. "Big brother, won't we attract the attention of the leader of the demonic beasts by killing demonic beasts so unscrupulously?" Zwillinger asked. "It doesn't matter. I'm here for the leader of the demonic beasts. If it can come out on its own, it will save me a lot of trouble. Let's continue to kill. We have to kill all the demonic beasts in the desert before tomorrow," Xianxia said. He had always done things like this. If he didn't want to do it, then he wouldn't do it. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it cleanly. Rumble, the sandstorm continued to roar, and the fluctuations of the battle could be felt everywhere. Xianxia held the fire-tipped spear in his hand and led the army of the Nebula sect. He was like an invincible general. His body was emitting a golden brilliance. Wherever he passed, no one was left. His divine power was unpredictable. Those disciples of the Nebula sect who followed Xianxia to fight were also infected by him. Their blood was boiling, and they were killing to their heart's content. "Haha, that's great. Fighting alongside senior brother Jiang is truly an extremely satisfying thing." "That's right. Senior brother Jiang is really an unprecedented genius. He is so vigorous. In the future, our Nebula sect will have another true genius." I heard that a Xianxia appeared in Xuanyu. He triggered the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation, and turned a big province upside down. I wonder if it's senior brother Jiang? It can't be. Triggering the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation? He is a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. If it's true, it must be senior brother Jiang. Look at him, he is only an 8th grade combat king, but his skills are enough to sweep away any combat king. I'm afraid those who are on the earth ranking are no match for him. The continuous battles had convinced Xianxia's followers. His image in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebula sect was slowly becoming bigger and bigger. It was already late at night. The strong wind was roaring in the desert, and it was accompanied by the roars of the demonic beasts. It was like the end of the world. To a combat king, there was no difference between day and night. With their eyesight, they could even see a fly from dozens of miles away. A battle had just ended, and they were about to reach the deepest part of the desert. The demonic beasts were getting more and more powerful. The ground was littered with the corpses of the demonic beasts, and blood was flowing everywhere. Just when the disciples of the Nebula sect were happily harvesting the demonic beast souls, a few silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. There were 7 to 8 of them, and all of them were wearing the uniform of the Nebula sect. The 3 leaders had incomparable chi, and their faces were filled with arrogance. Behind them were Hu Lai and the others. Hu Lai had a cold smile on his face, as if he was watching a good show. When they saw the newcomers, many of them stopped what they were doing. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Every one of them raised their head and looked at the 3 men with fear in their eyes. It showed that these 3 men had an unusual status in the Nebula sect. "My 3 brothers, it's them. The one in white is Xianxia." Hu Lai pointed his finger at Xianxia and said fiercely. "Humph." The leading young man let out a cold humph and looked at Xianxia. "You are Xianxia? Who are you?" Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He looked at the young man's eyes. He was just a small disciple of the Nebula sect. There was nothing that could make him afraid. Brother Jiang, his name is Guosudong. He is ranked third in the Earth ranking. His combat strength is very strong, and he isn't easy to deal with. The other two are Zhangde and Zhou Hong. One is ranked 5th, and the other is ranked 9th. Both of them are famous figures in the Earth ranking. Their cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th grade combat king. The blue-robed man introduced them to Jiangchen in a low voice. Jiangchen was enlightened. He finally understood why these people were afraid of the three of them. It turned out that these three were important figures in the Earth ranking. It seemed like these three guys had a good relationship with Husong. They were here to avenge Husong's brother. Unfortunately, Jiangchen didn't care even if they were on the Earth ranking. If these three guys took the initiative to find trouble with him, they would be in real trouble. Jiangchen, you are just a new disciple. How dare you form your own faction here? Are you trying to build your own power in the Nebula sect? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Guosudong pointed his finger at Jiangchen and said loudly. You are blind. How dare you talk to my brother like this? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Zwiling'er put one hand on her waist and pointed at Guosudong with the other. Her words almost made many people spit out their food. This little girl was too amazing. Even someone ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking would be speechless if he met this little girl. However, after seeing Zwiling'er's strength, no one thought that she was bragging. Although they didn't know if Zwiling'er could beat someone on the Earth ranking, her ability was obvious to all. Where did this child come from? How dare he talk to Senior Guo like this? Zhangde, ranked 5th on the Earth ranking, glared. The little girl still wanted to say something, but she was pulled back by Jiangchen. Jiangchen raised his head and looked at Guosudong and the other two, then said in an indifferent tone, what I, Jiangchen, want to do is none of your business. Although you guys are ranked on the Earth ranking, I don't put you in my eyes at all. If you guys are here to help that big bearded man, you don't have to act so righteously. Jiangchen's words were extremely arrogant. He didn't care about the geniuses on the Earth ranking at all. Senior Jiang, they are not to be trifled with. Lani kindly reminded him, but Jiangchen glared at him. The meaning was clear. They were not to be trifled with, but did it mean that he was? How dare you? Guosudong's threat to Jiangchen made the atmosphere tense. No one dared to speak. Everyone present was an inner disciple of the Nebula sect. The three in front of them were all on the Earth list. They couldn't afford to offend them. If Guosudong wanted to deal with Jiangchen, they wouldn't be able to help. The situation in front of them was very clear. In the end, it wasn't that Jiangchen had formed a clique to win people's hearts. It was that Jiangchen had beaten Hulai. Guosudong and the other two were now following Husong. They had arrived in the desert early and encountered Hulai being bullied by a newcomer. Naturally, they had to intervene. Firstly, they wanted to vent Hulai's anger, and secondly, they wanted to teach the newcomer a lesson. Otherwise, how could they, who were on the Earth list, put their faces on the ground? Especially after seeing so many disciples of the Nebula sect following Jiangchen willingly the moment he appeared, Guosudong and the others were even angrier. One should know that even they didn't have such great influence in the Nebula sect. I advise you to leave now. Don't go against me. Of course, you can also be like them and follow me to kill demons. There will be benefits for you. Jiangchen said indifferently. He didn't put Guosudong in his eyes at all. Brat, you're courting death. Hulai said viciously. His face was still burning with pain. As the younger brother of Husong, no one had ever dared to treat him like this in the entire Nebula sect. Usually, everyone would be respectful to him when they met. He had never suffered such humiliation before. This was something that Hulai couldn't accept. He had to take revenge for what he had done to him. Brother Gua, it was Hulai who wanted to snatch our demon spirit. Brother Jiang couldn't stand it, so he took action. This matter started because of us. I am willing to give the demon spirit to Hulai. Please don't pursue this matter any further. Lani said. Guosudong was not easy to deal with. Husong was even harder to deal with. Lonnie didn't want Xianxia to fall into danger after helping her. Xianxia looked at Blue Dress and couldn't help but nod. This woman was quite interesting. After all, it took a certain amount of courage to stand up at this time. Lonnie, I'll settle the score with you later. Right now, it's a grudge between me and Xianxia. Xianxia, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, then give me all the demon spirits you've obtained, we'll call it even. I promise my brother won't make things difficult for you. Hu Lai was overbearing, completely unforgiving. From the looks of it, he would definitely not let Xianxia go today. Do you think so too? Xianxia ignored Hu Lai and looked at Guo Sudong and the other two. He didn't want to cause any trouble now, but if these three fellows insisted on provoking him, then there was no need for him to be polite. Hu Lai has already said it very clearly, so there's no need for me to repeat myself. Xianxia, as long as you do as Hu Lai asks and be obedient in this desert, when you enter the Nebula sect in the future, you'll still be able to survive. Guo Sudong's face was filled with a cold smile. Hearing that, Xianxia's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. He raised his hand and extended his index finger towards Guo Sudong, waving it in the air. What do you mean? Guo Sudong asked. One move, I only need one move to defeat you. Xianxia's tone was very calm, but the moment he said that, it undoubtedly caused an uproar. Guo Sudong was ranked third on the Earth ranking. How powerful was he? He could practically sweep across the War King realm, yet Xianxia actually said that he could defeat Guo Sudong in one move. Wasn't this joke a little too big? Although Xianxia was extremely fierce when killing demons, Guo Sudong was not an ordinary person either. Boom, a wave of anger rushed out from Guo Sudong's body, covering the sky and earth. He looked at Xianxia with an extremely cold gaze, and his tone was also very cold. I forgot to tell you, you're not considered an official disciple of the Nebula sect yet. When you enter the Nebula sect, you still have to pass the Bright Mirrors test. Only after you pass will you be considered a disciple of the Nebula sect. So, even if I kill you in front of everyone, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. I originally planned to finish you off with one move, but now I'm suddenly too lazy to make a move. Trash, like you can't even beat my sister. Xianxia laughed, then looked at Zuoling. Little girl, don't let Big Brother down. Don't worry, Big Brother. I promise I'll beat him up until even his own mother can't recognize him. When the little girl heard that Xianxia actually wanted to send her out, she was immediately overjoyed. With a leap, she came directly in front of Guo Sudong. She put her hands on her hips and said in an arrogant tone, You're not qualified to fight with my big brother. You'll have to get past me first. Many people fainted, even Guo Sudong himself rolled his eyes. This was too ridiculous. Although the disciples had seen Zuoling's strength before, she was still a child after all. Her opponent was someone ranked third on the Earth list. A 12-year-old girl flaunting her prowess and saying that she would beat Guo Sudong up until his own mother couldn't recognize him was really too funny. But to Guo Sudong, this was undoubtedly a form of humiliation. Xianxia did not want to fight him himself, but instead sent a little girl. Wasn't this obvious humiliation? Wasn't this telling the world that he, Guo Sudong, was not qualified to fight Xianxia? In Xianxia's words, he could not even beat a little girl. Where did this child come from? Hurry up and scram. The fifth on the Earth list, Zhang De, took a step forward and waved his hand at Zuoling. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to scram? Hurry up and fight with me. I'll beat you up until your own mother can't recognize you. Zuoling and De Huang Dog had been together for a long time. She carried a trace of De Huang Dog's temperament. Not only was she arrogant, her words were also infuriating. Brother Zhang, this girl is not easy to deal with. She's already a 9th grade combat king at such a young age. Hu Lai reminded. He had been following Xianxia's army. He had seen Zuoling's power with his own eyes. He quickly reminded them. What? Hearing the word 9th grade combat king, the three of them, including Guo Sudong, were shocked. The way they looked at Zuoling had changed. If a 9th grade combat king was nothing to them, then a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king was something they couldn't ignore. What kind of terrifying talent did she have? If such a person entered the Nebula sect, she would definitely be nurtured with great importance. She might even be accepted as a direct disciple by an elder. However, the matter in front of them had to be solved. They were all famous figures on the Earth list. Since they were here, they had to solve the problem. Otherwise, they would be laughed at. If they were ordered to retreat by a little girl, they wouldn't be able to bear the shame. Haha, are you guys afraid? If you are, you can call me senior sister. Zhuoling laughed out loud. The other people on the scene were secretly worried for Zhuoling. A newborn calf wasn't afraid of a tiger. This little girl was too ferocious. It seemed that those who hadn't entered the Nebula sect wouldn't know how scary the people on the Earth list were. Only Jiang Chen and Da Huang Dog looked relaxed. They knew Zhuoling too well. Although the three of them were on the Earth list, they were the peak existences among the combat kings. They rarely met a worthy opponent, but Zhuoling had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe. Her strength was boundless. She couldn't find a worthy opponent under the combat emperor realm. The three of them weren't Zhuoling's opponent. One should know that there was a gap between a genius and a monstrous genius. In addition, the three of them had underestimated Zhuoling. This girl is too infuriating. Let me capture her first, then I will deal with Jiang Chen. Zhou Hong, who was ranked 9th on the Earth list, stood out. He clenched his fists, cracking sounds came from his joints. A wave of golden qi gushed out from his body. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and unleashed an illusory golden palm. The palm was like a cage, flying towards Zhuoling, trying to trap her. Humph. Zhuoling let out a cold humph. She had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian tribe in her veins. She was born to be a warrior. She threw out a punch without any fancy moves. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Zhou Hong's palm was destroyed by Zhuoling's punch. A dark crack appeared in the void. What? Zhou Hong's eyes widened. According to what he thought, his attack was enough to trap a 9th-grade combat king. He didn't expect this girl to be so powerful, shattering his attack with just one punch. Not giving him time to think, Zhuoling's speed was fast. In a blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Zhou Hong. She threw a punch at his face. Zhuoling's speed was fast, but Zhou Hong's reaction was also fast. He hurriedly threw a punch at Zhuoling's fist. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head. Zhou Hong was defeated by Zhuoling's fist. Back in Yuanyang City, Zhuoling's fist was strong enough to collide with Da Huang Dog's head. Bang! Ka-cha, an even more shocking scene appeared. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. Everyone heard a cracking sound coming from Zhou Hong's arm. Zhou Hong's entire arm was twisted, broken by Zhuoling's punch. Zhou Hong didn't even have time to scream. Zhuoling's punch landed on his face. This punch was even more ruthless. His nose was broken and blood spurted out like an arrow. 18 savage punches, I will beat you until your mother can't recognize you. Not only was this little girl's attack barbaric, even her name was barbaric. Don't be fooled by her petite body, cute and sweet-looking face. Her fighting style was terrifying. Pung pung pung, the little girl's fists landed on Zhou Hong's face like meteors. In an instant, it was 18 punches. By the time she was done, Zhou Hong had already fainted. He was about to fall from the sky when Zhang De grabbed him to stabilize him. But at that moment, Zhou Hong's entire face was covered in blood. A fat pig's head had been punched out. Even his nose was completely crooked. His appearance could no longer be described as pitiful. It was simply unbearable to look at. Everyone shivered. Just like what the little girl said, he was beaten until his mother couldn't recognize him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Every gaze that fell on Zhuoling had undergone an earth-shattering change. It was too shocking. Everyone felt that their understanding of the world had been completely overturned. This girl was too strong, and her attacks could be described as barbaric. Zhou Hong was a genius on the Earth list. Although he was ranked 9th, he was already very powerful. As intersect disciples, they deeply understood how fierce the competition in the Earth list was. Anyone who could squeeze into the top 10 of the Earth list was not someone easy to deal with. Zhou Hong was ranked 9th on the Earth list, but he had been knocked unconscious by this girl before he could even use his own methods. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. This was too ridiculous. Just how strong was this girl? Was she the reincarnation of a peerless demon? God, she was only 12 years old. The 9th on the Earth list had been defeated by a girl. After this, Zhou Hong would probably be unable to raise his head for a long time. How can she be so strong? Hu Lai was also stunned. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Although he had seen Zhuo Ling-er's methods of killing demons and might have the strength to fight someone on the Earth list, he did not expect Zhou Hong, who was ranked 9th, to be defeated in one move by Zhuo Ling-er. Both of you, come at me together. Zhuo Ling-er's aura was unparalleled. She imitated Jiang Chen's tone and pointed at Guo Sudong and Zhang De. The two of them almost coughed up blood. This girl was too arrogant. She did not take them seriously at all. Even if Zhuo Ling-er was strong, they could not back down. They could not even gang up against a girl. They were people on the Earth list, and they had to save face. I'll capture her. Guo Sudong stood up. Let me do it. Zhang De was even faster. He handed the unconscious Zhou Hong over to Hu Lai and beat Guo Sudong to Zhuo Ling-er. Although Zhuo Ling-er had defeated Zhou Hong, Zhang De was not afraid of her. In Zhang Da's heart, Zhou Hong had only underestimated his opponent. He had been defeated before he could even use his powerful methods. Zhang De put away his underestimation of Zhuo Ling and did not dare to be careless. In addition, he was ranked 5th on the Earth list and was stronger than Zhou Hong. He felt that he had a certain degree of confidence in dealing with Zhuo Ling-er. In fact, he still did not believe that a 12-year-old girl could be this strong. Be careful, don't embarrass yourself again. Guo Sudong reminded him carefully. If even Zhang De was beaten into a pig's head by the girl, it would be a huge embarrassment to his name on the Earth list. Don't worry. As Zhang De spoke, a golden pillar of light shot out from the top of his head. The pillar of light was almost tangible as it lit up the night sky. A battle of brilliance. Zhang De roared and immediately unleashed his ultimate skill. A golden beam of light condensed into a golden lotus platform, shining with boundless light. It carried with it a boundless battle intent as it charged towards Zhuo Ling-er. Senior Sister Zhua, be careful. This is Zhang Da's famous skill. It won't be easy to deal with. Blue Dress hurriedly reminded him, but then she widened her eyes and realized that her reminder was unnecessary. Zhuo Ling-er leapt up and similarly punched out with her fist. Her attack was simple, but this time around, faint runes could be seen on her fist. Those were ancient runes, incomparably mystical, causing people to be unable to understand what they were looking at. Rumble, Zhuo Ling-er's fist landed on the golden lotus platform. The originally indestructible lotus platform, which could even shatter mountains, could not resist Zhuo Ling-er's punch at all. It was shattered on the spot, turning into specks of starlight that disappeared into the night sky. Wah, the lotus platform was shattered, and Zhang De spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and his face was pale. It was obvious that the damage to the lotus platform had caused him a great backlash, causing him to suffer serious injuries. Bang, Zhuo Ling-er's aura was unparalleled. Like a butterfly, she flew towards Zhang De, raising her fist and smashing it towards him. 18 savage punches. It happened again. Accompanied by a series of punches and screams, Zhang De, who was ranked 5th on the Earth list, instantly followed in Zhou Hong's footsteps. Once again, he was beaten to the point where even his own mother did not dare to cause trouble. He fainted on the spot. Half of his fainting was due to the beating, and the other half was due to his anger. He had been beaten to such a state by a girl in front of so many people. How was he going to face others in the future? Oh my God, how can this girl be so monstrous? Could she be the reincarnation of a powerful being? This is too shocking. An expert on the Earth list couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. This is too shocking. Senior Sister Zhua is too powerful. Her attacks are so savage. It doesn't match her cute image at all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. The people on the Earth list have lost a lot of face this time. Only Guo Sudong is left. I wonder if he still dares to fight against Senior Sister Zhua. He definitely won't back down. Otherwise, he won't be able to raise his head in the future. Moreover, he is ranked 3rd, much stronger than Zhang De and Zhou Hong. I think he can fight against senior sister Xue. However, I'm afraid his wish of standing up for Hu Lai will not come true. No one was not shocked. Everyone felt that their understanding of the world had been completely overturned. Many people started to call Xue Ling senior sister. A genius like her would definitely achieve more in the future than they could. Even her status in the Nebula sect was not something they could compare to. Hey Sudong, it's your turn. I'm going to slap your face one by one today. If you know what's good for you, stand here and let me slap you. Xue Ling was too arrogant. She had completely forgotten that Sui Yang had warned her to keep a low profile and not to be reckless. Her father's teachings had probably been thrown out of her head the moment she stepped out of the Xue family's residence. Senior brother Gue, what should we do now? This girl is not easy to deal with. Why don't we retreat first? We'll deal with them when my brother comes tomorrow. Hu Lai said. He was a little scared. Gue Sudong glared at Hu Lai. This guy was simply bullsh**. He couldn't afford to back down in front of a girl. Clang, Gue Sudong waved his arm and drew out a long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. The long sword let out a melodious whistling sound with a cold killing intent. Gue Sudong didn't dare to underestimate Xue Ling anymore. He immediately used his combat weapon. It seemed like he wanted to end the fight quickly. The third ranked on the Earth list is just SOSO. Using his combat weapon as soon as the fight started. Don't you know shame? De Huang Dog said in a strange tone. Ling use this to deal with him. Jiangchen casually threw the fire-tipped spear in his hand to Xue Ling Gue Sudong was the third ranked on the Earth list after all, and he also had a combat weapon. Jiangchen was very confident in Xue Ling but he didn't know Gue Sudong. He didn't want Xue Ling to get hurt. The scene became extremely tense. At this time, the number of Nebula sect's disciples who were watching the battle had already reached 100 to 200 people. The appearance of Jiangchen's army in Huangling Desert had already been known by most of them. They were already deep into the desert. The ripples of the battle would naturally attract more disciples. None of the 200 disciples spoke a word. Everyone was looking at the girl who was holding the fire-tipped spear. No one dared to look down on her anymore. Almost everyone could imagine that when this girl arrived at the Nebula sect, she would be a dazzling star that would be valued by the sect. Xue Ling was too strong. She had beaten the 5th and 9th geniuses of the Earth ranking into a pig's head and knocked them out. Now she was going to fight the 3rd legendary figure. How strong was Gue Sudong? He was definitely stronger than the other two, and not just by a little. But whether he could defeat Xue Ling no one dared to say. The faces of Hu Lai and the others became incomparably nervous. If Gue Sudong were to lose again, the reputation of the Earth Board would be swept away. More importantly, this barbaric girl would most likely not let them off. Thinking about what would happen if Gue Sudong also punched them in the face. They couldn't think about it anymore, their faces were starting to hurt. Huff. Huff, the strong wind whistled, the strong wind was overflowing from Gue Sudong's body. His yuan force was rolling like the tide, the long sword in his hand was rippling with a strong force. He took a step forward, the whole void shook violently. The strength of a peak 9th grade combat king was shocking. Gue Sudong was about to attack. Everyone held their breath, not knowing who was stronger, Gue Sudong or Xue Ling Sky-piercing sword. Gue Sudong snorted coldly. An incomparably destructive sword light rushed out from the long sword. This sword light was incomparably resplendent, illuminating the entire night sky. The void was directly torn apart. The endless destructive energy seemed to be able to split the sky apart. It was an incomparably powerful sword. The combat weapon was fused with a powerful sword technique. This sword had locked all of Xue Ling's chi. Gue Sudong had used all his strength to attack. It seemed like he wanted to take down Xue Ling without giving her any chance to counterattack. Jiang Chan and De Huang Dog looked at each other. They had to admit that the person who ranked 3rd in the Earth ranking was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary 9th grade combat king couldn't be compared to him. Just this sword alone was enough to disdain any combat king. However, Xue Ling did not panic. Everyone could feel that a very well-hidden brute force was stirring within her petite body. Then, like a vast ocean, it poured out, all of it pouring into the fire-tipped spear in her hand. The fire-tipped spear was a fire elemental combat weapon. Even though Zhuo did not have a fire elemental physique, and did not have any fire elemental flames, the fire-tipped spear itself was still a powerful emperor weapon, and its level was many times stronger than Guo Sudong's longsword. Putting aside the fact that Zhuo strength was not any weaker than Guo Sudong's, just based on the combat weapon alone, she had a great advantage. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk the fire-tipped spear made a sharp whistling sound. The huge fire-tipped spear was raised by Zhuo single-handedly, thrusting it towards the incoming sword light. Asterisk chi. Asterisk 1 could clearly see that on the tip of the fire-tipped spear, there were mysterious runes flashing, emitting a dazzling radiance. At this moment, the fire-tipped spear was like a spirit snake, carrying Zhuo barbaric strength as it violently smashed forward. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the two combat weapons collided with each other. Zhuo emperor weapon had the upper hand. What was more frightening was that the sword light shattered under the impact of the fire-tipped spear. The void was completely destroyed, the space was torn apart, and a chaotic space appeared. It was like a terrifying black hole in the dark night sky, capable of devouring everything. Asterisk dang, asterisk Guo Sudong received a great counterforce. He retreated a few meters before regaining his balance. His face was pale, the arm that held the sword was trembling violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the perlicue of Guo Sudong's thumb and index finger. It was obvious that he had suffered a certain degree of injury from the collision. What? Guo Sudong lost, just like Xianxia and Zhou Hong, he was defeated in one move. Xianxia is so powerful. The Nebulous sect has gained another monstrous genius. When Senior Zhuo enters the sect, the elders will definitely fight for her to become a true disciple. Guo Sudong is ranked 3rd on the Earth list, that's already very terrifying. But Senior Zhuo combat weapon seems to be much more powerful than Guo Sudong's, it should be an emperor weapon. Everyone was shocked once again. Guo Sudong had lost. It wasn't that the people on the Earth list were weak, it was that Zhuo was too powerful. The current situation told everyone that once Zhuo entered the Nebulous sect, she would be ranked 3rd on the Earth list. Senior Guo, what should we do now? Hu Lai's voice was already trembling, he no longer had the arrogance from before. He had never thought that Zhuo would be so terrifying, even Guo Sudong was no match for her. This time, he had lost all of his bargaining chips, if he wanted to take revenge, he would have to wait for his brother to arrive. What else can we do? Let's go. Guo Sudong glared at Hu Lai. It was all because of this trash, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a humiliating situation. Being scolded by Guo Sudong, Hu Lai didn't dare to say anything. Guo Sudong snorted coldly, turned around and flew away. But even though he was fast, someone was faster. A white figure had already appeared in front of him, it was Jiang Chen. What? You want to leave just like that? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen, what do you want? Don't go too far. Guo Sudong said. Go too far? You were the one who went too far first. Don't worry, I won't be as unreasonable as you. You want me to kneel down and kowtow? You can leave if you want, but whoever can withstand Zhuo 18 savage punches can leave. Otherwise, you can stay here and wait to be eaten by the demonic beasts. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became cold. He wasn't a man who was so generous. What? Hu Lai and the others immediately cried out in shock. They looked at the faces of Xianxia and Zhou Hong, who were still in their arms, and a chill ran from the soles of their feet to their heads. What a joke! How could they survive the 18 savage punches of that savage girl? Jiang Chen, if you dare to treat me like this, my brother will not let you off. Hu Lai roared loudly. Pa, as soon as Hu Lai's voice fell, Jiang Chen slapped him hard on the face. Trash who only knows how to use your brother to scare people. Jiang Chen looked at Hu Lai with disdain. He despised people like this the most. Don't be polite with them. Jiang Chen said to Zhuo. Okay, big brother. Zhuo happily ran in front of Guo Sudong. Before Guo Sudong could react, she had already punched him. How could Guosudong, who was already injured and had no intention to fight, be Zhuoling Er's opponent? Accompanied by the sound of fists hitting flesh, the genius who ranked third on the earth roll took the brat's 18 savage punches. A tender pig's head popped out. His body swayed, but he did not faint on the spot like Zhang Da and Zhou Hong. He could still barely stabilize his body. It's your turn. Zhuoling Er did exactly as Jiang Chen had said. Each of them had to receive 18 punches. She darted in front of Hu Lai and the rest, who immediately screamed in fear. "Grandaunt, please spare us." Some of them almost cried. This girl was too ferocious and scary. Thinking of the power of that pair of tender fists, they were really terrified. Bang, 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 Zhuoling Er did not care about their begging for mercy. She immediately started punching them, one punch after another. After all the punches, the few of them were all beaten into pigs' heads. Even their own mothers would not be able to recognize them. Other than Guosudong, everyone else had fainted. Hu Lai was the most miserable, and his pig's head was also the biggest. It could be seen that Zhuoling Er had taken special care of him. Guosudong gritted his teeth, but he did not say any more harsh words. He was a smart person, and knew that he was not a match for Jiang Chen today. He was obviously not a kind person and should not be trifled with. If he continued to speak harshly, he would only be looking for trouble. Jiang Chen might not dare to beat him to death, but he would definitely beat him to a point where he would rather die than live. All the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect held their breath. Everything that had happened today was like a dream to them. The miserable state of Guosudong and the rest definitely did not represent them personally. This meant that from now on, there would be no peace in the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er were not only extraordinarily talented, they were demons among geniuses, but they were also out-and-out devils in human form. Such people would not be safe no matter where they went. Let's go, we will continue to kill the demons. Jiang Chen did not look at Guosudong. He led the disciples of the Nebula sect and went deeper into the desert. This time, there were more people following him. Jiang Chen used less than half a day's time to win the hearts of most of the disciples. They were willing to follow him and fight against the demons together. This kind of situation was out of everyone's expectation. Every inner sect disciple of the Nebula sect was proud and arrogant. Even if the sect sent a genius to lead them, it would not be possible for them to have such a great influence. "Brother Jiang, will they be attacked by the demons if we leave them here?" Lonnie asked. "Don't worry, they only suffered superficial wounds. It's not a problem for a 9th grade combat king." Brother Jiang smiled. After all, he had just arrived at the Nebula sect. He couldn't kill anyone as soon as he arrived. Besides, the grudge between him and Guosudong hadn't reached the point of life and death. Looking at the army disappearing into the night sky, Guosudong's eyes were filled with hatred. He said coldly, "Jiang Chen, when Husong comes tomorrow, it will be your doomsday. You are not a disciple of the Nebula sect yet. Husong will take your life. Just wait and see how long you can be arrogant." Not long after the Nebula sect army left with Jiang Chen, 4 silhouettes appeared in the sky again. These 4 people had powerful auras, and the leader actually surpassed Guosudong. When they saw Guosudong and his group, they immediately descended from the sky. "What's going on? Who did this?" The leader's expression changed instantly when he saw the people lying on the ground. The other 3 were also extremely shocked. They were all on the Earth list, so they naturally knew how strong Guosudong and his group were. They had fought with each other before. Back then, in order to fight for the Earth list, they had even fought until their heads were bleeding. Now, Guosudong and his group had been beaten to such a state. This was simply unbelievable. From the looks of it, it was not the demons who did this. Demons did not just slap people in the face, but directly eat them. If it was really the demons who did this, they would not have the chance to lie here. They would have long become the demons' food. "Humph. Yue Wei, seeing us like this, you must be very happy, right?" Guosudong snorted coldly. At the same time, Zhang Da and the others also woke up and crawled up from the ground in pain. Seeing Yue Wei and his group, they immediately felt extremely embarrassed. The 4 who came were all on the Earth list, and Yue Wei was ranked 2nd on the Earth list. Usually, he did not have a good relationship with Guosudong, so it was reasonable for Guosudong to think that he was here to see a joke. Of course, if I did not look carefully, I really would not have recognized you. However, I really want to know who has such great ability to see you fight like this. Yue Wei shrugged, and the smile on his face made Guosudong and his group extremely angry. They could not wait to rush up and fight with Yue Wei. Unfortunately, in their current state, if they went against Yue Wei, they would only be seeking their own humiliation. There's no harm in telling you. 2 new disciples of the Nebula sect came to the desert. One is called Xianxia, and the other is Zuoling. They beat up Hu Lai, and we stood up for Hu Lai, so there was a conflict. Guosudong did not hide anything and recounted the embarrassing incident. Anyway, there were many people present, and he could not hide it even if he wanted to. He might as well say it himself. What? Hearing that, the expressions of Yue Wei and the other 3 changed. They had never thought that the new disciple would be so terrifying and arrogant. The one who attacked Guosudong and the others was actually a 12-year-old girl. This was too absurd. However, Guosudong did not seem to be lying because no one would lie about such a humiliating matter. That Xianxia has already won the hearts of the people and summoned most of the disciples of the Nebula sect to kill their way into the desert. Yue Wei, do you want to see for yourself? Guosudong looked at Yue Wei. He knew that Yue Wei, who was ranked 2nd on the Earth ranking, would definitely be interested after hearing about geniuses like Xianxia and Zuoling. It's only natural that I want to broaden my horizons. However, I will definitely not be as stupid as you all. I came here to kill fiendish demons, not to bully my fellow disciples. Now that you're being bullied by your fellow disciples, you must feel terrible, right? Yue Wei sneered. Humph. When Senior Husong arrives tomorrow, he will die without a burial place. Guosudong snorted coldly. Today's hatred must be avenged. Otherwise, he would not be able to raise his head in the Nebula sect in the future. Everyone would point at him when they see him. Let's go and take a look. They have gone to the center of the desert, and it is very likely that they will attract the real leader of the fiendish demons. Before we came here, the elder said that the leader of the fiendish demons in the Huangling Desert is a master of the Demon Emperor realm. We must be careful. According to the original plan, the 4 of us will cooperate with the 4 Stars formation. If we can kill a fiendish demon of the Demon Emperor realm, it will be a great contribution. Yue Wei opened his mouth and led the other 3 people to the center of the desert. The strength of the 4 of them was unfathomable. The purpose of this trip was to fight with everything they had. As long as they could kill the leader of the fiendish demons, they would have the opportunity to obtain an Emperor Elixir. At that time, they could directly use the Emperor Elixir to advance to the Combat Emperor and become a core disciple. They would obtain great benefits, and their identity and status would skyrocket. Rumble, kill, at the center of the desert, the fiendish demons were wreaking havoc. It had now turned into a huge battlefield. A few hundred inner circle disciples of the Nebula sect were fighting against tens of thousands of fiendish demons. There were too many fiendish demons, and they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. However, most of these fiendish demons weren't strong, and most of them were only at the Combat Soul realm. For the Combat King warriors of the Nebula sect, they weren't much of a threat. This was a huge war that swept across the night sky. Fiendish demons were crazily slaughtering each other. Such a large-scale war wasn't within the scope of the Nebula sect's disciples' plan. They were only planning to use guerrilla warfare against these fiendish demons, and they planned to spend 10 days fighting these fiendish demons. As for the leader of the fiendish demons, he would be dealt with by those ranked on the Earth ranking, and it had nothing to do with them. However, the appearance of Xianxia had changed everyone's plan. So much so that on the first day they arrived at the Huangling Desert, such an extreme and huge war had already started. This was something that no one had expected. However, right now, all the disciples of the Nebula sect were filled with killing, and they were enjoying the battle to their heart's content. Perhaps this was the only time in their lives that they could experience a battle like this. Xianxia, Zuoling, and De Huang Dog were too ferocious, and they had greatly boosted the morale of the Nebula sect disciples. It made everyone feel that fighting alongside Xianxia was a very enjoyable thing. A large number of fiendish demons died tragically. Xianxia and the other two could easily crush a large number of fiendish demons with just a casual move. Such a morale made the disciples of the Nebula sect forget the danger of the battlefield, and felt that even if there were 10 times more fiendish demons, it still wouldn't be enough to kill them. That was a kind of morale. This battle brought out the morale of the Nebula sect. At this moment, the disciples of the Nebula sect, as well as some new disciples, were all convinced by Xianxia. Before Xianxia entered the headquarters of the Nebula sect, he had already obtained everyone's approval. This was the first time such a situation had happened in the Nebula sect. Kill all these fiendish demons, and all the demon spirits will be ours. Someone's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted loudly. Rumble, suddenly, the great formation began to tremble violently. A vast and incomparably demonic aura sprang out from the ground, forming a huge sandstorm in the night. Xianxia's gaze fell on the sandstorm, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The fiendish demon leader has come out. I am a demon emperor expert. Someone shouted. The disciples of the Nebula sect, who were originally excited, suddenly became dignified. Many people didn't look at the sandstorm caused by the demon emperor-level fiendish demon, but at Xianxia and Zuoling. They didn't know if Xianxia could deal with the fiendish demon leader. If he couldn't, they would be finished. Roar, a demonic roar that shook the heavens suddenly came from the ground. Accompanied by the floating of black smoke, a black shadow drilled out from the ground and flew into the air. A disciple of the Nebula sect who was closer was affected by the morale, and he screamed on the spot. One of his arms and one of his legs were destroyed. Xianxia grabbed him back, and his life was saved. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. That person endured the pain and said gratefully to Xianxia. He was very clear about the situation just now. If it wasn't for Xianxia, he would be finished now. An incomparably gloomy sneer sounded from the black smoke. The black smoke rolled and turned into a man in black robe. The man seemed to be in his 30s. He had a majestic build with black lips and a black talisman mark on his forehead. He was a human, not a demon, but a human who had been demonized. He was no different from a devil. The combat spirit in his body had been demonized into a devil spirit, which made him no different from a fiendish demon. Xianxia's eyes fell on the body of the fiendish demon leader. He found out that this fiendish demon leader was a first-grade devil emperor, but he had just advanced to the first-grade devil emperor realm. Xianxia wouldn't put such a person in his eyes. He already had the ability to kill a first-grade combat emperor. Moreover, he was cultivating the dragon transformation art, which was the nemesis of all fiendish demons. It seems like there is more than one fiendish demon leader in this desert. Xianxia said with a smile. He could feel that there was more than one fiendish demon leader in this desert. However, he would kill as many as he could. Even if the fiendish demon leader was a devil emperor, it wouldn't be that strong. The Nebula sect wouldn't let their inner sect disciples die for nothing. A first-grade devil emperor is so scary. Some of the disciples of the Nebula sect had an unpleasant face. Everyone, don't panic. I will deal with him. Xianxia's voice was loud and clear. His face was full of confidence, which gave the disciples of the Nebula sect a lot of confidence. Roar at this moment, there was another roar. Another powerful first-grade demon emperor flew over from afar. The newcomer was also a man. There were 4 wings on his back. The wings were very sharp. This was a demonic bat. It was very terrifying. Another devil emperor has come. How are we going to deal with it? The disciples of the Nebula sect were all scared. Some of them regretted being too impulsive. They shouldn't have followed Xianxia into the depths of the desert. At this time, Yu Wei and the other 3 also came from afar. When they felt the aura of the devil emperor, their faces immediately showed excitement. The fiendish demon leader has appeared. Get ready. The 4 of them were extremely fast. They turned into 4 rays of light and rushed into the battlefield instantly, besieging the bat leader. The 4 stars interlocking formation was completed in an instant. The combat strength of the 4 of them began to soar. They now had the strength to fight against a first-grade devil emperor. Look, it's Yu Wei and the others. They are here to deal with the fiendish demon leader. Haha, this is great. Someone exclaimed as if he saw hope. Hee hee, for kids want to deal with me? You must be tired of living. The black bat let out a sinister laugh. He waved his wings. Instantly, countless terrifying black bats were fanned out by him and rushed towards Yue and the others. Attack! Yue shouted. As the second on the Earth list, he had been preparing for this day for a long time. Immediately, the four of them took out their combat weapons and fought fiercely with the black bat. On the other side, the demon dweller also launched an attack at Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hands. His palms were covered with dragon scales. Two kinds of flames of extreme yang emerged. The fire dragon seal was enough to deal with a first-grade devil emperor. Kong Long, the fierce battle was still going on. Yue and the other three were besieging a demonic leader, opening up a battlefield in the sky. The disciples of Nebulous Sect were fighting fiercely with the demonic army under the leadership of Zhuoling Air and De Huang Dog. Although the disciples of Nebulous Sect didn't have the advantage in number, their strength was incomparably strong, especially those newly recruited disciples. Most of them were 9th-grade combat kings, and they were rare geniuses in various regions. Killing them would cause great damage to the demonic army. On the other side, Xianxia and the demon dweller had opened up a new battlefield. The demon dweller was incomparably terrifying. His fingernails were as red as blood. He roared and rushed toward Xianxia. The disciples of Nebulous Sect were on tenterhooks while fighting. They didn't know if Xianxia could deal with the Devil Emperor demonic leader. If he couldn't, today's battle wouldn't be fun anymore. Only Zhuoling Air and De Huang Dog weren't worried at all. De Huang Dog knew Xianxia the best. He knew how terrifying Xianxia was. Zhuoling Air had seen Xianxia kill Kong Yan and Kong Yang with her own eyes. Killing a first-grade Devil Emperor demonic beast was just a piece of cake for her. Facing the powerful attack of the demonic leader, Xianxia's face didn't show any signs of nervousness. He was full of confidence. In his hand, a huge fire dragon seal had been completely condensed. Roar, roar, along with the earth-shattering dragon roar, a fire dragon that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared in the night sky. The sky had turned into a sea of fire. The huge body of the fire dragon danced continuously, as if a real azure dragon had appeared. The demon dweller's facial expression changed when he sensed the chi and destructive energy from the fire dragon. He could feel the terror of the fire dragon. More importantly, the fire dragon carried the flame of extreme yang, which was the nemesis of his devil nature. Under the influence of the fire dragon seal, the demon dweller felt that he could only exert half of his combat power. A first-grade devil emperor wasn't a match for Xianxia. Now that he was restrained, the consequences could be imagined. Rumble, Xianxia did not care about the shock in the demon cultivator's heart. The fire dragon roared past, destroying all of the demon cultivator's attacks. Its huge body wrapped around the demon cultivator, and an endless amount of energy rushed out from the fire dragon, causing great damage to the demon cultivator. The demonic being let out a roar that sent shivers down one's spine. Just from its roar alone, one could sense the pain it was enduring right now. Rumble, with a roar, the fire dragon exploded directly. Along with the fire dragon, the demon's body also exploded. A first-level demon emperor expert was killed on the spot. His body was torn into countless pieces and completely burned under the flames. The battlefield suddenly became silent, including those demons. All of them temporarily stopped their movements. The disciples of the Nebulous Sect looked up at the still unextinguished flames in the sky, and then looked at the young man in white standing in the air above. The shock in their eyes had reached the extreme. After a moment of silence, it was ushered in the sound of exclamation and cheers. The disciples of the Nebulous Sect were shouting one by one. Many disciples looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a god of war. He was too powerful, too terrifying. In the eyes of those female disciples, Xianxia was not just simply handsome. In such an instant, Xianxia almost became the Xinyang in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebulous Sect. An invincible legend. Fighting with such a god of war was really an extremely enjoyable thing. Brother Jiang is mighty. Someone circulated his yuan force and shouted. Then, the disciples of the Nebula sect shouted in unison. Xianxia had never entered the Nebula sect before. He didn't even know where the mountain gate of the Nebula sect was. These disciples had completely worshipped Xianxia. A newcomer who had just arrived had such a huge influence and won the hearts of so many people. Not to mention the Nebula sect, even in the history of the entire Saint Origin world, this had never happened before. This was a great charisma. Except for Xianxia, there was no one else who had such charisma. He is Xianxia. He is so powerful. Yeah, he is only an 8th grade combat king, but he killed a 1st grade demon emperor with a single strike. This is really amazing. Guo Sudong and the others are really idiots. It is a miracle that they are still alive after provoking such a person. Yu Wei and the others were stunned. They thought that there would be an earth-shattering battle. They were worried about Xianxia, but they didn't expect that Xianxia would be so ferocious. He killed a 1st grade demon emperor with a single strike. This was too shocking. Even when the 4 of them joined forces to deal with a 1st grade demon emperor, they knew better than anyone else how scary a 1st grade demon emperor was. But now, they felt that Xianxia was even scarier. Roar, seeing that its companion was killed, the black bat became violent. It raised its head and let out a sharp roar, then crazily attacked Yu Wei and the others. At the same time, the roar of the black bat was also to summon the other leaders. Kill! Kill all these demonic devils! Lin Kong shouted. The disciples of the Nebula sect rose again, attacking the demonic army. The death of their leader had a great impact on the morale of the demonic army. Their fighting spirit was obviously not as strong as before. Kong Long, at this moment, a mountain in front of them crumbled. A huge monster with the size of 100 meters appeared, emitting a dark light. It was rushing towards them. When the huge monster appeared in front of Xianxia, it turned into a majestic man. His body was covered with black veins, which made him look very strange and scary. There were 3 demonic devil leaders in the desert. The one in front of them was the most powerful one. Xianxia could see that this demonic devil's cultivation base hadn't reached the 2nd grade demon emperor, but it was at the peak of the 1st grade demon emperor. In addition to the ferocity and terror of the demonic devils, it was imaginable how terrifying this demonic devil leader was. He was much stronger than the previous demon. You killed my brother. You deserve to die. The demonic devil leader's voice was hoarse. His eyes were staring at Xianxia coldly. You will die as well. The fire-tipped spear appeared in Xianxia's hand again. Without saying a word, he thrust it at the demonic devil leader. There was nothing to say to this kind of demonic devil, only a life-and-death battle. This was also his biggest goal. As long as he could kill this big guy in front of him, he would be able to wipe out the entire Huangling desert. All the demonic devils would be eradicated. Roar, the demonic devil leader was infuriated. A demonized blade appeared in his hand and he thrust it at the fire-tipped spear. Clang as the blade and the sword collided, the demonic devil leader's body shook slightly. Although he wasn't pushed back by Xianxia, he was at a disadvantage. What? The demonic devil leader was astonished. He didn't expect this young human to be so powerful that he wasn't a match for him. The demonic devil should be in its great demon form. Its demonic chi was much stronger than the devil chi. Therefore, Xianxia's flame didn't have much effect on it. However, even without the flame suppression, Xianxia wouldn't put it in his eyes. It was a piece of cake for him to deal with a 1st grade combat emperor. Roar, the demonic devil leader roared and engaged in a fierce battle with Xianxia. Both of them had fought for more than 10 rounds, but neither of them was able to hurt the other. However, the demonic devil leader was constantly being suppressed by Xianxia. He let out angry roars from time to time. One had to admit that this demonic devil leader was very powerful. Not only was he strong, his body was also very hard. Arg! At this time, a miserable shriek was heard from afar. The black bat had broken through the grand formation of Yu Wei and the other 3, severely injuring one of the Earth Rank's disciples. Yu Wei and the other 2 had also suffered from the backlash of the grand formation. Without the support of the grand formation, their faces turned ugly. They had underestimated the demonic devil leader's power, but it was also their bad luck. If it was an ordinary demonic devil leader, or the devil cultivator who fought with Xianxia, the four of them would have been able to take it down. However, this black bat was especially difficult to deal with. It kept releasing bats to disturb their minds, which was why the grand formation was broken. Gia Gia you want to kill me with just the few of you? You are delusional. I will eat all of you now. The black bat let out a sinister laugh. The four wings on his back kept flapping as he charged at Yue. De Huang, go help him. Jiangchen saw everything and immediately shouted at De Huang. Swoosh, before Jiangchen's voice faded, De Huang dog had already turned into a golden light and pierced through the night sky, blocking the black bat's path. Another one who wants to die. The black bat laughed sinisterly. Wakaka, master dog wants you dead. De Huang dog cackled and charged at the black bat with his dog head. Seeing that De Huang dog dared to hit him with his head, a trace of contempt flashed in the black bat's eyes. He suddenly stretched out his sharp claws and swiped at De Huang dog's head. He thought that this swipe would be enough to smash De Huang dog's head into pieces. But the result was not like that. Bang the black bat's sharp claws touched De Huang dog's head, but the scene that he had imagined didn't happen. He felt that his claws had touched an indestructible rock. Instead, what he felt was a terrifying force coming from the dog's head. The black bat didn't manage to break the dog's head, but his claws were twisted by the dog's head. After reaching the 9th grade Demon King, De Huang dog was strong enough to fight a 1st grade combat emperor. So powerful, Yue and the other two's facial expression changed. They looked at the De Huang dog with horrified eyes. They didn't think that this dog would be so much stronger than them, as it could inflict heavy damage on the black bat. The black bat was infuriated. 4 of his wings flapped. A large number of black bats were fanned out by him, covering the sky and the earth. They were flying towards De Huang dog. Yue and the other 3 showed an irritated expression when they saw these black bats. These black bats weren't a big threat, but the chirping sounds they made could make people feel agitated. However, De Huang dog didn't care about it at all. He turned his body and raised his fat butt, aiming at the black bats. At the same time, he said to Yue and the others, "You guys move away. Today, I will add 1 more chapter, 3 more chapters, 10282765. Official subscription to the monthly group, 133-1888. De Huang dog's attitude stunned Yue and the other 2. They were stunned on the spot, not knowing why De Huang dog wanted them to leave. Shouldn't they be fighting the troublesome black bats together? Could it be that this De Huang dog was confident that he could deal with the black bats alone? However, these questions were completely answered in the next moment. Yue and the other 2 did the most regrettable thing in their lives. They didn't follow De Huang dog's instructions and leave quickly. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. A green wave of air sprayed out from De Huang dog's butt. This green wave of air spread out like the most lethal poisonous gas. The originally ferocious black bats let out miserable screams and fell from the sky. They twitched a few times and died. F***ck, what's that? Yue couldn't help but say, blurg, it stinks. Motherf***, that's a dog fart, blurg, it stinks to death. Wha? Motherf***, it's actually a fart, heavens, kill me, blurg. Yue and the other 2 didn't dare to stay any longer. They ran away while vomiting. That's right, they ran away. They didn't run when facing the powerful black bats, but now they couldn't stand a dog fart. This dog fart was too shocking. They wanted to curse De Huang dog, but they remembered that De Huang dog did warn them before, but they just didn't listen. Rumble, accompanied by De Huang dog's laughter, another thunderous roar rang out. De Huang's invincible whirlwind ecstasy fart was unparalleled and unstoppable. No matter how many black bats there were, they were all crushed to death. Of course, it was hard to tell whether they died from the explosion or from the smoke. Large numbers of black bats fell from the sky and died a tragic death. Even the bat leader screamed. He was hit directly by De Huang dog's ecstasy fart. Now, his whole body was wrapped by the green air. These air currents were like tarsal bones, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter what. Even if the ecstasy fart couldn't cause any substantial damage to the bat leader, that kind of torture wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Yue and the other two knew that. Damn, that's amazing. I've never seen such a dog. The power of this fart is simply invincible. Even the Demon Emperor can't stand it. It's too scary. Fortunately, we weren't on that battlefield. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. All the disciples of the Nebula sect gave a thumbs up to De Huang Dog and praised him for being powerful. This could no longer be described as just powerful, it was simply invincible. Even Zhuo Linger was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Although she had been in contact with De Huang Dog for some time, she only knew that De Huang Dog's head was relatively hard. She really didn't know that this dog had such an abnormal skill. Wow, the bat leader also vomited. He tried his best to get rid of the green airflow and flew away. De Huang Dog chased after him. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the level 1 Demon Emperor bat leader. Come, let's attack together, Yue said to the other two geniuses of the Earth list. The three of them carried their weapons and rushed towards the bat leader. They wanted to join forces with De Huang Dog to eliminate this bat leader. The battle was still going on. Jiang Chen and the demonic chief were fighting fiercely. The demonic chief was shouting loudly, but he was no match for Jiang Chen at all. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen all the time. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the human race. However, you will still be killed by me. I'm done playing with you. A sneer appeared on the face of the demonic chief. His body suddenly exploded and turned into a huge monster that was 300 meters in size. At the same time, layers of black scales appeared on the surface of the monster's body. Demonic chi began to overflow from his body. The demonic chief's chi actually rose gradually. Although it hadn't reached the level 2 Demon Emperor yet, it was much stronger than before. Senior brother Jiang, be careful. This demonic chief has entered the demonized state. It's more difficult to deal with than before. Lonnie reminded. Jiang Chen revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid that he won't enter the demonized state. This demonic chief was very difficult to deal with. Previously, the demonic chi was covered with demonic chi. In that state, it was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to kill the demonic chief. Moreover, the demonic chief might even escape. Now that he had entered the demonized state, he was no different from a devil. Although his combat strength had increased, Jiang Chen's control over him was much stronger. In this way, the demonic chief was not as powerful as before to Jiang Chen. In this case, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Brat, you are a peerless genius. I'm going to eat you now. I'll eat your flesh and absorb your essence. Then, I'll be able to break through to the 2nd grade Demon Emperor. Haha. The demonic chief's laughter was like thunder. His huge body was like a mountain, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. You want to eat me? I'm afraid you won't be able to do it. Jiang Chen's battle intent was unparalleled. A sea of fire appeared around him. The fire dragon seal was condensed once again. Whether it was the true dragon fire or the true thunder fire, they were the nemesis and natural enemy of demons. There was no doubt about this. Back in the devil world, Jiang Chen had displayed this kind of restraint to the fullest. Roar, the fire dragon roared and broke through the void, leaving a long fiery shadow behind. It collided with the demonic chief. The monstrous demonic chi that overflowed from the demonic chief's body was like a mouse that had seen a cat when it encountered the fire dragon. It shrank rapidly. Under the impact of the fire dragon, all the demonic chi was instantly incinerated. The fear of fire made the demonic chief's soul tremble. This was his natural nemesis. Under such restraint, the demonic chief couldn't exert his full strength at all. Boom, finally, the fire dragon broke through all obstacles. It smashed into the demonic chief's body like a hot knife through butter. The demonic chief's huge body was forced back several dozen zhang before he could stabilize himself. Many of the scales on the surface of his body had been blasted off. Just this attack alone had caused great damage to the demonic chief. What kind of flame is this? How can it be so powerful? It can actually burn my demonic chi. The demonic chief's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The way he looked at Xianxia had also changed. From the initial contempt, there was now a trace of solemnity and even a trace of fear. In other words, he wasn't afraid of Xianxia, but he was afraid of Xianxia's flames. Xianxia didn't give the demonic chief any chance to react. He charged forward with the fire-tipped spear in his hand. The current fire-tipped spear was completely different from before. After Xianxia had given it 2 kinds of powerful fire crows, its might had increased by many times. The might of an emperor armament was fully displayed. The fire-tipped spear turned into a fire dragon, rushing towards the demonic chief. Roar. The demonic chief roared and hurriedly raised his hard claws to resist. His claws were exceptionally sharp and indestructible, carrying boundless demonic waves. Pucci, unfortunately, no matter how sharp his claws were, they couldn't resist the terror of the fire-tipped spear. Under the suppression of the flames, those originally tyrannical demonic waves were completely destroyed. The fire-tipped spear directly pierced through the demonic chief's claws. At the same time, a blazing and tyrannical force burst out from the fire-tipped spear, directly shattering the demonic chief's claws. The demonic devil chief let out a blood-curdling scream. Its fury was soaring. Just as it was about to unleash a more powerful attack, it realized that 9 identical Xianxias had suddenly surrounded it. It was dazzled by what it saw, and it felt as if 9 flaming spears were stabbing at it at the same time. In the face of such an attack, the demonic chief's normal reaction was the same as Kong Yang's, attacking indiscriminately. Pucci, the demonic chief's ending was the same as Kong Yang's. He shattered all of Xianxia's doppelgangers, but he couldn't block the attack of Xianxia's real body. The fire-tipped spear pierced through the demonic chief's head, which was the most vital part of the demonic chief. This spear carried all of Xianxia's strength. Combined with the emperor weapon, it was a fatal blow to the demonic chief. The demonic chief's head was directly pierced through by the fire-tipped spear. Accompanied by the demonic chief's blood-curdling screech, the fire-tipped spear shook, and an incomparably bright demonic spirit was picked out from the demonic chief's head by the fire-tipped spear, falling into Xianxia's hand. At the same time, the bat leader was also at the end of its flight under the joint attack of De Huang Dog, Yu Wei, and the other 2. Half of its body was smashed. The moment it saw the demonic chief being killed by Xianxia, the bat leader was disheartened and completely lost its will to fight. At the same time, the bat leader's body was pierced by the battle weapons of Yu Wei and the other 2, dying tragically on the spot. The demonic chief is dead. Kill all these demonic beasts. Haha, don't let a single one of them escape. The disciples of the Nebula sect had gone crazy. Each and every one of them was shouting as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their will to fight was soaring, and the demonic beast army was collapsing one after another. The 3 demonic beast leaders were all dead. How could the other demonic beasts still have the will to fight? They immediately fled in all directions. How could the disciples of the Nebula sect let go of such a great opportunity? In an instant, the sound of battle shook the sky. The disciples of the Nebula sect joined hands and sealed the battlefield, leaving no place for the demonic beasts to escape. After a few hours of battle, all the demonic beasts were killed. Not a single one was left alive. The whole Huangling desert was filled with demonic beasts' corpses, and blood flowed like a river. This was an earth-shattering battle. The fierce battle lasted for a whole night. At this moment, the sky was slightly brighter. Many disciples of the Nebula sect were covered with blood, some of them belonged to themselves, and some belonged to the demonic beasts. After a whole night of battle, none of them felt tired. Everyone was extremely excited. They had never fought such a satisfying battle before. Before they departed from Nebula sect, no one had thought that the mission that was supposed to take 10 days would be completed in just 1 day. Moreover, it was so thorough that all the demonic beasts were killed. Everyone had obtained great benefits. The greatest reward this time wasn't only the demonic beasts, but the soul-stirring battle. That kind of intense battle was something they had never experienced before. At that moment, they felt that their blood was boiling. That kind of carefree feeling was indescribable. The battle was over. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the desert. There was still a sandstorm, and the yellow sand danced in the air. This was the climate of the Huangling desert. It was like this all day long. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at the white-robed youth standing in the sky. Their eyes were all filled with worship. Xianxia's war godlike expression would forever be imprinted in their hearts. As the outstanding figures of the younger generation, as the geniuses of the nebulous sect, it was truly difficult for them to worship someone. However, this white-robed youth in front of them made them have no choice but to worship him. The eyes of the female disciples were sparkling. Looking at their expressions, as long as Xianxia said the word, they would be willing to break their heads and offer their bodies to him. Xianxia, Xianxia, Xianxia. It was unknown who started the chant, but the entire sky above the desert resounded with Xianxia's name. At this moment, Xianxia carried the glory of a war god. He was the incarnation of a war god, and these people were willing to shout his name. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the rising sun in the east. His eyes emitted 2 rays of light. He enjoyed the feeling of standing at the peak. The glory of his previous life would also be the same in this life. He was moving forward step by step, returning to the peak. He believed that one day, he would once again set foot on the peak of this world. That day wouldn't be too far away. At this moment, Yu Wei and the other 2 disciples brought another heavily injured genius of the earth ranking to Xianxia. The 4 of them cupped their fists towards Xianxia at the same time. Brother Xianxia is truly an unprecedented genius. We admire you. The 4 of them spoke with sincerity. As the second ranker on the earth list, Yu Wei had never admired anyone before. It was even more impossible for him to say such words in front of others. However, he had done so today, and with such sincerity. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for Xianxia, their lives would have been in danger. Moreover, because of Xianxia's presence, the people of Huangling Desert had completed the mission ahead of schedule. His hot-blooded method had greatly boosted the morale of the disciples of Nebulous Sect. This was the rarest thing. Xianxia's means were extremely powerful. He was only an 8th grade combat king, yet he could easily kill a devil emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Aren't you going to thank me, De Huang? De Huang Dog came to the side of Yu Wei and the others and said with his head held high. Upon seeing this, the 4 of them quickly clasped their fists at De Huang Dog. If it wasn't for Brother Dog's help, we would have been in danger, and it would be impossible for us to kill that black bat. This demon soul should belong to Brother Dog. Yu Wei took out the demon soul of the black bat and placed it in front of De Huang Dog. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he knew very well that without De Huang's help, they wouldn't be able to get this demon soul. It would be good enough if they could keep their lives. Master Dog doesn't care about this thing. Just give it to that kid. De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. Yu Wei looked at Xianxia again. I am Yu Wei, the 2nd ranker of the Nebulous Sect. This demon soul of the leader of the demonic devils should belong to Brother Jiang. Xianxia nodded. He had a good impression of Yu Wei, at least, he was much better than Gui Sudong. You guys killed it, keep it for yourselves. Xianxia smiled. Brother Jiang, this demon soul is worth an emperor elixir. This time, when the sect announced the mission, it was very clear that whoever can bring back the demon soul of the leader of the demonic devils will get an emperor elixir. Such a precious thing, Brother Jiang should keep it for yourself. Yu Wei said. Hearing that, Xianxia's impression of Yu Wei became even better. This person was the 2nd ranker of the earth ranking, but he was a good person. If it was someone else, why would he give the treasure to someone else? He might even snatch it away. Xianxia was very clear about the importance of an emperor elixir to these people of the earth ranking, especially Yu Wei. If he was able to refine the emperor elixir, he would be able to directly advance to the realm of combat emperor and become a core disciple. This was the main reason why they came to Huangling Desert, but Yu Wei actually gave the treasure to him. I already have 2 demon souls of the leader of the demonic devils, I can exchange them for 2 emperor elixir. You should be clear about the emperor elixir, a person can only consume it once. If you consume it again, it will lose its effect. Therefore, brother, you should keep this demon soul for yourself as a gift for our first meeting. Xianxia stretched out his hand and patted Yu Wei's shoulder. Yu Wei's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. This demon soul was too important to him. He immediately kept the demon soul and said to Xianxia, Brother Zhang's kindness today, Yu Wei will always remember it. When we arrive at the nebulous sect, Brother Zhang's matter will be my matter. Yue was very clear that the chances of him getting the leader of the demonic devils in this desert was very slim. Aside from the fact that the leader of the demonic devils was very strong, there was also a huge competition within the nebulous sect. Husong had become a combat emperor and was well prepared. There was no way they could get their hands on it. However, the appearance of Jiangchen had ruined everyone's original plan. In this desert battle, the one who gained the most was, of course, Jiangchen. Jiangchen himself had gotten quite a number of high-ranked demon souls. The 2 emperor-ranked demon souls could be exchanged for 2 emperor elixir. De Huang Dog didn't need it, but he and Zueling Air needed it. Zueling Air relied on the emperor elixir to break through to the combat emperor realm. Jiangchen himself could also step into the 9th grade combat king realm, advancing his cultivation to the next level. Hua Sudong, Hu Lai, and the others saw everything from afar. The shock on their faces was indescribable. Brother Gua, he is so strong. He killed all the leaders of the demonic devils. I'm afraid it's not a good thing for us to go against him. Zhang De said. This guy killed all the demonic devils. Doesn't that mean my brother will have nothing left? Without the demon soul of the demonic devils, we won't be able to get the emperor elixir. This will be a great loss to me. Hu Lai was still worried about his emperor elixir. Hua Sudong and the other 2 glared at Hu Lai. It was all because of this trash. If it wasn't for this trash, they wouldn't have had such an unpleasant relationship with Jiangchen. Jiangchen's actions today would definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. With his and Zueling Air's talent, once they entered the sect, even the supreme elders would fight to accept them as their direct disciples. Going against Jiangchen would only bring them bad consequences. At this moment, an incomparably strong chi came from afar. The other disciples of Nebulous sect had appeared. Other than the people on the earth ranking, the most important person had finally appeared. It was Husong, who was ranked first in the earth ranking, a first-grade combat emperor. Look, Husong is here. I think there's going to be a good show. Brother Jiang has beaten up Hu Lai and Gua Sudong. Husong won't let this matter go. Even if Brother Jiang didn't beat Hu Lai, Husong would still cause trouble. He came here for the demonic devil chief, but there isn't even a single demonic devil left in the desert. He won't be satisfied if he doesn't get anything. Yeah, he won't get anything. This is really ironic. However, if he fights with Brother Jiang, he might not be able to defeat Brother Jiang. The demonic devil had been eliminated, but it would only get more lively next. Everyone knew about the grudge between Jiangchen and Hu Lai. Now that Husong had arrived, he wouldn't let this matter go. Husong was the number 1 genius on the earth ranking. He had already advanced to the combat emperor realm. His strength was tyrannical, incomparable to any ordinary first-grade combat emperor. In order to kill the leader of the demonic devils, Husong had made sufficient preparations. This meant that he had the means to deal with the leader. However, Jiangchen was also capable of killing the leader of the demonic devils. Plus, everyone had witnessed Jiangchen's strength. If Husong and Jiangchen were to fight, it was hard to tell who would win. When the newly arrived disciples of the Nebulous sect arrived and saw the situation in the desert, their facial expression changed drastically. Although they didn't know what had happened here, the corpses of the demonic devils were enough to prove that an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. My God! No wonder I didn't meet any demonic devils along the way. Could it be that all the demonic devils have been killed? How could this be? All the demonic devils in Huangling Desert have been killed? Are we late? There's nothing here, but how is this possible? Since when did the inner sect of the Nebulous sect become so powerful? What's going on? Could it be that the elders of the sect personally killed all the fiendish demons? That's impossible. If the elders were the ones to do it, why would the sect send us here to train? Isn't that just fooling us? Everyone was confused. They didn't know what was going on, but they were very clear that all the demonic devils in Huangling Desert had been killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. This indicated that their trip here was in vain. They couldn't even get a single strand of hair. The most depressed one was, of course, Husong. With his strength, he could sense that all the fiendish demons here had been killed, which meant that the leader of the fiendish demons was also dead. If the leader of the fiendish demons was not dead, he would definitely not have watched the disciples of the Nebula sect kill these fiendish demons. And this was definitely not the work of the sect elders, because the hundreds of Nebula sect disciples below that were covered in blood told him that they had indeed participated in such a battle. But the demons were all killed, and the Nebula sect disciples did not suffer any major losses. How was this possible? Since when did the inner disciples of the Nebula sect become so powerful? When Hu Lai saw his brother, he immediately went to greet him. Guo Sudong and the others followed behind him. Although they had recovered from their injuries, their bruised and swollen faces were still there. Their appearances could be said to be extremely embarrassing. What's going on? Who beat you up? Hu Song was stunned. These guys in front of him were obviously beaten up. But in the inner sect of the Nebula sect, who dared to beat his brother? They simply didn't want to live. What surprised him even more was that even Guo Sudong and the others were beaten up. One had to know that they were geniuses on the earth roll. Who could beat them up? Even Yu Wei, who was ranked second on the earth roll, couldn't do it. Big brother, you must help me. It's Jiang Chen, it's that Jiang Chen and that damned girl. Hu Lai sobbed. When he thought of the grievances and abuse he had suffered before, he almost wanted to lie on his big brother's shoulder and roll over in pain. Jiang Chen? Who is Jiang Chen? Who is that damned girl? Hu Song was like a monk scratching his head. He didn't know the two people that Hu Lai mentioned at all. There were no such people in the Nebula sect. Senior brother Hu, this is what happened. This time, the sect recruited inner disciples from various regions. Many new disciples directly joined the Huangling Desert to gain experience. Jiang Chan and Zhuo Ling are two of them. However, these two people are quite tyrannical. We are not their opponents. Guo Sudong told him everything that had happened here without any hesitation or concealment. From how Jiang Chen beat up Wu Lai, to how they were beaten up when they sought revenge, to how Jiang Chen swept across the desert and even killed the leader of the demonic devils. Guo Sudong told him everything. Guo Sudong didn't deliberately lower his voice, so those disciples who had just arrived heard it clearly. Their eyes suddenly widened as if they were dreaming. They didn't expect that it was a new disciple who did all this and killed all the fiendish demons. But then, their gazes fell on Hu Song at the same time. This situation was undoubtedly a great irony for Hu Song. It should be known that when Hu Song was in the sect, he had announced that he would kill the leader of the fiendish demons this time and obtain the imperial elixir for his younger brother. He didn't expect that when he came here excitedly, not to mention the leader of the fiendish demons, not even a hair was left. That feeling was like an old prostitute who drank aphrodisiac. After everything was ready and even took off his pants, he found that the woman was gone. How miserable. Big brother, you must not let that brat go. He dared to beat me, which is disrespectful to you. Now that he killed the leader of the fiendish demons before you, he is even more disrespectful to you. A new disciple who has just arrived is actually so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, what will happen in the future? Hu Lai said while gnashing his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat Jiang Chen alive. Now that he had his big brother, he immediately became arrogant again. In Hu Lai's heart, his big brother was an invincible existence. Even if Jiang Chen killed the leader of the fiendish demons, he would definitely not be a match for his big brother. This was a kind of blind worship. Humph, Hu Song snorted coldly. He looked at the group of disciples of the Nebula sect and said, Leng Leng, which one is Jiang Chen? Stand out. What should come would come sooner or later. Jiang Chen smiled and flew in front of Hu Song. He said indifferently, I am. I heard that you are number 1 on the Earth list. Do you have any advice for me? Hu Song's eyes were like torches as he stared at Jiang Chen. What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen was actually so young. He looked less than 20 years old, but he actually had such a high level of cultivation. He was extremely shocked. A new disciple dares to be so arrogant. He even dared to hit my little brother and a genius on the Earth list. How audacious, Hu Song said. His tone was extremely impolite because this young man in front of him had made him the laughingstock of the entire Nebula sect. One must know that before coming to the Huangling Desert, Husang had boasted that he would kill the leader of the fiendish demons and personally bring back the demon spirit of the leader of the fiendish demons. Not to mention the leader of the fiendish demons, there wasn't even a single fiendish demon left. A new disciple had beaten him to it. If he returned empty-handed, he would definitely be ridiculed by his fellow disciples. It would make him seem inferior to a new disciple. Even if he became a core disciple in the future, he would still be looked down upon. This was something that Husang couldn't tolerate. I don't care who you are, and I don't care how powerful you are in the Nebula sect. But I advise you not to provoke me, because I'm someone that you can't afford to offend. Xianxia said to Husang in an extremely serious tone. Those who knew Xianxia would know that this was a friendly reminder from Xianxia. He wasn't being arrogant or boastful. Husang burst into laughter. He felt that he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A new disciple dared to use such a tone to threaten him. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? However, the disciples of the Nebula sect didn't laugh. They didn't think that this was a joke. They felt that Xianxia's words were very sincere. No matter how one looked at it, Xianxia wasn't someone that Husang could provoke. Even if Husang had the strength to contend against Xianxia, with Xianxia's talent, it wouldn't be long before Husang would be left in the dust. You're indeed arrogant. No one in the inner sect has ever dared to speak to me like this. Xianxia, if you hand over the demon spirit of the leader of the fiendish demons to me, I can let bygones be bygones. How about it? This is already my bottom line. Husang said in a condescending tone. Damn it, you're really a shameless guy. If you want the demon spirit, go kill it yourself. Who can you blame for being late? Let me tell you, I don't have a demon spirit, but I have a whole basket of bullsh** tea. De Huang dog instantly couldn't stand it. Where did this dog come from? Are you courting death? Husang was enraged. With his status, it was fine that Xianxia was disrespectful to him, but now, even a dog dared to provoke him. Senior brother Hu, this dog isn't ordinary. Guosudong reminded. Big brother, we'll slaughter this dog later and stew it when we get back. Hu Lai said viciously. Looks like there's going to be a fight today. Xianxia won't hand over the demon spirit. With his ability, he won't give Husang any face. Yeah, this Husang is too much. Senior brother Jiang has shown his prowess today. It can be said that he has made a great contribution to the sect. We have obtained great benefits by following him, but Husang wants to snatch the fruits of our labor. How can there be such a good thing? If they really fight, who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Although senior brother Jiang is only an 8th grade combat king, his strength is obvious to all of us. Husang is a 1st grade combat emperor, but he has been preparing for a long time. He might have some powerful tricks up his sleeves. If they really fight, it's hard to say who will win. However, I hope that senior brother Jiang will win. In the future, his status and future in the Nebula sect will surpass Husang. That's right. I also hope that senior brother Jiang will win. After all, senior brother Jiang has brought us so many benefits. That Hu brother has never given us any benefits other than being overbearing. Xianxia, are you really not going to hand over the demon soul? Do you really think that you are qualified to fight me after killing the leader of the demonic beasts? Husang's eyes glinted with a cold light. From his point of view, this was the last chance he was giving to Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't cherish this chance, he would attack him without hesitation. Since you are so arrogant, I will challenge you now. Before I enter the Nebula sect, I will take the 1st place in the Earth ranking. That is not bad. Xianxia pointed his finger at Husang. His body emitted a strong desire to fight. He could see that there was no way to reconcile with Husang today. Why not take the initiative to challenge Husang? Husang was the 1st in the Earth ranking. As long as Xianxia defeated him, he would be the rightful 1st in the Earth ranking. Entering the Nebula sect with this identity was undoubtedly a great opportunity. This was probably the first time in the history of the Nebula sect. There were 2 rankings in the Nebula sect, one was the Sky ranking and the other was the Earth ranking. These 2 rankings had always been fought for by the core disciples and the inner sect disciples. However, there had never been a disciple who didn't even enter the Nebula sect who took the 1st place in the Earth ranking. If Xianxia entered the Nebula sect with the identity of the first place in the Earth ranking, it would be a miracle and a good story in the history of the Nebula sect. Fine, Xianxia, since you are so reckless, I will fulfill your wish. Before you pass the brilliant mirror test, you are not a true disciple of the Nebula sect. It is useless to only have the Jade token. Even if I kill you today, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. Husong pointed his finger at Xianxia and said arrogantly. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. Even though Xianxia had killed the leader of the demonic beasts, Xianxia was only an 8th grade combat king. Husong came prepared this time. His goal was to kill the leader of the demonic beasts. If it wasn't because of Xianxia's sudden appearance, he would definitely be able to kill the leader of the demonic beasts with his trump card. Brother Jiang, be careful. Although Husong has just become a combat emperor, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. It is said that his Black Rock Tyrant body scripture has reached a certain level, making it extremely difficult to deal with him. Also, Husong has prepared a trump card to kill the leader of the demonic beasts in Huangling Desert. Yue Wei transmitted his voice to Xianxia to remind him. Xianxia nodded. He couldn't afford to be careless when fighting Husong. He was only an 8th grade combat king. Although he had killed some combat emperors, whether it was Kong Yang or the leader of the demonic beasts, they were all suppressed by him. His current strength wasn't a match for a 2nd grade combat emperor. An ordinary 1st grade combat emperor, like Kong Yan, could be easily killed. However, Husong, who was ranked 1st in the Earth ranking, was obviously not someone that Kong Yan could compare to. He was a genius of the Nebula sect. Husong wasn't easy to deal with, but Xianxia wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, fighting with an existence like Husong could stimulate his desire to fight. Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you, the new genius, have. Husong's chi fluctuated and he flew up to the sky. The sun had risen completely. Huangling Desert seemed to have become warmer because all the demonic beasts had been eliminated, but there was still a sandstorm in the sky. Xianxia followed closely and flew up to the sky, creating another battlefield with Husong. The disciples of the Nebula sect widened their eyes and stared at the two of them without blinking. Although this battle wasn't going to take place in the Nebula sect, it was still an extremely shocking battle. It was related to the fight for the 1st rank of the Earth ranking. Ever since Husong had become a combat emperor, the Earth ranking hadn't changed much. Very few people were competing for it. Today, whether the new genius, Xianxia, could shake Husong's position in the Earth ranking was something that everyone was looking forward to. Everyone was looking forward to Xianxia's victory and creating a miracle. Just last night, Xianxia had led them to create a miracle. Asterisk ka. Asterisk a wave of yuan qi rushed out from Husong's body. At the same time, Husong's bones produced a ka sound. He was born with a strong physique, but he was much more handsome than Hu Lai. His sharp face was filled with a domineering aura. However, this domineering aura came from the cultivation technique that he had cultivated. From the changes in Husong's body, it could be seen that Husong cultivated an extremely powerful body refining cultivation technique. His corporeal body was extremely tyrannical. Just a moment ago, Yue Wei had already reminded him that Husong's profound rock tyrant body technique had been cultivated to a very high level. Steel opening hand. Husong bellowed and launched the first attack. He struck out a palm strike at Xianxia. It was the steel-breaking palm of the purest yang attribute. This steel-breaking palm was many times more powerful than the steel-breaking palm of the Shangguan family in the eastern continent. Husong's palm seemed to be covered with a layer of solid golden rock. It was emitting a dazzling radiance that was mixed with mystical runes. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xianxia. This palm carried an aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was enough to smash a mountain into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. Boom, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so he wasn't afraid of anyone with a powerful physique. Husong's powerful physique made Xianxia extremely excited. It was a good chance for him to clash with Husong and test his own physique. Xianxia struck out with his fist. His fist was covered with blood-red dragon scales and turned into a gigantic dragon claw. He clashed with Husong's steel opening hand. Bang, the fist and the palm collided, producing a metallic clanging sound. It didn't seem to be a part of the two's bodies, but two terrifying weapons colliding. Sparks flew everywhere. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong the two's bodies were. Both Xianxia and Husong were hit by a powerful force. They took 3 steps back before they could regain their balance. Husong's facial expression changed. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He cultivated the Black Rock Tyrant body art, so he was very confident in his physique. No one at the same level as him had ever dared to fight him with their physique. He didn't expect that an 8th grade combat king like Xianxia could be on par with him. This made Husong put away his underestimation of Xianxia. He was shocked. He couldn't believe that an 8th grade combat king could be this powerful. When he was an 8th grade combat king, compared to Xianxia, he was just a piece of trash. This made Husong feel that he was far behind Xianxia, and it was this thought that made him jealous. So powerful. Husong's cultivation of the Black Rock Tyrant body art has reached a certain level, making his physique extremely strong. No one in the inner sect dares to compete with him in terms of physique. I didn't expect Brother Jiang to be on par with him. Brother Jiang is really an abnormal monster. Not only is his combat skill powerful, but his physique is also terrifying. It's really rare to see such an abnormal monster. The Black Rock Tyrant body art is Husong's biggest advantage. If he can't suppress Xianxia with this, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to win. Many people were shocked. They had followed Xianxia for a night. Xianxia led them to kill the demons and devils, killing the leaders of the demons. He had used all kinds of terrifying skills. Now, he was fighting Husong with such a terrifying physique. How could they not be surprised? I don't believe that your physique is stronger than mine. Husong's expression became fierce. Since he started cultivating the Black Rock Tyrant body art, he had extreme confidence in his physique. He could accept that someone's physique was stronger than his, but he couldn't accept that an 8th grade combat king's physique was stronger than his. Asterisk boom asterisk Husong attacked again. It was still a physical attack. His palms danced in the air, and in a blink of an eye, dozens of palm prints were shot out. The void was about to explode, and the attacks were aimed at Xianxia. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia didn't slow down. His body moved like a graceful bird, and each step he took shattered the void. He quickly took 5 steps, and crushed all the palm prints that Husong had shot out. Under the huge impact of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, Husong was greatly shaken. He took 3 steps back, but this time, Xianxia only took 2 steps back. Judging from the surface, it seemed like Xianxia had the upper hand. Xianxia's advantage was huge. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he wasn't afraid of consuming his energy. However, Husong couldn't afford to compete with Xianxia. If he were to compete with Xianxia in terms of consuming his energy, just like Kong Yang, the consequences would be unimaginable. Look, Husong is being pushed back. I can't believe it. This is scary. Brother Jiang is not a human. Humph. My brother hasn't shown his skills yet. That Xianxia is no match for him. Just wait and see. Everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect that Xianxia would gain the upper hand in the second move. Although Hu Lai's tone was still extremely arrogant, it was not difficult to see from his expression that his heart was beating like a drum. In his mind, his brother should be able to take down Xianxia in a few moves, but he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. Yu Wei sighed. As a genius on the Earth list, he couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up again, and secretly sighed that he was inferior to him. Guo Sudong's face revealed a trace of self-mockery. He thought about how he had been so arrogant to teach Xianxia a lesson to vent his anger on Hu Lai. Now, it seemed that he was really childish and laughable. De Huang Dog wagged his big tail and smiled brightly. He had never been worried about Xianxia. Zhuo Ling waved her little fist and cheered for Xianxia. She was very happy. If this is all you have, then you are too weak. You are no match for me at all. Xianxia stretched out a finger and shook it at Husong. However, he also knew that Husong definitely had more powerful skills. If this was all he had, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill the demon leader. Xianxia, Hu Song, have never lost to anyone in terms of physical strength. Today, I will let you see my black rock tyrant body. Hu Song was angry and no longer hid his strength. Hu Song was extremely annoyed that his physical strength had been defeated by Xianxia. He had also suffered a blow in his heart. This was a blow that he couldn't bear. However, he hadn't used his black rock tyrant body yet. Once he used it, he believed that Xianxia definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Hu Song's body started to change. Layers of sturdy rocks appeared on the surface of his body. These golden rocks had runes on them, and Hu Song's body grew larger and larger. In the end, he became a 3-meter-tall golden giant. At this moment, Hu Song was a golden giant with a layer of armor on the surface of his body. This was the black rock tyrant body. Hu Song had cultivated the black rock tyrant body to the point where he could transform. After transforming, his physical body was many times stronger than before. Haha, did you see that? My big brother transformed. This is the real black rock tyrant body. It's invincible and can smash a mountain. Hu Lai laughed loudly. In his opinion, as long as his big brother transformed, Xianxia would be completely finished. Under the impact of his big brother's black rock tyrant body, Xianxia would be smashed to death. What a powerful tyrant body. It can actually transform. In this way, the strength of his physical body is many times stronger than before. If Brother Jiang were to face it head-on, I'm afraid he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Yeah, Hu Song is really powerful. His physical body is unparalleled in the world. No one can compare to him. Look at Brother Jiang's calm face. He doesn't seem to care at all. He doesn't put Hu Song in his eyes at all. I guess he might have an even more powerful opponent. Hu Song's transformation caused an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They deeply felt that Hu Song's black rock tyrant body was too sharp. Many people were worried about Xianxia. Xianxia, my black rock tyrant body is indestructible. I wonder if you dare to continue to face me head-on? Hu Song's voice shook like thunder as he shouted at Xianxia. Why wouldn't I dare? Xianxia said indifferently. Haha, Xianxia, I have to say that your physical body is also rare and terrifying. Unfortunately, compared to my mysterious rock tyrant body, there is still a huge gap. You dare to collide with me head-on. It's rare that you aren't afraid of being knocked to death by me. Hu Song laughed heartily, looking as if he had already defeated Xianxia. After transforming the profound rock tyrant body, it gave him great confidence, giving him the capital to be arrogant. You can transform? Can't I? Xianxia chuckled, before he immediately shouted, Firethorn battle armor. Boom, with a boom, a layer of reddish gold battle armor appeared on the surface of Xianxia's body. This battle armor was extremely sharp. Not only was it flickering with golden light, but there were also spikes protruding from it, making it look abnormally sharp. What? Upon seeing this, Hu Song immediately cried out in shock. He could feel the terrifying energy coming from Xianxia's Firethorn combat armor, and those sharp spikes were not easy to deal with. This combat armor had both offensive and defensive capabilities, it was simply flawless. Look, Senior Jiang can actually transform. His aura is not any weaker than Hu Song's. It's really hard to imagine that Senior Jiang has so many tricks up his sleeves. It's simply endless. I didn't expect Senior Jiang to also cultivate such a tyrannical secret technique. His battle armor looks even more terrifying than Hu Song's. Do you guys see those spikes? If he goes on a rampage, those spikes will simply be fatal. Terrifying. This Hu Song is not arrogant anymore. He has finally met his match today with the ability he is so proud of. Everyone was shocked. The shock this time was much more intense than when Hu Song had used the Black Rock Tyrant body. After all, everyone knew that Hu Song had cultivated the Black Rock Tyrant body. However, it was different for Xianxia. He had already displayed many tyrannical skills when he was killing demons. In the eyes of the crowd, it was already the limit for a person to have so many skills. However, now that Xianxia had displayed the tyrannical Firethorn battle armor, his skills seemed to be endless, as if he would never be able to display them all. Hu Lai, who was originally abnormally excited, was also stunned at this moment. Thinking of Jiang Chen's previous strong performance, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This time, the two of them once again appeared to be evenly matched. The crowd was even more excited for the next fierce battle. "Come on!" Jiang Chen roared. With the Firethorn battle armor on, he charged straight at Husong. His speed was extremely fast. Like a ray of light, he appeared before Husong in the blink of an eye. "Humph!" Husong snorted coldly. Jiang Chen had chosen to collide head-on with him without any fancy moves. This was exactly what he had hoped for. He could display his black rock tyrant body to the extreme. He did not believe that Jiang Chen's battle armor could be stronger than his. Rumble, the two of them collided with each other using their physical bodies. The sound that erupted was like two mountains colliding together. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. A large hole was formed in the void. An ice-cold devouring power came out from the hole, making people feel cold just by looking at it. Next, dong dong dong, under the gaze of countless people, the two of them collided again and again. Every collision was earth-shattering. The sound produced was like a clap of thunder, making people's hearts tremble. It was hard to imagine that these two people were colliding with each other using their physical bodies. This was a fighting method that did not care about one's life. This was the most primitive fighting, extremely fierce. With the continuous collisions, Husong started to show signs of weakness. His indestructible black rock tyrant body was riddled with holes by the sharp spikes of the Firethorn battle armor. It looked like it was going to fall apart at any time. Moreover, Husong started to show signs of weakness and lack of strength. However, Jiang Chen was becoming more and more ferocious. Again and again, he fiercely collided with Husong. Although Husong's black rock tyrant body had been cultivated to the point where it could transform, it had not been cultivated to the great completion stage. This meant that there were certain flaws. However, Jiang Chen's Firethorn battle armor was different. The Firethorn battle armor was the innate ability of the Firethorn beast. After being absorbed by Jiang Chen using the dragon transformation skill, it became his innate ability. Whenever he used it, it would always be the most powerful and perfect form. In addition, Jiang Chen's Yuan force was endless, so he was not afraid of consumption. Husong using this method to fight with Jiang Chen was asking for abuse. It's over, Husong is finished. His black rock tyrant body is going to be destroyed by Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang is really ferocious, he is unbeatable. I thought that even if Brother Jiang could win, it would be because of some other means. I didn't expect that he would choose to use his own body to defeat Husong. This result is far more shocking than using other means. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Husong said that he was fully prepared to kill the leader of the demonic beasts. He must have a more powerful trump card. This scene was too shocking. It was a soul-stirring scene. Jiang Chen's Firethorn battle armor was too terrifying. If this continued, Husong's black rock tyrant body would be destroyed in less than 10 minutes. Damn it, how could this happen? Husong felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He was cursing Jiang Chen's mother in his heart. Jiang Chen's abnormal strength was beyond his understanding. He couldn't imagine how an 8th-grade combat king could be so powerful. This freak is too powerful. Even my black rock tyrant body can't withstand it. However, if I lose to a newcomer today, where will I, Husong, put my face in the future? Not only will I become the laughingstock of the inner sect, even if I become a core disciple, I will still be laughed at. It seems I have to use my trump card. No matter what, I cannot lose today. Husong clenched his teeth and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly shouted and shattered the rocks on the surface of his body, returning to his original appearance. At this moment, Husong's face was a little pale and his breathing was a little uneven. He no longer had the imposing manner he had at the beginning. If one were to judge from the battle just now, Husong had already lost, and he had lost completely. Seeing this, Jiang Chen kept his Firethorn battle armor and wore a faint smile on his face. Jiang Chen, you have really angered me. Husong shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with anger. What other tricks do you have? Jiang Chen didn't care. No matter what tricks Husong had, he would take it head-on. He wanted to establish his position before he entered the nebulous sect. He was very clear about his purpose of coming to the Nebula sect, so he couldn't keep a low profile. In such a big sect, only the true geniuses would be valued by the higher-ups. Only those who were valued by the higher-ups would have the opportunity to meet the higher-ups, get in touch with the master of the Nebula sect, and get close to the broken heavenly saint sword. This Husong was the first step in establishing his position. Husong would definitely be a stepping stone in his path. Humph. Of course I do. Husong let out a cold humph. He took out a blood-red pill with lightning speed and put it into his palm. The moment the pill entered his body, his chi suddenly became extremely strong. In just a few breaths' time, his chi had risen from the first-grade combat emperor to the second-grade combat emperor. His yuan force was surging, he didn't feel tired at all. Outside his body, a blood-red airflow appeared, carrying a manic chi. What? Second-grade combat emperor? So this is Husong's trump card. I don't know where he got a forbidden pill that can temporarily increase his grade to the second-grade combat emperor. This kind of forbidden pill is very precious. I don't know how he got it, but consuming this pill will cause great harm to his body. When the effect of the pill is over, he will return to the first-grade combat emperor and he will suffer the backlash of the pill. It will take at least 3 months for him to recover. This guy is going all out just to deal with Xianxia. This is too scary. Husong has indeed made sufficient preparations for this training in Huangling Desert. He is now a second-grade combat emperor. Brother Jiang won't be his match. Husong had consumed a forbidden pill that temporarily increased his grade from a first-grade combat emperor to a second-grade combat emperor. This was something that Xianxia didn't expect. However, Husong had made sufficient preparations to kill the leader of the demonic devils, so it was normal for him to have such a trump card. Looking at Husong, who had suddenly become stronger, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. With his 8th-grade combat king Cultivation, there was no way that he could defeat Husong, who was a second-grade combat emperor, because there was no elemental restriction between him and Husong, which was different from Kongyang. Furthermore, Husong, who was a second-grade combat emperor, was much stronger than Kongyang. Not good. I'm afraid that Brother Jiang is in danger. Husong has a forbidden pill that was prepared to kill the leader of the demonic devils, but he didn't hesitate to use it to deal with Brother Jiang. Yu Wei's facial expression changed. No one would have thought that Husong's trump card would be this. Forcefully increasing his grade, even if it was only for a short period of time, it was enough to defeat Xianxia. What should we do? I'm sure that Big Brother won't be able to defeat him. Swilling Air was worried, her face was filled with unhappiness. Don't worry, this kid must have a way to deal with it. There's nothing in this world that he can't handle. De Huang Dog said. He was very confident in Xianxia. He had been following Xianxia ever since they were in Red City. No one understood Xianxia better than him. Along the way, Xianxia had encountered all kinds of dangers and powerful opponents, but compared to the current situation, it was nothing. Xianxia, you have made me consume a forbidden pill. You are too despicable. Today, I must teach you a lesson. If I accidentally kill you, it won't be considered as killing a fellow disciple, because you haven't truly entered the Nebula sect yet. Husong's voice was loud as he spoke to Xianxia. Xianxia, who had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, had a very sensitive perception. He could feel a faint killing intent from Husong. This made Xianxia's eyes turn cold. All along, those who wanted to kill him would never have a good ending. As for Husong, Xianxia's strength frightened him. Today, he had completely offended Xianxia. He only had one forbidden pill. In other words, this was his only chance to kill Xianxia. If he didn't take advantage of the forbidden pill to kill Xianxia, he would forever lose the chance to kill Xianxia. Xianxia's talent terrified him. Once Xianxia entered the Nebula sect, he would definitely be valued by the higher-ups. At that time, the entire Nebula sect would not have a good ending for Husong. Therefore, Husong had the intention to kill Xianxia. He wanted to kill Xianxia here. Even if there were a few hundred pairs of eyes looking at him, he wouldn't be afraid. This was because everyone who wanted to enter the Nebula sect had to pass the assessment and test of the bright mirror. In other words, Xianxia wasn't a true disciple of the Nebula sect yet. Killing him wouldn't be considered as killing a fellow disciple. At most, he would be scolded by the elders when he returned. Do you really think that you can kill me? Jiang Chenlongling said. Haha, don't tell me that you still have some powerful means? Even if you do, it's useless. I am now a second-grade combat emperor. My strength is much stronger than before. Killing you is as easy as blowing off dust. Hu Song laughed. He was certain that he would defeat Jiang Chen because he couldn't think of any means that Jiang Chen could use to resist him. One should know that the gap between their cultivation wasn't that easy to make up for. Of course I have it. Jiang Chen said faintly. He had two ways to deal with Hu Song. The first was to use the power of the Saint Bone, which was enough to defeat Hu Song. However, the consumption of the Saint Bone was too great. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were too many people here. There were a few hundred pairs of eyes looking at them. Today's battle with Hu Song would definitely be spread to the Nebula sect and the higher-ups of the Nebula sect. The Saint Bone was his secret. He didn't want to expose it in front of too many people because it would be easy for him to be targeted by the people of the Nebula sect. Then, there was only the second way, which was to refine all the demon and devil souls in his Qi and break through to the 9th grade combat king. Defeating Hu Song would be as easy as blowing off dust, but this kind of advancement would have an impact on Jiang Chen's foundation. I have 2 demon souls of the devil leaders. I can exchange them for 2 emperor elixir when I get to the Nebula sect. I will give one to Ling Heir and one to myself. This way, I can break through to the 9th grade combat king. Not only can the emperor elixir make up for the negative impact caused by using the demon souls, it can also help me break through to the combat emperor realm and absorb the medicinal power of the emperor elixir perfectly. Jiang Chen thought to himself. A pill like the emperor elixir was too precious. Even the Nebula sect wouldn't take it out so casually. If an ordinary person obtained the emperor elixir, they would have to wait until they reached the 9th grade combat king before using it. If they used it before that, it would be a great waste. Jiang Chen was now an 8th grade combat king. If he obtained the emperor elixir, he would only be able to break through to the 9th grade combat king. Although it would strengthen his foundation, it would take some time before he could break through to the combat emperor realm. Now that he was fighting with Hu Song, Jiang Chen had no choice but to temporarily refine the demon souls to break through to the 9th grade combat king. As long as he obtained the emperor elixir, everything would be solved, and he would be able to break through to the combat emperor realm. Jiang Chen was never hesitant when he did things, he would do it immediately. He moved his Qi, all the devil souls and demon souls flew up. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, all the devil souls and demon souls were shattered at the same time, turning into surging energy that seeped into all of Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen had stored a large amount of devil souls in his body. The souls of the 9th grade demonic devils that he killed in the desert were also stored in his body. He wanted to break through to the 9th grade combat king, but such a large amount was enough for him. As for the 2 devil emperor demon souls, he couldn't refine them yet because he wanted to exchange them for the emperor elixir in the Nebula sect. Once he swallowed the emperor elixir, it would be gone. Anyway, the devil souls and demon souls were enough for him. **** Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen's qi was the same as Hu Song's. It was rising continuously. In Jiang Chen's body, new dragon marks began to form. With such a large amount of energy, the speed of forming dragon marks was unimaginable. Soon, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Jiang Chen had 35,000 dragon marks before, and now he had 36,000 dragon marks, which was exactly the level of the 9th grade combat king. At this critical moment, the heaven elixir couldn't be left out. A large amount of heaven elixir was absorbed by Jiang Chen as if it was free. ****, an incomparably strong qi rushed out from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's cultivation had broken through to the 9th grade combat king, which was many times stronger than before. This sudden change caused an uproar among the crowd. Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle for them. What? 9th grade combat king? He has broken through to the 9th grade combat king? How is this possible? My God, this is too ridiculous. He has broken through to the 9th grade combat king in the blink of an eye. Since when did it become so easy? Is this what they call a true monster? Amazing. Senior brother Jiang has created another miracle. Also, did you guys notice that Husong used the elixir to temporarily increase his cultivation? When the elixir's effect subsides, his cultivation will also regress, and he will even suffer a certain amount of backlash. However, senior brother Jiang has truly advanced a level. This is the kind that won't regress. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The scene was so exciting that it made people unable to calm down. Initially, everyone thought that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to defeat Husong. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would advance to the next level without any warning? Of course, a 9th grade combat king and a 2nd grade combat emperor shouldn't be comparable. However, when the 9th grade combat king was in Jiang Chen's body, it was a completely different story. Both of them had advanced to the next level, indicating that Husong wouldn't be able to defeat Jiang Chen, and would be defeated by Jiang Chen in the end. Husong was the most shocked one. He had seen Jiang Chen's advancement with his own eyes. He suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Since when did it become so easy to advance from 8th grade combat king to 9th grade combat king? Husong could clearly see that Jiang Chen wasn't the same as him. Jiang Chen didn't use the pill to temporarily increase his cultivation. Husong, do you still have the confidence to kill me? Jiang Chen looked at Husong Lingleng. Humph. So what if you have advanced to the next level? A 9th grade combat king is still a combat king. I am now a 2nd grade combat emperor. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Husong harumphed coldly. Then hurry up and attack. If you wait any longer, your medicinal power will be completely consumed. Jiang Chen said. He was now a 9th grade combat king. The feeling of being a 9th grade combat king wasn't ordinary. That kind of power gave him the urge to roar. He couldn't wait to have a battle with Husong. Asterisk boom. Asterisk before Husong could attack, Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm. The huge dragon claw was more than 10 meters long, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was aimed at Husong. Steel opening hand. Husong shouted and struck out the steel opening hand again. At the same time, the powerful black rock tyrant body emerged. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the steel opening hand and the true dragon palm collided and were instantly destroyed. Husong's body was pushed back 3 steps. After both of them had advanced to the next level, Husong was at a disadvantage in the first exchange. It was obvious that although both of them had advanced to the next level, Jiang Chen's enhancement was much stronger than Husong's. As a matter of fact, relying on pills to temporarily increase one's cultivation grade was extremely unstable. Husong's 2nd grade combat emperor was just flashy but not practical. It couldn't be compared to a true 2nd grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen was a true 9th grade combat king. How could he be so powerful? Husong's facial expression changed drastically. His heart began to beat like a drum. This was the first time he had lost his confidence. Azure Dragon 5 steps. Boom, a thunderous sound once again resounded in the void. Jiang Chen's feet shone with indescribable runes. The void was directly shattered by his stomp. His whole body emitted a dazzling light and completely locked Husong's aura. He immediately stomped down. Husong felt the huge pressure from Jiang Chen's stomp. His expression instantly changed. The collision just now caused him to fall into a disadvantageous position once again. It was a huge blow to Husong's heart. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. Facing the domineering Jiang Chen, he clearly had a trace of fear. Husong didn't dare to be careless. He immediately struck out with the steel-breaking palm again. Just like the previous time, countless palm prints were struck out by him. They covered the sky and the earth as they attacked Jiang Chen. Each palm print carried a destructive power. Everywhere it passed, the void was destroyed. Boom, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was still very powerful. He took the 2nd step and the shadow of a dragon surged. When his foot stepped on the palm prints, there was a violent roar. The void seemed to have undergone a huge explosion. Endless flames burned. The destructive waves of the battle swept across the entire sky. Even the disciples of the nebulous sect who were standing below could still feel that kind of horrifying feeling. They could almost imagine that if they were standing in the center of the battlefield at this moment, they would be directly crushed into dregs. Husong had already done his best and unleashed his attack to the extreme. Even so, when Xianxia took the third step, Husong already began to feel extremely strained. He felt that every step that Xianxia took was like a huge mountain pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated. Boom, Xianxia took the fourth step. Accompanied by the roar of a dragon, he descended from the sky like a god of war and stomped down on Husong's head. Black Rock Tyrant Body. Husong shouted and finally transformed again. The Black Rock Tyrant body was even more majestic than before. He waved his hand and punched out. It was like a diamond drill. He didn't believe that Xianxia's foot was really so powerful. He wanted to use all his strength to pierce through Xianxia's foot. Dong, Kacha. Unfortunately, the power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps wasn't something Husong could imagine. Husong's second-grade combat emperor realm was forcefully increased, it was extremely unstable. Xianxia was a true 9th-grade combat king. When Husong took the 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, cracks immediately appeared on his mystic rock tyrant body. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. My brother is invincible. It's impossible that he can't even defeat a new disciple. Hu Lai, who had been watching the battle, had his face turned ugly. Today, his mood had been on a roller coaster ride. He hadn't succeeded in his revenge until the end. Now, even his brother wasn't a match for Xianxia. How could he take revenge? Guosudong couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Hu Lai couldn't see it, but Guosudong could. According to the current situation, Husong wasn't a match for Xianxia. Even if he could use his second-grade combat emperor to resist Xianxia's crazy attacks, the medicinal effect in his body would dissipate very soon. When that time comes, he would be beaten like a dog by Xianxia. Maybe even when he was a second-grade combat emperor, he would be beaten like a dog by Xianxia. Husong, this is my last step. If your tyrant body can withstand it without breaking, I will let you go back in one piece. After saying that, Xianxia took the 5th step. A huge dragon's shadow appeared under his feet. It was vivid and lifelike, like a real dragon. Husong let out a roar and rushed forward with his mystic rock tyrant body. Although Xianxia's combat skills were powerful, his mystic rock tyrant body wasn't weak either. He didn't believe that his opponent could crush his tyrant body. It was impossible. Kong, unfortunately, the reality was cruel. Xianxia's 5th step landed on Husong's body. His indestructible tyrant body didn't even have the slightest resistance. It shattered with a loud bang. Husong was sent flying away. Blood spurted out from his mouth along the way. He fell from the sky with a loud bang, creating a huge pit on the ground. Yellow sand and black smoke were swirling in the air. The scene turned silent all of a sudden. Everyone was staring at the huge pit on the ground with their mouths wide open. Husong was defeated. No one had thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly. The power of Xianxia's last step was too strong, it had reached the point where he couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, Husong was a second-grade combat emperor at that time. If he was a first-grade combat emperor, he was afraid that his whole body would have been crushed by Xianxia's foot. Brother! Hu Lai roared. He was the first one to rush to the pit. Guosudong and the rest followed him. They saw Husong climbing out of the pit with difficulty. His current appearance was extremely miserable. His clothes were torn and tattered. His handsome face was covered with blood mist. He was still coughing blood and his body was trembling. The destruction of his mystic rock tyrant body had caused him great harm. Swoosh. Xianxia turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of Husong with a faint smile on his face. Husong's eyes fell on Xianxia. Apart from a trace of hatred, there were more complicated emotions in his eyes. Only God knew what he was feeling now. He had lost a lot of face today, but he had to admit that he had never seen such an abnormal genius like Xianxia. He had already reached the second-grade combat emperor realm, but he was still defeated by his opponent. Husong has lost. The first rank of the Earth ranking has changed to Xianxia from now on. Brother Jiang is too powerful. I can almost conclude that as long as Brother Jiang enters the sect, he will be valued by the higher-ups. His position in the future will be extraordinary. We will follow Brother Jiang from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly in Huangling Desert. Moreover, everyone has obtained great benefits. More importantly, we didn't have any casualties. This is all thanks to Brother Jiang. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. That's right, they were excited. Jiang Chen had won the battle. It felt like they had won the battle themselves. As a matter of fact, after a night of fighting against the demons, these disciples of the Nebula sect had been subdued by Jiang Chen. Most of them were on his side during the battle between him and Husong. Jiang Chen, you have won, but I won't let this matter go so easily. We'll settle this when we reach the Nebula sect. Husong left behind a harsh sentence and turned to leave. Wait. Jiang Chen immediately stopped him. I didn't say you could leave. What do you want? Husong snapped out of his daze and glared at Jiang Chen. Didn't you threaten to kill me just now? Since you want to kill me, there's no reason for me to let you go. I, Jiang Chen, never like to leave behind future troubles. Since you want to kill me, that makes you my enemy. What reason do I have to let my enemy live so arrogantly? Jiang Chen's face was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hearing that, everyone's expression changed, including Husong's. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. It seemed like Jiang Chen wanted to kill Husong. If that happened, the nature of the battle would change completely, and the consequences would be quite serious. The Nebula sect had a clear rule that disciples were not allowed to kill each other. If there was a grudge between them, they could settle it in the arena of life and death. Of course, there were so many disciples in the Nebula sect, and it was not uncommon for disciples to kill each other. However, those were all done secretly. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill Husong now, he would do it in front of hundreds of inner disciples. The nature of the battle was completely different. You want to kill me? Husong's eyes revealed a ruthless light. Are you the only one allowed to kill me? Moreover, isn't it easy for me to kill you now? You don't seem to have any trump cards left. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Senior brother Jiang, don't be impulsive. If you kill Husong here, it will be very disadvantageous for you. You haven't entered the sect yet, so you are not a disciple. If you kill Husong, it won't be as simple as killing a fellow disciple. It will be a provocation to the entire Nebula sect. Lani hurriedly walked forward, afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Husong impulsively. If that happened, the consequences would be really serious. Haha, Jiang Chen, did you hear that? If you dare to kill a core disciple of the Nebula sect in front of so many people, you will become the enemy of the entire Nebula sect. I'm afraid that not only will you not be able to enter the Nebula sect, you will also be chased by the Nebula sect. Husong burst into laughter. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. He was sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill him. There were hundreds of eyes of the Nebula sect watching. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to live either. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed into slits, but he still couldn't hide the cold light that shot out from his eyes. From the moment Husong wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen had already sentenced him to death. However, he wouldn't kill Husong now. Otherwise, he would have killed him just now. How could he allow Husong to be so arrogant and domineering here? Killing Husong could indeed make him feel good for a moment, but the loss would be huge. Not only would he lose the qualification to enter the Nebula sect, the 2 Emperor Elixir pills would also be wasted. It would also be impossible for him to inquire about the broken Heavenly Saint sword. He would also offend the entire Nebula sect. With his current cultivation, it was really unwise for him to go against the entire Nebula sect. As you wish, I won't kill you. I'll leave one of your arms behind and let you go. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked at Husong. What? Husong and Hulai cried out in surprise at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Jiang Chen actually wanted them to leave one of their arms behind. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Although I lost to you today, I'm still a core disciple of the Nebula sect. How dare you, The sword was like a cold light. Husong's arm fell to the ground and it was still twitching. Husong's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at his arm with wide eyes. Apart from the person involved, no one could understand this feeling. Husong probably didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have such guts. He actually dared to cut off one of his arms in front of so many inner sect disciples. Husong didn't have the mood to consider Jiang Chen's guts. He had lost an arm and it would definitely affect his future cultivation. Even if he was a combat emperor, he didn't have the ability to regrow an arm. His bright future might be ruined because of this. This was what Husong couldn't accept the most. All the others held their breaths, not daring to say a word. All of them stared at Jiang Chen and the sharp sword in his hand with wide eyes. This was an extremely ruthless man, he attacked without giving them any leeway. Offending a man like this was a really scary thing. In fact, after a night of killing, the inner sect disciples of the Nebula sect could already see that Jiang Chen was a very ruthless person. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. If Husong wasn't a core disciple of the Nebula sect, he would have been a dead man by now. Even so, Jiang Chen still took away one of his arms as punishment. This is too ruthless. Husong is finished. Not only did he lose an arm today, he will also suffer from the backlash of the forbidden pill. This will make his situation extremely bad and affect his cultivation greatly. I think he deserves it. Normally, he is extremely arrogant in the Nebula sect. Today, he wanted to bully Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. Not only did he fail to bully Jiang Chen, but he also suffered a heavy loss. I dare to say that if there weren't so many people here, Husong would have died in the hands of senior brother Jiang. That goes without saying. One look and you can tell that senior brother Jiang is a decisive person. He's never hesitant when it comes to dealing with his enemies. Husong is lucky that he only lost an arm. However, senior brother Jiang hasn't even entered the sect and he's already injured a genius disciple. When he enters the sect, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Who knows? But when the time comes, I can testify for senior brother Jiang. It was Husong who threatened to kill him first, so senior brother Jiang only made a move. Only taking one of Husong's arms is already letting him off easy. Jiang Chen's strength had already been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. His ruthless methods did not even let Husong off. This was only because he was Jiang Chen. If it had been someone else, a new disciple would have chopped off the arm of the #1 genius on the earth list. This was simply lawless. Jiang Chen, you actually dared to chop off my arm. You and I are irreconcilable. Husong gnashed his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen alive. He had never hated a person so much. One more word and I'll take your other arm. Jiang Chen's tone was emotionless. However, his words were unquestionable. Even Husong did not doubt that if he dared to say another word, Jiang Chen would really chop off his other arm. No matter how angry Husong was, he was under the roof now. He did not dare to say another word. He turned his head and left. Some disciples followed Husong and left. Those disciples who came with Husong looked at Jiang Chen and sighed. They then took to the air and left as well. The demons had all been killed. There was no point for them to stay. However, they knew that the Nebula sect would not be peaceful in the future. Big brother, that guy wanted to kill you. He hated you so much. Why didn't you kill him? Zwillinger said angrily. Senior brother Jiang is thinking about the future. After all, you guys are not considered as real disciples of the Nebula sect. If you kill Husong now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now that senior brother Jiang has chopped off one of Husong's arms, there will be a lot of trouble when we return to the sect. Lonnie said. He felt that Jiang Chen was too impulsive to chop off Husong's arm. Although it will be a little troublesome, it's better than killing Husong directly. With brother Jiang's talent, the sect will not make things too difficult for him. After all, compared to Husong, brother Jiang is more valuable. Yue Wei said. Alright, now that the Huangling Desert is over, let's return to the sect. Jiang Chen said. He immediately led a few hundred disciples of the Nebula sect towards the direction of the Nebula sect's mountain gate. It's rare for the inner disciples of the Nebula sect to be so orderly. Usually, they would fight with each other constantly. It's impossible for them to form such a large group. But now, they were all willing to follow Jiang Chen. Thinking about the fact that they would soon return to the sect, their faces bloomed with smiles. They were naturally very happy, because the harvest this time was too great. Every one of them obtained a lot of demon spirits. When they return to the sect, they can exchange them for the treasures they want. Lonnie, what is the brilliant mirror? On the way, Xianxia curiously asked. He had heard the words brilliant mirror from Husong's mouth more than once. It seems that every disciple that enters the Nebula sect must first pass the test of the brilliant mirror. Logically speaking, he and Zueling were originally chosen from the same region, so there's no need for them to pass the second test. Senior brother Jiang might not know this, but the brilliant mirror is our Nebula sect's treasure. However, we have never seen what the brilliant mirror looks like. The test for new disciples is just a projection of the brilliant mirror. Every new disciple must first walk under the brilliant mirror. This mirror has a certain magical power. Its purpose is to test the disciple's loyalty. If someone comes to the Nebula sect with a special purpose, they will definitely be reflected by the brilliant mirror and suffer an attack from it, dying on the spot. Of course, most of the disciples are safe and sound. The Nebula sect is one of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu. No one would be stupid enough to come here with bad intentions, unless they don't want to live anymore. To be able to enter the Nebula sect is a supreme glory, it's every youth's dream. Most of the people come here for cultivation, for their future, so they have a clear conscience. Naturally, they won't be disturbed by the brilliant mirror. Blue Shirt explained and told him everything about the brilliant mirror. After listening to Lani, Zueling didn't have any reaction, but the faces of Jiang and De Huang Dog suddenly changed, becoming somewhat unsightly. Kid, it seems that entering the Nebula sect isn't an easy thing. You came here with bad intentions. If you were to be reflected by the brilliant mirror, even if you don't die on the spot, I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the Nebula sect. De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang. There was a hint of worry in his tone. If I'm not wrong, the brilliant mirror should have been added with a method to detect the demons in people's hearts. Under the brilliant mirror, the demons in people's hearts will be exposed, and the purpose of coming to the Nebula sect will also be exposed on the spot. As long as one has a special purpose, he will be attacked by the brilliant mirror and die on the spot. However, it's not like I don't have a way to deal with it. Jiang replied. What can you do? Don't tell me you can hide your inner demons? De Huang Dog said. Don't forget that I used to practice the Illusion Heart Sutra. This sutra is also related to the inner demons. It can stimulate the deepest desire in people's heart. It's much more powerful than the brilliant mirror. Although I can't hide my purpose and thoughts, I can use the Illusion Heart Sutra to interfere with the brilliant mirror, making it lose its effect. Jiang revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Can it work? De Huang Dog's heart was still beating like a drum. The brilliant mirror was the treasure of the Nebula sect after all. It was at least a minor saint weapon. At that level, even if it was just a projection, it wouldn't be easy to deal with it. Jiang was only a 9th grade combat king, the gap between him and a minor saint was huge. Even with the help of the Illusion Heart Sutra, he might not be able to interfere with the brilliant mirror. I'll take one step at a time. I can't retreat now. Since I'm already here, I have to go through the tiger's den and the dragon's pool. In Jiang mind, there was never any fear. With his ability as the greatest saint, he could handle any unexpected situation. Since he was already here, if he retreated because of a mirror, it wouldn't be his style. I'm just worried. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. What are you worried about? You are just a pet beast following me. The brilliant mirror shines on me, not on you. Jiang glared at De Huang Dog. This heartless guy didn't know the meaning of worry. This damn dog couldn't wait to expose himself so that he could wreak havoc in the Nebula sect. This dog was definitely capable of doing that. Soon, a few hundred people appeared outside the Nebula sect. Looking into the distance, the sky above the Nebula sect was shrouded in mist and auspicious clouds. It was like a paradise on Earth. The Nebula sect was located in a huge mountain range, the Star Cloud Mountain Range. It had a radius of 1,000 miles. Outside the entrance of the Nebula sect, there was a huge stone tablet erected. It was about 100 zhang in size. On top of it, 3 big blue words were engraved, Nebula Sect. It was majestic and extraordinary. From the entrance of the Nebula Sect, there were jade palaces everywhere. In the center of the sect, there was a huge palace that was suspended in midair. There was also a huge tower that was dazzling in gold and jade. It was suspended in between rainbows and auspicious clouds. It was extremely magnificent and beautiful. The heaven and earth Xianxia here was extremely dense, at least a few times denser than the outside world. This was a very suitable place for cultivation. Just taking a breath would make one's hair stand up. It was extremely comfortable. Is this the entrance of the Nebula Sect? It's indeed a magnificent place. No wonder it's one of the top powers in Xuanyu. Just this magnificent aura alone isn't something an ordinary small power can compare with. Nebula Sect, I'm here. I've finally stepped into the entrance of the Nebula Sect. From now on, I'm an inner disciple of the Nebula Sect. Not long after, I'll make another breakthrough and become a young combat emperor, a core disciple. I can't wait to change into the clothes of the Nebula Sect. Those new disciples like Xianxia stood outside the entrance of the Nebula Sect and sighed. The newcomers were very excited. The faces of the senior disciples were filled with unconcealable arrogance. It was their honor to be able to train in such a powerful sect. They felt extremely honored and proud. Brother Jiang, let's enter the sect now. According to the previous rules, you will be given a place to stay. Tomorrow morning, you will be allowed to go through the brilliant mirror. As long as you can pass through the mirror safely, you will be a true disciple of the Nebula Sect. The blue-robed man said. Xianxia nodded and followed the blue-robed man into the Nebula Sect. They were all inner sect disciples, powerful combat kings who could fly in the sky above the mountain without any hindrance, especially those who were on the earth ranking. Their status in the Nebula Sect was higher than some of the elders. On normal days, even the elders would have to respect them, let alone the ordinary outer sect disciples. No matter where one went, geniuses were the most sought after. Even the elders would take the initiative to curry favor with the people on the earth ranking. They valued the potential of these geniuses. They believed that one day, these geniuses' cultivation would surpass them and obtain a higher status than them. At that time, they would be able to follow the geniuses and obtain some benefits. After entering the inner sect, a fat old man appeared. He was wearing an elder's robe and looked to be around 60 years old. He was a 9th grade combat king. He was in high spirits and his eyes were rolling around. One look and anyone could tell that he was a man who was calculative. His name is Chong, a managing elder of the outer sect. He will arrange a place for you to stay and take back your identity jade plates. Tomorrow, after you pass through the brilliant mirror, he will give you a new identity jade plate. The blue-robed man explained. All the new disciples nodded. They didn't put Chong in their eyes. He was just a small managing elder. His strength couldn't even be compared to them. Of course, they wouldn't care. In such a big inner sect, there is only one managing elder? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Of course not. According to the previous arrangement, you newcomers should be training in the Huangling Desert, so the new disciples will only start the official assessment tomorrow. The assessment will continue until the specified time, which is the 10-day deadline that we gave you. When the assessment begins tomorrow, the 3 stewards of the inner sect will appear. This time, because of your and senior sisters' appearance, the mission in the Huangling Desert will be completed in advance. It will definitely cause a great uproar. I guess there will be a lot of higher-ups appearing tomorrow. Lonnie said. This old man uses the managing elder of the inner sect. The managing elder is here to serve you. Geniuses, if you have any requests in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. Please don't be courteous with me. Chong had a smile on his face, looking at Jiang and the others. This old man looked like a good person. He didn't want to offend anyone. In the Nebula Sect, only this kind of person could live a good life. Chong didn't dare to neglect the new disciples, because this group of people was highly valued by the sect. Each of them was an outstanding genius among the geniuses. All of them were 9th grade combat kings. He couldn't wait to curry favor with them. This time, there were more than 90 new disciples. Of course, this wasn't all of them. According to Lonnie, there were at least 100 new disciples. The rest of them didn't come because of some trivial matters. Otherwise, with their 9th grade combat king cultivation, they would be able to arrive on time no matter where they were in the mysterious domain. This was because they had received the jade plates at the same time. After Changchang finished introducing himself, he started to assign Jiangchen and the others a place to stay. There was a distinguished area in the inner sect of the nebulous sect. There were many quiet and elegant courtyards. Every courtyard was exquisite. Those who had reached 9th grade combat king could have their own courtyard. Jiangchen and the other new disciples enjoyed the same treatment. Therefore, Jiangchen was assigned his own courtyard, which had 2 rooms. The courtyard was full of flowers and plants. Butterflies were fluttering in the air. It made people feel relaxed and happy. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was extremely rich. It was worthy of being a major power in Xuanyu. It was incomparable to those small powers. Little girl, didn't you get your own courtyard? De Huang Dog looked at Zhuoling Air and said. I want to be with Big Brother. Are you not satisfied with me? Zhuoling Air waved her fist at De Huang Dog. It seems that if you are not satisfied, I will beat you up. What happened in Huangling Desert spread across the entire nebulous sect at the fastest speed. From the inner sect to the outer sect, then to the core sect. Everyone knew that there was a monstrous genius named Jiangchen. Not only did he kill all the leaders of the demons, he also defeated Husong, who was ranked first in the earth ranking, and cut off one of his arms. For a moment, the entire nebulous sect was in an uproar. From the geniuses and elders of the core sect to the ordinary disciples of the outer sect, everyone was discussing about this matter. That Jiangchen is really powerful. I heard from the seniors that this Jiangchen is simply the reincarnation of an almighty being. After he appeared, he led the seniors to kill all the demons and devils. In just one night, he killed all the demons and devils. The mission that was supposed to take 10 days was completed in just one night. Many of the seniors got great benefits from the mission and kept praising Jiangchen. What's more frightening is that this Jiangchen defeated Husong, who was ranked first in the earth ranking with his cultivation of combat king. This is simply heaven-defying. Yeah, I heard that Husong used a forbidden pill to increase his cultivation to 2nd grade combat emperor. That Jiangchen also increased his cultivation at the critical moment. He defeated Husong with his cultivation of 9th grade combat king. He is really powerful. There is another person who is even more powerful. I heard that there is a senior sister named Zhua. She is only 12 years old but she has already reached the 9th grade combat king. Motherf *Ker, a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king, is she still a human? There isn't such a genius in the whole of Xuanyu. If she is only a 9th grade combat king, it would be fine. But this grandaunt is really something else. Guo Sudong, who was ranked 3rd in the earth ranking, and Zhang De, who was ranked 5th in the earth ranking, were defeated by her. They were beaten by her 18 barbaric punches until even their own mothers couldn't recognize them. Everywhere was talking about Jiangchen and Zhuoling Air. These 2 legendary figures had become legendary figures. The disciples who came back from Huangling Desert were flattering Jiangchen and Zhuoling Air. The incident that happened in Huangling Desert was getting more and more intense. That's unbelievable. A 12-year-old 9th grade combat king. Our nebulous sect has acquired a real genius this time. I'm afraid that the elders will go crazy and fight for the position of a true disciple. Let's wait and see. Tomorrow's exam will be very exciting. Many people will come out to see these 2 monstrous geniuses. But that Jiangchen is really audacious. He hasn't even entered the nebulous sect yet, but he has already cut off the arm of the number 1 disciple of the earth ranking. Isn't he creating trouble for himself? I heard that the chief steward has a good relationship with Husong. He has accepted many bribes from Husong. Maybe he will make things difficult for Jiangchen this time. Yeah. Although he is a genius, it's not good to be too arrogant. Countless people were talking about it. Jiangchen and Zhuoling Air were the most important and the only topic of the day. Jiangchen cutting off one of Husong's arms was domineering in the eyes of the people, but it was also an audacious thing to do. The next morning, the training field of the inner sect of the nebulous sect was crowded with people. Other than the inner sect disciples, there were also many core disciples and elders. Although the new disciples were powerful ninth-grade combat kings, it wouldn't have attracted so much attention. But because of the relationship between Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er, everyone wanted to have a look. Jiang Chen was standing in front of the 90 people. Zhuoling Er was standing beside him. Their battle had attracted everyone's attention. Look, that's Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er. They are so young. Yeah, a little girl, she is only 12 years old, but she is already a ninth-grade combat king. I wonder which sect she is from. Did you guys see that? Many core disciples are here. It won't take long for Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er to enter the core sect. I heard that they have the demon soul of the leader of the demonic beasts. They will be able to get the Emperor Elixir. Not long after, they will be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm and enter the core sect. Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er attracted everyone's attention. Not far in front of them, there was a huge golden mirror. The mirror was 3 meters tall. There was a dragon and phoenix engraved on it. There were also many runes rippling on it. This was the brilliant mirror, the treasure of the Nebula sect. Although it was just a projection, it looked no different from the real thing. Is this the brilliant mirror? As long as I walk through this mirror, I will be a true disciple of the Nebula sect. Haha. The faces of the new disciples were filled with excitement. They couldn't help but feel excited when they thought about changing into the uniform of the Nebula sect. Asterisk swoosh asterisk asterisk swoosh asterisk. At this time, 7 to 8 silhouettes appeared on one of the battle stages. These people were wearing gray elder robes. Their cultivation grade was very high. Each of them was a combat emperor. The one in front was a 3rd-grade combat emperor. The two beside him were at the peak of 2nd-grade combat emperors. They were very scary. After these people appeared, the scene suddenly became quiet. The inner sect disciples looked at these people, especially the 3 in front. Their eyes revealed a trace of respect. It was the respect for combat emperors. These people were the elders of the inner sect. The 3 in front were the 3 great stewards of the inner sect. The name of the great steward was Tsong Zhongxing. He seemed to be in his 50s or 60s. His body was very sturdy, he had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He had a domineering face and looked very imposing. At this moment, his eyes swept across Jiang Chen and the others. At last, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. This person's name is Tsong Zhongxing, the great steward of the inner sect. He is in charge of everything in the inner sect. He has a good relationship with Husong. You have to be careful. Jiang Chen's senses were very sharp. Even without Wei's reminder, Jiang Chen had already sensed a trace of hostility from Tsong Zhongxing's eyes. He harumphed coldly in his heart. If this chief steward didn't provoke him, it would be fine. But if he did, he would be asking for trouble. Tsong Zhongxing coughed lightly. His eyes looked around and spoke to Jiang Chen and the other new disciples. I am the chief steward of the inner sect, Tsong Zhongxing. Welcome to all the geniuses, but before you pass the brilliant mirror, you are not considered as a true disciple of the Nebula sect. Although all of you are 1 in a million geniuses, I still have to remind you that if any of you have bad intentions, stand out now and leave the mountain gate of the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect will not make things difficult for you. Once you are found out by the brilliant mirror, the consequences will not be what you can imagine. As soon as Tsong Zhongxing's words were out, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His eyes fell on the huge golden brilliant mirror. It was impossible for him to retreat now. He could only use the Illusion Heart Sutra to interfere with the brilliant mirror. Good. Since no one has stood out, it means that all of you are sincere. Next is the official test. All of you, walk to the front of the brilliant mirror. Tsong Zhongxing said loudly. The test of the brilliant mirror was about to begin. At this time, a few incomparably strong silhouettes appeared. These people were also wearing elder robes, but their chi was many times stronger than Tsong Zhongxing's. There was a total of 8 of them. They didn't even look at Tsong Zhongxing when they arrived at the training field. They immediately appeared in front of Jiang Chen and Zhuoling Er. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on these 8 people. There were 7 males and 1 female. Each of them was a terrifying ninth-grade combat emperor. They had reached the peak of ninth-grade combat emperor and were only a step away from the minor saint realm. Although Xianxia didn't know why these 8 people suddenly appeared here, he wasn't an idiot. He could imagine how honorable these 8 people were in the nebulous sect. It's the 8 great elders. They actually appeared at the same time. I never thought that the newcomer would actually alarm them. The 8 great elders of nebulous sect. Each of them is a ninth-grade combat emperor. Except for those minor saint supreme elders, the 8 great elders are the noblest existences in nebulous sect. It's impossible to see any of them during normal days. I didn't expect to see all 8 of them at the same time today. The 8 elders must have come for Xianxia and Zwillinger. Only such geniuses would attract them. Everyone recognized who they were. Each and every one of them revealed an excited and nervous expression. Their eyes were filled with respect. They were the supreme 8 great elders, powerful 9th grade combat emperors. They were existences that they couldn't meet even if they wanted to. The assessment hadn't started yet, but all 8 great elders had shown up. On the battle platform, the outer sect elders who were led by Tsong Zhongxing changed their facial expression. They didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately jumped down from the platform and came to the front of the 8 great elders. They bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to the 8 great elders." The 8 great elders were the most honorable symbol of the nebulous sect. There were more than 8 ninth grade combat emperors in the sect. There were a few ninth grade combat emperors in the inner sect, but compared to the 8 great elders, their status was slightly inferior. Each of the 8 great elders was infinitely close to the minor saint realm. In the nebulous sect, the patriarch and the minor saint supreme elders almost never appeared. Everything was managed by the 8 great elders. Tsong Zhongxing was just a small steward of the inner sect. He wouldn't dare to neglect the 8 great elders. Unfortunately, the 8 great elders didn't even look at Tsong Zhongxing. Their eyes fell on Zwillinger. Obviously, they had heard about Zwillinger. This time, they were here for Zwillinger and Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't recognize her at first glance, but Zwillinger was very easy to recognize. She was a 12-year-old girl. She was the only one on the scene. "Little girl, you must be Zwillinger." The female elder looked at Zwillinger with a smile on her face. She looked to be in her 30s and was extremely voluptuous. Her loose robes could not conceal her exquisite figure. She was very handsome, and apart from having the beauty of a woman, she also had a heroic spirit. Her entire person exuded a mature charm. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to men. Of course, it was hard to tell her actual age. Her name was Hua Gui. She was the only female elder among the 8 great elders. N. Zwillinger nodded her head vigorously. Hua Gui was very fast. She immediately grabbed Zwillinger's arm and pulled her to her chest. Her big hands rubbed Zwillinger's delicate face. She didn't forget to praise her. "What a cute little girl. You will grow up to be a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city. You will be as beautiful as me. I fell in love with you the moment I saw you." Hua Gui didn't say anything. She was a respectable elder, but her words made people's jaws drop. Xianxia suddenly felt that Hua Gui was a magnified version of Zwillinger. "Hua Gui, you can't snatch someone like this. We have already agreed that this little girl belongs to me, Feng Yinwu." Scram. Shameless. Who said it belongs to you? It's already been agreed that it belongs to me, Feng Yin 3. Step aside. Little girl, take me as your master. Under my guidance, sooner or later, you will become the #1 genius of the profound region. What are you two panicking for? I was the first to discover this little girl. What does it have to do with you? The 8 great elders surrounded Zwillinger. Each of them was arguing with each other until their faces were red. They didn't care about their image at all. Hua Gui grabbed Zwillinger's arm tightly, fearing that she would be snatched away by the other elders. The entire martial arts practice field was immediately dumbfounded. Looking at these 8 virtuous and respected elders, their eyes were practically blinded. However, while they were shocked that the 8 great elders were so sharp, everyone's eyes were also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even the core disciples of the combat emperor level were filled with envy. Sigh, Zwillinger is so lucky. The 8 great elders are fighting over her. All of them want to take her as their true disciple. This is the first time in the history of Nebula sect. Of course, a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king. Have any of you seen her before? She is the only one in the whole of Xuanyu. I am afraid that such a peerless genius will only appear in the big families of the Pure Land. Now that she has come to our Nebula sect, people will fight for her. I have already said that Sisters Willinger will be taken as a true disciple. Now, even Hua Gui and the 7 brothers of Feng Yun have come out to fight for her. Who do you think will take Willinger as their disciple? Although Elder Hua Gui is a woman, she has always been domineering. There is an 80% chance that the 7 brothers of Feng Yun won't be able to compete with her. The assessment was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the 8 great elders. The assessment hasn't even started yet, but they couldn't wait to take Willinger as their disciple. This was such a happy thing. 7 brothers of Feng Yun, you dare to compete with me for my disciple? Do you believe that I won't smash your mountain to pieces? Hua Gui pointed her finger at the nose of the 7 brothers of Feng Yun and scolded them. Hua Gui, don't be too arrogant. With your character, a genius will be wasted in your hands. That's right, she will definitely be wasted. The Nebula sect has already been in chaos because of Hua Gui. We can't allow another little Hua Gui to appear. Little girl, look at how kind I am. If you follow me, I will treat you like my own granddaughter. The 7 brothers of Feng Yun weren't easy to deal with. Song Zhongxing and the others stood aside, looking at the 8 great elders who were arguing with each other. They were speechless. The 7 brothers of Feng Yun were usually the most united, but they didn't expect that they would fall out with each other today. Elders, I don't think you can get anything out of this. Why don't you let Linger choose her own master? Xianxia couldn't stand it anymore and said. Who are you? Who are you to speak here? The 6th brother of Feng Yun glared at Xianxia. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia cupped his fists and said. Whoosh, as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, another 3 elders surrounded him. So you are the monstrous genius Xianxia? Good, you seem to be very young and have great potential. Take me as your master and I will accept you as my direct disciple. You should know that there are many people who dream of becoming my disciple. Xianxia's expression changed drastically as he looked at Xianxia. You should worship me as your master. Xianxia is handsome. I was also famous for my handsomeness. Wherever I go, I can charm people. Xianxia naturally can't worship you ugly people as his master. Get lost, I found out first. Chaos. The scene was completely chaotic. Xianxia was surrounded because of one sentence. It was obvious that the 8 elders had taken a fancy to him and Zwillinger and wanted to take them as their disciples. However, Xianxia was the greatest saint in the world. How could he worship these people as his master? It was too embarrassing. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. I'm going to take the girl away now. Let's see who dares to stop me. Hua Gai said arrogantly. Hua Gai, don't be unreasonable. When have I ever been reasonable? Another commotion ensued. Zwillinger stood there, her big eyes looking around. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. She said loudly, Elders, I don't think you can get anything out of this. I have an idea. Girl, hurry up and say it. Hua Gai said. For a moment, everyone looked at Zwillinger. They didn't know what idea she had. Why don't you guys fight? I will worship whoever is stronger. Zwillinger said seriously. Puff, many people almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. They didn't expect that the little girl would actually come up with such a bad idea. She really didn't care about the matter. Didn't she see that the 8 great elders couldn't be separated? However, many people who had seen Zwillinger's methods in the Huangling desert were clear that this barbaric girl was also a little devil king. She was not a person who was easy to deal with. When she grew up, she would definitely become another Hua Gai. The 8 great elders were also stunned. They stared at Zwillinger. This girl really didn't want to stir up trouble. She actually wanted to provoke them into a fight. Alright, this girl suits my taste. 7 of Feng Yun, let's fight. Let's see who dares to snatch my disciple from me. Hua Gai rolled up her sleeves and was about to start. Huagai, you're a girl. Can you not be so barbaric? You always want to fight. It's not polite. Don't forget your identity. There are so many disciples watching. Third brother Fengyun said. Jiangchen could see that Huagui was indeed overbearing and domineering. Even the 7 brothers Fengyun, who were also one of the 8 great elders, were slightly afraid of her. They had already admitted defeat before the battle even started. Polite my ass. Are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm going to take this girl away. Huagai was going to be unreasonable. The inner disciples on the martial arts field were also shocked. They had long heard that Elder Huagai was not an ordinary person. She was called a female bandit. She was unreasonable. Many of the senior elders in the nebulous sect would stay far away from her because they were afraid of her. Today, they saw that Huagai was indeed more unruly than the rumors. The 7 of Fengyun and her were the 8 great elders. They must have suffered a lot from her. Elders. Song Tsongxing's head was full of seawater. He carefully interrupted the 8 great elders who seemed to be at each other's throats. What are you doing? You dare to stop me from accepting a disciple? Believe it or not, I'll slap you until half of your body is paralyzed. Huagai glared at him. Song Tsongxing was so scared that he shivered. He did not dare to take Huagai's words as a joke. If she really gave him a slap, it would not be as simple as half of his body being paralyzed. I don't dare. However, elders, the assessment has not started yet. Should we wait until the assessment is over before accepting disciples? After all, they have not passed the brilliant mirror. They are not considered as true disciples of the nebulous sect. Song Tsongxing spoke very cautiously. He was afraid that if he spoke too loudly, he would anger these masters. The consequences were not something he could bear. So the assessment hasn't started yet, but this girl will definitely be fine. Of course, the rules of the nebulous sect cannot be broken. Every disciple who joins the nebulous sect must walk through the bright mirror. It's all your 7 old bastards' fault. I almost broke the sect's rules. Huagai glared at the 7 brothers of Fengyun. Huagui, you're being unreasonable and pestering us endlessly. The 7 brothers of Wind and Cloud were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. You, Huagai, were the first to appear, but now you're making a false accusation and pushing the responsibility of breaking the rules onto us. How can there be such a person? What? You're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Huagai placed one hand on her waist. You 7 old bastards, get over here. They're starting the test. We're going to decide who's going to be the disciple. Huagai and the 7 brothers of Fengyun flew up to the sky to quarrel. They didn't want to delay the bright mirror's assessment. The 8 old bastards chattered non-stop, but they didn't really fight. Song Tsongxing and the others heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the battle platform. If the 8 great elders continued to quarrel, there would be no need to continue today's assessment. However, at this time, the way these inner sect elders looked at Jiangchen and Zuoling Er had changed. The 8 great elders were going to fight for the 2 of them. If there were no accidents, the 2 of them would become the 8 great elders' true disciples. The status of a true disciple was even higher than a core disciple. It was not something these inner sect elders could compare with. Song Tsongxing was contemplating in his heart. Initially, he planned to make things difficult for Jiangchen to avenge Husong, but now, it seemed like it was impossible. If Jiangchen was really accepted as a true disciple by one of the elders, he would only be able to curry favor with Jiangchen. Okay, the assessment will start now. Let's start with Zuoling Er. Song Tsongxing looked at Zuoling Er and smiled at her. This little girl was someone he couldn't afford to offend. If nothing unexpected happened today, this little girl would definitely be taken away by Huagai. Who would dare to offend the disciple of Huagai? Zuoling Er turned her head and smiled at Jiangchen. Big brother, I'm going. Ling Er, you can do it. Jiangchen encouraged the little girl. Zuoling Er hopped over to the bright mirror. According to the rules, everyone had to stand under the bright mirror for 1 minute. Zuoling Er calmly stood under the bright mirror. The bright mirror emitted a dazzling light that shone on Zuoling Er's body. Zuoling Er looked like a fairy, extremely cute. Of course, those who had seen Zhuo Ling Er's barbaric methods would absolutely not be fooled by her cute appearance. 1 minute passed very quickly. The bright mirror didn't have any change. Zhuo Ling Er walked out from under the bright mirror happily. She had walked through the bright mirror safely, which meant that she had become a true disciple of Nebulous sect. At the moment when Zhuo Ling Er walked out from the bright mirror, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared on the surface of the 8 great elders, covering all 8 of them. No one could see what was happening inside the mirror from the outside, but Jiang Chen could see everything clearly. When he saw the actions of Hua Gai and the 7 Fengyun brothers, Jiang Chen almost burst out in laughter. These 8 old men were playing rock, paper, scissors. 8 ninth grade combat emperors were playing such a stupid game in order to compete for a disciple. Fortunately, the 8 of them knew that such a method was childish, so they used the golden light to cover them. Song Zhongxing was about to call the second disciple when he saw the 8 great elders flying down from the sky again. These 8 old men were really sparing no effort in recruiting a disciple. Hua Gai laughed loudly and came to Zhuo Ling Er's side. "Little girl, from now on, you are my disciple. Quickly acknowledge me as your master." Hua Gai's face was filled with a bright smile. Her heart was filled with pride. "Playing rock, paper, scissors with me? All of you are really weak." Zhuo Ling Er didn't hesitate. She immediately bowed deeply to Hua Gai and shouted, "Greetings, master." "Good girl. Let's go, master will bring you to Gui Peak. From now on, you are my direct disciple. If anyone dares to bully you, I will tear him apart," Hua Gai said in an incomparably domineering manner. Everyone looked at Zhuo Ling Er with envy. This little girl would probably be able to do whatever she wanted in Nebula sect. Who would dare to offend the disciple of Hua Gai? "Master, Big Brother hasn't finished his assessment yet. Let's leave after he finishes his assessment," Zhuo Ling Er said. "Alright, I will listen to you." Hua Gai pulled Zhuo Ling Er to the side and purposely stood beside the 7 brothers of Fengyun. Looking at their flushed faces, she was incomparably proud. "Hua Gai, let's make this clear. You have already accepted this little girl. You are not allowed to fight with us for Jiang Chen," the second brother of Fengyun said furiously. In the rock, paper, scissors, he was eliminated in the first round. It was an extremely embarrassing thing. "When have I not spoken before?" Hua Gai said as if she was very reasonable. Next, Liang Bo Tsongxing took out an identity jade token and called out according to the name on it. A man who looked to be in his 20s walked out. He took a deep breath and walked towards the brilliant mirror. Without any accidents, he successfully passed the brilliant mirror. Next, Tsongxing called out 7 to 8 disciples in a row. They all successfully passed the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror was mainly used to test the loyalty of the disciples, to see if they had any ulterior motives. The relationship between the 5 factions in Xuanyu wasn't good. Nebula sect was also worried that people from other factions would sneak in. "Sumao." Tsongxing called out another person. This person was dressed in black and gave off an extremely gloomy feeling. He walked towards the brilliant mirror with an unnatural expression. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on this person. With his senses, he could feel that this person was not calm. It seemed like this person came with ulterior motives, just like him. 2 rays of cold light appeared in the eyes of the black-cloaked person. He walked towards the brilliant mirror and retracted all of his aura. He closed his eyes and wanted to enter a state of emptiness. Unfortunately, the brilliant mirror was too powerful. The moment the black-cloaked person walked under the brilliant mirror trembled violently. Then, a dazzling golden light shot out from the brilliant mirror like a sharp sword and pierced into the body of the black-cloaked person. "Ah!" The black-cloaked person let out a shrill scream. His entire body exploded on the spot, turning into a cloud of blood mist. He died on the spot. The rest of the disciples who hadn't taken the test yet were in an uproar. Each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. The brilliant mirror was too scary. It was just a projection, but it had such power. A 9th grade combat king didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed on the spot. What was even more terrifying was that the brilliant mirror could detect the evil in one's heart. Anyone who came with ill intentions would be destroyed. Humph. I've warned you before. It's impossible for those with ill intentions to enter the nebula sect. This is the consequence. Song Tsongxing let out a cold humph. His eyes swept across Jiangchen and the others like a knife. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. His face turned ugly. The brilliant mirror was a special saint weapon. It was extremely scary. His heart was beating like a drum. He didn't know if the illusion heart sutra could interfere with the brilliant mirror. If it couldn't, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if he didn't die under the brilliant mirror, he wouldn't be able to leave the nebula sect. Song Tsongxing, don't waste time. Let Jiangchen take the test first. We don't have time to waste here. One of the 7 Fengyun brothers said. Yes, elder. Song Tsongxing didn't dare to delay. He took out Jiangchen's jade plate and said to Jiangchen, Jiangchen, the next one is you. The elders are waiting. Jiangchen looked calm on the surface. He walked towards the brilliant mirror step by step. As soon as Jiangchen walked out of the brilliant mirror, he was once again met with envious and jealous gazes. As long as he walked past the brilliant mirror, the 7 brothers of Fengyun would swarm towards him and accept him as their true disciple. As for whether Jiangchen could walk past the brilliant mirror or not, they didn't even consider it. The brilliant mirror was just a program to most of them. Every disciple who came to the Nebula sect was here for the reputation of the Nebula sect. They were here for the chance to cultivate in the big sections. In the history of the test, the brilliant mirror rarely showed any signs of killing. Good. Look at this kid. His forehead is full and his earth pavilion is round. One look and you can tell that he is a rare genius. That's right. Although he is older than Zhuoling Air, he doesn't look more than 20 years old. I heard that he was able to defeat Husong, who had used a forbidden pill to advance to the 2nd grade combat emperor with his 9th grade combat king cultivation. He took the number 1 spot in the earth ranking even before he entered the sect. This is the first time in the history of the Nebula sect. Humph. Huagui, don't be too proud of yourself. This Jiangchen will be mine. He won't be any weaker than the little girl. Whoever approves him, he will be yours. Are you not putting the 6 of us in your eyes? Before Jiangchen walked into the brilliant mirror, the 7 brothers of Fengyun started to quarrel again. Zhuoling Air was 12 years old, a 9th grade combat king. She was their first choice to be their true disciple. Jiangchen was their second choice. Now that Zhuoling Air had been taken away by Huagui, Jiangchen had become their first choice. However, Jiangchen didn't have the mood to listen to the quarrel of the 7 old men. He was very nervous. It could be said that this was the most nervous time he had been since his rebirth. Because of his strength, even if he was the greatest saint, his heart was beating like a drum in front of the brilliant mirror. This wasn't a battle, it was a battle of life and death. You can do it, big brother. Zhuoling Air stood beside Huagui and waved her fist at Jiangchen. Even the little girl didn't know that her big brother came here with an ulterior motive. He had been planning this since he contacted the Zhou family in Yuanyang City and fought for the Zhou family. When he was about to sneak into the Zhou family, he was stopped by a damn mirror. Let's go all out. We can't retreat at this time. Jiangchen's eyes flashed with determination. He walked step by step towards the mirror of light. The moment he entered the mirror of light, he immediately activated the Dream Heart Sutra. The invisible great dream realm spread out from his body and wrapped around the mirror of light. Jiangchen's method was very subtle. If one didn't enter the illusion, they wouldn't be able to see his movements at all. Even Huagai and the 7 Windcloud brothers didn't notice anything. Shua, the brilliant mirror was shining with golden light, completely wrapping around Jiangchen. However, the light wasn't calm, it was trembling violently, but it didn't show any signs of attacking, as if it couldn't control it. What's going on? Why do I feel that the brilliant mirror is restless? Is there something wrong with Brother Jiang? I don't think so. If there was really a problem, the brilliant mirror would have attacked directly, just like that person just now. Although the brilliant mirror is moving, Brother Jiang is still safe and sound. However, it's strange. The brilliant mirror has been in the assessment for so long, but this has never happened before. It either stays still or attacks directly. Let's see. As long as Brother Jiang can hold on for a minute, he'll be fine. Many people felt that it was extremely abnormal. Even the 7 Windcloud brothers' expression changed slightly. They looked at Xianxia differently. The brilliant mirror had never had this kind of situation before. If there was nothing wrong with Xianxia, the brilliant mirror would not move. However, if there was something wrong with Xianxia, the brilliant mirror should have attacked directly. Is there something wrong with this kid? Song Zhongxing's gaze fell on Xianxia. Seeing this strange situation, his heart suddenly gave birth to a trace of joy. He wanted to help Husong vent his anger. Maybe there would be a turning point. At this moment, Xianxia was completely immersed in the Illusion Heart Sutra. He didn't dare to relax. He could feel that the brilliant mirror was attacking his heart's defense, but it was interrupted by the great illusion realm. As long as he could hold on for a minute, everything would be fine. A minute was undoubtedly very fast. Just as it was about to pass, the brilliant mirror suddenly let out a loud buzzing sound and trembled extremely violently. Buzz, the huge brilliant mirror shone brightly like a dazzling sun. Countless golden rays shot out from it and landed on Xianxia's body. The huge mirror trembled extremely violently, and there was an ear-piercing roar. It was like a flood or a ferocious beast, causing the entire martial arena to tremble. What's going on? Why is the brilliant mirror acting so strangely? There's something wrong with Xianxia. There must be something wrong with him. The elder's facial expression changed. The situation in front of them made them feel helpless. The brilliant mirror was the treasure of the nebulous sect, but it had never shown such an abnormal situation before. No one knew what happened, but they were sure that there was something wrong with Xianxia. Otherwise, the brilliant mirror wouldn't be trembling so violently. Ka-cha, a crisp sound was heard. The great illusion realm was shattered. The brilliant mirror was a saint weapon after all. No matter how strong Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to resist a saint weapon with his 9th grade combat king cultivation, even if it was just a projection of the saint weapon. Mother ***, not good. Xianxia's facial expression changed drastically. His heart sank to the bottom. He didn't expect the brilliant mirror to be so terrifying. The great illusion realm couldn't resist it and was destroyed instantly. At the moment when the great illusion realm was destroyed, the light emitted from the brilliant mirror entered Xianxia's body. It was like a snake, drilling into the depths of Xianxia's soul. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of Xianxia's heart. It was the threat of death. Xianxia had experienced this kind of threat before. When the saint weapon attacked, even if Xianxia used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist it. He was now completely trapped by the brilliant mirror. It was extremely difficult for him to move, let alone resist it. Right at this extremely dangerous moment, Xianxia's dragon transformation skill started circulating on its own once again. This time, the circulation speed was 100 times faster than before. The speed was so fast that it almost caused Xianxia's body to explode. Roar ***, a long dragon roar suddenly sounded from the depths of Xianxia's soul, or it could be said that it came from the dragon transformation skill. It was just a chant, but it could automatically produce a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar could only be heard by Xianxia, no one could hear it from the outside world. Ancient, hoarse, deep, and vicissitudes of life. It was like the roar of an ancient dragon that had existed for countless eras. This ancient dragon's roar shook Xianxia until he lost consciousness. Boom. The dragon's roar only lasted for a moment before it ended. However, the brilliant mirror shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Xianxia was sweating profusely. Only now did he recover from the shock of the dragon's roar. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the shadow of a dragon, drifting in the depths of his soul. That dragon's body length was immeasurable, one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Its entire body was emitting a bloody light, and it was extremely intimidating. Especially that pair of eyes of the dragon, it was ancient and long, as if it had existed since the beginning of time. That was the dragon ancestor, the ancestral dragon. Xianxia saw this shadow when the dragon's roar resounded. After the dragon's roar disappeared, the dragon's shadow also disappeared. However, Xianxia would never forget that pair of ancient eyes. It made people unable to raise even the slightest bit of blasphemous thoughts. It gave Xianxia an extremely intimate feeling, a feeling that they were connected by blood. At that moment, Xianxia felt that he had already transformed into a dragon, soaring through the ages. Xianxia looked at the fragments of the brilliant mirror that were scattered on the ground. He secretly thought that the situation was not good. In this situation, even if he wanted to explain it, he wouldn't be able to. The entire martial arts stage was deathly silent, but the next moment, it completely exploded. What's going on? What the hell happened? How could the brilliant mirror suddenly shatter? The brilliant mirror has been here for many years, and this is the first time it has been destroyed. What kind of monstrous genius is this Xianxia? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem with Xianxia. The brilliant mirror was shattered because of him. This person is absolutely not simple. However, if there's really a problem with Xianxia, the brilliant mirror should have attacked him. But why is nothing wrong with him? Instead, the brilliant mirror was destroyed. Could it be that Xianxia has a way to destroy the brilliant mirror? Impossible. Even if he has such an ability, he wouldn't be so stupid as to destroy the brilliant mirror, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Besides, the brilliant mirror is a saint weapon. Although it's just a projection, it's connected to the real body. The power it emits isn't something that a combat king like Xianxia can withstand. Furthermore, Xianxia didn't even make a move just now. In the history of the Nebula sect, such a thing had never happened before. This was the first time the brilliant mirror's projection had shattered. No one could understand why, but they were certain that there was definitely a problem with Xianxia. If there wasn't, the brilliant mirror wouldn't have shattered. Capture him! Song Zhongxing shouted. A group of inner sect elders immediately pounced towards Xianxia. However, someone was faster than them. The 7 brothers Feng had already made their move. They surrounded Xianxia and completely surrounded him. The way they looked at Xianxia had completely changed. They no longer had the slightest intention of accepting him as their disciple. Instead, there was a hint of hostility. Kid, tell me, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to the Nebula sect? Eldest brother Feng said coldly. The 7 brothers Feng revealed a trace of killing intent. It seemed like if Xianxia said something wrong, they would immediately kill Xianxia. Big brother! Ling shouted. She wanted to rush over, but she was stopped by Hua Gai. There's something wrong with this big brother of yours. Ling you have to disassociate yourself from him. Ling walked past the brilliant mirror, which meant that she didn't ask anything. However, there was definitely something wrong with Xianxia. The atmosphere in the field became very tense. Lani, Yu Wei, and the others did not expect such a mistake to occur. The disciples who had followed Xianxia to the Huangling Desert were also upset. They all thought that after Xianxia became a disciple of the Nebula sect, they would follow Xianxia in the future. Now it seemed that it was impossible. Even the 7 brothers Feng who originally planned to accept Xianxia as a true disciple, had surrounded Xianxia. It seemed that if they were not careful, they would kill Xianxia on the spot. Xianxia's fate today would not be good. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. The dragon roar just now could be said to have saved his life, which made him feel that the dragon transformation skill was even more mysterious. Since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, every time he transformed, he would obtain a powerful true dragon combat skill. Last time, in addition to the 5 elements combat dragon seal, he also obtained a trace of dragon blood from the dragon transformation skill, which reconstructed his body. Today, at the critical moment of life and death, there was a dragon roar from the primordial era that shattered the bright mirror. How many secrets were there in the dragon transformation skill? Xianxia himself did not know. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the eyes of the 7 brothers Feng that were like swords. It seemed that it was impossible to leave today. Boy, tell me, who are you? The 3rd brother Ling said. Just when Xianxia was about to speak, a powerful qi swept across the entire martial field like a vast ocean. This qi carried a strong saint's might. Under the shroud of the saint's might, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe and couldn't help but have the mentality of worshipping. A cloud appeared in the sky. It swayed and turned into a middle-aged man in a blue robe. He seemed to be in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and tiger-like eyes. His face was as sharp as a knife. He was tall and slender, but he had a domineering aura. The strong saint's might was overflowing from his body. He was a saint. Although he was just a minor saint, he was already an existence that countless people looked up to and admired. He was Nebula Kid, the master of the Nebula sect. He was the god in the hearts of the disciples of the Nebula sect. He represented the supreme and the rules. I'm the master. The shattering of the brilliant mirror has drawn the master out. The supreme master, the legendary minor saint. This is my second time seeing the master's face. The legendary saint. Such a strong saint's might. I can't help but worship him. I have been in the Nebula sect for a long time, but this is my first time seeing the master. The master is the #1 expert of the Nebula sect. I heard that he is already a 4th grade minor saint. That level of expert is beyond our imagination. I don't even know if I will become a minor saint in this lifetime. Even the master has been alerted. It seems like Xianxia is finished. That's right. The brilliant mirror has been destroyed. This is unprecedented. The appearance of Nebula Kid made the atmosphere even more heated. Many disciples looked at him with burning eyes. He was the legendary figure of the Nebula sect. He was a 4th grade minor saint. That level was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Greetings, Master. Hua Gui, the 7 brothers Feng Yun and Song Zhongxing bowed to Nebula Kid at the same time. They dared not show any neglect. Then, all the disciples bowed to Nebula Kid. Master, this man has destroyed the brilliant mirror during the test, the eldest brother Feng Yun said, but he was interrupted by Nebula Kid. I already know about it. Are you Xianxia? Nebula Kid's eyes fell on Xianxia. The one who triggered the heavenly tribulation in Liang province, Xianxia? That's right. It's me. Xianxia nodded. He didn't expect that Nebula Kid would know about him. It seemed like the heavenly tribulation that he triggered had caused quite a commotion in Xuanyu. Even Nebula Kid knew about it. What? Triggered the heavenly tribulation? Triggering the heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm? I've never heard of it before. No wonder he's so monstrous. Except for the Great Saint realm, only the Saint Tribulation would be triggered. Under normal circumstances, only a heaven-defying item would be able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation is enough to prove his heaven-defying and monstrous abilities. I wonder why a genius like him would come to Nebula sect. Everyone was shocked. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation wasn't something they could imagine. His future wasn't something they could compare with. However, what puzzled them was why Xianxia came to Nebula sect. Nebula Kid didn't say anything. He waved his hand and a golden light suddenly appeared at the place where the brilliant mirror was shattered. The shattered pieces of the brilliant mirror reassembled. In just a blink of an eye, a brand new brilliant mirror appeared at the original place. Many people saw it clearly. It was Nebula Kid using the brilliant mirror to restore the shattered brilliant mirror to its original state. The assessment will continue. Xianxia, follow me. Nebula Kid grabbed the air. A huge suction force was exerted on Xianxia's body. Under the suction force, Xianxia's body couldn't help but rise into the air. Xianxia didn't resist. He knew very well how terrifying a 4th grade minor saint was. Given his current grade, he was no different than an ant in front of Nebula Kid. Resistance was futile. Nebula Kid appeared with lightning speed. He restored the brilliant mirror and left with Xianxia. After such a commotion, many people couldn't stay calm, especially those in blue clothes who followed Xianxia to the battle yesterday. They were praying in their hearts, praying that Xianxia would be safe and sound. The 7 Feng Yun brothers looked at each other and sighed. Then, they turned and left. Their original intention of accepting a disciple was gone. It was impossible for them to accept Xianxia as a genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to teach him. As for Xianxia's fate, it wasn't something they could worry about. Nebula Kid was going to interrogate him personally. Master, will Big Brother be alright? Ling Er looked at Hua Gui, clenching her fists tightly. Her eyes were filled with worry. This will have to depend on his luck. Ling Er, we have nothing to do here. Master will bring you to Gui Peak. Hua Gui said. She couldn't tell what would happen to Jiang Chen, but her mind was on Ling Er. She had been cultivating for so many years, but she had never seen a genius like Ling Er. A 12-year-old girl had reached the 9th grade combat king realm. This situation couldn't explain how hard Ling Er had been practicing. Even if a person put in 100 times more effort, it was impossible to reach the 9th grade combat king realm at the age of 12. The only explanation was innate talent. As a 9th grade combat emperor, it was impossible for Hua Gui to not see that Ling Er had an extraordinary physique. No, I have to wait for Big Brother here. He will be all right. Ling Er shook her head firmly. She didn't know if Jiang Chen was dead or alive, so she didn't have the mood to go to Gui Peak. Even if she reached Gui Peak, it wouldn't be safe. She would stand here and wait for Jiang Chen to come back safely. She believed that her big brother was invincible. There was nothing in this world that could stop him. Hua Gui sighed. Ling Er didn't want to leave, so she decided to stay here and accompany her. There had been a lot of accidents in today's exam. The 7 Fengyun brothers had left, so she decided to stay here to hold the line. Jiang Chen followed Nebula Kid and left. In a flash, he appeared in a big palace. This was an independent spatial zone that was personally built by Nebula Kid. A spatial zone built by a 4th grade minor saint was considered very sturdy. This palace was just a building built in the minor saint's spatial zone. Nebula Kid was sitting on a rattan chair that was made of a strange crystal. His pair of cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of him. Jiang Chen was standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was relaxed and there wasn't a hint of nervousness on his face. Nebula Kid was surprised that an 18 or 19-year-old youth could have such a strong heart. It was rare to see someone so calm when facing him. Moreover, Jiang Chen's calmness wasn't an act. It was a calmness that came from his heart. It was as if nothing in this world could disturb his state of mind. This strong state of mind alone was enough to make him look down upon the young generation. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. As the greatest saint, he never knew what fear was. Firstly, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from Nebula's sect. Secondly, if Nebula Kid wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here alone. Of course, Nebula Kid was still on his guard against Jiang Chen. He probably wanted to find out Jiang Chen's identity first before dealing with him. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't have anything to be afraid of. If Nebula Kid really wanted to harm him and forced him to use the source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ran Feng, Nebula Kid wouldn't be able to resist it. At that time, both of them would have a life and death struggle. Aren't you afraid of me? Nebula Kid said. Why should I be afraid of you? Jiang Chen met Nebula Kid's gaze. Nebula Kid suddenly felt that this gaze didn't belong to a young man at all. The wisdom in those deep eyes was like that of an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. Moreover, there was a trace of majesty in Jiang Chen's eyes. Even Nebula Kid felt that the majesty was superior. It was an extremely absurd feeling, but it really appeared on Jiang Chen's body. Humph. The fact that you dare to speak to me like this is enough to give you a reason to die. Speak, who are you? What is your purpose in coming to my Nebula sect? Also, what method did you use to destroy it, the Mirror of Light? Nebula sect asked. He absolutely didn't believe that a 9th grade combat king had the ability to destroy the projection of the brilliant mirror. This Jiang Chen must have some secrets on him. Besides, the battle that happened not long ago had made Nebula Kid's heart heavy. Therefore, he wanted to show himself and find out Jiang Chen's identity and background. He also wanted to know if his purpose of coming here was related to that mysterious man. Jiang Chen didn't answer Nebula Kid's question. Instead, he was sizing up Nebula Kid's body with his eyes. After a while, Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and said, "You are injured, a very serious internal injury." As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a wave of qi burst out from Nebula Kid's body. It hit Jiang Chen's body and sent Jiang Chen flying, crashing heavily on the sturdy wall of the palace. Cough Jiangchen coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The wave attack of a 4th-grade minor saint wasn't something that a combat king could withstand. Jiangchen didn't really care about his injury. It was a small injury that could be healed by the automatic circulation of the dragon transformation skill. What surprised him was Nebula Kid's reaction. Even if Jiangchen could see through his injury, as a minor saint master, his mind shouldn't be this unstable. Nebula Kid's reaction seemed to have been touched by Jiangchen's words. How could you see through my injury? Nebula Kid's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He locked onto Jiangchen's chi. No one knew that he was injured, not even his opponent knew that he was injured. That battle had indeed left him with great pain, but with his ability, he could disguise it very well. Even Hua Gui and the others couldn't see through it, but Jiangchen, a 9th-grade combat king, could. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Jiangchen was too mystical and had the ability to see through everything. The other was that Jiangchen knew that Nebula Kid was injured. You were injured by a great demon. There's a strand of demon chi left in your body that you can't expel. You are using your power to suppress it, but this isn't a long-term solution. Your injury will only get worse. Jiangchen ignored Nebula Kid's shock and continued. With his eyesight, he could see through Nebula Kid's injury. It reminded Jiangchen of the bright sword light that he saw in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Judging from the severity of his injury, it should be from that time. From this, he could confirm that the one who attacked him that day was Nebula Kid. The broken part of his Heavenly Saint sword was also in his hand. Jiangchen was calm and intelligent. Nebula Kid was injured. From his reaction, Jiangchen could tell that Nebula Kid was afraid of something. This gave Jiangchen a great opportunity. Since his identity had been exposed, he might be able to find another way to get what he wanted. It wasn't necessary to be an enemy of the Nebula sect. With his current strength, it wasn't a good idea to be an enemy of the Nebula sect. What did you say? Nebula Kid was completely shocked. Even though he was a minor saint, he couldn't remain calm at this moment. A cold murderous intent suddenly overflowed from his body and wrapped around Jiangchen. He was shocked not only because Jiangchen could see through his injury, but also because Jiangchen could see through his injury. The strand of demon chi in his body was extremely hard to deal with. Even he couldn't expel it. It was a huge hidden danger in his body, making it hard for him to recover. Jiangchen, what's the relationship between you and the white tiger and the mysterious young man? What's your purpose in coming to the Nebula sect? Nebula Kid asked. The white tiger? The mysterious young man? Jiangchen was stunned. He didn't know what Nebula Kid was talking about. However, with his intelligence, he could guess that Nebula Kid's injury was related to the white tiger and the mysterious young man. You aren't with them? Nebula Kid's murderous intent had obviously decreased. A person's eyes wouldn't lie. When he mentioned the white tiger and the mysterious young man, Jiangchen was stunned for a moment. This was enough to prove that Jiangchen, the white tiger and the mysterious young man weren't on the same side. In other words, Jiangchen wouldn't know that he was injured before this. It was only after seeing him that he was injured. This made Nebula Kid have a whole new level of respect for Jiangchen. Moreover, this young man in front of him was too calm. He didn't panic in the face of his murderous intent. There was no fluctuation in his eyes. In other words, Jiangchen wasn't afraid of him at all. I don't know who you are talking about. But I know that I'm the only one who can cure your injury. Jiangchen said. What? You said that you can cure my injury? Why should I believe you? Also, the projection of the brilliant mirror has been destroyed. This means that there must be something wrong with you. You better tell me where you came from and why you came to the Nebula sect. Otherwise, I will still kill you. Nebula Kid said coldly. However, after knowing that Jiangchen had nothing to do with the white tiger and the mysterious young man, his murderous intent towards Jiangchen had obviously decreased. Humph. There's no harm in telling you. My purpose of coming here is for you. To be exact, it's for the sword in your hand. Jiangchen harumphed coldly. His eyes revealed a threatening aura. It was an aura that came from the soul. That kind of invisible pressure shocked Nebula Kid once again. Who was this young man? How could he have such sharp eyes? Nebula sword? Nebula Kid's tone became cold again. No one dared to have any thoughts about his nebula sword. In order to forge the nebula sword, he had paid a great price and put in a lot of effort. Now, the broken part of the Heavenly Saint sword had completely fused with the nebula sword. Your nebula sword has a broken piece of my Heavenly Saint sword. It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to me. I want it back. Xianxia's eyes suddenly emitted endless golden light. A wave of aura that came from the soul suddenly rose. He walked towards Nebula Kid step by step. Nebula Kid couldn't help but take a step back. You, what did you say? Who are you? Nebula Kid was shocked. Many people knew that he had the broken piece of the Heavenly Saint sword. It was not a secret. It was not surprising that this young man knew about it. However, Xianxia's words had really frightened him. Who am I? I'm Xianxia. I'm the greatest saint who had slashed the heavens 100 years ago. I'm the reincarnation of the greatest saint. What right do you have to possess the Heavenly Saint sword? Xianxia shouted. The saint aura that was hidden deep in his soul was released. At this moment, Nebula Kid had the feeling that he was facing a peerless great saint. His opponent was obviously very weak, but he felt very powerful. This feeling was absurd, but it was very real. What? Nebula Kid screamed. It must be a shocking news that could make a 4th-grade minor saint scream. He widened his eyes and stared at Xianxia in front of him. The shock in his heart had reached its peak. No, this was absolutely impossible. The greatest saint was already dead. This kid was talking nonsense. He was trying to fool him. However, how could he have the soul aura that pressured him? He was so calm in front of him. His eyes were so profound. This wasn't something that an 18 or 19-year-old young man should have. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint? Oh right, the name of the greatest saint was also Xianxia. Many people only knew the title of the greatest saint, but not many knew the real name of the greatest saint. However, Nebula Kid had heard it from someone before. The greatest saint had the strength to break the heavens. It wasn't surprising that he had the ability to reincarnate. However, Nebula Kid still didn't believe it. Why should I believe you? Nebula Kid couldn't see through this young man's cultivation level. Take out your nebula sword. Xianxia said indifferently. In order to confirm the identity of Xianxia, Nebula Kid took out the nebula sword. He wasn't afraid that Xianxia would rob it. Even if what Xianxia said was true, that he was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, the current Xianxia was only a 9th-grade combat king. Nebula Kid could easily crush him to death. It was an incomparably bright long sword. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was glowing with a pale blue light. It was a treasured sword. This was the nebula sword, Nebula Kid's natal weapon. Xianxia's eyes fell on the nebula sword. Asterisk wing asterisk asterisk wing asterisk. The quiet nebula sword suddenly became agitated. It trembled violently and emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound. It felt like it had met its true master. How could this be? Nebula Kid was shocked. This had never happened to the nebula sword before. He had completely fused with the broken sword of the Heavenly Saint sword. The nebula sword was connected to his life. But now, it was emitting a sense of intimacy to an outsider. Nebula Kid, look carefully. You think you can fuse with the Heavenly Saint sword completely? You must be dreaming. Under the heavens, only I can control the Heavenly Saint sword. With just a thought, the nebula sword will change its owner. Xianxia's eyes were cold. His words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Nebula Kid's heart. Nebula Kid's face revealed a trace of bitterness. It turned out that the nebula sword didn't belong to him. You. Are you really the reincarnation of the greatest saint? Nebula Kid already had the answer in his heart. His eyes that looked at Xianxia were filled with respect. That's right, respect. He had believed that Xianxia was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. The nebula sword was the best proof. A sword with a soul wouldn't lie. Don't worry. I won't take away your nebula sword now. Xianxia waved his hand and cut off the connection between him and the Heavenly Saint sword. The nebula sword immediately returned to its original state. "I'll make a deal with you," Xianxia said. This was the first time he revealed his true identity. It was also the first time he revealed this secret. However, Xianxia had his own reasons. Moreover, he wouldn't take the nebula sword by force. After all, his cultivation was still weak. The Nebula Kid had spent a lot of effort to create the nebula sword. If Nebula Kid killed him on the spot, it would be too much of a waste. Moreover, Xianxia didn't need the broken sword of the Heavenly Saint sword and the nebula sword urgently. He only needed to know the whereabouts of the broken sword. Next, he could start looking for the other broken sword. Instead of being Nebula Kid's enemy, it would be better to be friends with him. If he could use the Nebula sect as a foundation to build his own power, it would be a good thing. "What kind of deal?" Nebula Kid asked. After knowing the true identity of Xianxia, the way he spoke to Xianxia had changed a lot. The reincarnation of the greatest saint was destined to be a heaven-defying figure. He knew very well about Xianxia's innate talent. He was able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he was just a combat king. It was better to be friends than enemies with such a person. "I will still take the Heavenly Saint sword, but not now. Wait until I find the other parts of the Heavenly Saint sword, then I will take yours. At that time I will help you forge a perfect nebula sword that won't be any worse than the one you have now. I will also help you get rid of the demon chi in your body, and even help the nebula sect dominate Xuanyu," Xianxia said. If such words were said by an ordinary person, Nebula Kid would have treated it as bullshit. A 9th-grade combat king who said such words was self-deprecating, but when it was said by Xianxia, Nebula Kid didn't doubt it at all. The reincarnation of the greatest saint, what couldn't he do? A mere Xuanyu was nothing in his eyes. Even if Xianxia said that he could help him get rid of the demon chi in his body, Nebula Kid wouldn't be surprised. What others couldn't do, the greatest saint could do. Nebula Kid put away his guard, but his heart was wild with joy. He wasn't a fool, he knew what was good for him. Xianxia had offered so many conditions in exchange for the broken Heavenly Saint sword. To Nebula Kid, it was a great deal. Furthermore, the Heavenly Saint sword originally belonged to Xianxia. Since Xianxia said that he would help him forge a saint weapon that wouldn't be any weaker than the current nebula sword, he would definitely do it. More importantly, Xianxia could help him get rid of the demon chi in his body. This demon chi had been tormenting him for so long, it was unbearable. Furthermore, having a good relationship with Xianxia was definitely beneficial to the Nebula sect. Even if Xianxia was not the greatest saint, with his current talent, it would be a great thing for the Nebula sect to become a disciple of the Nebula sect. "Alright, I promise you." Nebula Kid immediately agreed. In his heart, this was not a deal, but a choice. He was willing to follow and even support Xianxia. In his heart, to be able to help the reincarnated body of the greatest saint to conquer the world was an incomparable honor. "I hope that what happened today can be a secret between you and me. My secret can never be known by a second person," Xianxia said solemnly to Nebula Kid. He believed that as long as Nebula Kid was not a fool, he would know the severity of the situation. "Don't worry. Only you and I know what happened today. Even if I die, I will let it rot in my stomach," Nebula Kid solemnly promised. The reincarnation of the greatest saint, this was an earth-shattering secret. If it was spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Saint Origin world. At that time, Xianxia would be placed in the center of the storm. Xianxia had too many enemies in his previous life, and all of them were extremely powerful. If this news were to spread to the ears of those big families in the Pure Land, there would be no way for Xianxia to survive. "Come, I will first remove the demon chi from your body," Xianxia said. For him, revealing his secret and making such a bold decision today was after careful consideration. First of all, he was a good judge of character. His impression of Nebula Kid was not bad. Coupled with the fact that Nebula Kid was seriously injured, he became Xianxia's biggest bargaining chip. Furthermore, he had broken the brilliant mirror, so Xianxia had to use other means. Now, it seemed that the effect was good. The huge Nebula sect could directly become his foundation. Now? Nebula Kid was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xianxia would immediately remove the demon qi from his body. This demon qi had been tormenting him for days. He had used all kinds of methods but still couldn't get rid of it. At first, he thought that even if Xianxia wanted to help him remove the demon qi, he would need to prepare for a period of time. After all, the demon qi was too strong. Although Xianxia was the reincarnation of the greatest saint, his cultivation was too weak. He was only a 9th grade combat king. That's right. Now is the time. Release all of your defenses. You don't have to worry about me harming you. With your 4th grade minor saint cultivation, I won't be able to hurt you even if you don't have any defenses. Xianxia said. Alright. Nebula Kid's expression changed. Without delay, he released all of his defenses. He could feel that Xianxia didn't mean any harm to him. If something really happened to him, Xianxia wouldn't be able to walk out of the Nebula sect. He wasn't the only minor saint in the Nebula sect. Plus, what Xianxia said was right. With Xianxia's strength, even if he released all of his defenses, Xianxia wouldn't be able to hurt him. Xianxia came to the back of Nebula Kid and placed one of his hands on his back. He circulated the dragon transformation art. A strand of Yuan force and divine sense merged together and drilled into Nebula Kid's body. Nebula Kid, use your Yuan force to attack the demon qi and force it towards my Yuan force. Xianxia said. Nebula Kid completely believed in the means of the greatest saint. Immediately, he circulated his Yuan force and forced it towards the demon qi in his body. Under his pressure, the demon qi began to move towards Xianxia's Yuan force. Xianxia's Yuan force didn't move, it was like a dormant beast. The moment the demon qi touched Xianxia's Yuan force turned into a ferocious beast. It opened its mouth and swallowed the demon qi. The demon qi struggled violently, but the dragon transformation art was too strong. A huge suction force pulled the demon qi out of Nebula Kid's body and into Xianxia's body. A great demon that could hurt Nebula Kid was at least a 4th grade minor saint. Although the demon qi was harmful to Nebula Kid, it was beneficial to Xianxia. ****. The moment the demonic aura left his body, Nebula Kid spat out a mouthful of blood. That was caused by his internal injuries. Now that the demonic aura was gone, Nebula Kid felt relieved. He would need at most 2 days to fully recover from the remaining injuries on his body. Nebula Kid quickly turned around and saw Xianxia sitting cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His body was covered by a layer of golden light. It was extremely mystical. As expected of the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. Good technique indeed, to be able to get rid of the demonic qi so easily. However, the demonic qi has entered his body. Will it cause any harm to him? Definitely not. He is the greatest saint in the world, what can stop him? Nebula Kid thought to himself. He looked at Xianxia with eyes full of gratitude. The demon qi was removed. It was equivalent to removing a huge hidden danger for him. This was a great kindness. At this moment, Xianxia was wild with joy. He was so happy that he was about to jump up and down. This was because he was shocked to find that the demon qi was not an ordinary demon qi. It was the demon qi left by a divine beast. Xianxia had once refined the De Huang dog's dragon horse blood. He knew how terrifying a divine beast was. And this demon qi was the same as the dragon horse. Its body was actually an extremely rare divine beast. Moreover, it was the demon qi left by one of the 5 legendary divine beasts, the white tiger. It was just a demon qi, so it was not a big deal. However, this demon qi could not be removed from Nebula Kid's body. It was enough to show that this demon qi was extraordinary. It contained a trace of the white tiger's essence. More importantly, it was left by a minor saint great demon. For Xianxia, it was a supreme treasure. I never thought that there would be such an unexpected gain. After refining this demon qi, I can condense at least 3,000 dragon marks. However, this is not the only benefit. When I was breaking through to the 9th grade combat king realm, my foundation was a little unstable. This demon qi is enough to make up for it and completely stabilize my foundation. This is really a surprise. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. He immediately ignored Nebula Kid and started to circulate the dragon transformation art to refine the demon chi. Although this demon chi was very stubborn, the dragon transformation art could refine it. Under the impact of the dragon transformation art, it only took a few minutes for the demon chi to be completely refined. 3,000 new dragon marks were condensed, but Xianxia did not directly break through to the combat emperor realm. He had 36,000 dragon marks before, but now he had 39,000 dragon marks. It was twice as difficult to break through to the combat emperor realm from the 9th grade combat king realm compared to the combat king realm. It required 40,000 dragon marks to break through. In other words, if Xianxia wanted to break through to the combat emperor realm, he would need 40,000 dragon marks. Currently, he had 39,000 dragon marks, so he still needed 1,000 dragon marks. Although he had not broken through to the combat emperor realm, his foundation was very strong now. 3,000 dragon marks had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the 9th grade combat king realm. His combat strength was much stronger than before, he could easily kill a 2nd grade combat emperor. Even if he encountered a 3rd grade combat emperor, he would not be outdone. Wing at this moment, the golden dragon seal in Xianxia's body started to circulate automatically. Xianxia recited the incantation and an illusory golden dragon seal suddenly appeared in his palm. Of course, this was just an illusion, it could not be compared to the completed fire dragon seal and water dragon seal. This situation made Xianxia stunned for a moment, but soon after, Xianxia understood, among the 5 divine beasts, the white tiger represents metal. I cultivate the 5 elements combat dragon seal in order to find the root of the 5 elements. If I can obtain the demon soul of the white tiger, the golden dragon seal can also be completed. Furthermore, with the terrifying power of the dragon transformation art, I can also obtain the innate ability of the white tiger. The harvest this time was too great. Xianxia was very interested in the white tiger that injured Nebula Kid. Xianxia opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. How do you feel? Nebula Kid asked. He could clearly feel that the current Xianxia was much more powerful than before. He was only a step away from the combat emperor realm. He couldn't help but admire the means of the greatest saint in the world. His ability to increase his cultivation was also extremely terrifying. It was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Never before. Sect Master, you said that you were injured by the white tiger and a mysterious young man. Do you know the origin of that mysterious young man? Xianxia asked. I don't know. That white tiger was incomparably brave. If I'm not wrong, it should be the legendary white tiger. It was only a 3rd grade minor demon saint, but it was already able to injure me. It was extremely terrifying. However, this white tiger obeyed that mysterious young man. I still remember that young man's appearance. He wore a golden robe and had a head of dazzling golden hair. His whole body was emitting the aura of an emperor. He was a real dragon among men. Nebula Kid recalled. Northern and Southern dynasties. Without even thinking, Xianxia could guess that it was the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties were formed by the souls of immortals, and they had inherited the heavenly Tao. They were not ordinary people. When he was in the Black Sect, he didn't kill the Northern and Southern dynasties, he knew that this person would appear again. Golden robes, golden hair, the aura of an emperor, these were the symbols of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Under the heavens, there was only one person from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Since Xianxia was reincarnated, he had never cared about any geniuses, but he cared about the Northern and Southern dynasties. Now, the Northern and Southern dynasties had finally appeared again. Who? Nebula Kid was startled. I once had an opponent who was extremely difficult to deal with. Wherever this person appears, there will definitely be a storm. I'm afraid that Xuanyu will not be peaceful anymore. Xianxia's eyes darkened. Others might not understand the Northern and Southern dynasties, but he did. The cultivators of the Northern and Southern dynasties cultivated the monarch heaven art. They walked the path of an emperor, a path of conquest. No matter where they went, they would conquer, rule, and strengthen their monarch chi. Since the Northern and Southern dynasties had appeared in Xuanyu, they would definitely try their best to dominate Xuanyu and rule Xuanyu, bringing about a reign of terror. That man once said that one day, he will rule the entire Xuanyu. The white tiger beside him is extremely terrifying, even I am no match for it. Nebula Kid said. Another reason why he had a good relationship with Jiang Chen was to consider the future of the Nebula sect. The previous battle had made him feel that the situation in Xuanyu would become unstable very soon. As one of the 5 major powers, the Nebula sect would definitely not be able to stay out of this turmoil. With the reincarnation of the greatest saint, Jiang Chen, by his side, he felt much more secure. What are the cultivation levels of the northern and southern dynasties now? Jiang Chen asked. This was something he was very concerned about. If I'm not mistaken, that golden-haired youth should be a first-grade combat emperor. I don't understand why a 4th-grade minor demon saint would willingly follow a first-grade combat emperor. Moreover, it's an extremely rare divine beast, white tiger. Nebula Kid was puzzled. Divine beasts were so arrogant that they would never be subdued by humans. However, the white tiger did listen to the golden-haired young man that day. Others can't do it, but the northern and southern dynasties can. Jiang Chen didn't doubt that the northern and southern dynasties would be able to subdue the white tiger. This man was a true heaven's favored one with an immortal physique. However, since the northern and southern dynasties were only first-grade combat emperors, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Northern and southern dynasties, it seems like you and I are going to transfer the unfinished grudge in the Qi province to this land of Xuanyu. If that's the case, let's have another competition and see who will be the final winner. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His blood that was about to calm down started to boil again. To him, passion and challenges were always the most fun. It would be endless joy to compete with people like the northern and southern dynasties. The grudge in the past had been extended to this day. The battlefield of the two of them had changed from the small Qi province to the huge Xuanyu. Jiang Chen's passion was ignited once again. Nebula Kid could feel the importance Jiang Chen attached to the northern and southern dynasties. His heart couldn't help but pay more attention to them. An opponent that could attract the attention of the greatest saint wouldn't be an easy opponent. I can see that this man is full of ambition. He isn't an ordinary person. Nebula Kid said. With the way the northern and southern dynasties do things, they will probably choose one of the 5 major powers as their foundation. I believe the power of Xuanyu will be clear soon. Master, you just need to focus on your cultivation. Don't tell anyone about me. The test in the training field hasn't ended yet. I'm going back now. Come with me and give them a reason. From now on, I'm an inner disciple of the Nebula sect and you're the master. Jiang Chen said. All right. Nebula Kid nodded and brought Jiang Chen out of the hall. They walked out of the independent space and headed towards the training field. On the training field, the test for the new disciples had just ended. Except for Jiang Chen and the man in black, everyone else had passed the brilliant mirror and became a true disciple of the Nebula sect. Everyone has passed the brilliant mirror. I wonder how Brother Jiang Chen is doing now. The blue-clothed man sighed. I'm afraid he's in danger. Master will definitely interrogate him. What a pity. He's a peerless genius. Yesterday, he helped us so much in the Huangling Desert. Yeah, I really hope Brother Jiang is fine. Many of the inner disciples were still thinking about Jiang Chen, who was taken away by Nebula Kid. They were still immersed in the intense battle 2 days ago. Fighting with Jiang Chen was an extremely satisfying thing. Even if Jiang Chen couldn't become a disciple of the Nebula sect, they didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. Why hasn't Big Brother come back yet? Zhuoling Air pouted. She felt that things were not going well and she was worried to death. I'm afraid he won't come back. Song Tsongxing had a proud smile on his face. If Jiang Chen was killed by the Nebula sect, it would save him a lot of trouble. Unexpectedly, as soon as Song Tsongxing's voice faded, a wave of air appeared in the sky above the training field. 2 silhouettes appeared. They were Jiang Chen and Nebula Kid. Big Brother. Zhuoling Air was ecstatic when she saw Jiang Chen was fine. She immediately cheered. Greetings, Master. With Huagui as the leader, everyone bowed to Nebula Kid. They didn't dare to show any neglect. When they saw that Jiang Chen was unharmed, they couldn't help but feel surprised. They didn't know what had happened. To the blue-cloaked man, it didn't seem to be as bad as they had imagined. "Master, how are you going to deal with Xianxia?" Huagui asked. There were so many people on the scene, but only Huagui dared to speak in front of Nebula Kid. "I have investigated and found out that there was something wrong with the brilliant mirror's body, which caused the mirror to shatter. There is nothing wrong with Xianxia. Alright, from now on, Xianxia is an official inner sect disciple of Nebula sect." After Nebula Kid finished speaking, he disappeared like a ghost. He left the training field, leaving the dumbfounded crowd behind. Haha, I knew it. How could there be something wrong with Brother Jiang? If there was something wrong with him, the brilliant mirror would have killed him. How could it break by itself? It turns out that there was something wrong with the brilliant mirror. This is great. Brother Jiang has become an official disciple of the Nebula sect. We can follow Brother Jiang in the future. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Since the master said it himself, there shouldn't be any problem. It was a false alarm. That damn brilliant mirror. It almost made our Nebula sect lose a rare genius. Many of them were cheering for Xianxia. From this, it could be seen that Xianxia's position and weight in the hearts of the inner sect disciples was extremely important. This was the first time that such rallying power and cohesiveness had happened in the Nebula sect. In the inner sect, even the chief steward didn't have such power. How could this be? Song Zhongxing's eyes were filled with coldness. He humped in his heart, it's good that he became a disciple. As long as he is in the inner sect, he has to obey my control. The master didn't show any special care to him. Now, the 7 brothers Feng Yun won't accept him as a disciple. I don't think he has any support in the Nebula sect. With a sway of his body, Xianxia descended from the sky and arrived in front of Hua Gui and Zuolinger. He cupped his fists towards Hua Gui and said, "Elder Hua, I'll leave the little girl to you from now on. Don't worry. No one dares to provoke my disciple. You just have to worry about yourself. Ling Er, Xianxia is fine. Don't worry too. Follow me back to Mount Gui." Hua Gui said and pulled Zuoling Er away. "Wait." Xianxia called out to Hua Gai, who was about to leave. "What else do you want?" "I don't have that much time." Hua Gui said. "Elder Hua, according to the mission given by the sect, the person who obtains the demon spirit of a demonic beast leader will be rewarded with an emperor elixir. Ling Er happens to have a demon spirit of a demonic beast leader. It's better to let Ling Er receive the emperor elixir before leaving with you. When we reach Mount Gui, it won't take long for the little girl to break through to the combat emperor realm." Xianxia said. The matter of the emperor elixir had always been in his heart. Before returning to the Nebula sect, he had given one of the demon spirit of a demonic beast leader to Zuoling Er. Oh? I never thought that Ling Er already has the ability to kill a demonic beast leader. Not bad at all. Hua Gui looked at Zuoling Er and praised. Zuoling Er took out a demon spirit of a demonic beast leader and said in a serious tone, "Master, this was killed by Big Brother." Hua Gui stared at Zuoling Er and felt a little awkward. She then turned to Song Zhongxing and said, "Song Zhongxing, where's the emperor elixir? Hurry up and take it out. Don't waste my time." "Yes, Elder Hua." Song Zhongxing didn't dare to be negligent. In the Nebula sect, who would dare to offend a demoness like Hua Gui? He immediately took out an emperor elixir and walked towards Hua Gui and handed it over to Zuoling Er. Zuoling Er passed the demon spirit to Song Zhongxing and kept the emperor elixir. Congratulations to Elder Hua for accepting an outstanding disciple. In the future, she will definitely become the #1 genius of the Nebula sect. Song Zhongxing flattered. "Stop flattering me and take care of your inner court." Hua Gai casually said a few words and disappeared with Zuolinger. Song Zhongxing once again returned to the high platform. He swept his gaze across the new disciples and loudly said, "From now on, you are the true disciples of the Nebula sect. Here is your new identity jade plate. Inside it is the uniform of the Nebula sect." Song Zhongxing waved his hand and identity jade plates flew out one by one, looking for their owner. Even Xianxia was no exception. This identity jade plate is a storage space, similar to a spatial ring. Aside from the uniform of the Nebula sect, there is nothing else inside. At this moment, Yue walked onto the stage and cupped his hands towards Song Zhongxing, chief manager. This is the demon spirit of a demonic beast leader that disciple obtained. I'm here to exchange it for the Emperor Elixir. As the steward of the inner sect, Song Zhongxing was in charge of all the matters in the inner sect. Naturally, he would be the one to exchange the rewards. Song Zhongxing had already given an Emperor Elixir to Zhuo Ling'er. If there was no accident, Song Zhongxing should have 3 Emperor Elixir in his hand. It was the reward prepared by the sect. Yue couldn't wait to get the Emperor Elixir. He was now at the peak of the 9th grade combat king, only one step away from the combat emperor realm. If he could get the Emperor Elixir, he would be able to reach the combat emperor realm in less than 10 days. At that time, he would become a core disciple, and his position in the nebulous sect would rise again. Song Zhongxing took the demon soul from Yue's hand, glanced at it and said, "Good, Yue, your performance is not bad. It seems that after you get the Emperor Elixir, you will be able to reach the combat emperor realm and become a core disciple. With your talent as the second in the earth ranking, your future will be limitless." Song Zhongxing praised Yue, then he took out an Emperor Elixir and gave it to Yue. Yue's face was filled with surprise when he felt the vigorous energy from the Emperor Elixir. He bowed to Song Zhongxing and looked at Xianxia, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with gratitude. This demon soul was given to him by Xianxia. If it wasn't for De Huangdog's help, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to kill the leader of the demonic beasts, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Brother Jiang, you are now an inner sect disciple. Quickly take out the demon soul and exchange it for the Emperor Elixir. With your talent, you can use the Emperor Elixir to reach the combat emperor realm. Yue said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. He strode to the platform where Song Zhongxing was standing, took out the demon soul and threw it on the platform. He said in a clear voice, "Steward, I am here to exchange for the Emperor Elixir." Unexpectedly, as soon as Xianxia's voice faded, Song Zhongxing's face changed. "Emperor Elixir? You still have the face to ask for Imperial Elixir?" As soon as the words were spoken, the atmosphere in the training field became tense. Many of them looked at Song Zhongxing. It seemed like the chief steward was going to use his position to avenge his personal grudge. As an inner sect disciple of Nebula sect, most of them knew that Song Zhongxing wanted to befriend Husong. Husong had suffered a great loss in Jiangchen's hands. Now that Jiangchen had become an inner sect disciple, he was under Song Zhongxing's jurisdiction. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to take revenge. What do you mean by that? Jiangchen's face turned cold. He had expected this result. When Song Zhongxing first looked at him, Jiangchen could feel his hostility. What do you mean? Jiangchen, don't you know that you have committed a great crime? Before you became an official disciple of the Nebula sect, you harmed your fellow disciple and chopped off Husong's arm. If it wasn't for Husong's strength, he would have been killed by you. You should have received a great punishment for harming your fellow disciple. However, since you have killed the leader of the demon beasts, your merits offset your demerit. The Emperor Elixir will be given to Husong as compensation. Song Zhongxing said. Shameless. What head steward has done is not right. What do you mean by Husong is strong? It was Brother Jiang who spared his life. If Brother Jiang really wanted to kill him, Husong wouldn't have had the chance to come back. Now you want to embezzle Brother Jiang's Emperor Elixir and give it to Husong. This is a typical case of taking revenge on a personal grudge. Head steward is a smart man. Why would he offend Brother Jiang in public? Even if Brother Jiang isn't a direct disciple guarded by the 7 brothers of wind and cloud, he has an extraordinary relationship with Sister Zhua. If head steward offends Jiangchen, he will offend Sister Zhua. If he offends Sister Zhua, he will be going against the first elder of the Flower Valley. Doesn't he know the pros and cons? What do you know? Head steward is smart. The first elder of the Flower Valley has a high status. How can she not meddle in the affairs of the inner sect? Moreover, head steward only embezzled Brother Jiang's Emperor Elixir and gave a very reasonable reason to make up for his mistake. It's a pity that Brother Jiang didn't get anything in the end after leading us to kill so many demons. Everyone on the martial arts practice field sighed. They all felt that Song Zhongxing had gone too far, but it seemed to be within their expectations. After all, Song Songxing had always been on good terms with Husong. Now, he naturally wanted to help Husong vent his anger. If nothing went wrong with the brilliant mirror and Jiang Chen was accepted as a direct disciple by the 7 brothers of wind and cloud, Songxing would definitely not do that. However, the 7 brothers of wind and cloud had no intention of accepting disciples now. Jiang Chen was just an ordinary inner sect disciple. At most, he had the title of number 1 on the ground list. However, an inner sect disciple was an inner sect disciple. He had to be under the jurisdiction of the head steward. Many people knew that Jiang Chen's emperor elixir was out of the question. Bullsh*t, Jiang Chen sneered and scolded softly. What did you say? Song Songxing was instantly enraged. He couldn't believe that there was a disciple who dared to insult him in the inner sect. It was simply audacious. I said, Bullsh*t, Jiang Chen pointed at Song Songxing on the high platform and shouted. As soon as he said that, the entire martial arts practice field instantly became dead silent. However, the next moment, there was an uproar. Wow, there was an uproar. Many people suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. However, Jiang Chen had clearly scolded twice in a row. They definitely didn't hear it wrongly. Oh my God, he actually insulted the head steward in front of his face. This, lawless. He is simply lawless. He even dares to scold the head steward. This is the first time in our inner sect. He is too audacious. Awesome, too sharp. Senior brother Jiang is simply my idol. In our inner sect, who doesn't show respect to the head steward? He actually insulted the head steward on his first day here. This is simply amazing. Oh my God, this lawless person has plucked the tiger's whiskers. The head steward must be furious. Jiang Chen is finished. There was no one who wasn't shocked. The entire martial arts practice field was in an uproar. Everyone finally understood what was lawless, what was awesome, what was manly. He shouted at the head steward in public. No, it wasn't shouting, it was insulting. Bastard, Jiang Chen, you have no respect for your elders. You have insulted the head steward in public. This is treason. Today, the head steward will punish you by crippling your cultivation. Song Songxing was infuriated. A terrifying wave of qi rushed out from his body. He felt that he had to cripple this audacious bastard. In the inner sect of the nebulous sect, no one had ever dared to contradict him, let alone insult him. Song Songxing stretched out his big hand and grabbed at Jiang Chen. The aura of a third-grade combat emperor was completely unleashed. Many people felt a suffocating pressure. Humph. Old bastard, how dare you embezzle my things? Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He stood still on the same spot and waved his hand to strike out the true dragon palm, colliding with Song Songxing's palm. A loud bang was heard and the void exploded. The result of the battle made everyone's eyes widen. Jiang Chen, a 9th-grade combat king, didn't move an inch, but Song Songxing, a 3rd-grade combat emperor, took a step back. His body was shaking violently. What? Song Songxing exclaimed. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a ghost. He had fallen into a disadvantageous position in the previous attack. How was this possible? Oh my God, did you see that? The head steward didn't gain any advantage from Jiang Chen. What happened? How could he force the head steward to retreat? The head steward is a 3rd-grade combat emperor. Jiang Chen, a 9th-grade combat king, is suppressing the head steward. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Monstrous, truly monstrous. No wonder he is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he is only a combat king. Have you all realized that Brother Jiang seems to be much stronger than when he first arrived at the nebulous sect? His cultivation has reached the peak of the 9th-grade combat king, not the state that he had just reached. No one wasn't shocked, everyone was shocked. Those disciples who thought Jiang Chen was finished had their eyes wide open, they couldn't believe what they had just seen. Jiang Chen was arrogant, presumptuous, and lawless, but he had the right to be arrogant. Jiang Chen's qi was unparalleled. He didn't put Song Songxing in his eyes at all. It was a blasphemy to him if this kind of trash wanted to embezzle his things. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow it. He raised his finger and pointed at Xianxia, and said in a clear voice, "Old man, I'm telling you, you better not provoke me. The things that belong to me, Xianxia, are not something you can touch. Take out the Emperor Elixir and stay away from me when you see me. If Husong wants to take revenge, let him come to me himself. If you want to avenge him, you should consider your own ability first." Jiang Chen's voice was very loud, and everyone in the training field could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions changed. They had seen arrogant people before, but none of them had ever seen such an arrogant person. A new disciple had treated the chief steward in such a manner on his first day here. He was simply a madman. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of Xianxia. If he was in his previous state, he might not be Xianxia's opponent, but now, he was only one step away from the combat emperor realm, which was enough to deal with an ordinary third-grade combat emperor. If he used his full strength, a third-grade combat emperor wouldn't be a threat to him. Today was his first day in the Nebula sect. It represented a new beginning. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow anyone to step on his neck and piss on him, even if the person was the head steward of the inner sect. "Jiang Chen, don't be too presumptuous. You are just a new disciple, how dare you talk back to the head steward like this? You are too arrogant." The old man beside Xianxia shouted at Jiang Chen. He was the second steward, a second-grade combat emperor. "Old man, this has nothing to do with you. You better stand there and keep quiet." Jiang Chen didn't give him any face. He glared at Xianxia and said, "If you don't give me Emperor Elixir today, I won't let this matter rest." Jiang Chen's chi was overbearing and his attitude was very strong. He understood this world too well. If you were weak, anyone could bully you. If you compromised with someone like Xianxia, he would bully you for the second, third, and fourth time. He would step on your neck and piss on you. To deal with such a person, you had to beat him up and make him afraid of you. Too arrogant, the inner sect elders on the battle stage were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. They had never seen such an arrogant disciple before. Jiang Chen had scolded the second steward, but the second steward's face was filled with anger. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. If they were to fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. Even Husong, who was a second-grade combat emperor, wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, let alone himself. Moreover, the chief steward and Jiang Chen had just exchanged a blow, but he didn't gain any advantage over Jiang Chen. Good. Brat, this manager has never seen such an arrogant person like you before. Today, I'll let you experience this manager's power. As long as you can defeat me, I'll give you the emperor pill." Xianxia was so angry that his voice was trembling. Today, he had lost all his face. If he didn't teach Jiang Chen a lesson, how could he establish his prestige in the inner sect? No disciple would be afraid of him anymore. Whenever he walked on the streets, he would be ridiculed by a new disciple. He was the dignified chief steward of the inner sect, but he was humiliated by a new disciple in public. Xianxia flew up to the sky. He waved his hand and opened up a new battlefield in the sky. There wasn't any fear on Jiang Chen's face. No one saw how he moved, but he had already flown up to the sky and stood in front of Xianxia. "I won't show any mercy when I attack." Jiang Chen's tone was calm. If Xianxia wanted to fight, then he would accompany him. It was a good opportunity to test his current combat strength with a third-grade combat emperor. He had to get the Emperor Elixir. If it was before, he wouldn't care so much about it, but it was different now. The northern and southern dynasties had appeared. They were the only people who could make Jiang Chen feel a sense of urgency. Since the northern and southern dynasties had appeared in Xuanyu, Xuanyu wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The northern and southern dynasties had already led the White Tiger to fight against Nebula Kid. If Jiang Chen's guess was right, the northern and southern dynasties had secretly probed the experts of the other major powers. According to what Nebula Kid said, Nanbei Chao was only a first-grade combat emperor, but he had the immortal soul body. You would never know how fast he would grow. Jiang Chen was only a 9th-grade combat king, he wasn't even a combat emperor yet. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to deal with the turbulence of the mysterious domain in the future. Only then would he be able to confront Nanbei Chao. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to get his hands on the Emperor Elixir. With his current strength, he would be able to break through to the combat emperor realm after obtaining the emperor elixir. They are really going to fight. The new disciple and the chief steward are going to fight on the first day. This is the first time in the history of the nebulous sect. No matter whether Xianxia wins or loses in the end, his name will be recorded in the history of the nebulous sect. Yeah, Brother Jiang is a madman when it comes to fighting. This can be seen from the way he killed the demons. I just don't know if he is a match for the chief steward. Brother Jiang has defeated Husong before. Now that his cultivation has improved, it shouldn't be difficult for him to fight against a third-grade combat emperor. Didn't you see that he had the upper hand when he was fighting against the chief steward? He is a peerless genius. We can't use common sense to judge him. Plus, Brother Jiang is not a reckless person. Just like when he killed the leader of the demons, he had the confidence to win. That's why I have high hopes for him. However, if he really beats the chief steward, this matter will be blown out of proportion. Looking at Jiang Chen and Song Zhongxing, who were at daggers drawn, a lot of people's faces changed. Both of them were going to fight without any hesitation. One of them was fighting for the pill that he was supposed to get, the other one was fighting for his reputation and to avenge Husong. If this battle continued, no matter what the result was, Jiang Chen would have blown the matter out of proportion. 3 Pure Chi Fist. Song Zhongxing didn't have anything else to say to Jiang Chen. He struck out the 3 Purities fist. The entire void was filled with the shadows of his fists, tearing the void into pieces. Each of his fists glowed with dazzling light and boundless power. It seemed like each of his fists could destroy a mountain. Song Zhongxing and Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. This combat skill was extremely terrifying and ferocious. It showed how much hatred Song Zhongxing had for Jiang Chen. He had unleashed his ultimate attack, wanting to defeat Jiang Chen in a single strike to defend his dignity. Roar an earth-shattering dragon roar was heard. Song Zhongxing was ferocious. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be polite. He struck out with the fire dragon seal. A huge fire dragon hovered above the void, rushing into the fist shadows with irresistible force. Kong Hong, the terrifying energy collided with each other. The void was shattered. Destructive energy waves were everywhere. Cold wind was blowing. If someone appeared in the battlefield of the two of them, they would be killed instantly. Dang Song Zhongxing was hit by a huge counterforce. He was pushed back 3 steps. After Jiang Chen had absorbed the demonic chi of the white tiger, his combat power had improved tremendously. He was now a peak 9th grade combat king. Adding the terrifying true dragon combat skill, even Song Zhongxing, a 3rd grade combat emperor, couldn't withstand it. Impossible. How can a 9th grade combat king be so strong? Song Zhongxing's face turned pale. He knew better than anyone how strong the 3 Pure Chi Fist was. However, he was still defeated by Jiang Chen under such circumstances. He was a 3rd grade combat emperor, but he was defeated by a 9th grade combat king. He would be a laughingstock if this was spread out. In fact, when he was facing Jiang Chen, he didn't feel like he was facing a 9th grade combat king, but a combat emperor who was stronger than him. Song Zhongxing, it's your misfortune to provoke me. Jiang Chen shouted. A dragon roar was formed between his palms. This time, it wasn't the fire dragon seal, but the water dragon seal. When the water dragon seal was unleashed, the temperature of the sky suddenly dropped. Roar, the water dragon rushed forward and the dragon roar shook the sky. Jiang Chen didn't want to give Song Zhongxing any chance to breathe. The water dragon that was fused with the pure water of heaven and earth froze the void wherever it went. Even those who were standing far away from it could feel the extreme coldness. Many of their faces changed. They had seen the blazing fire dragon with their own eyes. Now, Jiang Chen had unleashed the icy cold water dragon. The contrast between the two was so great that it shocked them. What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? He could actually fuse the two opposite attributes of ice and fire together. This is too abnormal. He was using a fire-attributed battle skill before, and now he's using a water-attributed battle skill. There's even an element of ice in it. He can actually fuse these two elements together. I can't believe there's such a monster in this world. Too powerful, too ferocious. He's only a ninth grade combat king, but he's already so powerful. If he advances to the combat emperor realm, I wonder how terrifying he will be. It seems like even the chief steward of the third grade combat emperor is no match for him. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's technique was too horrifying, so horrifying that they couldn't accept it. The one who was truly shocked was Xianxia. He was high up in the sky and he could clearly feel the coldness coming from the water dragon. This coldness made his soul tremble. It was not hard to imagine that if he cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method, he would definitely be suppressed by it. King Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Immediately, he took out a long and narrow sword that was shining brightly. It was an emperor weapon. Jiang Chen was too powerful, he had no choice but to use his full strength to fight against him. Howl! The long sword made a sharp howl and slashed at the water dragon. Wherever the long sword passed, the void was sliced into half. At last, it slashed at the head of the fire dragon. Under Xianxia's attack, the water dragon was sliced into half. However, the energy and coldness from the water dragon's body didn't weaken at all. All of it was used on Xianxia's long sword. Once again, Xianxia received a huge counterforce. His hand that was holding the sword was trembling. The surface of his sword was covered with a layer of frost. This was the terror of the heavenly earth, pure water. The coldness of it wasn't something that could be compared with any other cold objects. Howl! Another sharp howl was heard. A long sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was the heavenly saint sword. The blood-red sword light transformed into a ferocious dragon head. This was an extremely powerful sword. Once the heavenly saint sword was taken out, no one could compete with it. Old man, today I will let you know the terror of your grandfather. Jiang Chen shouted. He used the spatial shift and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xianxia. The heavenly saint sword slashed down like a heavenly sword descending from the sky. Xianxia's expression changed dramatically when he felt the terrifying destructive energy coming from the heavenly saint sword. Xianxia started to regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have tried to cause trouble for Jiang Chen in the first place. He had already felt the terror of Jiang Chen. He knew that he was definitely not a match for Jiang Chen. However, he couldn't give up now. If he did, he would lose a lot of face. As the chief steward of the inner sect, he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Clang. Two long swords collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. Jiang Chen's body was emitting a golden light. His black hair was dancing wildly. He looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. Xianxia was sent flying dozens of feet away. Not giving Xianxia any chance, Jiang Chen slashed at Xianxia again with the heavenly saint sword. His speed was too fast. Xianxia didn't even have the chance to breathe. He had to face the second attack of Jiang Chen. Clang. 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 Next, Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. His aura was as vast as the ocean. He continuously attacked Xianxia. In the end, Xianxia could only mechanically raise the long sword in his hand to resist. Every time he clashed with Jiang Chen's sword, he would spurt out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen's strength was too great. It was as if Jiang Chen had been possessed by an ancient beast. He was so ferocious that he couldn't resist. Clang. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's series of movements were too fast. It was so fast that the third-grade combat emperor couldn't react in time. Xianxia only realized that his combat weapon had flown out from his hand. He saw Jiang Chen's long sword was already in front of his neck and his combat weapon had fallen into Jiang Chen's other hand. The tip of the heavenly saint sword emitted a cold light. Traces of trembling killing intent made Xianxia feel that his soul was trembling. It was too scary. This young man was too scary. He was a third-grade combat emperor, but he wasn't his match at all. He was easily defeated. Try to imagine, if this wasn't the Nebula sect, if the battle just now was a life-and-death battle, he was afraid that he would have been killed by Jiang Chen's sword. No, this is impossible. Xianxia was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme point. He couldn't believe it at all, but the situation in front of him was the truth. He was a dignified chief steward, a third-grade combat emperor, but he was defeated by Xianxia. For a moment, the entire training field was in dead silence. Nobody could use words to express the shock in their hearts. Each and every one of them widened their eyes, looking at the two men who were still standing in the sky. Now, not only the inner sect disciples who didn't go to Huangling Desert, the core disciples who were here to watch the show, even the inner sect disciples who had followed Xianxia to fight against the demonic devils were shocked. They had never seen a man who could be so strong. Hu Song and the Hu Lai brothers, who had lost an arm, appeared on the training field. They happened to see the scene of Xianxia defeating Song Tsongsheng. The depressed Hu Song spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After he came back, he had planned to teach Xianxia a lesson. No matter what, they had to get the Emperor Elixir back. Now, not only did Tsongsheng fail to bully Xianxia, but he was also being bullied by Xianxia. Brother, this man is too strong. Even the head butler is no match for him. I don't think it's possible for us to take revenge. Hu Lai also had an ugly expression on his face. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about his imperial elixir. Now, it seemed that he had no chance of obtaining imperial elixir. Hu Song didn't say anything, but from the way he gritted his teeth, it was obvious that he was still very unwilling. In the sky, Xianxia sheathed his long sword. He grabbed Song Zhongxing's collar and jumped down from the sky towards the high platform. The inner sect elder on the high platform immediately retreated from the fighting platform. Xianxia, you dare to be indifferent to the chief steward? This is treason. The deputy steward was flustered and exasperated as he shouted at Xianxia. Scram! Xianxia turned his head and glanced at the deputy steward. Lung Lung shouted at the deputy steward. The deputy steward was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. This new disciple in front of him was a madman. He even dared to hit the deputy steward, let alone the deputy steward. If Xianxia angered Xianxia, the deputy steward would definitely give him a good beating. Xianxia, return the combat weapon to me. You were disrespectful to me today. This is treason. The sect will definitely punish you. The deputy steward said with his eyes wide open. Slap asterisk. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia slapped him across the face, causing him to spin 3 times on the spot. Xianxia, you, Song Zhongxing was furious. He was a dignified chief steward, but he was slapped by a disciple in public. This was a great humiliation. Unfortunately, as soon as he opened his mouth, Xianxia slapped him again. After that, Xianxia picked Song Zhongxing up and slapped him left and right with his other hand. After a dozen slaps, Song Zhongxing's face turned into a pig's head, dripping with blood. One more word and I'll slap you again. Xianxia looked at Song Zhongxing's angry eyes with a smile. He would never be polite to people like this. Song Zhongxing was a disciple of the Nebula sect. If Song Zhongxing was Xianxia's enemy, he would have killed him on the spot. Song Zhongxing felt extremely humiliated. He was so angry that he coughed out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't threaten Xianxia anymore. He was not an idiot, he could naturally see how difficult it was to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia was an extremely ruthless man, and he would never show any mercy when he attacked. If he continued to threaten Xianxia, Xianxia would stand there and slap him for a whole day and night. At that time, he would be the one losing face. Even with his current appearance, his image and dignity in the inner circle would be completely lost, and he would become the laughingstock of the Nebula sect. Chief Steward, if I were you, I would immediately take out the Emperor Elixir and give it to me. Xianxia said indifferently. After that, he gave Song Zhongxing's combat weapon to him. He wasn't interested in this combat weapon, and he didn't care about it at all. The current power of the Heavenly Saint Sword couldn't even be compared to an ordinary Emperor weapon. Although Song Zhongxing was extremely unwilling, he also knew that if he didn't take out the Emperor Elixir today, Xianxia would definitely not let this matter go. Song Zhongxing turned his palm, took out the last Emperor Elixir and threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia revealed a smile on his face, then he loosened Song Zhongxing's collar and said, Song Zhongxing, today is just a lesson for you. You better not provoke me in the future. Of course, if you want to find someone to stand up for you, I'll accept it. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, his body swayed and left the high platform. He ignored the gazes of the crowd and strode out of the training field. He had beaten up the chief steward today, but he wasn't afraid of revenge. He was eager to improve his cultivation, so he would accept all the pressure from the outside world. Song Zhongxing stood on the high platform and let out a roar towards the sky. After that, he disappeared. The disciples on the training field looked at each other. No one had thought that such a thing would happen in today's new disciple assessment. The name of Xianxia was destined to be a figure that could never be erased in the history of Nebulous Sect. This is too overbearing. If I could have half of Brother Zhang's aggressiveness, even if I die, it would be worth it. Forget it. Look at yourself after taking a piss. You still want to compare yourself with Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang is only a 9th grade combat king, but he has defeated a 3rd grade combat emperor. Can you even do that? He beat up the chief steward on his first day here. This scene is really shocking, but for such a disgraceful act, Brother Zhang will be punished by the sect. Punishment my ass, the sect won't do anything about it. Think about it, a dignified 3rd grade combat emperor chief steward, who is in charge of all the matters in the inner sect, can't even defeat a 9th grade combat king disciple. How shameful is that? What's more, Xianxia is the one in the right. It was the chief steward who wanted to embezzle the emperor elixir that he should get. Besides, Xianxia is a 9th grade combat king who defeated a 3rd grade combat emperor. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a genius like him in the entire Nebula sect. Do you think the sect will offend such a monstrous genius for a useless steward? There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Everyone thought that Xianxia beat up the chief steward for nothing. Not only would the sect not avenge him, they would value Xianxia even more. The sect was very clear about the weight of a peerless genius, especially monstrous geniuses like Xianxia and Zuoling Er. The future of the Nebula sect depended on them. After leaving the training field, Xianxia returned to his residence. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. He jumped to Xianxia's side and asked, "Tell me quickly, how did you hide it from the sect master?" This was the biggest question in De Huang Dog's heart. When Xianxia was brought away by Nebula Kid, he knew that Xianxia was finished. Even the brilliant mirror was destroyed. Xianxia's purpose of coming here must have been exposed. However, he didn't expect that there would be a twist at the last moment. Not only was Xianxia unharmed, he was also brought back by Nebula Kid and successfully became an inner sect disciple. De Huang Dog really wanted to know what kind of method Xianxia used. Didn't Nebula Kid say it? There was an accident with the brilliant mirror. Xianxia shrugged. Fuck you. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would believe Xianxia's words. This kind of excuse could fool those disciples of the Nebula sect who didn't know the truth, but it was impossible to fool him. Alright, I have my own plan. De Huang, do you still remember the Northern and Southern dynasties? Xianxia changed the topic. When he mentioned the Northern and Southern dynasties, he couldn't help but frown again. Northern and Southern dynasties? The guy who survived after you tore half of his body apart in the Black Sect. What happened? Don't tell me that guy is here again? De Huang Dog had a deep impression of the Northern and Southern dynasties. He was the #1 arrogant guy in the Qi province. That's right, the Northern and Southern dynasties have arrived in Xuanyu. This man has the body of an immortal, and he is extremely difficult to deal with. He is cultivating the monarch heaven skill, and he is walking on the path of a monarch, the path of a ruler. He is using this to improve his cultivation. Wherever this man goes, there will be a storm of blood. Xuanyu will not be peaceful anymore. Think about it, if the Northern and Southern dynasties know I'm in Xuanyu, what will they do? Xianxia asked. Of course, they will kill you. I bet they want to skin you alive. De Huang Dog said without thinking. He knew very well how much the Northern and Southern dynasties hated Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the Northern and Southern dynasties would have conquered the Qi province, or even the entire eastern continent. Meeting Xianxia was like meeting his nemesis. The transformation of an immortal physique is not something we can imagine. The Northern and Southern dynasties are first-grade combat emperors now, but they might already be second-grade combat emperors. They might even break through to a higher level at any time. This man has also subdued a white tiger divine beast, a third-grade minor demon saint. This shows how powerful he is. I have to improve my cultivation as soon as possible, and have another battle with the northern and southern dynasties in this land of Xianxia. I want to let him know that meeting me is the misfortune of his life, not only in the Qi province, but also in Xianxia. What did you say? The northern and southern dynasties have subdued a white tiger divine beast? Upon hearing the words white tiger divine beast, De Huang Dog exclaimed. White tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. Its bloodline is even higher than mine, comparable to that of a true dragon. Such a divine beast's bloodline is extremely noble, it's the king of all beasts, a true aristocrat. Let alone a third-grade minor demon saint, even a newborn white tiger cub wouldn't submit to a human. De Huang Dog was shocked. He knew the nobility of a divine beast too well. It wasn't comparable to ordinary beasts and beasts. A divine beast could be friends with a human, but it would never submit to a human. Just like De Huang Dog and Xianxia, their relationship was that of friends and brothers, absolutely not that of a master and servant. If Xianxia was thinking of how to subdue De Huang Dog when he first met De Huang Dog, they wouldn't have what they had today. This was also the reason why De Huang Dog was shocked. The bloodline of a white tiger divine beast was the noblest, let alone a 4th-grade minor demon saint. It was impossible for a 1st-grade combat emperor to submit to him. The northern and southern dynasties have the body of an immortal soul, they are the reincarnation of an immortal soul. We can't judge them with the eyes of ordinary people. Besides, the relationship between the white tiger and him might be the same as ours. No matter what, the northern and southern dynasties have appeared in Xianxia, Xianxia won't be peaceful anymore. Xianxia said. When he thought about the origin of the northern and southern dynasties, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It could be said that there wouldn't be northern and southern dynasties without him. If he didn't slash the heavens with his sword and split open the gate of the immortal world, the immortal soul wouldn't have descended and the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't exist. I never thought that there would be a white tiger in a world like Saint Origin World. De Huang Dog was still sighing. Ever since the gate to the immortal realm was split open 100 years ago, the Saint Origin World has changed. Even sages have the opportunity to become immortals. It's not a big deal for a white tiger to appear. You, the dragon horse, even have a white tiger. Xianxia smiled. He could feel that this world had changed a lot compared to the past. The Saint Origin world that he came from was a completely isolated small world. The gateway to the immortal world had been sealed, and all kinds of resources were scarce. Even Xianxia, the greatest saint in the world, had never seen a divine beast before. Now, he had an abnormal divine beast following him. Hee. De Huang Dog suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, since this white tiger is our enemy, we can't let him go. When the time comes, we'll kill him. You can swallow his blood essence and bloodline, and I can swallow him. Demon spirit. Wakaka. That's so cool. De Huang Dog smiled complacently. He had already divided the white tiger. He knew that Xianxia had a powerful cultivation method that could absorb the innate ability of any beast. The innate ability of the divine beast white tiger must be extremely terrifying. As for the demon spirit of the white tiger, he would swallow it himself. *Pa. Xianxia lifted his leg and kicked De Huang Dog's head. Wake up. He's a 3rd-grade minor demon saint, and you're just a 9th-grade demon king. Xianxia was speechless towards this dog. A 9th-grade demon king wanted to swallow a 3rd-grade minor demon saint's demon spirit? That was daydreaming. That's only a matter of time. How dare you look down on Master Dog? Master Dog is going to sleep now. De Huang Dog shook his head and ran to a room in the courtyard to sleep. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's face revealed a trace of joy. It was good that De Huang Dog was going to sleep. Now that De Huang Dog was feeling the pressure from the northern and southern dynasties and the white tiger, and Xianxia had obtained the emperor elixir, he would soon advance to the combat emperor realm. Under such pressure, De Huang Dog immediately felt sleepy. Needless to say, when he woke up, De Huang Dog would become a 1st-grade demon emperor. This was the weirdest and most abnormal way of advancement. It made countless people envious and jealous. De Huang Dog went to sleep. Xianxia didn't waste any time and immediately took out the Emperor Elixir, preparing to refine it. With this Emperor Elixir, I can break through to the Combat Emperor realm directly. The White Tiger's demon chi in Nebula Kid's body is really great. Without the support of the White Tiger's demon chi, even with the Emperor Elixir, I wouldn't be able to break through to the Combat Emperor realm with my current foundation. Now that I have the White Tiger's demon chi, it's perfect. Xianxia revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. This time, because of the brilliant mirror, he had an unexpected harvest. If it wasn't because of the White Tiger's demon chi, his foundation wouldn't be so stable. Even with the Emperor Elixir, Xianxia wouldn't dare to break through to the Combat Emperor realm directly. The Emperor Elixir was an extremely precious pill. It was extremely rare and difficult to concoct. This time, the Nebula sect was able to offer 3 pills of the Emperor Elixir as a reward. It was quite good. However, this pill had its limitations. It was only useful for combat emperors, it was useless for combat emperors. Xianxia was now at the peak of the 9th grade combat king. He could exert the effect of the Emperor Elixir to the maximum. With the help of the Emperor Elixir, condensing 1,000 dragon marks wouldn't be a problem at all. Without any hesitation, Xianxia swallowed the Emperor Elixir and started to refine it using the dragon transformation art. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. He didn't panic at all. Since there was a suitable environment for him to practice, no one would come and disturb him. Today, he had caused such a ruckus that no one in the inner sect would dare to find trouble with him. Xianxia was in contact with the Emperor Elixir to stabilize his foundation. After advancing to the Combat Emperor realm, he would have the foundation of a Combat Emperor. For 2 days, Xianxia had been in seclusion to practice and refine the Emperor Elixir. De Huang Dog had been sleeping. The inner sect was still discussing the incident of Xianxia beating up the chief steward. Not only the inner sect, but the whole Nebula sect knew about it. The people of the core sect had heard about the unusual person, Xianxia. Many of the geniuses of the core sect wanted to witness the mission of Xianxia. Some of them even said that they wanted to spar with Xianxia to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. After all, there were too many geniuses in the core sect. All of them were young combat emperors. Which one of them didn't have some arrogance? As for the outer sect and the inner sect, Xianxia had become the idol of countless disciples. They worshipped him all the time, thinking that one day they could be as domineering as Xianxia. Their lives wouldn't be in vain. After all, they were all men. A man should be domineering like this. However, there was someone who wasn't having a good time in these 2 days. The chief steward stayed in his own place and didn't step out of the door. He didn't even care about the matters of the inner sect. It was shameful. He didn't have the face to see anyone. He had no place to hide his old face. The chief steward's injuries had been completely healed. He was a 3rd grade combat emperor after all. His recovery speed was very fast. His physical injuries had been healed, but his mental injuries weren't that easy to recover. The chief steward was flustered and exasperated. He smashed all the furniture in his room. When he thought of the name Xianxia, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. However, he knew very well that he wouldn't have the chance to seek revenge on Xianxia. Xianxia had obtained the Emperor Elixir. Not long after, he would advance to the Combat Emperor realm. At that time, he would become a core disciple. His wish to seek revenge would be even more impossible. However, if he didn't vent his anger, he would suffer from internal injuries. Just when Songxing was flustered and exasperated, someone came. It wasn't someone else, it was Husong. He had lost an arm, but the other injuries on his body were the same as Songxing's. They had all recovered. Chief Steward seems to be very angry. Husong saw the situation in Songxing's room and said, "What are you doing here? Didn't you go to the courtyard to report? It's all because of you. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't be so embarrassed. I don't even dare to leave the door now," Songxing said snappily. When he thought about how he was beaten up like a dog by Xianxia 2 days ago, he couldn't help but vomit blood. All of this was because of Husong. If it wasn't for Husong's sake, he wouldn't have offended Xianxia. He, as the chief steward, could be said to be extremely useless. He didn't even dare to make a sound after being beaten up, and it was even more impossible for him to complain to the upper echelons of the sect. That would be even more embarrassing. You, a dignified chief steward, were beaten to such a state by a disciple, and you still have the nerve to complain? It was so embarrassing. Head butler, can you swallow this insult just like that? Husong said with an incomparably cold tone. What else can I do if I can't swallow it? I have already lost all my face. This brat is a super abnormal person. A genius like him will definitely be nurtured by the sect in the future. I advise you not to provoke him anymore. Song Xing waved his hand. Although Jiang Chen had just arrived at the nebulous sect, the general situation had already been established. It would be very difficult to deal with him. If we don't vent our anger, we won't be able to raise our heads for the rest of our lives. If a person like Jiang Chen grows up, we won't be able to survive in the future. Husong Lingling said. What do you want to do? Song Xing asked. He wanted to vent his anger more than Husong, but Jiang Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with. There's no need for us to do anything. You should know Manhong of the courtyard. Husong smiled. You mean Manhong, that madman? He is a 4th-grade combat emperor with terrifying combat strength. Those who fought with him were basically crippled. His methods are extremely ruthless. Song Xing was the chief steward of the Nebula sect. Of course, he knew about some famous figures. That's right. I have a good relationship with Brother Manhong. You and I will give him some benefits and ask him to help us. If Jiang Chen provokes him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Husong's mouth revealed a cold smile. Can it work? Song Xing frowned. Others can't, but Manhong can. He is the most arrogant person. After knowing about Jiang Chen's matter, he has already said that when Jiang Chen enters the courtyard, he will make Jiang Chen kneel while walking. We can add fuel to the fire. No matter how strong Jiang Chen is, he won't be Manhong's opponent. Husong said with a smile, as if everything was under his control. Good. Damn Jiang Chen. We must let him know that no matter how talented he is, he can't be arrogant in the nebulous sect. Song Xing said while gritting his teeth. On the 3rd day of Jiang Chen's seclusion, the emperor elixir in his body had been completely refined and absorbed. The number of dragon marks on his body began to increase. The surface of Jiang Chen's body was glowing with a golden light, forming a huge golden cocoon. It looked very mystical. Now is the time to break through to the combat emperor realm. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. 2 bright lights shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. A huge amount of heaven elixir was being burned as if it was free, turning into the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. The amount of heaven elixir needed to break through from the 9th-grade combat king to the 1st-grade combat emperor was extremely terrifying. Only Jiang Chen could afford such a huge amount of energy. If this news was spread out, no one could imagine how shocked they would be. Very quickly, 40,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. The Emperor Elixir was just enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. 40,000 dragon marks was just right. At the moment of breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, the surface of Jiang Chen's body was once again covered with blood-red dragon scales, making him look very mystical and scary. At the same time, a tribulation chi descended from the unseen world. It was the chi of the heavenly tribulation. This situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, he had been facing tribulation from the minor 3th-grade tribulation to the intermediate 6th-grade tribulation. This time, the heavenly tribulation of the combat emperor realm might be the 9th-grade tribulation. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The dragon transformation skill was too terrifying. It was destined to create a heaven-defying existence like him. There would be a lot of tribulations along the way, but it would also bring great benefits to Jiang Chen. Therefore, if he didn't perish in the tribulations, he would undergo a metamorphosis. Every heavenly tribulation would bring great changes to Jiang Chen. His body would become stronger and stronger. Accepting the baptism of lightning would bring him endless benefits. After breaking through to the combat emperor realm, Jiang Chen didn't exit his seclusion immediately. Instead, he went deeper into his seclusion. He seemed to have touched something that was worth studying. He continued to circulate the dragon transformation skill. After several metamorphoses, the circulation speed of the skill had become extremely fast. It wasn't something any ordinary skill could compare with. Roar as the dragon transformation skill continued to circulate, Xianxia felt like he could hear an ancient dragon roar coming from the depths of his soul. It was the roar of the ancestral dragon, and it shook his soul. Xianxia was completely attracted by the dragon roar. He felt an indescribable sense of intimacy. Right at this moment, the circulation of the dragon transformation skill seemed to be flowing along with Xianxia's blood, completely merging with his body. Gradually, Xianxia felt like he could see a shadow in the depths of his soul. It was a human, no, it was a dragon, no, it was a half-human half-dragon. The shadow gradually became clearer, but it still hadn't solidified. It had a human head and a dragon body. Xianxia could clearly see that it was his own face. There were blood-red dragon scales on his face, and he had a pair of blood-red eyes. He looked very scary. His body was covered with blood-red dragon scales, and he was about 3 meters long. Both of his hands had turned into dragon claws, and they were incomparably sharp. Xianxia wanted to solidify the shadow, but it wasn't an easy task. However, Xianxia was still trying his best. He was very clear that if the shadow could solidify, it would bring him unimaginable benefits. It was very likely that the dragon transformation skill would undergo another metamorphosis. At this moment, outside Xianxia's courtyard, 3 figures appeared. They were wearing cold grins on their faces. 2 of them were the brothers Husong and Hulai. The last one was tall and muscular. The clothes of the Nebula sect seemed a little tight on him. He had a leopard's head and round eyes, and his beard was thicker than Hulai's. It was obvious that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Senior brother man, this is the place. We'll enter directly. Just say that you want to see the peerless genius of the Nebula sect. It won't be considered a provocation. Xianxia will definitely be unreasonable when he sees us. When that happens, he will offend you. An inner disciple offending a core disciple is disrespectful to a core disciple. Isn't that the same as courting death? Senior brother man will have an excuse to deal with him. If you can cut off one of his arms, humph." Husong's tone was cold. He glanced at his empty sleeve, and his heart was filled with anger. If he didn't get his revenge, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. Humph. No matter how talented he is, he's just a nobody in my eyes. Song Zhongxing is such a piece of trash. He can't even defeat a disciple. He can forget about his position as the chief manager. Man Hong harumphed coldly. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. This guy was ruthless and overbearing. He was determined to suppress the spirit of the new disciple. "Go knock on the door," Husong said to Hulai. Hulai came to the entrance of the courtyard and kicked the door. How was this knocking on the door? This guy with well-developed limbs but a simple mind was simply using Man Hong's influence to seek revenge. Bang, the wooden door was smashed by Hulai's kick. At this moment, Xianxia was in a deep state of seclusion. The silhouette in the depths of his soul was about to solidify. But because of this huge movement, the silhouette disappeared without a trace. He couldn't find it anymore even if he wanted to. Swish, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of ice-cold killing intent shot out from his eyes, creating sparks in the air. An ocean-like anger suddenly rushed out from Xianxia's body. Under the impact of this wave of qi, the entire house collapsed with a loud bang. Even the roof was lifted off. Xianxia was extremely angry. He had never been so angry before. He was very clear about how precious and rare the state he was in just now was. It was just like Tyrant's epiphany. That was an opportunity that could only be encountered by chance. And this time, Xianxia's opportunity was the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. This transformation would bring enormous benefits to Xianxia. If the transformation was completed, Xianxia would be able to directly transform into a half-dragon and half-human state. When fighting in that state, his battle prowess would increase by at least 10 times, and his body would become even more indestructible. Xianxia had fallen into that state and was unable to extricate himself from it. He just needed another half an hour, just half an hour, and he would be able to complete it. But now, Because of the ruckus he caused, Jiang Chen was forcefully awakened from that state of enlightenment. No matter who it is? I'll make you pay a heavy price for it. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately turned red, and he was completely engulfed by anger. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. The so-called enlightenment was just an opportunity, and if he failed this time, he had no idea when the next enlightenment would come, and he had no idea how long it would take for the dragon transformation skill to evolve again. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned red, and he was completely enraged. The huge commotion caused by the collapse of the house naturally alarmed the entire inner academy. Quite a number of disciples were alarmed as their gazes turned towards this direction. What's going on? Why did the house collapse? That's senior brother Zhang's courtyard. I don't know what happened, let's go and take a look. Mother *Ker, are they going to fight again? It seems like after senior brother Jiang came to the sect, there will be no peace in the sect. For a moment, the inner disciples all went to Jiang Chen's residence. Even the house had collapsed. Something must have happened. Jiang Chen had caused such a huge commotion on the first day he came to the Nebula sect. First, the brilliant mirror had collapsed, then he beat up the Great Elder. After 3 days of silence, no one knew what would happen next. Chief Steward Song Zhongxing also looked over there and revealed a trace of a sneer. They're going to fight. In Jiang Chen's courtyard, Hu Lai, who was originally extremely arrogant, suddenly saw the house collapse. He was stunned on the spot. Even Manhong and Husong were stunned. They didn't know what this guy was doing. Wasn't it just a broken door? It shouldn't be enough to collapse the house. Shua, just when the three of them were stunned, a figure rushed out from the broken house like lightning and landed in front of Hu Lai. Hu Lai saw Jiang Chen's cold and bloodthirsty eyes. He couldn't help but shiver. He felt like he had fallen into hell, his whole body was surrounded by coldness. You're the one who kicked the door. Jiang Chen's voice became a little hoarse. Hu Lai subconsciously nodded his head. Pa, Jiang Chen slapped Hu Lai's face. All the teeth in his mouth flew out. He slapped Hu Lai to the ground and he fainted on the spot. Only Jiang Chen himself knew how great the loss of Hu Lai's kick was. It was an irreparable loss. Jiang Chen, stop. Hu Song shouted. He originally wanted to bring Manhong here today to find a way to anger Jiang Chen and make Jiang Chen offend Manhong. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen to go crazy and beat Hu Lai up. Roar, Jiang Chen completely ignored Hu Song and Manhong. He let out a roar and grabbed Hu Lai from the ground. He then threw him out. The moment Hu Lai was thrown out, Jiang Chen punched Hu Lai's chi. Kacha! Hu Lai let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was sent flying by Jiang Chen like a cannonball. Hu Song's expression changed. He saw it clearly. Jiang Chen's punch had directly destroyed Hu Lai's chi. In other words, from now on, Hu Lai had completely become a cripple. Jiang Chen, Hu Song was so angry that his entire body was trembling. This was simply a madman. Just because he broke the door, he wanted to completely cripple a person. This method was a bit too vicious. How could a wooden door cause such great anger? How could he know that if the three of them came an hour later, not to mention breaking the door, even if they burned the house down, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so angry? If they wanted to blame something, they could only blame themselves for coming at the wrong time. The one who kicked the door just now was Hu Lai. If it was Hu Song, his ending would be the same as Hu Lai. Of course, even if the one who kicked the door wasn't Hu Song, his ending wouldn't be any better than his brother. Because of Jiang Chen. Plop, on the empty ground a few thousand meters away, Hu Lai's body crashed down from the sky, creating a huge crater on the ground. Many inner circle disciples who were rushing toward Jiang Chen's residence saw what happened. Many of them stopped in their tracks, and when they saw Hu Lai's miserable condition, all of them couldn't help but gasp. Look, Hu Lai was beaten to this state. Who beat him up? Is there a need to ask? It must be the two brothers who went to find trouble with Senior Jiang and got beaten up by Senior Jiang. But he was beaten up too badly. No, look, Hu Lai's origin force is quickly dissipating. Oh my god, his chi has been destroyed. Heavens! Isn't senior brother Jiang a little too ruthless? He actually crippled Hu Lai's cultivation base. You should know that for a cultivator, crippling their sea of qi is worse than killing them. Now that Hu Lai's cultivation base is crippled, he will forever be a cripple. He asked for it. He clearly knew that senior brother Jiang couldn't be provoked. He even dared to beat up the head steward, let alone him. He must have done something to completely enrage senior brother Jiang. Otherwise, senior brother Jiang wouldn't have been so ruthless. Let's go and take a look. Hu Lai wouldn't dare to take the initiative to find trouble with senior Jiang. There must be other experts. Maybe it's a core disciple invited by Hu Song. The entire inner courtyard was in an uproar again. Jiang Chen was too ruthless. He directly destroyed Hu Lai's cultivation. This kind of thing only happened in the life and death arena. Those disciples who had followed Jiang Chen in the desert were clear that although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he was still a person with a lot of magnanimity. One could imagine how angry Jiang Chen was when he destroyed his own house and destroyed Hu Lai's cultivation. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen was still furious. Today, he must make these two guys pay a heavy price. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to vent the anger in his heart, and the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill would be hindered. Jiang Chen, how dare you? How dare you cripple someone in front of me? Who gave you the courage to do so? Man Hong was furious. He pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and shouted. Senior brother man, you must cripple him today and avenge my brother. Hu Song gritted his teeth, but he hid behind Man Hong and didn't dare to take a step forward. Jiang Chen was too terrifying, he wasn't his opponent at all. Furthermore, he could feel that after Jiang Chen obtained Emperor Elixir, he had already become a combat emperor. The gap between him and Jiang Chen would only get bigger and bigger, he would never be able to catch up to Jiang Chen. Who are you? State your name. Jiang Chen said coldly. He could feel the strength of Man Hong, a fourth-grade combat emperor. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Jiang Chen had become a combat emperor, a fourth-grade combat emperor was nothing in his eyes. Jiang Chen, this is senior brother Man Hong of the core school. Today, I wanted to see a peerless genius like you, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Just because my brother broke your door, you crippled him. You are so cruel and ruthless, you are simply a member of the devil religion. Hu Song said sternly. When he thought of how his younger brother had been crippled, he was filled with anger. Today's loss was too great. Hu Song's words were heard by some of the inner sect disciples who arrived first. Each of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. If Jiang Chen crippled someone just because he broke the door, what he did was a little too much. However, when they saw the furious Jiang Chen, it didn't seem as simple as just breaking the door. Just like what Hu Song said, breaking the door wouldn't cripple someone. Similarly, breaking the door wouldn't make Jiang Chen so angry, but the situation in front of them was very clear. Hu Song and his brother had invited Man Hong of the core school to deal with Jiang Chen. They were obviously here to find fault with Jiang Chen. They didn't come because of Jiang Chen's fame. Stop talking nonsense. Man Hong, cut off one of your arms and I won't make things difficult for you today. Jiang Chen said. His words immediately caused an uproar. Those inner sect disciples who had just arrived just in time to hear his words. All of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. They knew that Jiang Chen had always been arrogant. He had even defeated the chief steward, but asking Man Hong to cut off his arm? This was just too arrogant. Who was Man Hong? He was a famous existence in the core school. He was a fourth-grade combat emperor and a genius. How could the chief steward compare to him? Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the combat emperor realm, he was still a first-grade combat emperor. How could he be Man Hong's opponent? Asking him to cut off one of his arms was too ridiculous. What did you say? Man Hong was stunned. He seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. I said, cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, your ending will be the same as Man Hong's. Jiang Chen's tone was very cold. If one made a mistake, one must bear the consequences. The mistake made by Man Hong and the other two was unforgivable. Haha, arrogant. Jiang Chen, you are really arrogant. You are even more arrogant than me. In this nebulous sect, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Just because of what you said, I can cripple you today. Man Hong suddenly burst into laughter. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. A newly advanced first-grade combat emperor wanted him to cut off one of his arms. Otherwise, he would cripple him. This was too ridiculous. If that's the case, let's fight. Xianxia flew up to the sky. There was nothing more to say. Man Hong had to pay for what he had done. Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that there's always someone better than you. Man Hong shouted. His body flashed and flew up to the sky, standing opposite to Xianxia. The inner sect disciples raised their heads and looked at the sky. When they saw that the one fighting with Xianxia was Man Hong, their faces changed. What happened? Why is Xianxia fighting with Man Hong? Someone said that Brother Husong asked Man Hong for help to deal with Xianxia. Just now, Hu Lai was crippled by Xianxia. Now, the two of them are going to fight. Xianxia has already advanced to combat emperor, but Man Hong is a famous existence in the core sect. He is cruel and ruthless. A fourth-grade combat emperor is not easy to deal with. That's right. A fourth-grade combat emperor of the core sect is incomparable to an ordinary cultivator of the same grade. Not even the chief steward can compare to him. Brother Jiang has just advanced to combat emperor. I'm afraid that he isn't Man Hong's opponent. A lot of people were shocked. They already knew why Xianxia and Man Hong were fighting, but they didn't know why Xianxia was so angry that he crippled Hu Lai. It seemed like the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Hu Lai and the other two must have done something that made Xianxia furious. Brother Man Hong, cripple him. Husong shouted while gritting his teeth. Hong Long, at this moment, another roar was heard from another room in the courtyard. Immediately, that room was the same as Xianxia's room. It was destroyed by the energy from the room. An incomparably majestic De Huang dog jumped out from the room. De Huang dog's divine aura was unfathomable. His eyes were filled with anger. Which bastard disturbed Master Dog's sleep? De Huang dog roared. It was very angry to be disturbed. However, Xianxia could tell from De Huang dog's chi that De Huang dog was already a first-grade demon emperor. He had successfully advanced. De Huang, cripple Husong for me. Turn him into a useless man. Xianxia shouted at De Huang dog. All right. De Huang dog's eyes locked onto Husong. He turned into a golden light and rushed down. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Husong. Damn dog, you're courting death. Husong was furious. A dog dared to threaten to cripple him? This was a humiliation to him. He immediately struck out his steel-breaking palm and slapped at De Huang dog's head. De Huang dog didn't dodge or evade. He directly rammed his head against the attack. Bang. Ka-cha along with a muffled sound, Husong's palm was twisted by the impact. He was sent flying more than 100 meters away. A big hole was formed on the wall of the courtyard. Disturbing Master Dog's sleep, you're courting death. De Huang dog was ferocious. He pounced at Husong again. Husong had lost an arm and was still suffering from the backlash of the forbidden pill. Even if he was in his peak condition, even if he was a second-grade combat emperor, he still wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog. De Huang dog possessed the noble divine beast bloodline. His dragon horse body was terrifying. He had just advanced to the demon emperor realm. His strength wasn't something that Husong could compare with. Even if an ordinary second-grade combat emperor attacked him, he wouldn't be a match for De Huang dog. De Huang dog was too ferocious. He was like a huge mountain. His majestic body pressed on Husong's body. The chi of a beast king was completely unleashed. This chi alone had scared Husong silly. He was lying on the ground, he didn't even have the strength to struggle, let alone resist. De Huang dog opened his big mouth and bit Husong's other arm. He exerted his strength and tore it. Another arm was ripped off. Fresh blood was dripping from the wound. It was a horrible scene that made people's hair stand on end. Arg, Husong's scream made people's scalp tingle. Many of the inner disciples saw this scene with their own eyes. Each and every one of their faces turned pale. This dog was too ferocious. Husong was going to die today. De Huang Dog didn't care about Husong's scream. His sharp teeth kept biting on Husong's body. Blood splashed everywhere. Jiang Chen had already said that he would cripple Husong. However, the way that De Huang Dog crippled someone wasn't by destroying his qi. It was another barbaric way, but it was obviously more bloody. It was 100 times more painful than destroying his qi. Husong was really miserable. He was totally abused by the dog. However, many people knew how terrifying this De Huang Dog was. Back in the Huangling Desert, this dog was able to fight against a first-grade demon emperor with the cultivation of a 9th-grade demon king. Now that he had advanced to a first-grade demon emperor, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Husong easily. Many people sighed, but no one felt pity for Husong. In many people's opinion, the Hu brothers were asking for it. Jiang Chen had even beaten up the chief steward, and he was still unscathed after doing so. This indicated that the position of the chief steward was far lower than the unparalleled genius Jiang Chen in the hearts of the higher-ups of the sect. Under such circumstances, the Hu brothers still took the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen. If it wasn't courting death, what else could it be? Jiang Chen's means were overbearing and ruthless. He was an existence that couldn't be provoked. This was the consequence of overestimating one's capabilities. De Huang Dog completed the task given by Jiang Chen. He found a place to lie down and raised his head to look at Jiang Chen and Manhong in the sky. He didn't look at Husong, who was lying on the ground again. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Manhong hadn't started their battle yet. Their eyes were all on De Huang Dog and Husong. At this moment, looking at Husong's miserable condition, Jiang Chen just revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't care about it at all. In his opinion, Husong deserved it. Forcibly interrupting his epiphany was already a very light punishment. If this place wasn't Nebulous Sect, the Hu brothers would already be dead by now. Jiang Chen, you are so ruthless. How dare you treat your fellow disciple like this? Don't you have the rules of the sect in your eyes? Manhong shouted at Jiang Chen. He thought that he was infamous in the Nebulous Sect. His means were extremely ruthless, but compared to Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt that he was still far behind. This guy in front of him could cripple people just because they kicked his door. Even Husong was no exception. His and De Huang Dog's actions were no different from murder. Hu Lai was completely crippled. As a cultivator, having his qi destroyed was worse than death. Husong was the same. Even if he recovered, his cultivation grade wouldn't improve at all. He would stay at the first-grade combat emperor for the rest of his life. Of course, being a first-grade combat emperor was better than being crippled. I will accept whatever the sect wants, but this is what you guys asked for. Even if you are a core disciple, you won't be an exception. Your ending won't be any better than theirs. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. He understood the reason why Manhong came today. It was to deal with him. If that was the case, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite. Plus, if it wasn't because of Manhong, the Hu brothers wouldn't have dared to find trouble with him. If it wasn't because of Manhong, Jiang Chen's enlightenment wouldn't have been interrupted. Perhaps, the dragon transformation art would have undergone a new transformation, and he would have obtained the dragon transformation skill. His cultivation grade would have reached the 2nd-grade combat emperor or even the 3rd-grade combat emperor. But now, everything was in vain. Not to mention the 2nd-grade combat emperor, it was unknown when the dragon transformation art would undergo another transformation. It could be said that Manhong was the main character today. Jiang Chen wouldn't let him have a good time. If he had committed an unforgivable mistake, he would have to pay a heavy price. Jiang Chen, you have a big mouth. A newly advanced 1st-grade combat emperor dares to talk big in front of me? Even if you are a genius, the gap between your cultivation grade and mine is unbridgeable. Today, I will represent the sect and let you know the rules of the Nebulous Sect. You have killed a fellow disciple, you will be severely punished. Manhong was infuriated. He unleashed his qi of a 4th-grade combat emperor. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. There were many geniuses in the Nebulous Sect, especially in the core disciples. There were all kinds of arrogant people. He was also an arrogant person, but it was his first time seeing someone like Jiang Chen. At this moment, there were countless inner sect disciples standing in front of him. If he didn't teach Xianxia a lesson, he would lose his face in the future. Kong, Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with Manhong. He struck out the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Manhong. The 40,000 dragon marks in his body surged at the same time, providing endless energy to Xianxia. After advancing to the Combat Emperor realm, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation art had become faster, and Xianxia's combat strength had become more terrifying. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Manhong shouted and struck out a punch. This punch was extremely strong and fast like a Pegasus meteor. In a blink of an eye, it collided with the true dragon palm. Kong Long, two terrifying attacks collided with each other. The spatial zone was destroyed in an instant. Cold wind rustled and gushed out from the crack of the spatial zone. It was extremely cold. Dang dang under the huge impact, Manhong took 2 steps back before he could stabilize his body. On the other hand, Xianxia stood at the same spot without moving an inch. What? This situation made Manhong cry out in surprise. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Xianxia was a first-grade combat emperor who had just advanced to the combat emperor realm, but his combat strength was so terrifying. A casual strike from him was enough to push him back. This was too shocking. This is terrifying. It has only been 3 days and Brother Jiang has become so powerful. Even a 4th-grade combat emperor like Manhong was pushed back by him. I think this is very normal. Everyone knows about Brother Jiang's ferocity. He had defeated a 3rd-grade combat emperor when he was still a 9th-grade combat king. Now that he has advanced to the combat emperor realm, defeating a 4th-grade combat emperor isn't a strange thing. Brother Jiang is an existence that could trigger the heavenly tribulation. He is a true monstrous genius. No ordinary people can compare to him. Let's see. Manhong isn't easy to deal with. After all, he is a core disciple. Even if Brother Jiang can defeat him, I'm afraid that it's not realistic to cripple him. Everyone on the scene was shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. Xianxia was too powerful. Not only that, his speed of growth was too fast. When Lani and the others first met Xianxia in Huangling Desert, Xianxia was only an 8th-grade combat king. In just a few days' time, he had broken through the 9th-grade combat king and reached the 1st-grade combat emperor. It wasn't a big deal if he was only a 1st-grade combat emperor, but he was able to defeat a 4th-grade combat emperor. Such a monstrous genius couldn't be described with just the word terrifying, it was simply shocking. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. His battle intent was unparalleled. His anger soared to the sky. His left hand condensed the fire dragon seal. The blazing flame scorched the void. A vivid fire dragon was hovering in the air. On Xianxia's right hand, there was a water dragon. It was bone-chilling. 2 completely opposite attributes appeared in Xianxia's hand at the same time. Xianxia shouted. 2 dragon roars reverberated in the air. 2 tens of meters long true dragons rushed towards Manhong from 2 different directions. One was a fire dragon and the other was a water dragon. 2 extreme temperatures collided with each other, causing a series of explosions in the void. Manhong's complexion finally changed. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the 2 dragons, he finally knew that he had underestimated Xianxia. This monstrous genius couldn't be judged by common sense. Moreover, Xianxia was able to unleash 2 opposite attributes at the same time. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. Such a heaven-defying method, not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it before. But now was not the time to hesitate. Xianxia's attack was already in front of him. How terrifying was the 5 elements battle dragon seal? Not to mention, the fire and water dragons that had already reached grand completion were attacking at the same time. It was simply impossible to resist. Manhong didn't dare to be careless. He waved his arm and an incomparably sharp battle axe appeared. He raised the battle axe high and chopped down towards the fire and water dragons. He was very clear that in the face of Xianxia's attack, he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia even if he used all of his battle skills. At this time, he could only use his battle weapon. The battle axe emitted an incomparably bright radiance. It was covered with runes and was filled with battle intent. Roar. The joint attack of the fire and water dragons was too terrifying. After colliding with Man Hong's battle axe, the battle axe exploded. Destructive energy waves and two different attributes of qi exploded at the same time. The resulting energy was so strong that it could crush a huge mountain. Bang. Under the impact of such energy, Man Hong was sent flying. He was still holding the battle axe in his hand. He retreated 100 meters before he could stabilize his body. He had a leopard's head and round eyes, but his eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Chen's combat strength was mighty and unforgiving. The moment Man Hong was pushed back, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. His footsteps were mysterious as he used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. With his current combat strength, he could completely suppress a 4th-grade combat emperor. If he used the Saint Bone in his left hand, he could even deal with an ordinary 5th-grade combat emperor. In other words, after advancing to the combat emperor realm, Jiang Chen had reached another terrifying level. The higher the level of the dragon transformation art, the more terrifying it would be. This could be seen from Jiang Chen's current performance. He had just advanced to the combat emperor realm, but he already had the strength to fight a 5th-grade combat emperor. Man Hong was shocked. Before he could react, Jiang Chen's movement was already in front of him. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was unleashed. When Jiang Chen caught up with Man Hong, it was already the 5th step. It was the most terrifying step. With Man Hong's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Man Hong roared in anger. He had no choice but to raise his battle axe. Today, he had finally seen what was called power. He was a famous ruthless man in the Nebulous sect, but today, he had met someone even more ruthless than him. At this moment, he was cursing Hu Song and the chief steward in his heart. Man Hong wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. His body was sent flying by the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he couldn't control his body at all. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen moved again. He struck out the true dragon palm again. A huge blood-red dragon claw fell from the sky and turned into a blood-red cage, imprisoning Man Hong. No, this is impossible. How can a newly advanced 1st-grade combat emperor be so powerful? Man Hong was severely injured. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth, but compared to the injuries on his body, the shock in his heart was the greatest. He had never seen such a ferocious man before. He was a dignified 4th-grade combat emperor and one of the few geniuses of Nebulous sect. Even so, he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Swoosh Jiang Chen took a step in the sky and arrived in front of Man Hong. Without saying anything, he suddenly struck out his palm and slammed it on Man Hong's chi. As if he had sensed Jiang Chen's action, Man Hong quickly roared. It was a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting roar. An unprecedented fear shrouded him. At this moment, he recalled what Jiang Chen had said before. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with him, he really wanted to cripple him. Thinking of Hu Lai's experience, thinking that he would become a cripple from now on, falling from the top of the pyramid to the bottom, this kind of psychological difference wasn't something that could be understood by outsiders. Unfortunately, fear was useless. Fear couldn't change the current situation. Even if he begged for mercy, even if he kneeled in front of Jiang Chen, even if he was willing to cut off one of his arms, it still wouldn't work. Jiang Chen never gave anyone a second chance. Man Hong had brought a huge loss to Jiang Chen. This loss was something that even Jiang Chen couldn't estimate. He was about to condense the shadow in the deepest part of his soul. The dragon transformation art was about to undergo another transformation. Jiang Chen was very clear that this transformation would bring him great benefits. Becoming a 2nd-grade combat emperor or even a 3rd-grade combat emperor was secondary. The power of the dragon transformation was the most terrifying. Therefore, Jiang Chen hated Man Hong. He wanted to make Man Hong pay the price that he deserved. Bang. Along with a mournful scream, Jiang Chen's palm mercilessly hit his chi. A chi force drilled into Man Hong's chi like a diamond drill, completely destroying his chi. An excruciating pain that came from his soul made Man Hong's body contorted. He roared violently. There was pain, annoyance, unwillingness, but most of all, madness. He felt that he was going to go crazy. He was a dignified fourth-grade combat emperor, but he was going to become an ordinary human. This was a huge blow to him. Man Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood as he felt the origin energy in his qi continuously dissipating. Jiang Chen, you actually crippled me. Man Hong's face was distorted, he was unable to accept this reality. You should be very glad that you're still alive to speak. Tell me, other than Hu Song, who else made you cause trouble for me? Is there anyone who won? Jiang Chen grabbed Man Hong's collar and pulled him closer to him. He never liked to leave any loose ends or future troubles. Since he wanted to establish a foothold in the nebulous sect, he had to use tyrannical means to let everyone know that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wanted to get rid of the person who made him suffer in the dark, to avoid future troubles. Looking at Jiang Chen's cold eyes that could send people to hell at any time, Man Hong didn't even have the courage to lie. Immediately, he endured the pain and said with a trembling voice, "It's the chief steward and Hu Song who gave me benefits to deal with you. These two bastards have caused me to suffer." Jiang Chen said. Man Hong felt like crying. In the nebulous sect, he was already a ruthless and cruel person. He didn't expect to meet someone who was 100 times more ruthless and tyrannical than him. He had the impulse to kill Hu Song and Chief Steward. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have come to cause trouble for Jiang Chen, and he wouldn't have ended up like this. Unfortunately, there were many medicines in this world. There were also miraculous pills, but there was no medicine for regret. Everything was too late. Jiang Chen threw Man Hong away, letting his body fall from the sky. He was still holding Man Hong's battle axe in his hand. He saw Yue Wei, who was rushing over from not far away. Yue Wei was already a peak 9th grade combat king, half a step into the combat emperor realm. He had obtained emperor elixir 3 days ago, and was now a combat emperor. Yue Wei, congratulations on becoming a combat emperor. I will give you a combat weapon. Jiang Chen threw the battle axe to Yue Wei. Yue Wei's eyes brightened, his face was filled with joy. He took the battle axe and looked at the half-dead Man Hong on the ground. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen's impression in his heart had become even more unreachable. He had just become a combat emperor, and he had already obtained a powerful emperor weapon. Of course, he was happy. This was Man Hong's combat weapon. If it was before, he wouldn't dare to accept it, but it was different now. Man Hong had become a cripple. Even if he gave it to Man Hong, he wouldn't be able to use it. Thank you, brother Jiang. Yue Wei held his fists at Jiang Chen. Tell me, where is Chief Steward? Jiang Chen said. Over there. Yue Wei pointed at a direction, it was the place where Chief Steward lived. Humph. Old bastard, I will settle all the scores today. Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the direction of Chief Steward. Those disciples who were still shocked by Man Hong's cripple saw that Jiang Chen was going to find Chief Steward. The scene immediately exploded. My God! What is this guy doing? He is going to find Chief Steward? Is he going to cripple Chief Steward as well? This is too lawless. His methods are too cruel. He is simply someone who can't be provoked. Whoever provokes him will have bad luck. Man Hong is famous for his ruthlessness in the core school, but compared to brother Jiang, the difference is too big. A dignified 4th grade combat emperor was crippled just like that. If he crippled Chief Steward as well, this matter will be blown out of proportion. The higher-ups of the sect will come out to deal with this. Let's go. We have to go and have a look. The Nebula sect has such a ruthless person. I'm afraid that it won't be peaceful in the future. No one wasn't shocked by Jiang Chen's actions, but they had to admit that Jiang Chen's actions had caused their blood to boil. His methods were too cruel, he had crippled 3 men with just 1 strike, and even the core disciples were no exception. Now, he was going to cause trouble for the chief manager. This was a scene that none of them had ever dreamed of. Jiang Chen's methods were indeed ruthless, but in their eyes, it wasn't a big deal. The cultivation world had always been like this, the strong preyed on the weak. If someone was bullying you, why wouldn't you fight back? Old dog, come out now. In the sky above Chief Steward Song Zhongxing's courtyard, a sudden wave of qi rolled. A loud shout was heard, echoing across the entire nebulous sect. Song Zhongxing was pacing back and forth in the courtyard. He had witnessed the scene where Manhong was crippled by Jiang Chen. He was shocked to the extreme, but he didn't think that Jiang Chen would know that this matter was related to him. What was more unexpected was that Jiang Chen dared to come and deal with him. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Song Zhongxing's voice was trembling. The situation 3 days ago was still vivid in his mind. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the first-grade combat emperor, he was no match for him. If he were to fight with Jiang Chen, he would be at the mercy of Jiang Chen. Humph. You are a dignified chief steward, how dare you collude with a core disciple to deal with me? I, Jiang Chen, am not that easy to bully. 3 days ago, I have already told you not to provoke me. I didn't think that you would still dare to come. In that case, I will cripple you and let the sect choose a new chief steward. Jiang Chen's qi shook the sky. He clenched his hand and the true dragon palm was struck again. The blood-red dragon claw turned into a cage and fell from the sky, trapping Song Zhongxing completely. After that, Jiang Chen exerted his strength and lifted Song Zhongxing up into the sky. Jiang Chen, don't cripple me. I know I'm wrong. From now on, I will never find trouble with you. Please forgive me. Song Zhongxing was terrified. He immediately begged for mercy. He didn't want to be crippled. He had spent most of his life to achieve what he had today. If he was crippled by Jiang Chen like this, it would be worse than being killed. You won't have the chance. Jiang Chen was merciless. He slammed his palm on Song Zhongxing's qi si. A wave of qi rushed into Song Zhongxing's qi si and exploded, shattering his qi si. Arg! Song Zhongxing let out a blood-curdling scream. The pain of having his qi si destroyed wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. The physical pain was incomparable to the mental pain. It was a feeling that was worse than death. This scene was seen by many people. It could be said that all the inner disciples had seen it. Each and every one of them opened their mouths wide in shock. The high and mighty steward who was in charge of everything in the inner sect had been crippled just like that. Moreover, he was crippled by a new disciple. This was too shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Oh my God, something big has happened. Even the high and mighty steward has been crippled. This is bad. Yeah, crippling Manhong is fine. At most, it will be a fight between disciples. But the steward is different. He is the steward of the sect. He was personally appointed by the higher-ups of the sect. Crippling the high and mighty steward means that he didn't put the rules of the sect in his eyes. The nature of this matter is completely different. Too fierce, too overbearing. This matter will definitely alarm the higher-ups of the sect. I wonder how they will deal with it. Crippling a core disciple, crippling a great elder of the inner sect. Looking at the whole world, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the guts to do this. Jiang Chen was very domineering. His way of doing things was decisive and ruthless. This had always been his style. All along, Jiang Chen's enemies would never have a good ending. The Nebula sect was no exception. Now that his courtyard had been destroyed and he had lost his place to cultivate, Jiang Chen's method was very straightforward. He and De Huang Dog decided to live in the head steward's courtyard. The environment and living conditions here were much better than his courtyard. As for the head steward, he had already become a cripple. He was thrown out of the courtyard by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed the door of the courtyard. He didn't want to see anyone. He was going to continue his secluded cultivation. He wanted to see if he could see the shadow of his dragon transformation from the depths of his soul. He wanted to see if he could transform the dragon transformation skill once again. Thinking that such a great opportunity had been ruined by Manhong and the others, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel angry. The inner disciples had also dispersed. However, the Nebula sect couldn't remain calm anymore. This matter was too big. It was impossible to stay calm even if they wanted to. The inner sect of the Nebula sect had never seen such a thing. Song Zhongxing should be the most useless steward in the inner sect. As for the other stewards and elders of the inner sect, they didn't dare to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. They didn't have the courage to denounce him. They had offended a ruthless person like Xianxia. The result was not something they could bear. The only thing they could do was to complain to the higher-ups of the Nebula sect. Miserable, it's too miserable. He has been crippled. His life is worse than death. He's too ruthless. We can't provoke such a person. Provoking him is equivalent to courting death. But senior brother Jiang is really domineering. I heard that he caused a ruckus in the entire Liang province. A freak like him is a demon incarnate no matter where he goes. I can't imagine the feeling of roaming the world unhindered. I wouldn't have lived my life in vain if I could be as arrogant as him. Dream on. Why don't you take a mirror and look at yourself? You want to compare yourself with Xianxia? That's impossible even in your next life. Xianxia's name had become famous in the Nebula sect. From the outer sect to the core sect, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. Even those powerful combat emperors couldn't help but raise their thumbs up when they mentioned what Xianxia had done. When they were at Xianxia's level of cultivation, they weren't on the same level as Xianxia. In the courtyard, Xianxia was casually sitting on a blue stone with a frown. Brat, what's wrong with you today? You suddenly attacked so ruthlessly and actually crippled all of them. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. He knew Xianxia very well. Although Xianxia had always been ruthless to his enemies, according to Xianxia's character, he wouldn't do it in the sect. At least, he would find a chance to do it outside the sect. At most, he would teach Husong and the others a lesson in the sect. He didn't expect that Xianxia would cripple all of them. They are considered lucky that they are still alive. I was in the state of enlightenment just now. I only need an hour to complete the transformation of the dragon transformation art. At that time I will receive great benefits. My cultivation grade will probably advance to the 2nd grade combat emperor or even the 3rd grade combat emperor. It was because of their sudden intrusion that my rhythm was disrupted. Xianxia's eyes revealed a cold light. He had tried to enter the state of enlightenment again. Unfortunately, that state was the same as enlightenment, it could only be found by chance. The more he tried to find it, the more he couldn't find any trace of it. For God's sake, these bastards, we should have killed them directly. De Huang Dog immediately changed his attitude. He finally understood why Xianxia was so ruthless. The loss was too great, especially the state of enlightenment, it could only be found by chance. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to have it in their lifetime. Last time, Tyrant had achieved enlightenment and his cultivation grade had reached the peak of the 9th grade combat king. Perhaps, he had already become a combat emperor. Such a loss was inestimable. De Huang Dog felt that if he was in Xianxia's shoes, he would have bitten all of them to death on the spot. I don't care about these people at all, but sometimes, they are very annoying. They are like flies. They don't pose any threat to you, but they keep buzzing in front of you. The best way to deal with these flies is to pinch them to death, so that they can never fly again. Xianxia said. But that old man and that core disciple aren't ordinary people. You have crippled them today, which has caused a huge commotion in the sect. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the Nebula sect will find trouble with you. De Huang Dog said worriedly. This guy had just arrived at the Nebula sect and caused such a huge commotion. He didn't put the rules of the Nebula sect in his eyes at all. The higher-ups of the Nebula sect wouldn't allow him to continue messing around. Don't worry, the higher-ups of the Nebula sect won't dare to do anything to me. Just focus on your cultivation. I will go into seclusion to see if I can find the feeling again. Xianxia said casually. Nebula Kid already knew his identity. Even if he caused a huge commotion in the Nebula sect, Nebula Kid would still be responsible for it. Inside the Nebula sect, under the leadership of the vice steward of the inner sect, a few elders carried the chief steward Song Zhongxing and Man Hong, who had been crippled by Xianxia, and the Hu brothers to the elders' hall. At this moment, the 7 Fengyan brothers and Hua Gui were also there. They were the highest elders of the Nebula sect, and they were in charge of everything. Elder, you must help us. This Xianxia is really cruel. It's just a small fight between the disciples of the same sect, but he used such a cruel method. He even crippled the chief steward. Such a crazy person is no different from the people of the devil cult. Xianxia doesn't put the rules of the sect in his eyes at all. If we don't punish him, he will definitely be more presumptuous in the future. The vice steward said with a wronged expression. Yes, this person is too arrogant. As an inner sect disciple, he doesn't put us, the stewards, in his eyes. He doesn't even care about the rules of the sect. If we let him continue to be arrogant, it will become a scandal. I beg the elders to punish this kid and teach him a lesson. I beg the elders to avenge the chief steward. He is a dignified third-grade combat emperor, but he was crippled just like that. The rest of his life is going to be ruined. Each of the elders felt incomparably wronged. Looking at the way they were gnashing their teeth, it was as if they were the ones who were crippled by Xianxia and not the chief steward. As a matter of fact, they didn't hate Xianxia, but fear. If such a crazy disciple existed in the inner sect, they, as stewards, wouldn't be able to manage the inner sect affairs in the future. What an arrogant kid. He is simply lawless. Elders, do you have any opinion? Feng Yanlao slammed his palm on the table, causing the stone table to make a caw-caw sound. He does have some guts and is quite arrogant, but I have to say that he is a rare genius. Think about it, who could defeat a third-grade combat emperor when he was only a ninth-grade combat king? Now that he has advanced to the first-grade combat emperor, he killed a fourth-grade combat emperor, Man Hong. Such a genius is what our nebula sect needs. It is a pity that we didn't accept him as a true disciple. Feng Yanlao said. His words didn't mean to blame Xianxia, instead, he praised Xianxia. A genius is indeed a rare genius, but if we don't punish him for flouting the rules, where will we put our faces? As for accepting a true disciple, I'm afraid that such an arrogant and unruly disciple won't be willing to accept us as his master. Feng Yanlao Lu said. Hua Gui, what do you say? Feng Yanlao looked at Hua Gui. They are the ones who asked for it. It is their own fault for not having the ability to do so. The dignified chief steward was beaten up by a new disciple. This is really shameful. You still have the nerve to complain? Xianxia has been interrogated by the sect master himself, so there is no problem. He is also loyal to our nebula sect. Are you going to punish a genius just because of a few trash? Although Hua Gui was a woman, she was a person who cared about her feelings. Of course, the reason why she stood firmly on Xianxia's side was because of her beloved disciple, Zuoling Er. After all, Zuoling Er and Xianxia had a good relationship. If she punished Xianxia, Zuoling Er wouldn't let it go. Hua Gui treasured this new disciple very much. Geniuses are hard to come by, but they shouldn't be lawless. He has been doing whatever he wants in the nebula sect. He doesn't care about the rules of the nebula sect. No matter how talented he is, he must be punished. At least, he must be taught a lesson. I think so too. If we don't punish him, it won't look good on us. He has just advanced to the first-grade combat emperor and he has already crippled the chief steward. When he grows stronger, I'm afraid that he won't even put us in his eyes. The other two of the Fengyan 7 said. They agreed to teach Xianxia a lesson. After all, this matter was too big. If they didn't teach him a lesson, it wouldn't be good for the management of the disciples in the future. Elders, please help us. If we don't punish Xianxia, we won't be able to manage the inner sect in the future. The second steward pulled a long face, he was about to cry. Enough. Look at all of your faces. How dare you call yourselves elders? You don't have the bearing of an elder. I feel annoyed just by looking at you. If you can't do it, I will replace all of you. The hot-tempered Hua Gu couldn't stand it anymore. The second steward and the others were shivering when they saw Hua Gu's outburst. They quickly looked at the Fengyan 7. Fengyan big brother frowned and murmured, if we are going to punish him, how should we punish him? While the 7 of them were discussing how to punish Xianxia, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall like a ghost. This figure looked a little illusory. He was wearing a green robe and had an extraordinary bearing. There was a domineering aura in between his eyebrows. Master. Everyone in the main hall quickly bowed to greet the person who came. This was Nebula Kid's divine sense, but no one dared to neglect it. Xianxia is a rare genius. The Nebula sect needs to nurture him well. I have already known about this incident. It's not Xianxia's fault. Nebula Kid's appearance had surprised the 8 great elders. One should know that the sect master was high and mighty. He only cared about his cultivation and didn't care about the affairs of the sect. He rarely asked about the affairs of the core sect, let alone the affairs of the inner sect disciples. Today, he personally appeared because of Xianxia. It showed how much Nebula Kid valued Xianxia. Of course, Nebula Kid couldn't ignore Xianxia. The reincarnation of the greatest saint was not a joke. Now that Xianxia had entered the Nebula sect, it was a good thing for both the Nebula sect and Nebula Kid himself. Xianxia's means were not something they could imagine. Moreover, in Nebula Kid's heart, he had always regarded the greatest saint as his idol. Now that he had seen the reincarnation of the greatest saint, he had reason to believe that Xianxia would reach the peak of his previous life. It was a great honor for him to follow such a person. More importantly, following Xianxia would also bring him great benefits. Becoming a great saint was not out of his reach. The vice steward and the others were stunned on the spot. They couldn't say anything to punish Xianxia anymore. Even the sect master had appeared to protect Xianxia. It meant that Xianxia was being trained as a genius. If they continued to complain, they would be looking for trouble. In the Nebula sect, no one dared to go against Nebula Kid. Get out of here quickly. The sect master has said that you should stay far away from Xianxia when you see him in the future. Don't provoke him. If Song Zhongxing didn't provoke Xianxia and try to embezzle Xianxia's emperor elixir, he wouldn't be here today. Huagui said impolitely. That's right. Although Xianxia is arrogant and ruthless, according to what this elder knows, it was Song Zhongxing, Man Hong, and the Hu brothers who took the initiative to provoke Xianxia. Xianxia didn't take the initiative to provoke Xianxia. Besides, a dignified chief manager who was beaten up by a disciple to such an extent still has the nerve to complain. Isn't that too shameful? Fifth brother Feng Yun said, changing his attitude of wanting to punish Xianxia. The seven brothers Feng Yun were no fools. They had some understanding of their sect leader. Once the sect leader took a liking to someone, no one in the Nebula sect would dare to provoke Xianxia. It was impossible for them to punish Xianxia, but they wouldn't take the initiative to help Xianxia either. When it came to fights between disciples, the upper echelons of the sect would always turn a blind eye to it. When Xianxia went to the core courtyard, they would turn a blind eye to it as well. All right. The seven brothers Feng Yun and the others nodded their heads. They had no other choice. Even they wouldn't dare to touch a disciple that was personally protected by the sect leader. Moreover, as the highly respected elders of the Nebula sect, they naturally had to consider the future of the Nebula sect. Just like what Huagui said, how could they make things difficult for a peerless genius for the sake of a few trash? Finally, the second steward and the others left the elders' hall with the crippled chief manager and returned to the inner sect. Second steward, what should we do now? An elder asked. What else can we do? Don't provoke Xianxia in the future. He is protected by the sect leader, we can't afford to offend him. Even if the sect leader doesn't protect him, we can't afford to offend him either. The chief manager is an example. Anyway, Xianxia is already a combat emperor now. He will report to the courtyard in a few days. After sending off this malignant star, the inner sect will be as peaceful as before. The second steward said. They couldn't afford to offend Xianxia, so they could only hide. In the next 2 days, Xianxia and a Huang dog completely occupied the courtyard where Song Zhongxing lived. It could be said that it was like a dove occupying a magpie's nest. The inner sect wasn't peaceful. Everyone was waiting for the higher-ups to give an order to punish Xianxia. Many people had personally seen the second steward and the others bringing the chief manager to the elders' hall to complain. But unfortunately, 2 days had passed and there was no news from the elders' hall. Let alone punishing Xianxia, there wasn't even a word of reprimand from the higher-ups. It was as if losing a chief manager was nothing. Did you guys see that? The 8 great elders are all on Xianxia's side. They don't have any intention to punish Xianxia at all. It's really strange. Xianxia has caused such a big ruckus this time. By right, the elders' hall should have done something. I didn't expect that they wouldn't say anything. It was as if nothing had happened. Isn't it easy to think about it? Just like what I said before, Xianxia's talent is obvious to everyone. He is a rare genius that can't be compared to ordinary people. The Nebula sect should be happy to have such a genius. Why would they blame him? Anyway, the matter has already happened. The chief manager, Manhong, and the others have already been crippled. They have completely become useless people. At this time, the sect will not punish a genius for a few useless people. This is the reality. This world is like this. Strength is the hard truth. With strength, you can trample on the rules and ignore the rules. A genius like Brother Jiang coming to the Nebula sect is our Nebula sect's honor. The sect will naturally nurture him well. Many people sighed. The reality was like this. The more powerful you were, the more people would pay attention to you. On the contrary, if Jiang Chen had chosen to silently endure the chief manager's bullying, not only would he not receive any pity, he would also be looked down upon by others. In these 2 days, Jiang Chen had been in seclusion in his room. The bored De Huang dog kept wandering around the inner sect, teasing beauties everywhere. Hey! Beauty, come and talk to Master Dog about life. Beauty, I think your chest is too small. Master Dog has a secret method that can double it. Do you want to try? Eh? This young lady looks so familiar. Have we met before? Hey, don't go. De Huang Dog was walking in the inner sect. His 2 front legs were raised and he was walking like a human. Whenever he saw a female disciple, he would tease them, causing many female disciples to not dare to go out. Because of De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen's image in the hearts of many female disciples had started to fall. The beauties all thought that the dog was like the person who raised it. The owner of this exquisite dog, Jiang Chen, was not a good person either. Of course, in the hearts of most female disciples, Jiang Chen's image was still quite high. Even if Jiang Chen was not a good person, if he could look at them for a while, they would feel very happy. As a woman who didn't want to find a handsome and powerful man like Jiang Chen, who was filled with masculinity and domineering, for 2 days, not a single female disciple paid attention to De Huang Dog. This made De Huang Dog very disappointed. When he returned to the courtyard, he started to look at himself in the mirror. Damn it, a bunch of little girls with no taste. Master Dog is so majestic and domineering, but I can't find a bosom friend to talk to. Failure. De Huang Dog sighed and looked at himself in the mirror again. The more he looked at himself, the more handsome and satisfied he became. He felt that he was the most handsome existence in the world. Even if he was just a dog, he was still the most handsome. Unable to restrain himself, De Huang Dog directly kowtowed to himself in the mirror. He worshipped himself so much that he couldn't help himself. This scene was coincidentally seen by Jiang Chen, who had just woken up from his closed-door cultivation. Jiang Chen immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva and almost vomited blood. A big foot flew out and directly kicked De Huang Dog's head. Despicable dog, can you not be so narcissistic? Jiang Chen was speechless towards De Huang Dog. What else could he say when he was following such a top-notch existence? Say, this Master Dog is so handsome, but why do those female disciples run away when they see me? De Huang Dog asked Jiang Chen in an extremely serious manner. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately rolled his eyes. He didn't even need to think to know what De Huang Dog had been doing for the past 2 days. He must have gone out to flirt with the female disciples. He could even imagine the words De Huang Dog said when he was flirting with the female disciples. Immediately, he couldn't help but grab De Huang Dog's ear and said, "Can't you just be a little more obedient? My image has been ruined by you. Image my **s brat, you are now in limitless glory. When those female disciples mention your name, their eyes will light up. In my opinion, with just a word from you, you can get all those female disciples. You are a man, so you have to use the number of women to prove your success." De Huang Dog acted as if he understood women very well. He patiently educated Jiang Chen. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Chen was speechless. Oh right, 2 days ago, I saw those old fellows of the inner sect carrying the fainted chief steward to the elder hall. It seems like they are going to complain about you. However, 2 days have passed and there is no movement from the top. This is really strange. When De Huang Dog thought of this, he couldn't help but say, "What's so strange about it?" They are already crippled. Why would they punish me for a few crippled people? Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. He had already expected this result. Even if the 8 great elders wanted to punish him, Nebula Kid would come out and stop them. Brat, you have always been meticulous. Oh right, you have been in closed-door training for 2 days. Did you get anything? Da Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Enlightenment is something that can only be discovered by luck. Last time I was disturbed. If I want to link it again, it will be extremely difficult. Jiang Chen had been trying his best for 2 days. He tried his best to see his dragon form in the depth of his soul, but he couldn't even see a strand of hair. In the end, he had to give up. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help but want to beat Manhong and the others up again. This thing still depends on luck. Just like monks, when luck comes, it can't be stopped. Since I was disturbed this time, I will wait for the next time. Da Huang Dog said it casually. Anyway, it wasn't his enlightenment. However, what he said was right. Otherwise, what else could he do? Even if he beat Manhong and the others to death and whipped their corpses, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the loss. The next day, the sect suddenly announced that one of the 8 forbidden areas of the Divine Continent, the Death Mountain, would open in 10 days. The 5 major powers of Xuanyu would send their young disciples to the Death Mountain to gain experience. Once this news came out, all the disciples in the sect were in an uproar. The Death Mountain had existed for a very long time, much longer than the existence of Jiang Chen. It had at least a few thousand years of history. The Death Mountain, it sounds very scary. Da Huang Dog said. He looked at Jiang Chen. Kid, do you know anything about the Death Mountain? In the heart of Da Huang Dog, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent and omniscient existence. Even in the Divine Land, there seemed to be no existence that Jiang Chen didn't know. The Death Mountain has existed for a very long time. Even I don't know how long it has existed. The Death Mountain has existed for a very long time. Even I don't know how long it has existed. It is said that there was a super big sect there a long time ago. It was the super big sect of the Divine Continent. At that time, the Divine Continent didn't have the division of big domains and the Divine Continent's pure land. Later, no one knew why this super big sect perished overnight. Tens of thousands of disciples were buried there, and there was a lot of resentment. Later, many masters wanted to enter it to explore, but they all died inside. Therefore, it was called the Death Mountain. The masters of the super big sect used their lives to create a permanent barrier in the Death Mountain. Even a great sage couldn't break the barrier. Jiang Chen said. Since the prohibition is so powerful, why do you still need to open it after 10 days? Isn't it sending people to their death? Da Huang Dog was puzzled. The prohibition is built with the heaven and earth as the foundation. It can communicate with the 7 stars. It is extremely terrifying. However, every 30 years, the prohibition will have a weak period. Many forces will choose to open the Death Mountain at this time to search for the treasures. Everything of that super big sect is sealed. The treasures inside will naturally attract people's attention. It seems that 10 days later will be the time when the prohibition weakens. Jiang Chen said. In the past, he had also entered the Death Mountain and obtained some benefits from it. Later on, after he became a peerless great sage, he was obsessed with martial arts and wanted to open the gate of the immortal realm. Therefore, he lost interest in the Death Mountain and never entered it again. Therefore, he didn't really explore the secrets inside the Death Mountain. However, the legend was true after all, so there was nothing to explore. So much time has passed. Even if it opens once every 30 years, the treasures inside would have been taken away long ago. Da Huang Dog curled his lips. He wasn't very interested in the Death Mountain. You're wrong. There are a lot of spaces in the Death Mountain. They overlap with each other and they often shift positions. Furthermore, after being sealed for a long time, there will be a lot of living beings and spiritual medicines. The treasures inside are endless. Jiang Chen said that he was very interested in this trip to the Death Mountain. Hearing this, Da Huang Dog's eyes instantly brightened. He was most interested in treasures, and he was also an expert in finding treasures. Since there were still many treasures in the Death Mountain that hadn't been discovered yet, he must go in and try his luck. In that case, we must try our luck in the Death Mountain. However, we aren't that strong. If those minor saints also enter the mountain, we won't be able to get any treasures. De Huang Dog said. Impossible. Although the seal of the Death Mountain has become weaker after 30 years, it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If a minor saint expert enters the mountain, he will immediately trigger the seal, causing the strength of the expert to return to its previous state. To those who enter the mountain, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. The 5 major powers of Xuanyu won't allow experts above the minor saint realm to enter the mountain. As for the specifics, it will depend on the sect. Come, let's go out and have a look. Xianxia said. He knew a little about the Death Mountain, but after all, more than 100 years had passed. Some changes might have happened. Moreover, there was a condition to enter the Undying Mountain, and it would depend on the sect's decision. In the inner sect's martial arena, many people were discussing the opening of the Death Mountain. The forbidden area of the Death Mountain opens once every 30 years. This time, it's finally our turn. This is our honor. I heard that there are 3 layers of spatial zones in the forbidden area. With our combat king strength, we should be able to enter the 2nd layer. This is indeed a rare opportunity to gain experience. It is said that the Death Mountain used to be the location of a super sect. After the sect was destroyed, it became the forbidden area. There are a lot of treasures in there, but there are also a lot of dangers. Although the seal of the Death Mountain has become weaker, it is still very dangerous. We must be careful when we enter. We're going to set off in 10 days. I've got to make some preparations. Every time the forbidden ground opens, there are always a lot of people entering. Other than the 5 major powers, there are also many other powers of various sizes. Many rogue cultivators will enter as well. Battles are inevitable. Everyone was talking about the Death Mountain. It was a major event in Xuanyu every 30 years. The 5 major powers didn't monopolize the Death Mountain. Instead, they completely opened it to the public. Even ordinary rogue cultivators could enter. There was once a person who was lucky enough to obtain a great opportunity in the Death Mountain. After he came out, he amazed everyone. Of course, there were more people who died in there and turned into dark spirits. The Death Mountain was just like its name, it carried the aura of death. However, this couldn't stop the footsteps of the cultivators. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. In order to obtain good resources and good opportunities, many people were risking their lives. For those major powers, this kind of life and death experience could allow their disciples to grow tremendously. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, those who could grow would be able to stand firm. Those who failed would be stepped on by others. Lonnie and Lin Kong were also on the martial arena. When they saw Xianxia and De Huang Dog walking towards them, they immediately greeted them. When the others saw Xianxia, they immediately stopped talking and looked at Xianxia with reverence. Brother Jiang. Many people greeted him. They didn't dare to show any neglect towards Xianxia. Many of the disciples on the scene had followed Xianxia to fight against the demons in Huangling Desert. They admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. After Xianxia came to the sect, he crippled the chief steward and Manhong, which made everyone revere him even more. Even Lonnie felt a little unnatural when speaking in front of Xianxia. After witnessing Xianxia's means, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Anne, it seems like all of you are preparing for the opening of the Death Mountain. It's best to be more prepared. The forbidden area is called a forbidden area because there are too many dangers and unknowns inside. In addition, we still have to deal with the disciples of other major powers and some rogue cultivators who are secretly scheming against us. This trip to the Death Mountain is related to the entire Xuanyu, we must not be careless," Jiangchen said, reminding everyone. He had a smile on his face, and his handsome face made him look like a boy next door. Looking at him now, it was really hard to associate him with the brutal and overbearing little devil from 3 days ago, who had crippled someone with just a single strike. "Thank you for reminding us, Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang will definitely go to the Death Mountain. As long as we follow Brother Jiang, we won't be afraid," someone said. Seeing Jiangchen's smile, the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. They felt that Brother Jiang wasn't that hard to get along with. He was ruthless to his enemies, but he was still very kind to his own people. When we are really in the forbidden area, I might not be able to help you. But you don't have to worry. If you meet the people from the Mayan cult and the Tan clan, just mention my name. I am a good friend of the young master of the Mayan cult. I have saved the life of Tan Zhihao from the Tan clan before. At the crucial moment, you can choose to ally with them. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, the Mayan cult is an evil cult. Our relationship with the Mayan cult has always been bad. Lin Kong said cautiously. He felt that it was a bit awkward to ally with the evil cult. Humph. In my eyes, the people of the evil cult are much better than those hypocrites of the so-called righteous sections. Although the people of the evil cult are cruel and merciless, it's not like we can't get along with them. When the time comes, you just have to act according to the situation. If there is a conflict with the evil cult, just mention my name or their young master's name. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang is doing this for our own good. If we listen to him, there won't be any mistakes. Blue Robe said loudly. That's for sure. We all follow Brother Jiang as our leader. Someone said. Blue Robe, is there any condition for entering the Death Mountain? Jiang Chen looked at Blue Robe. Yes, it's mainly about cultivation grade. From the Combat Soul Realm to the 8th grade Combat Emperor, anyone can choose to enter the Death Mountain for training. Because of the consideration that those with high cultivation grade might be triggered everywhere, they have to suppress their cultivation grade to the 8th grade Combat Emperor. Those who are above the 8th grade Combat Emperor are not allowed to enter. Blue Robe said. 8th grade Combat Emperor, it seems like the pressure is not small. De Huang Dog murmured. It's only fun when there's pressure. Jiang Chen smiled. If there wasn't any pressure, it wouldn't be interesting. If it was Jiang Chen in his previous life, he wouldn't be interested in the Death Mountain. He had more than enough treasures to use, but it was different now. The treasures he had left behind were in the deepest part of the St. Cliff. He couldn't go there temporarily, so he couldn't help but be interested in the Death Mountain. Although Brother Jiang is strong and can defeat a 4th grade Combat Emperor, we can't underestimate him. There are many geniuses in the core sect. Xiaoyao Palace, Sky Hill School, Tan Family, and Mayan Cult also have many capable people. We can't underestimate him. Blue Robe reminded. I understand. You guys go and prepare yourselves. Jiang Chen nodded and left with De Huang Dog. Little Chenzi, there are still 10 days left. What are we going to do now? Are we just going to wait here? De Huang Dog asked. Let's go and find Tyrant. We have to bring him along for this. After his enlightenment, I think the potential of his Saraira has been stimulated. I'm afraid that he is already a combat emperor now. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jia, it's been a long time. I miss that shameless tyrant. De Huang Dog chuckled. The Ranfeng Monastery was rebuilt after it was destroyed. It looked exactly the same as the original one. After Tyrant moved into the monastery, he received the best treatment. Whether it was the Zhou family or the abbot, no one dared to neglect him. Tyrant's master had done a great favor to the ancestors of the Zhou family, and Tyrant had done a great favor to the Zhou family. There was no way to repay such kindness. It was the honor of the Zhou family that Tyrant was going to stay in the monastery to meditate. **Huhu** the scorching sun was high up in the sky. It was noon. The sky was clear and cloudy, it was hard to feel the breeze. However, a golden light suddenly rushed out from one of the rooms in the monastery. It set off a blazing wave of wind and made a whistling sound. That golden pillar of light was condensed from pure Buddhist light. It was covered with complex and indescribable Sanskrit characters, and one could even hear the resounding Sanskrit chanting. Under such Sanskrit chanting, one's soul would calm down. The golden light was very bright. The qi that was overflowing from it was very strong. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, who came from the Nebula sect. Both of them saw the pure Buddha light from afar and felt a very familiar qi from the golden light. Look, it's Tyrant. It seems like we have come at the right time. Tyrant has just broken through. De Huang Dog's eyes brightened and said in surprise. It's a very pure light. It seems like the Saraira is very helpful to Tyrant. This isn't the chi of a first-grade combat emperor but a second-grade combat emperor. This guy has broken through to the second-grade combat emperor. He is the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng, a peerless genius of Buddha sect. His comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Tyrant was a different kind of Buddha sect. He had never looked down on Tyrant because he had inherited the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, the #1 monk of Buddha sect. Under the guidance of Great Master Ranfeng, Tyrant would become a supreme Buddha sooner or later. Damn it, a second-grade combat emperor, very powerful. Let's go and have a look. De Huang Dog increased his speed. A man and a dog turned into two green smoke and reached the sky above Ranfeng Monastery in a blink of an eye. Who is it? A loud shout rang out, and more than a dozen monks flew up from below. The one leading them was Abbot Yuanming. All of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This was a crucial moment for Tyrant's advancement, and they had been guarding him all this time, not allowing anyone to disturb him. Abbot, don't be nervous. Xianxia quickly said. Due to Xianxia and De Huang Dog's speed, Abbot Yuanming and the others only saw them clearly when Xianxia spoke. When they saw that it was Xianxia and De Huang Dog, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Abbot Yuanming's face revealed a look of surprise. So young Master Jiang has returned. Abbot Yuanming bowed slightly towards Xianxia. Abbot, don't be so courteous. Let's go down and talk. Such a huge commotion will affect Tyrant. Xianxia said. Everyone quickly descended and entered Ranfeng Monastery. Abbot Yuanming could feel the qi of Xianxia and De Huang Dog. He could feel an enormous pressure from them. It was the pressure of an emperor. His facial expression changed slightly. How long had it been? Xianxia had already advanced to combat emperor. This speed was too fast. I didn't expect that young Master Jiang has advanced to combat emperor in such a short period of time. Congratulations. Abbot Yuanming said, then thought of Zhuo Ling Er. I wonder how is Ling Er now? Don't worry, Abbot. Little Ling Er is doing well. Her innate talent is extraordinary. On the first day she entered Nebula sect, she was accepted as a direct disciple by a 9th-grade combat emperor. Now, she is already a combat emperor. Her future achievements will be limitless. Xianxia said. He didn't bring Zhuo Ling Er with him this time. She was Hua Gui's precious daughter. She wasn't someone he could bring out whenever he wanted. She had obtained the Emperor Elixir. With her innate talent, she must have advanced to combat emperor. The ancestors have accumulated a lot of good karma. Hearing that Zhuo Ling Er had become a combat emperor and was accepted as a direct disciple by a 9th-grade combat emperor, her eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Xianxia was right. With her innate talent, her future achievements would be immeasurable. Kong long, suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. The golden light pillar that was hovering above Ranfeng Monastery shattered, turning into specks of light that fell into the room. Creak the door was pushed open. Tyrant was wearing a golden robe. He put his palms together, looking like an enlightened monk. Unknowingly, Xianxia and De Huang Dog couldn't help but laugh when they saw him like this. Seeing Xianxia and De Huang Dog, Tyrant's expression changed immediately. He grinned. Little Chinzi, De Huang Dog, didn't you two go to Nebula sect? Why did you come back all of a sudden? I know, it must be because your image is too bad, that's why you were chased back by the Nebula sect. Get lost. Master Dog's image is enough to kill all of you. Master Dog is doing very well in the Nebula sect. There are a lot of female disciples following behind me every day. De Huang Dog didn't have any shame in boasting. Xianxia couldn't help but want to kick him. Tyrant, it seems like this enlightenment has helped you a lot. You are now a 2nd-grade combat emperor. Xianxia stepped forward and patted Tyrant's shoulder. Congratulations on your advancement. This is worthy of celebration. Abbot Yuanming stepped forward and congratulated Tyrant. Abbot, we brothers have something to talk about. You guys can leave now. Xianxia said to Abbot Yuanming. Abbot Yuanming was a sensible man. He knew that Xianxia must have something to discuss since he came back from Nebula Sect to look for Tyrant. He immediately brought the monks of Ranfeng Monastery and left. Little Qinzi, why did you come back so suddenly? Of course, you came back at the right time. If you came back 2 days later, I would have left. Tyrant said. Left? Where are you going? De Huang Dog said. I am going back to the western region. My master said that when I reach the Combat Emperor realm, he will let me go back and accept the inheritance of my ancestor. He will pass down the other 2 seals to me and the ancient scriptures of Buddhist sect. I am now a 2nd-grade combat emperor. I am going back to find my master and accept the inheritance. You two must have thought that I am about to advance, so you came back to send me off. You two have a conscience. Tyrant said shamelessly. Xianxia rolled his eyes and kicked Tyrant's butt. This was his true nature. This guy was as narcissistic as De Huang Dog. He was simply incurable. You can't go back now. Follow us to the Death Mountain. Come out from there and return to the western region. Xianxia said. Although Tyrant was narcissistic, there was one thing he said that was right. He and De Huang Dog had come back at the right time. If they were a little later, this guy would have returned to the western region. Death Mountain? Isn't that the forbidden area of Xianxia? This forbidden area opens once every 30 years. Is it going to open again? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. As someone from the Divine Continent, he knew a little about the 8 forbidden areas. Although he wasn't in Xianxia, he knew that the Death Mountain opened once every 30 years. You are smart. The Death Mountain will open 10 days later. The 5 major powers of Xianxia will send their vicious people there. This is a good chance to gain experience. There are a lot of treasures in the Death Mountain. There is no reason for us to let go of this chance. Xianxia said. It seems like this is a coincidence. We can't go back anymore. It is not a bad idea to go to the Death Mountain to gain experience. My master asked me to leave the western region to gain experience. However, the Death Mountain has existed for a long time. Even if there are treasures in it, I am afraid that they have already been dug out. Tyrant said and asked the same question as De Huang Dog. What do you know? The Death Mountain has already formed its own space. There is a super sect hidden inside. There are many overlapping spaces inside. There must be a lot of treasures there. Moreover, as time has passed, many unknown existences will appear. Moreover, searching for treasures is De Huang's forte. Xianxia smiled. In terms of treasure hunting, he admired De Huang Dog very much. So much so that after De Huang Dog followed him, he had never searched for treasures carefully. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability. As the world's greatest saint, he had a lot of abilities. However, with De Huang Dog around, he was too lazy to worry about it. Alright, let's go to the Death Mountain together. After we come out from the Death Mountain, I will return to the western region. Oh right, how are you guys in the Nebula Sect? Did you meet any trouble? I can see that both of you are already combat emperors. You guys are really abnormal. Tyrant nodded and decided to go to the Death Mountain. Putting the treasures aside, this was indeed a great opportunity to gain experience. We met some small troubles, but they have all been solved. Xianxia said indifferently. In the following days, Xianxia stayed in Ranfeng Temple and followed Tyrant to spend a few days leisurely. On the 3rd day, late at night, Xianxia was meditating in his room. A bone-chilling killing intent suddenly emerged from the depths of the void. Almost at the moment when Xianxia felt this killing intent, an ice-cold long sword suddenly appeared, as if it came out from hell. It was extremely fast and aimed at Xianxia's throat. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xianxia. Pucci, the long sword pierced through Xianxia's body. The person in the dark was obviously surprised. However, shortly after, Xianxia's body collapsed. It was just an afterimage. Xianxia saw a black shadow floating in the air for a moment before disappearing. Since you are here, don't leave. Xianxia shouted. The Great Soul Derivation technique locked the chi of the black shadow. He tore the void with his bare hands and chased after the black shadow. Bang 100 miles away from the Ranfeng Monastery, an explosion was heard. A black silhouette flickered out of the void. This black silhouette was wearing a tight black robe. His face was covered with a black cloth, only a pair of eyes could be seen. It was a pair of cold and bloodthirsty eyes. His whole body seemed to have merged with the night. His chi was faintly discernible and illusory. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. This was an assassin who walked in the dark, a true assassin. It was a man's eyes that didn't contain any emotions. But at this moment, this pair of eyes was staring at a place not far away from him. In addition to the coldness of an assassin, there was also a strong sense of shock. Not far away from him, there was a blue-clothed youth who was staring at him with the same ice-cold eyes. The assassin was shocked because he didn't manage to escape. He had killed countless people in his life and accepted more than 100 missions, but he had never failed once. Today was the first time he failed. Not only did he fail, he couldn't even escape. With his method of escaping, ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense his presence, but this blue-clothed youth had locked onto his chi. The assassin understood that even if he tried to escape, the result would be the same. He wouldn't be able to get rid of this terrifying youth. The blue-clothed youth was Xianxia. He had removed his white robe and was wearing the uniform of the nebulous sect. "Who are you? Why do you want to kill me?" Xianxia asked. He was sure that he had never offended this assassin before. Both of them definitely didn't know each other. The assassin didn't speak. His chi fluctuated. The long sword in his hand turned into a ray of light, rushing towards Xianxia at lightning speed. It was a fast and ruthless strike. The sword light was like a poisonous snake. Xianxia's mouth revealed a cold smile. He could already see that this assassin was a third-grade combat emperor, but his assassination method was incomparably brilliant. Even if a fourth-grade combat emperor was assassinated by him, he wouldn't have any chance of survival. Unfortunately, this assassin had met Xianxia, an existence that was scarier than an assassin. With a swoosh, the heavenly saint sword appeared in Xianxia's hand. His movement was even faster than the assassin's, and his swordsmanship was even more direct and marvelous. His sword collided with the assassin's sword at lightning speed, creating a large amount of sparks in the dark night sky. The assassin let out a muffled groan as his entire body was sent flying by Xianxia's sword. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, staining his black cloth. Blood staining the black cloth was very difficult to notice in the darkness of the night, but Xianxia could see it clearly. He didn't even need to look to know the extent of the assassin's injuries. The assassin's expression changed drastically, and the way he looked at Xianxia changed once again. His swordsmanship was an assassination technique that was silent, fast, and powerful. It was a true killing sword, but this young man's swordsmanship was even more ruthless than his. Moreover, his opponent's senses were extremely sharp, as if he knew where his sword was going to stab before he even made a move. This was too terrifying. To put it bluntly, if Xianxia wanted to be an assassin, this assassin would not have a job. How is this possible? You are only a first-grade combat emperor. The assassin spoke. His voice sounded hoarse, but it was mostly due to shock. Asterisk swoosh asterisk asterisk swoosh asterisk at this time, another two incomparably powerful chi flew over from afar. They were Tyrant and a Huan dog who had sensed the ripples of the battle. When they appeared, they saw Xianxia and the black-clothed man who were fighting each other. The assassin didn't stop when he saw that another expert had arrived. In addition to the fact that Xianxia was too strong, his body swayed and disappeared again. It was obvious that the assassin didn't only use the spatial force, he also used an incomparably mysterious body art. He came and went without a trace, disappearing in an instant without leaving a trace. Others might not be able to sense it, but Xianxia could. At the moment when the assassin disappeared, Xianxia moved. He used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and stomped fiercely in the air. Asterisk bang asterisk the air was crushed by the stomp. Another dull sound was heard in the night. The assassin had suffered a stomp from Xianxia and was forced out from the void once again. The assassin's current appearance was incomparably embarrassing. His body was swaying. After suffering the attack of Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, he was still able to stand there. This indicated that this assassin wasn't an ordinary assassin. Although Xianxia was a first-grade combat emperor, he could even kill a fourth-grade combat emperor, let alone the assassin who was only a third-grade combat emperor. If the assassin didn't have a brilliant technique, he would have been dead by now. An assassin who hides in the dark, once exposed, is no longer an assassin. Your advantage is gone in front of me, Xianxia said. It seems like the information we received was wrong. The assassin's tone was very calm, there was no trace of panic. This was the quality that an assassin should have. As an assassin, he had already disregarded life and death when he entered this profession. You are one of the Dark Shadow's men? Xianxia's eyes flickered with two rays of cold light, threatening the assassin. The assassin's expression suddenly changed. He didn't think that Xianxia would be able to guess his identity. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? I can spare your life. To be able to ask the Dark Shadow to kill me, I think the person must have a certain status, Xianxia said. Haha, since you already know my identity, do you think I will tell you? The assassin laughed. He knew that he had completely failed. He wouldn't have another chance to assassinate Xianxia in the future. If that's the case, then go to hell. Xianxia's murderous aura burst out. He never had anything to say to his enemies. The heavenly saint's sword rippled out, his body turned into an arrow that was released from the bow, appearing in front of the assassin in a blink of an eye. The long sword pierced through the assassin's head. At the last moment, when he saw Xianxia's imposing manner, the assassin directly gave up resisting. He knew that he would definitely die. The information he received was wrong. Originally, he thought that sending him to assassinate a small fry was already a sure win. Before he came, he was still very dissatisfied. He felt that sending him to assassinate a small fry was simply looking down on him. Now, it seemed that the information he received was really harmful. There was a saying that Xianxia was right. Once an assassin was exposed, he would lose all his advantages. Therefore, the assassin didn't even resist at the last moment. Killing the assassin with a sword, Xianxia didn't feel the slightest bit of pleasure. Instead, his expression became incomparably solemn. Little Xianxia, who is this person? Why did he come to kill you? Tyrant came closer and asked with a frown. He could feel that the assassin wasn't ordinary. Such a person was extremely terrifying. An assassin, a professional assassin. Tyrant, I wonder if you have heard of the Dark Shadow? Xianxia asked. Dark Shadow? Never heard of it. Tyrant shook his head. He hadn't heard of the name of the Dark Shadow. The assassins under the organization can be found all over the Divine Land. This is a secret great force in the Divine Land. It's very terrifying. Even those ancient families in the Pure Land of Divine Land won't provoke the Dark Shadow for no reason. This organization is too terrifying. The assassins they train are the best and the best. There is a legend about the Dark Shadow in the Divine Land. Anyone who is hunted by the Dark Shadow has never survived. However, the Dark Shadow rarely moves in the Western region. The Western region is the Holy Land of Buddhism. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any grievances with the outside world, and there is no need for the Dark Shadow to come forward to solve them. It's normal that you haven't heard of it, Xianxia said. The Dark Shadow organization had a long history. The assassins in the organization were extremely tyrannical. In the past, Xianxia also had a dispute with the Dark Shadow. He personally killed the leader of the Dark Shadow, causing the Dark Shadow to almost collapse for a period of time. However, now that more than 100 years had passed, the organization must have recovered to its peak. What Xianxia didn't expect was that after his rebirth, he would once again have a dispute with the Dark Shadow. When did you offend the Dark Shadow? Tyrant frowned. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. Although he didn't know much about the Dark Shadow, he could hear from Xianxia that this organization was extremely difficult to deal with. Once he was entangled with them, he would have to bear endless assassinations. I didn't offend the Dark Shadow, but the Dark Shadow is an assassin organization. They won't accept ordinary people. It must be my enemy who hired the people of the Dark Shadow to hunt me down. However, in the Divine Land, there aren't many people who can hire the Dark Shadow. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably the doing of the Tanny Gate. Xianxia's eyes revealed two sharp lights. No matter how he thought about it, the only one who could hire the Dark Shadow to kill him was the Tani Gate. When he was in the western regions, he killed the genius disciples and elders of the Tani Gate, causing the Tani Gate to suffer extremely serious losses. The Tani Gate would never swallow this insult. However, because of Great Master Ran Feng, the Tani Gate didn't dare to deal with Xianxia head-on, so they turned to the Dark Shadow. Damn it, it seems that the grievances with the Tani Gate can't be easily settled. De Huang Dog couldn't help cursing. If it's the Tani Gate, it makes sense. The Tani Gate is afraid of my master, so they don't dare to make a move directly. However, the Tani Gate saw the potential of the little Xianxia and felt that if they don't get rid of the little Xianxia as soon as possible, he will be a big trouble in the future. It's really hateful. Tyrant was very smart. He immediately thought of the key point. The Dark Shadow is very difficult to deal with. Today, I killed their people, which means I have them completely. Even without the task of the Tani Gate, the Dark Shadow won't let me go. They will send more powerful killers to deal with me. Xianxia said. These guys are like ghosts, extremely difficult to deal with. If you are targeted by them, you won't be able to sleep well. Tyrant said. Don't worry. When the Dark Shadow sends out killers, they won't send out the real experts at once. They will first measure the strength of the opponent and select the corresponding killer. To those killers, this is also a trial. This is their killer mode. Humph. However, I'm not afraid. If the Dark Shadow wants to kill me, I will reap their lives. Even if they are ghosts, I will turn them into ghosts. Xianxia said Lung Lung. He had always had a lot of enemies. Xianxia wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. In his previous life, he was able to kill the leader of the Dark Shadow. In this life, he could similarly destroy this organization. The appearance of the Dark Shadow made Xianxia feel extremely uncomfortable. Although he was not afraid of them, this assassin organization was indeed difficult to deal with. Now that he had killed a member of the Dark Shadow organization, it was equivalent to offending the organization. His days in the future would certainly not be easy. Little Xianxia, do you think it's possible that it's a Dark Shadow assassin hired by the Northern and Southern dynasties? De Huang Dog asked. Impossible. Don't you know the people of the Northern and Southern dynasties? He's an incomparably arrogant guy. He wants to kill me with his own hands. Only by doing so can he avenge himself. Besides, the Northern and Southern dynasties might not necessarily know that I have appeared in Xuanyu. Otherwise, he would have come to me long ago. Xianxia immediately denied De Huang Dog's words. The Northern and Southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant people. They were born with the chi of an emperor. If they wanted to deal with Xianxia, they would never rely on others. That's true. How could such an arrogant guy get rid of you with the help of an assassin? De Huang Dog nodded. He knew everything that happened in Qi province. Xianxia and the Northern and Southern dynasties were the two main characters. The Northern and Southern dynasties were extremely arrogant. They were defeated in the hands of Xianxia. This was a humiliation that he would definitely avenge himself. Who are the Northern and Southern dynasties? Tyrant asked curiously. A very powerful character. More than 100 years ago, the greatest saint slashed the sky with his sword. An immortal spirit descended. The Northern and Southern dynasties were formed by that immortal spirit. They are my formidable enemies. This person has already appeared in Xuanyu with a third-grade minor demon Saint Divine Beast, White Tiger. The sect master of Nebula Sect, Nebula Kid, was defeated by the White Tiger. I'm afraid that Xuanyu will not be peaceful anymore. Xianxia said. In an instant, he told Tyrant everything that had happened in the Northern and Southern dynasties. Most of the things that happened in the Qi province. No matter where you go, you will have countless enemies. Now, the Dark Shadow and the Northern and Southern dynasties have popped up. It seems like your days are not going to be easy. Tyrant sighed. He had known Xianxia for such a long time. Wherever Xianxia went, there would be enemies everywhere. Now, an even more powerful enemy had appeared. This was all thanks to the abnormal Xianxia. If it was someone else, he or she would have been dead by now. Days like this are more interesting. There are still 9 days before the opening of the Death Mountain. Now that we have the presence of the dark shadow, we will set off tomorrow and rush to the Death Mountain. Xianxia said. The dark shadow was a terrifying existence. After the assassin was killed, it wouldn't take long for the dark shadow to know about it. According to the dark shadow's style of doing things, they would definitely send more powerful assassins. If Xianxia continued to stay here, he would bring disaster to the people of Ranfeng Monastery and even the Zhua family. Since there were only a few days before the opening of the Death Mountain, it would be better to head there in advance. Once the Death Mountain opened, there would be a lot of people and chaos would be inevitable. The dark shadow would have less chances to attack. More importantly, Xianxia had to improve his strength as soon as possible. With his current condition, there was no use for him to bring Ranfeng Monastery. He wanted to have a few days of leisure, but the appearance of the dark shadow made it impossible for him to do so. The next day, 2 men and a dog didn't bid farewell to Abbot Yuanming. They left Ranfeng Monastery and flew towards the direction of the Death Mountain. Regarding the opening of the Death Mountain, Xianxia, Tyrant and a Huang dog weren't considered weak, but they weren't too strong either. The limit of entering the Death Mountain was an 8th grade combat emperor. With their current strength, they weren't a match for an 8th grade combat emperor. Therefore, improving their strength was still a top priority. Xianxia had been working hard to improve his strength throughout his journey. His progress was undoubtedly very fast, but it was still far from enough compared to the current situation. 2 men and a dog didn't travel fast. It was as if they were on a sightseeing tour. They reached a wasteland in the evening. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see. There were only a few people on the way. There was still some time before the opening of the Death Mountain. There were only a few combat soul cultivators who were rushing towards the Death Mountain. Xuanyu was very big. For those combat soul cultivators who hadn't comprehended the spatial force, it was a long distance to reach the Death Mountain. Kong long, a loud sound was heard from the sky. Suddenly, there was a battle in front of him. Xianxia and Tyrant looked at each other and flew towards the direction of the battle at the same time. In the sky above the wasteland, an intense battle was taking place. 3 yellow-robed old men were besieging a black-clothed old man. The chi of these 4 men was very strong. All of them were 5th grade combat emperors. The black-clothed old man had a ferocious expression on his face, but his body was already injured. Being besieged by 3 experts of the same grade as him, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Despicable. The black-clothed old man said ferociously. Old impermanence, your devil cult has done a lot of evil deeds. You deserve to die. Today, we have spent a lot of effort to stop you. Of course, we will eliminate you, the scourge. One of the yellow-robed old men said with a sneer on his face. The black-clothed old man was none other than the old impermanence of the Moyin cult. He had helped Xianxia back in the Liang province. The other 3 were from the Xiaoyao palace. The one who spoke was Xinrei. He and the old impermanence were enemies. It wasn't easy for the 3 elders of the Xiaoyao palace to besiege the old impermanence. Xinrei, the way you people from the Xiaoyao palace are the despicable ones. If you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. I won't be afraid of you. The old impermanence's face was filled with anger. Haha, sod old man, there's no such thing as credibility with people from the devil cult like you. We have already sealed the space here. You're already seriously injured and will die for sure. I advise you to surrender and die a quick death. Another elder of the Xiaoyao palace said loudly. In their eyes, the old impermanence was already a dead man. In such a situation, unless something unexpected happened, the old impermanence would definitely die. However, something unexpected could happen at any time. Xianxia saw everything in the dark, especially when he saw Xinrei. His eyes suddenly revealed 2 rays of cold light. He did not have a good impression of the Xiaoyao palace. Little Qinzi, this old man saved you in the Liang province. He is from the Moyin cult, right? I didn't expect him to be besieged now. The Huang dog said. That day, he saved me. Today, it's my turn to save him. Xianxia smiled. He had to save the old impermanence. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Putting aside the fact that the old impermanence had saved his life, he had to save him because of his relationship with Han Yin. It's easy for you to say that. All three of them are 5th grade combat emperors. With my current cultivation, I can at most kill a 3rd grade combat emperor, but I'm no match for a 4th grade combat emperor. Can you handle a 5th grade combat emperor? Moreover, there are 3 of them. Tyrant looked at Xianxia. He felt that it wouldn't be easy to save the old impermanents. The opponents were too strong. 3 5th grade combat emperors wasn't something they could handle. Xianxia knitted his brows slightly after hearing what was said. The current situation was very obvious. Old Man Impermanence was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He couldn't even deal with one of his opponents. Tyrant and De Huang Dog couldn't deal with a powerful 5th grade combat emperor at the moment. Xianxia could only deal with a 4th grade combat emperor. If he used the Saint Bone, he could deal with a 5th grade combat emperor. However, the consumption of the Saint Bone was too great. Even for Xianxia, he could only use it once. Even if the Saint Bone could kill one of the 5th grade combat emperors, the other 2 wouldn't be able to deal with them. At that time, his combat strength would be reduced due to the consumption of the Saint Bone. It seems like there's only one move left. Xianxia squinted his eyes. He had to save Old Man Impermanence. Facing 3 5th grade combat emperors, there was only one move left, which was the Lightning Tribulation. Using the power of the Heavenly Tribulation, he could ensure that the 3 5th grade combat emperors would be struck to death. After Xianxia advanced to the combat emperor realm, the Lightning Tribulation hadn't descended yet. Xianxia could control the time of the Lightning Tribulation, but it was limited to the time between the 1st grade combat emperor and 2nd grade combat emperor. If he advanced to the 2nd grade combat emperor, the Lightning Tribulation would descend immediately. That was why Xianxia was hesitant about when the Lightning Tribulation would descend. After all, the Lightning Tribulation was a killing move. If it descended directly, it would be a waste. However, if it didn't descend, he would have to think of a way to advance to the Death Mountain. If he were to undergo the Lightning Tribulation in the Death Mountain, the power of the Heavenly Tribulation would most likely activate the weakened seal of the Death Mountain. At that time, it would bring unimaginable disaster to those who entered the Death Mountain. Therefore, Xianxia naturally couldn't bring the Heaven's Retribution into the Death Mountain. Since he had encountered such a situation today, he could use the Heaven's Retribution to get rid of the 3 people from Xiaoyao Palace, especially that Un Sin Rei. If it wasn't for Old Man Impermanence, Un Sin Rei would have already made a move on him. Xianxia was a person who bore grudges. He had never forgotten about this matter. Now that the Old Man Impermanence was besieged by Xiaoyao Palace, Xianxia knew that he had to help the Old Man Impermanence. What move? You're not going to use the talisman my master left for you, are you? Tyrant was taken aback. How is that possible? That's too wasteful. I have an amazing move later. But, both of you, don't go out. Stay as far away from me as possible, lest you get caught in the crossfire. If the power of the Heaven's Retribution is too strong, I won't be able to control it. Xianxia reminded Tyrant and De Huang Dog. Tyrant was still confused, but De Huang Dog had already flown far away. Obviously, De Huang Dog had figured out what Xianxia was going to do. To De Huang Dog, it wasn't hard to guess. When Xianxia broke through to the Combat Soul Realm and Combat King Realm, Heavenly Tribulation had befallen him. So, when he broke through to the Combat Emperor Realm, there was no exception. Although Tyrant didn't know what was going on, when he saw De Huang Dog had fled, he immediately chased after him. He didn't want to suffer any losses if he stayed behind. On the battlefield, Old Man Impermanence's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced at the surrounding camps and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I never thought that I, Old Man Impermanence, would die here today. Un Sin Rei, do it now. I'll come back for you after I turn into a ferocious ghost. Humph. Old Man Impermanence, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to turn into a ghost. I'll kill you right now. Un Sin Rei coldly harumphed. When he thought about killing this old enemy of his, he couldn't help but feel the pain in his heart. He unleashed his killing intent and charged toward Old Man Impermanence. 3 old farts bullying one, how shameless. Right at this moment, a strange voice sounded out from afar. Who? The 3 sect elders of Xiaoyao Palace shouted out at the same time. They turned around at the same time, and so did Old Man Impermanence. He saw a handsome young man dressed in blue walking toward them with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked calm and relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He wore a warm smile on his face. "It's you?" Sinrei recognized the young man at first glance. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Other than Jiang Chen's sudden appearance, he was more surprised that Jiang Chen dared to appear at this time. Could it be that he was an idiot who couldn't see the situation? Wasn't he courting death by coming out at this time? However, both Sinrei and Old Man Impermanence were shocked when they saw Jiang Chen's current cultivation. A first-grade combat emperor was nothing in their eyes, but when they were in Liang province, Jiang Chen was just a fourth-grade combat king. Not long after that, he had become a combat emperor. Such speed of advancement could only be described as shocking. "Old man, your memory isn't bad. You can still recognize me. You people of Xiaoyao Palace only know how to do these shameless things. 3 against 1, what kind of ability is that?" Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. "Where did this wild kid come from? How dare he behave atrociously in front of us? Don't you want to live anymore?" One of the elders of the Xiaoyao Palace was instantly enraged. What kind of people were they? Even in the Xiaoyao Palace, they had a respectable status. Today, they were actually humiliated by a young lad. How could they bear it? "Young Master Jiang, leave quickly. Don't mind me. Tell young master to avenge me." Old Man Impermanence shouted at Jiang Chen. His face was filled with anxiety. In his point of view, Jiang Chen's decision to come out at this time was too impulsive. A first-grade combat emperor coming out at this time was equivalent to courting death. However, Old Man Impermanence was very grateful that Jiang Chen was willing to come out. No matter what, young master's friend was a righteous and compassionate person. "Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Since you are here, don't think you can leave." Sinrei's killing intent was revealed. She used her divine sense to inform the other 2 elders of Jiang Chen's identity. The 2 elders' faces changed. Their murderous intent toward Jiang Chen was ignited. Jiang Chen's growth was too fast. If he wasn't eliminated as soon as possible, he would become a huge threat to them. If they couldn't make use of such a genius, they had to eliminate him as soon as possible. However, it seemed that Jiang Chen had colluded with the devil religion. It was impossible to make him work for them. So, the only thing they could do was to eliminate him. "I have no intention of leaving since I came here. I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill me. But the 3 of you, if you choose to run away now, you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will die for sure." Jiang Chen pretended to be ruthless. However, his ruthless words didn't scare them. Instead, it made Sinrei and the other 2 elders burst into laughter. It was as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. A first-grade combat emperor had threatened to kill them. If this wasn't a joke, then what was? "Humph. Since you aren't leaving, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. "Haha. Kid, don't talk big. Show us how impolite you are." Sinrei couldn't stop laughing. He felt that Jiang Chen was too cute. However, at the next moment, he didn't feel that way anymore. Instead, he felt that his perception was too stupid. Kong long, a wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Under the impact of this wave of qi, the sky that was originally calm and tranquil was suddenly struck by lightning. The strong wind whistled, as if it was the end of the world. The lightning came too fast. In just a few seconds, the sky was filled with endless dark clouds. A terrifying pressure fell from the clouds, making people tremble in fear. Including Old Man Impermanence, everyone's facial expression changed dramatically. The 3 elders of Xiaoyao Palace couldn't laugh anymore. As 5th-grade combat emperors, it was impossible for them to not know what was going on. It's the heavenly tribulation. Motherf asterisk Ker, this kid actually created the heavenly tribulation. Motherf asterisk Ker, he's a monster. The elder of Xiaoyao Palace finally changed his expression. I have forgotten that when he broke through to the Combat King realm in Liang province, he had also triggered the heavenly tribulation. Let's leave this place quickly, or else we will be caught in the crossfire. Sinrei said loudly. At this moment, they couldn't care less about killing Old Man Impermanence. Facing the legendary heavenly tribulation, even if they were 5th grade combat emperors, they couldn't maintain their composure. The higher one's grade was, the more they knew about the heavenly tribulation. The more they knew about it, the more they knew about the terror of the heavenly tribulation. Mother Kerr, young master's friend, is really a monstrous genius. He can actually trigger the heavenly tribulation. Old Man Impermanence was also shocked, but he was more surprised. He thought that Xianxia was too impulsive, coming here to seek his own death when he was only a 1st grade combat emperor. Now, it seemed like Xianxia had some kind of trump card. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the sky. In the dark clouds, there were 9 dark red lightning bolts. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The 9 major tribulation. Anyone would smile bitterly in the face of such a terrifying tribulation. Only Xianxia, who had cultivated the dragon transformation art, could withstand this level of tribulation. However, facing this 9 major tribulation, Xianxia was still pleasantly surprised. This heavenly tribulation could refine his body and stimulate his potential. As long as he could safely pass this tribulation, he would be able to break through to the 2nd grade combat emperor realm. This was what Xianxia hoped to see. Don't delay any longer. Run, leave this place quickly. We will watch from afar. This brat won't be able to pass such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Even if he does, his body will be in a weakened state. When that time comes, we can easily kill him. Xinrei said loudly. As soon as his voice faded, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. It was an extremely thick bolt of lightning, like a giant serpent. It carried a strong heavenly might and pounced on Xianxia. At the moment when the heavenly lightning fell, Xianxia moved. He stood still like a mountain, but moved like a jaguar. With the help of the spatial shift, Xianxia's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with one of the elders of Xiaoyao Palace who was closest to him. Old man, I told you to run but you didn't. Have a taste of the heavenly tribulation. Kong Long. Along with a mournful scream, the 5th grade combat emperor elder was instantly submerged by the lightning. For someone who had no experience in tribulation, such an attack was absolutely destructive. The power of the tribulation was determined by the strength of the person who was going through it. The power of the tribulation triggered by this elder of Xiaoyao Palace was many times stronger than Xianxia's. A 5th grade combat emperor elder was instantly turned into charcoal and died on the spot. His body fell from the sky. Looking at the situation, Xinrei and the other elder of Xiaoyao Palace's face turned pale instantly. That kind of horror couldn't be concealed. A 5th grade combat emperor was struck to death just like that. What made them depressed was that the elder of Xiaoyao Palace was struck by the lightning at the same time as Xianxia. The 5th grade combat emperor was struck to death on the spot. Looking at Xianxia, the lightning that had entered his body seemed to have been eaten by him. Not only was there no damage, he became as lively as a dragon or a tiger. This was simply unbearable. This difference was a little too great. The old man of impermanence opened his mouth wide in shock. He was completely dumbfounded. Even with his temperament, he had never seen such a scene before. His mind was still immersed in the terrifying lightning strike. What are you doing there? Waiting for your death? Xianxia's thunderous voice fell into the old man of impermanence's ears. His ears buzzed, but he quickly recovered from the shock. Without saying anything, he immediately ran away. How could he not understand Xianxia's words? If he continued to stay here, it would seriously affect Xianxia's performance. No one could truly control the lightning, not even Xianxia. He could only use his advantage to direct the lightning to a certain place. However, as the lightning became stronger, the area it covered became wider and wider. If the old man of impermanence continued to stay here, it would not only affect Xianxia's ability to deal with Xinrei and the others, but he might also be affected by the power of the tribulation. At this moment, the old man of impermanence wasn't worried about Xianxia anymore. This was the first time he saw someone using the heavenly tribulation to kill someone, but it was absolutely shocking. He could imagine that if the two fellows of Xiaoyao Palace ran any slower, they would be dead. Kong Long, The sky shook, thousands of clouds pressed down. Another rumbling sound was heard. Then, a blood-red lightning that looked like a long dragon condensed. Upon seeing this, Sinrei's facial expression changed drastically. She didn't dare to be careless anymore. She immediately shouted, "Run!" They had to run as fast as possible. If they didn't run now, it would be too late. At this moment, they could only rely on their 5th-grade combat emperor's speed to get away from this area. Want to run? It's too late. Xianxia's eyes flickered. The speed of a 5th-grade combat emperor was fast, but his spatial shift was even faster. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with Sinrei. When the second lightning struck, Sinrei screamed and was instantly drowned by the lightning, following the footsteps of the elder. Another 5th-grade combat emperor died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. On the other hand, after Xianxia withstood the second lightning bolt, he still looked as if nothing had happened to him. With his current condition, he would have no problem withstanding the first 6 lightning bolts, but the last 3 lightning bolts would be more difficult. Seeing that 2 of his companions were killed by the lightning, the soul of the other 5th-grade combat emperor was almost scared out of his wits. He increased his speed to the maximum and disappeared into the void in a blink of an eye. Xianxia didn't chase after him. It wasn't that he didn't want to chase after him, but he couldn't catch up with him. It was easy for a 5th-grade combat emperor to escape. When one reached this grade, one's control of the spatial force was very powerful. If Xianxia wanted to chase after him, it wasn't impossible for him to make him stay, but he couldn't bear the heavenly tribulation and chase after him for a long distance. If he did that, it would bring disaster to the other areas. Moreover, Xianxia was facing the 9 major tribulation. He didn't dare to be careless. He had to save his energy to resist the remaining 7 strikes. As for the elder of Xiaoyao Palace, he could still kill him if he met him in the future. Xianxia was confident that he would advance to the 2nd-grade combat emperor after the 9 major tribulation. At that time, killing a 5th-grade combat emperor wouldn't be a problem at all. Kong Long, the sound of thunder rumbled. The 3rd strike of heavenly tribulation was condensed once again. The lightning struck down like a dragon, aiming at Xianxia's head. Such a scene made Tyrant, De Huang Dog, and Old Man Impermanence shudder in fear. However, Xianxia's face didn't show any signs of nervousness, as if going through the tribulation was an easy thing to do. Not only that, under such circumstances, Xianxia took out his combat weapon. The heavenly saint sword was bathed in the lightning, moving back and forth, making it look even more mystical. The heavenly saint sword in Xianxia's previous life could be considered as the number 1 saint weapon under the heavens, but it hadn't gone through the baptism of lightning. This time, what Xianxia wanted to do wasn't just to restore the heavenly saint sword to its peak state in his previous life. He wanted his natal weapon to grow along with him, allowing it to experience the sharpness of the lightning, making the sword more solid and more terrifying. Sure enough, after the 3rd strike of lightning ended, Xianxia was still standing in mid-air, under the thunderclouds, as if nothing had happened. Old Man Impermanence and Tyrant were speechless. They had seen abnormal people, but they had never seen such an abnormal person. Young Master's friend is too much. He allowed the lightning to wreak havoc on him, but he remained as still as a mountain. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Legend has it that when a 9th-grade minor saint breaks through to the great saint realm, the saint tribulation will be triggered. However, every saint who crosses the tribulation has to be extremely careful. From the beginning to the end of the tribulation, there are 9 out of 10 saints who died under the heavenly tribulation. But I have never seen anyone who can cross the tribulation so calmly. He is truly a monstrous genius. Old Man Impermanence sighed. Xianxia was an abnormal being that made him speechless. He had never seen such a way of crossing the tribulation. Of course, Old Man Impermanence also knew that there were some things and some people in this world that couldn't be judged by common sense. The fact that Xianxia could cross the tribulation so easily was similar to the fact that he could trigger the heavenly tribulation at his current level. It was a miracle. A person who could create miracles could never be looked at with a normal eye. This freak. Tyrant muttered. This was the first time he saw Xianxia cross the tribulation with his own eyes. He was extremely shocked. Although he said so, a trace of worry could still be seen in his eyes. He could feel that Xianxia's tribulation was incomparably terrifying. The power of the heavenly tribulation would become more and more terrifying as it progressed. Although Xianxian could still remain calm now, he might not be able to do so at the end. Kong Long, the fourth bolt of lightning also condensed, and its power was much more terrifying than the previous 3 bolts. The entire sky was filled with dense lightning bolts, interweaving into a spider web, like spirit snakes wriggling. It was very frightening. I still have enough herbs and 9 solar holy water to concoct another 6 9 solar less rond pill. I can use this opportunity to concoct all of them. Xianxian's eyes flickered. A pill like the 9 solar less rond pill would never be too much. Xianxian still had 2 of the 9 solar less rond pill he concocted last time. If he could concoct 6 more this time, it would be a total of 8 pills. They would definitely be of great use in the future. Even if he didn't take them out to trade, he could give them to his own people. Han Yan, Nangong Wentian, Wu Ningzhu, and the others didn't have a 9 solar less rond pill. Even Zhuo Ling didn't have one. Under the heavens, the only person who could concoct the 9 solar less rond pill was Jiang Chen. The conditions to concoct this pill were too harsh. Even a saint-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to concoct it. Furthermore, Jiangchen only had a limited amount of time to concoct pills. He had to concoct all the 9 solar lightning dragon pills before the 7th heavenly tribulation descended. After that, he had to focus on resisting the last 3 heavenly tribulations. The last 3 heavenly tribulations were the scariest. Even though Jiangchen was confident in himself, he didn't dare underestimate them. He had to treat them seriously. Under the lightning, Jiangchen summoned the true dragon fire and true thunder fire. The area in front of him turned into a sea of fire. Then, he took out herbs and threw them into the sea of fire. What is he doing? Tyrant was stunned. Oh my god, he's concocting pills. This guy is actually concocting pills during his tribulation. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. The old man of impermanence slapped his forehead. He could already tell that Jiangchen was concocting pills. If this news were to spread out, many people's jaws would drop. Big brother, this is transcending tribulation. Do you think this is an alchemy room? If you focus on transcending tribulation, you might not be able to pass it. You still have the mind to concoct pills? I know, he's concocting the 9 suns less rond pill. I finally know why he has such a pill. It turns out that he concocted it himself. This is ridiculous. This guy is the only one in this world who can concoct the 9 suns less rond pill. He's a monster. Tyrant finally reacted. Back in the western domain, Jiangchen had given him and Great Master Ran Feng a 9 suns less rond pill. Now, it seemed that this terrifying pill was concocted by Jiangchen himself. Even if he wasn't an alchemist, he knew how difficult it was to concoct the 9 suns less rond pill. Jiangchen's eyes were like torches. His palms were constantly moving and forming seals. To him, concocting pills was an incomparably simple matter. It was the same even under the lightning. His technique was just too skillful. Kong Long, when the 6th lightning bolt struck, there were 6 golden pills in Jiangchen's hand. They were jumping up and down in the sea of fire. Kong Long, the 7th heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Jiangchen's face finally revealed a trace of seriousness. He kept the pills in his hand at lightning speed and raised his head to look at the sky. He could clearly feel that the heavenly might coming from the clouds had become even more terrifying. Jiangchen raised his head and looked at the condensed lightning in the sky. Its color was as red as blood. Very quickly, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon. It was an incomparably ferocious lightning dragon. There was no emotion in its eyes. It was the heavenly might, an intense heavenly might. At this moment, the lightning dragon represented the heavenly punishment, punishing any existence that defied the heavens. The eyes of the lightning dragon locked onto Jiangchen as if it had intelligence. It was simply a real dragon. This was the 7th wave of heavenly tribulation. Its power was far greater than the previous 7 waves. From afar, Tyrant, De Huang Dog, and Old Man Impermanence's expression changed. They could feel that the power of the seventh wave was at least 10 times stronger than the sixth. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. Even such a powerful heavenly tribulation wasn't able to subdue him. To cultivate the dragon transformation skill, one must have great perseverance, boldness, and courage. All of these were vividly displayed by Xianxia. Come on. Xianxia pointed his finger at the blood-red lightning dragon and suddenly let out a loud shout. His voice was extremely loud, and all the hair on his body stood up. He circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and along with the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the heavenly saint sword started rotating more and more violently. Facing the seventh wave of heavenly tribulation, Xianxia actually chose to give up all his defenses and use his flesh and blood to fight against the heavenly tribulation. What is he doing? The seventh wave of heavenly tribulation is much stronger than the previous ones, but he isn't resisting at all. Old Man Impermanence's expression changed drastically. He didn't know why Xianxia would do this, but he knew that it was too dangerous. He's going to use his flesh and blood to resist the heavenly tribulation. He's going to use the thunder and lightning to temper his body and absorb the power of the thunder and lightning to temper his body to an extremely terrifying state, thereby stimulating his potential and breaking through to a higher realm. Da Huang Dog said. This guy is too daring. Tyrant sighed. He understood Xianxia very well. Using his flesh and blood to fight against the heavenly tribulation was an earth-shattering method. Except for Xianxia, there was no one else who could do it. As if it felt Xianxia's provocation, the blood-colored lightning dragon was infuriated. It let out an earth-shattering roar, dragging its long body and attacking Xianxia from above. Kong long, the void was obliterated. The lightning dragon exploded, turning into a blood-colored sea of lightning. Dense lightning was everywhere, trapping Xianxia in it. Even though Old Man Impermanence was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he couldn't see the situation inside the sea of lightning. The faces of the two men and the dog were filled with worry. This situation wasn't a joke after all. A little carelessness during heavenly tribulation could put one's life in danger. The sea of lightning rumbled and lasted for a minute before it dissipated. Xianxia's figure was revealed. Xianxia's current appearance was a mess. His clothes were torn in a few places, his hair was messy, his face was pale, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His chi wasn't smooth either. Upon seeing this, Old Man Impermanence, Tyrant, and a Huang Dog couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. They secretly gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. To be able to fight against the heavenly tribulation with his flesh and blood to such an extent, it couldn't only be described as terrifying. Kong long, however, before they could rejoice, the 8th wave of heavenly tribulation was formed. It was another lightning dragon that was twice as thick as the 7th wave. Old Man Impermanence felt that it was difficult for him to breathe. The pressure was too strong. If he was in the middle of the 8th wave of heavenly tribulation, he would be blasted into pieces. He had no idea how Xianxia was going to resist it. What was more worrying wasn't just the 8th wave of heavenly tribulation, but the 9th wave, which was also the strongest wave of heavenly tribulation. Xianxia's eyes had turned blood red. He grabbed the heavenly saint sword with one hand and the sword whistled to the sky. The entire sword turned into a dragon, pointing at the lightning dragon in the sky. At this moment, both of Xianxia's hands were covered with dragon scales. There were also dragon scales on the surface of his body. His flesh had reached its peak. Xianxia's combat intent was unparalleled. That's right, he wanted to fight the heavens, he wanted to challenge the heavens. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't make him feel any fear. This wasn't his first time fighting the heavens. In his previous life, he had already unleashed the heavens without any fear. Roar, sensing Xianxia's provocation, the lightning dragon turned violent. The lightning dragon was the incarnation of the heavenly punishment. It represented the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation wouldn't allow anyone to blaspheme it. It wouldn't allow any heaven-defying existence to act recklessly. When the heavenly tribulation descended, it would annihilate everything. Come, let's fight. Xianxia shouted. He held the heavenly saint sword in his hand and became one with it. He took the initiative to attack the lightning dragon. The lightning dragon became even more violent. Finally, it poured down and opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Xianxia and the heavenly saint's sword at the same time. Asterisk rumble, asterisk another earth-shattering rumble was heard. The wasteland below was destroyed beyond recognition. Deep pits and thick smoke could be seen everywhere. This time, the Sea of Lightning had a circumference of dozens of miles. Crackling sounds could be heard continuously. Tyrant, De Huang Dog, and Old Man Impermanence held their breath. They widened their eyes and stared at the center of the Sea of Lightning. However, that was all they could do. Not only could they not help, they didn't even dare to step into the center of the Sea of Lightning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a heavy object fell from the Sea of Lightning and landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. That heavy object was none other than Xianxia. Not good. Old Man Impermanence was shocked. He could sense Xianxia's current condition. It could be said that he was in a terrible state. His whole body was bleeding. The 8th wave of tribulation was too terrifying. I wonder how little Xianxia is doing. Tyrant was also very worried. Asterisk cough asterisk with a loud cough, Xianxia slowly climbed out of the deep pit. At this moment, his image was completely gone. Black smoke was rising from the top of his head. His face was almost charred. His clothes were in a mess. He looked extremely miserable. However, Xianxia still stood up. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. He raised his head and looked at the last wave of tribulation above the thundercloud. He pointed his middle finger downwards. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the 9th wave of tribulation was finally about to descend. This was the most terrifying wave of the 9 major tribulations. Its power was the sum of the previous 8 waves of tribulation. My God, there's still the last wave of tribulation left. That's the most terrifying one. I wonder if Xianxia can survive it. Old Man Impermanence's expression was ugly. Today, Xianxia made a move to save him. He could feel that the tribulation only came after Xianxia released his aura. In other words, if Xianxia didn't save him, the tribulation wouldn't have to descend. Xianxia would have more time to prepare. Therefore, if anything happened to Xianxia today, Old Man Impermanence wouldn't be able to explain to his young master. He wouldn't even be able to live through it. Don't worry, he will be able to survive it. This guy can't be killed. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail and said confidently. He had been following Xianxia for the longest time, so he knew Xianxia the best. Along the way from Origin Mountain, Xianxia had experienced countless things and fought countless battles. No matter how difficult the situation was, Xianxia would always be able to survive it. Xianxia ignored the injuries on his body and stood up. He leaped and flew up to the sky again. The heavenly saint's sword in his hand was emitting a buzzing sound, transmitting Xianxia's battle intent. Haha, come on. Xianxia laughed loudly and pointed his sword at the clouds again. He didn't care about the 9 heavenly tribulations. The blood in Xianxia's body was circulating at a very fast speed. The potential in his body was constantly being stimulated. As long as he could survive the 9 heavenly tribulations, he would definitely be able to break through to the 2nd grade combat emperor. Xianxia knew his current condition. He took out a 9 solar less rond pill and swallowed it. This was the 2nd time he swallowed the less rond pill. The effect wasn't as good as before, but it was very helpful to his condition after the tribulation. Asterisk roar asterisk every time Xianxia provoked the lightning dragon, he succeeded in provoking it. This was the 9th heavenly tribulation. The body of the lightning dragon wasn't very long, but it was very solid. The pressure from its body was more powerful than the previous 8 heavenly tribulations combined. It could shake one's soul. The lightning dragon was the first to reveal its giant head. Its cold eyes didn't have any emotion as it stared at Xianxia. In the next moment, the lightning dragon moved. Just like the previous heavenly tribulations, it poured down in torrents and turned into a sea of lightning, trapping Xianxia within. From afar, Tyrant and Old Man Impermanence had their hearts in their throats. This was their first time witnessing a heavenly tribulation. They were completely shocked by the terror of it. Apart from being shocked, they were more worried about Xianxia's safety. The 9th heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. They really didn't know if Xianxia could survive it. The sea of lightning lasted for 2 minutes before it stopped. Xianxia's body fell from the sky again, crashing heavily on the ground. The 9 heavenly tribulations had ended. The power of the 9th tribulation was terrifying. As the 9th tribulation ended, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared quickly. The vast wasteland seemed to have experienced the end of the world. It was devastated beyond recognition. 3 figures rushed out like arrows. They didn't have the mood to observe the situation in the wasteland. They directly approached Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia's eyes were tightly shut, and his body was covered in blood. His entire body was covered in blood, but one could feel that his qi hadn't died yet. He had just fainted. What was even more shocking was that Xianxia's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the self-recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill. It was more terrifying than any divine pill. It wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, Xianxia's injuries were too severe. Even with the self-recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, it was unrealistic to think that he could recover in such a short period of time. His injuries are too severe. Although he only fainted, he has entered a weakened state. Because of the heavenly tribulation, there will be people coming soon. We have to leave this place immediately. Old Man Impermanence said. That's right. Let's leave this place first. The monk nodded his head, then he carried Xianxia in his arms. After that, the trio turned into 3 beams of light and disappeared from the scene. Not long after Tyrant and the others left, a lot of silhouettes appeared in the area. Many of them had seen the commotion in this area. It was impossible for such a vast lightning tribulation to go unnoticed, but it was also because of the tyrannical strength of the tribulation that no one came to this place. Looking at the barren wasteland, their facial expression changed. Many of them had guessed that someone was undergoing tribulation, but it was their first time witnessing such a terrifying tribulation. They were guessing who was the one who caused it. One of the elders who was wearing a yellow robe had the most unpleasant expression. He was the elder of Xianxia Palace who had escaped earlier. He was a 5th grade combat emperor. He was looking at the wasteland that looked like it had been swept by the apocalypse. His body was shivering. As for the corpses of Un Sin Rei and the other elder, there were no corpses left. They had been turned into nothingness by the heavenly tribulation. This brat is too strong. We can't let him live. We must find a way to eliminate him as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. The elder said coldly. As an enemy, no one would wish for their enemy to become stronger, especially a monstrous genius like Xianxia. If he was allowed to live, there would be endless troubles in the future. Moreover, his growth was too fast. Once he was allowed to grow, he would become the nightmare of Xianxia Palace. 10,000 miles away, in a quiet valley that was surrounded by mountains. There were cold and damp caves everywhere. A few silhouettes suddenly appeared. They simply checked the terrain and went into one of the caves. Although the cave was a little damp, it was still clean and spacious. There was a big green rock in the middle of the cave, which was just right for Xianxia to sit on. Looking at little Chenzi's condition, I'm afraid that he won't be able to recover in a few days. We have to wait for him to recover before we can go out. Tyrant said. You are all Brother Zhang's friends, right? Elder Impermanence looked at Tyrant and De Huang Dog. Although he had never seen them before, he could tell from their attitude towards Xianxia that their relationship with Xianxia wasn't ordinary. In fact, he wasn't unfamiliar with De Huang Dog. When young master sent him out, he had already told him about all his friends. Xianxia's distinguishing feature was that he was accompanied by a dog. There was also a tall man with a ruler in his hand. His name was Nangong Wendian. There was also a peerless beauty dressed in black. She was Wu Ningzhu. That's right, we're life and death brothers. Tyrant nodded. I am Elder Impermanence of the Moyin cult. Elder Impermanence clasped his fists at Tyrant and De Huang Dog. Although he was a 5th grade combat emperor and a senior, he didn't put on any airs in front of Tyrant and De Huang Dog. His life today was saved by them. I know you. When you helped little Chenzi in Liang province, Master Dog was watching you secretly. You are a good old man. Otherwise, little Chenzi wouldn't have risked his life to save you. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Elder Impermanence didn't say anything. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia, who was lying motionlessly on the big green rock. His heart was filled with gratitude. He thought that saving Xianxia was the right thing to do. Otherwise, he would be dead today. Don't worry, there's no need to worry. This guy's life force is stronger than a cockroach's. This heavenly tribulation is unavoidable and it will bring him great benefits. If I'm not mistaken, he will break through to second-grade combat emperor when he wakes up. Tyrant said with a smile. He had personally witnessed the tenacity of Xianxia's life force. Xianxia's injury in Liang province wasn't enough to take his life. This time, Xianxia's injury was nothing. However, it seems like Jiang brother won't wake up in a short period of time. We have let an elder of Xiaoyao Palace go. Xiaoyao Palace certainly won't let this matter go. They will surely send an expert to cause trouble. We can't hide from the senses of a combat emperor even if we hide here. I'm afraid that this isn't a long-term plan. However, escaping with Jiang brother isn't a solution either. Elder Impermanence said worriedly. Escape? Why do we need to escape? We will stay here and not go anywhere else. Just wait and see what Master Dog can do. As soon as De Huang Dog finished talking, he rushed out of the cave with a swoosh. His mouth was mumbling some incantations. His 2 dog hooves were drawing in the air, casting out mystical talismans. Very quickly, a large formation was formed, sealing the entrance of the cave. After doing all this, De Huang Dog returned to the cave and said to Tyrant and Elder Impermanence, "This formation that Master Dog has set up, as long as it's not a minor saint, no one will be able to find us." De Huang Dog was very confident. He was proficient in the heavenly book of formation source. His attainments in the Tao of formations and restrictions were far beyond that of an ordinary person. Elder Impermanence's face was filled with fear. He slowly walked to the entrance of the cave. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't sense the existence of a formation. He wasn't a person who knew about formations, but he had seen some powerful formations. It was his first time seeing a formation as profound as De Huang Dog's. If he didn't see De Huang Dog setting up the formation with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that there was such a formation in front of him. Amazing. Elder Impermanence couldn't help but give a thumbs up to De Huang Dog. His eyes were filled with praise. He glanced at Xianxia and thought to himself that a genius was indeed a genius. Even a dog following him was so mystical. I can see that you have suffered some serious injuries. You should take this time to recuperate. Tyrant said to Elder Impermanence. As a Buddhist, he didn't have a good impression of the devil cult. However, it was different if the devil cult was Xianxia's friend. Moreover, Tyrant wasn't the kind of person who stuck to the rules. He was unrestrained and didn't judge people by the rules. This old man in front of him had saved Xianxia's life before, so he was his friend. Elder Impermanence nodded. He took out a healing pill from his qi and swallowed it. After that, he sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. De Huang Dog and Tyrant came out from the entrance of the cave and became Xianxia's protectors. Xianxia was lying there without moving, but his body was undergoing tremendous changes. The 9 major tribulations had brought him endless benefits. It had stimulated his latent potential once again. The dragon transformation art was circulating. The lightning energy that was stored in his body was constantly tempering Xianxia's bones and flesh. Even his muscles and cells were being tempered well. It was imaginable that after Xianxia's awakening, his body would reach a terrifying level. When he advanced to the 2nd-grade combat emperor, he would be able to kill a 4th-grade combat emperor with a single punch. The dragon transformation art itself was very scary. It had a very strong healing ability. Therefore, while the lightning energy was tempering his body, the dragon transformation art was also healing Xianxia's injuries. The potential that was stimulated would erupt when his injuries were fully healed. At that time, new dragon marks would be formed and he would be able to break through to the 2nd-grade combat emperor. Although Xianxia's current appearance was very bad and his injuries were very serious, he was full of vitality. He was much stronger than the last time he was in the Western domain. The reason why Xianxia had such a strong vitality had something to do with the 9 solar less rond pill. The 9 solar less rond pill was too scary. It was a true holy pill. Even though Jiang Chen had swallowed one before, the effect of the second pill wasn't that great. It was still a great help to his current condition. Jiang Chen's calculations were flawless. He had guessed that he would become like this after the 9th cycle of heavenly tribulation. That was why he had swallowed a 9 solar lightning dragon pill in advance. Otherwise, the time it would take for him to fully recover would be more than twice as long as it was now. A day later, 3 powerful Qi suddenly appeared from afar. The 3 of them were wearing the uniform of Xiaoyao Palace. One of them was the elder who had escaped yesterday. The other elder was the same as him, a 5th grade combat emperor. The one who was really scary was the young man who was leading them. His Qi was the strongest. He was a 6th grade combat emperor. He was a core disciple of Xiaoyao Palace. He was a genius. An ordinary 6th grade combat emperor was no match for him. Search inch by inch. We must find him. The elder said fiercely. This young man can trigger the heavenly tribulation. He has a monstrous aptitude and talent. His speed of advancement is unimaginable. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. If he stays, he will be a great disaster. Another elder who had escaped yesterday said. He had witnessed the terror of Jiang Chen with his own eyes. He had a deep feeling that such a person would be a great threat if he stayed. Humph. Daring to kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace is courting death. If we don't eliminate him, where will the face of Xiaoyao Palace be? The young man harumphed coldly. His face was filled with arrogance. This was the characteristic of a genius, arrogance. This time, young Master Wang has personally taken action. We must kill this man and defend the dignity of our Xiaoyao Palace. The elder flattered the young man. Although they were elders of virtue and prestige in Xiaoyao Palace, their status couldn't be compared to a core disciple. Moreover, this young man was a 6th grade combat emperor. Such a person's future would be much brighter than theirs. Therefore, whether it was in Xiaoyao Palace or Nebula Sect, many elders would try to curry favor with a core disciple. There is a valley in front of us. They might be hiding in there. Let's go and have a look. The young man who was addressed as young Master Wang said. His name was Wang Yi. He was an outstanding disciple among the core disciples. He was also one of the experts who was going to participate in the training in the Death Mountain. He was here to hunt down Jiang Chen. In the quiet valley, 3 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky. The 3 of them had fully released their divine sense to search the whole valley. They didn't want to miss a single inch. Mother Ker, the people of Xiaoyao Palace have found us. Tyrant couldn't help but curse when he saw the 3 of them through the cave. Old Man Impermanence also felt the overbearing qi. He woke up from his seclusion and came to the entrance of the cave. His face was filled with vigilance. Don't worry. They won't be able to detect the formation that Master Dog has set. Even if De Huang Dog was very confident, Tyrant and Elder Impermanence's faces were filled with nervousness. After all, their opponents were too strong. A 6th grade combat emperor genius and 2 5th grade combat emperor elders. They couldn't deal with such a lineup. Jiang Chen was lying on the ground, unable to fight. Although Elder Impermanence was a 5th grade combat emperor, his injuries hadn't fully recovered. Even if Elder Impermanence was in his peak condition, it wouldn't help them. 3 powerful divine senses were like 3 invisible scythes, sweeping every inch of the valley, leaving nothing behind. As combat emperors, they could create a special spatial zone, but this kind of spatial zone was built with the help of a great world. Once a stronger expert came, it would be easy for them to be discovered. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. Also, creating a special spatial zone was very troublesome. It wasn't something that could be done casually. That was why they chose to hide in the cave. Wang Yi was a 6th grade combat emperor, a rare genius of Xiaoyao Palace. His strength was much stronger than the other 2 elders. De Huang Dog's formation was very powerful. The 2 5th grade combat emperors didn't stop after sweeping through the cave, not even a strand of hair was found. However, when Wang Yi's divine sense swept through the cave, he purposely stopped for a while. He had swept through the cave 3 times. Elder Impermanence and Tyrant frowned. They thought that they were going to be discovered, but Wang Yi's divine sense had already left. The 3 of them wandered around the valley again, but found nothing. It's not here, let's go to other places. One of the elders said. Wang Yi knitted his brows. His eyes scanned the valley again, then he brought the two elders and flew to other places. Tyrant and Elder Impermanence heaved a sigh of relief when they felt the chi of the three of them getting further and further away. The scene just now was too nerve-wracking. They were almost discovered. No wonder they were so nervous. If they were discovered, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. They might even lose their lives. For God's sake, why are you two so nervous? Are you not confident in Master Dog's formation? De Huang Dog said ferociously to the two elders. De Huang Dog wasn't satisfied with their nervous expressions. Putting aside other aspects, De Huang Dog's confidence in the Tao of formations was inflated. Both of them looked at each other and gave Big Yellow a thumbs up at the same time. Their admiration for Big Yellow was genuine. There was absolutely no pretense. Their impression of Big Yellow had improved. Even the divine sense of a 6th-grade combat emperor was repelled by Big Yellow. Now, they could rest peacefully in the cave. With Big Yellow's formation, nothing could go wrong. Even if the Freedom Palace wanted to kill Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to send out a minor saint. De Huang's formation is really powerful. I can now rest in peace. My injuries aren't serious. I will fully recover in 3 days. Old Man Impermanence said and entered into his meditative state again. This time, his state was different from the previous one where he was on tenterhooks. This time, he was very relaxed. He didn't need to worry about the people of Xiaoyao Palace coming to kill him. Besides, the people of Xiaoyao Palace shouldn't be coming back after they left. In the following time, De Huang Dog was bored to death. He lied on the ground and slept. Tyrant sat cross-legged in meditation while chanting the Lotus Sutra. Xianxia was lying on the ground. Golden light could be seen flickering on the surface of his body from time to time. Old Man Impermanence was like a petrified statue. He was in a meditative state. As for the people of Xiaoyao Palace, it was just like what Old Man Impermanence had said. They had been searching for a very long time, but they couldn't sense the chi of Xianxia and Old Man Impermanence. In the end, they had to give up. Mother *Cur, we have been searching for 3 days. The Death Mountain will open in a few days. The elder of Xiaoyao Palace said. He felt very uncomfortable when he thought that he couldn't get rid of Xianxia. He had witnessed the terror of Xianxia with his own eyes. The thought of the terrifying heavenly tribulation still made him shudder. Let's go. We will go to the Death Mountain first. The opening of the Death Mountain is a big event for Xuanyu. Xianxia will definitely go there. When we arrive at the Death Mountain, it will be the time of his death. We will let him live for a few more days. Wang Yi said in an extremely cold tone. That brat isn't easy to deal with. The elder frowned and said. Humph. He was able to kill the 2 elders, Sin Rei, because of the power of the heavenly tribulation. He's just a 1st-grade combat emperor, how powerful can he be? Don't tell me that he can trigger another heavenly tribulation when he arrives at the Death Mountain. Wang Yi harumphed coldly and flew towards the direction of the Death Mountain. The valley was quiet. Old Man Impermanence had been in seclusion for 3 days. Finally, he opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes, causing the void to tremble. The chi of a 5th-grade combat emperor was perfectly unleashed. The surface of his body was filled with devil chi, which was very scary. Finally, I have fully recovered. I must take revenge for this. Old Man Impermanence said viciously. He wasn't a person who could be easily provoked. The people of the devil religion weren't easy to deal with, especially someone as cruel as Old Man Impermanence. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. ****, there was a buzzing sound in the cave. The golden light on the surface of Xianxia's body was getting denser. His condition was many times stronger than before. His distressed look had disappeared, and his face had regained its resolute look. Xianxia's recovery is very fast. It seems that he will be fully recovered in a few days. It won't affect his ability to enter the Death Mountain. Oh right, you are here for the Death Mountain, right? Old Man Impermanence looked at Tyrant and De Huang Dog. That's right. Xianxia has joined the Nebula sect. He is now a member of the Nebula sect. He is here for the Death Mountain and met you on the way. De Huang Dog said. The Nebula sect is one of the 5 major powers. With Jiang Chen's talent, I'm afraid that Nebula Kid will be overjoyed if he joins the Nebula sect. In a few years' time, the Nebula sect will become stronger because of Jiang Chen. At that time, the balance of Xuanyu will be broken. Old Man Impermanence had a far-sighted vision. A person like Jiang Chen joining the Nebula sect would be a huge threat to the other 4 major powers. However, Old Man Impermanence was secretly glad that Jiang Chen and the young master of the Moying cult were good friends. In this way, even if the structure of Xuanyu was changed, the Moying cult wouldn't have any big problems. Of course. By the way, is the young master of the Moying cult Han Yan? De Huang Dog asked. Although he had already guessed it, he didn't get confirmation from Old Man Impermanence. That's right. Young master was indeed Han Yan. He was hit by the spatial storm and was severely injured. Fortunately, he met our hierarch. Our hierarch saw that young master had the rare Gu Tianma physique, so he was overjoyed and brought him back to the Moying cult and adopted him as his son. When I arrived, young master was refining in the devil blood pool. He should have come out by now. This time, young master will also participate in the training in the Death Mountain. Old Man Impermanence said. Haha, that brat Han Yan also wants to come here to gain experience. That's great. This guy is really promising now. He came to the Divine Prefecture and even became a young master, while the 2 of us are being hunted everywhere. Compared to him, it's really infuriating. De Huang Dog said indignantly. Thinking about the encounters he and Jiang Chen had along the way, compared to Han Yan, the difference was like heaven and earth. De Huang, who is Han Yan? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. He had long heard that Jiang Chen and the young master of the Moying cult were friends. Now, it seemed like they had known each other for a long time. We came from the same place. There were a total of 5 of us. Unexpectedly, we encountered a spatial storm and got separated. De Huang Dog told Tyrant about Han Yan, Nangong Wendian and Wu Ningzhu. Now that Han Yan had become the young master, there was no need to worry about him anymore. However, Nangong Wendian and Wu Ningzhu's whereabouts were still unknown. Old Man Impermanence and Tyrant were astonished. It turned out that they came from the faraway eastern continent. What was even more unexpected was that there were so many peerless geniuses in the eastern continent. There was no need to mention Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but Han Yan also had the Gu Tianma physique. For the next few days, Jiang Chen was still in a coma. He didn't wake up, but these days, the Death Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. Outside the Death Mountain, a lot of people had appeared. Countless cultivators had gathered here. Countless forces of Xuanyu had participated in this. They wanted to enter the Death Mountain to search for treasures and obtain some opportunities. The geniuses of the 5 major forces had also appeared, but there were no particularly powerful experts among them. On the 9th day, which was also the day before the opening of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen, who had been sleeping for so long, finally moved. The golden cocoon on the surface of his body shattered. Jiang Chen, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly sat up. He didn't open his eyes, he just sat there. Incomparably powerful airwaves rushed out from his body, causing the entire mountain to shake. At this moment, the injuries in Jiang Chen's body had completely recovered. Lightning flashed when he moved his body. The 9 major tribulations had tempered his body to an unimaginable level, and the benefits he had obtained were not as simple as just improving his body. In Jiang Chen's body, new dragon marks began to condense. The advancement between combat emperors and combat kings was the same. Each advancement required 2,000 dragon marks. In just a few minutes, the 2,000 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had completely condensed. Jiang Chen was as still as a mountain. He had mobilized a large amount of heaven elixir from his qi to aid him in his advancement. Every advancement was a huge project, and the consumption was so huge that it left people speechless. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the airwaves became stronger. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's control, the entire mountain would have collapsed. Second grade combat emperor. Tyrant and Old Man Impermanence's eyes sparkled when they sensed Jiang Chen's qi. Their faces were filled with joy. However, 2,000 dragon marks wasn't the limit. After Xianxia advanced to the second-grade combat emperor, the dragon marks in his body were still condensing. The qi on the surface of Xianxia's body was rippling layer by layer. His qi was increasing bit by bit. Tyrant and De Huang Dog's reaction was better because they knew how abnormal Xianxia was. However, Old Impermanence was different. After Xianxia advanced to the second-grade combat emperor, the qi that was overflowing from his body made him feel pressured even though he was a fifth-grade combat emperor. In other words, after advancing to the second-grade combat emperor, Xianxia's combat strength might be stronger than him, a fifth-grade combat emperor. This was too ridiculous. He had never seen such a powerful being in his life. However, when he thought of Xianxia's ability to attract the heavenly tribulation, he felt relieved. A person like Xianxia couldn't be judged by normal standards. After the 9 revolutions major tribulation, Xianxia's potential was stimulated once again. His body had obtained great benefits. The number of dragon marks in his body kept increasing. After advancing to the second-grade combat emperor, he condensed another 1,000 dragon marks before stopping. Until now, there was a total of 43,000 dragon marks in Xianxia's body. Xianxia's grade had reached the middle of the second-grade combat emperor. With an additional 1,000 dragon marks, his combat strength had increased by a lot. With his current condition, he was confident that he could kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. Even if he encountered a 6th-grade combat emperor, he would still have the strength to fight. If he used the Saint Bone, he could kill a 6th-grade combat emperor. This was the terror of the dragon transformation art. However, to Xianxia, there was still regret that the dragon transformation art wasn't able to undergo another transformation. When he thought of this, he couldn't wait to beat the Hu brothers and Man Hong up again. However, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill to this level, Xianxia began to ponder about something. When he first started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, the skill had clearly stated that once he formed 100,000 dragon marks in his body, he would be able to reach the major stage. He had already condensed more than 40,000 dragon marks, but the dragon transformation skill was becoming more and more mysterious. Those true dragon combat skills, the blood runes in the purgatory, the sudden appearance of dragon blood essence, and the dragon roar in the depths of the dragon's soul all showed that the dragon transformation skill was extraordinary. Xianxia felt that even if he condensed 100,000 dragon patterns, it would definitely not be the peak of the dragonization art. It could not be the end. Of course, Xianxia did not know where the final destination of the dragon transformation skill was. He still had to continue to explore in the process of cultivation, but one thing was for sure, cultivating this skill would not bring any harm to his body. It would allow him to walk further and further on the path of cultivation and become stronger and stronger. 43,000 dragon marks had filled him with confidence for the trip to the Death Mountain. As for the next transformation of the dragon transformation skill, it was just like Tyrant's sudden enlightenment. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. It would come when the time came. Xianxia slowly stood up from the ground. He casually glanced at his surroundings and guessed what was going on. "Brother Jiang, you're awake?" Old Man Impermanence's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "How long have I been unconscious?" Xianxia asked. "It's been a few days. Tomorrow is the opening day of the Death Mountain," Old Man Impermanence said. "It seems like there's no delay. Old Man Impermanence, are you going to enter the Death Mountain as well?" Xianxia looked at Old Man Impermanence and saw that his qi had fully recovered. "That's right. I'm now a 5th-grade combat emperor. I'm qualified to enter the Death Mountain. I want to find some opportunities inside." Old Man Impermanence nodded and said. "Is your young master here?" Xianxia asked again. "Young master will definitely come. This is a major event in Xuanyu. Young master will definitely participate in it. Brother Jiang will be able to meet young master tomorrow," Old Man Impermanence said with a smile. "Haha, good. This bastard has become the young master. I want to see how much he has changed." Xianxia laughed heartily. He felt indescribably happy when he thought that he would be able to meet his brother soon. "Brother Jiang, are we going to the Death Mountain now? The mountain must be crowded with people now." Old Man Impermanence asked about Xianxia's next plan. He had already regarded Xianxia as his backbone. The Death Mountain will only open tomorrow. We don't have to rush there. Old Man Impermanence, I will give you a treasure. It will allow you to advance to the 6th grade Combat Emperor tomorrow. Xianxia turned his palm and took out a 9 yang less rond pill. He gave it to Old Man Impermanence. This is the 9 yang less rond pill that I have concocted myself. After you refine it, not only will it improve your physique, it won't be a problem for you to advance to the next grade. Xianxia wouldn't show such a precious thing to anyone, let alone give it to someone else. However, Old Man Impermanence wasn't a stranger. He was one of them. Moreover, Old Man Impermanence had once saved his life. This kindness had been engraved in Xianxia's heart. Xianxia was cruel and merciless to his enemies, but he had always been generous to his friends. The current situation was different. They lacked experts by their side. If Old Man Impermanence could advance to the 6th grade Combat Emperor, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. He would be able to handle the situation independently. What? 9 yang less rond pill? Old Man Impermanence stared at the pill in Xianxia's hand and couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled that Xianxia had concocted a pill during his tribulation, but he didn't expect it to be the legendary 9 yang less rond pill. With Old Man Impermanence's knowledge, he had naturally heard of this legendary pill. However, it was only a legend because it was too difficult to concoct. Even the strongest expert in the world couldn't concoct it. That was why this pill only existed in the legends. It had never appeared in the continent. He didn't expect to see one in front of him today. Old Man Impermanence naturally knew the value of the 9 yang less rond pill. If this pill was known to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It might even cause a bloody storm. Today, this legendary pill was right in front of him. Even with his 5th grade Combat Emperor's temperament, he couldn't help but panic. This. Jiang brother, this pill is too precious. I can't accept it. Old Man Impermanence's voice was trembling. He didn't dare to estimate how precious this pill was. If it was someone else who had the 9 yang less rond pill in his hand, with Old Man Impermanence's temperament, he was afraid that he would directly snatch it away. However, the person in front of him was Xianxia, he didn't dare to accept it. The people of the devil religion are all straightforward people. Just take it. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Xianxia was about to take the pill back when Xianxia stopped. I want it. Old Man Impermanence snatched the pill away with lightning speed and smiled at Xianxia. I am just being polite. Jiang brother is right. We, the people of the devil religion, are straightforward people. Today's kindness, Old Man Impermanence will remember it. In the future, if Jiang brother has any requests, Impermanence will go through water and tread on fire, even if it means death. Old Man Impermanence didn't act bashful anymore. He could see that Xianxia was a straightforward person. If he acted bashful, he would be looked down upon. Moreover, if he obtained this pill, his cultivation grade would increase in a short period of time. It would be beneficial to their current situation. Old Man Impermanence forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart after getting the 9 yang less rond pill. Immediately, he began to refine the pill in the cave. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 5th grade Combat Emperor, only a step away from advancing to the 6th grade Combat Emperor. With the help of the 9 yang less rond pill, Old Man Impermanence used less than a day to break through to the 6th grade Combat Emperor. He was at the peak of the 6th grade Combat Emperor, only a step away from the 7th grade Combat Emperor. Not only that, Old Man Impermanence had undergone a complete transformation. His potential had been stimulated and his physique had been greatly improved. To put it bluntly, if the previous Old Man Impermanence didn't have any hope of breaking through to the minor saint realm, now that his physique had been improved by the less rond pill, he would have the possibility of breaking through to the minor saint realm in the future. Old Man Impermanence was in high spirits. He looked at Xianxia and didn't say anything. He bowed slightly to Xianxia. This action represented everything he wanted to express. He didn't need to say any words. Xianxia's kindness to him was something that he would never forget. In the future, if Xianxia needed his help, just like what Old Man Impermanence had said, he would go through water and tread on fire without any hesitation. Very well, the Death Mountain will open today. We have to get there as soon as possible. We can't delay any longer. Xianxia looked at the sky. It was dawn. The Death Mountain would be opened soon, but with their speed, it wouldn't be delayed if they rushed there now. The Death Mountain was located at the north of Xianxia. Looking from the outside, the Death Mountain was incomparably huge. It was entirely black and was emitting black mist. The peaks of the mountain were stacked on top of each other like a stairway to heaven. The highest peak was like a sharp sword that pierced through the clouds. On the other side of the Death Mountain, there seemed to be a huge ancient human face. It was a human face of a skeleton. It opened its huge ferocious mouth and emitted an ancient and ferocious aura. Anyone who saw it would feel their soul trembling. This was a true forbidden area. Within a radius of 100 miles around the Death Mountain, not even a blade of grass could be seen. It was surrounded by a deathly aura. Normally, this place was deserted. Even if a powerful cultivator came here, he would take a detour. There was once a powerful combat emperor who wandered around the Death Mountain. He was accidentally sucked into the whirlpool of the Death Mountain and never came out again. The reason why the Death Mountain was called the Death Mountain wasn't without reason. It only opened once every 30 years, and it was only during this month that people would enter it. At this moment, even though it was only dawn, there was already a sea of people outside the Death Mountain. There were cultivators everywhere in the sky. They were in groups of 3 to 5. There were also some cultivators wearing the same clothes and gathered together. They were people from the same sect. Such people usually had a proud look on their faces. Compared to the rogue cultivators, they could always find a sense of superiority. The number of rogue cultivators wasn't small. It was a number that couldn't be ignored. Although the 5 major powers had joined hands to open the Death Mountain, they didn't dare to monopolize it completely. They didn't allow rogue cultivators to enter. If they really did so, it would arouse the dissatisfaction of many small and medium-sized powers and rogue cultivators in Xianxia. Once they lost the support of the people, the 5 major powers wouldn't be able to last long. Moreover, the world was so big. There would be many strange things appearing. Don't look down on these rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators had special abilities. For example, some rogue cultivators were born to be proficient in some strange techniques. They were good at finding treasures. If they let these rogue cultivators enter the mountain, once they found the treasures, they would eventually fall into the hands of the 5 major powers. Just like De Huang Dog, he was a real alien. The Death Mountain only opens once every 30 years. Most of the people only have one chance to enter the mountain in their lifetime. I hope that I will be able to obtain the inheritance left behind by a senior expert. It will allow me to soar to the sky and become famous. Stop dreaming. Only those who possess great luck can get such a thing. Why don't you take a look at your own appearance? You have a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. One look and I can tell that you are not fated with luck. That's right. The real treasures won't belong to us. Only the experts of the 5 major powers can open the Death Mountain. It's already good enough for us to enter the mountain. Do you dare to snatch the treasures from the geniuses of the 5 major powers? Isn't that courting death? I heard that the requirement to enter the Death Mountain is between the Combat Soul Realm and the 8th grade Combat Emperor. The core disciples of the 5 major powers are all very powerful. I wonder what kind of people will appear. Besides, the relationship between the 5 major powers has never been harmonious. When these disciples meet each other, it is inevitable that there will be a conflict. That is the competition between the 5 major powers. It has nothing to do with us. We just need to take care of ourselves. When we enter the Death Mountain, we better stick together. I heard that the mountain is extremely dangerous. Some of the seniors who have entered before said that this is the remains of an ancient sect. Some of the disciples of the sect have turned into dark souls. This is too scary. There were sounds of discussion everywhere. Everyone knew about the legend of the Death Mountain. Although the opening of the Death Mountain was a rare opportunity for many people, they understood that there were still endless dangers in the mountain. Walking one round in the mountain could be said to be 9 out of 10 out of 10. However, the path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. No matter how many difficulties there were in front of them, many people were willing to try. Outside of the Death Mountain, there were 5 special formations. Each of them occupied one side of the mountain. No one dared to get close to them. These people were facing the disciples of the five major powers. Looking at them, there were at least a few hundred people in each of the formations. These were the disciples of the five major powers. They had arrived as soon as they heard the news, but the important figures hadn't appeared yet. The true geniuses of the five major powers haven't appeared yet, but I think they will be here soon. They will be here before the opening of the Death Mountain. Look, those are the geniuses of the Nebula sect. They are the first to appear. Someone exclaimed. Many of them raised their head and looked at a direction. They saw a powerful chi soaring up to the sky. Young men in blue robes were walking in the sky. There were also many elders who were wearing elder robes. This time, the opening of the Death Mountain only restricted one's cultivation grade, but not their age. There were at least a few dozen people in this group. All of them were combat emperors and combat kings. When they arrived at the camp of the Nebula sect, the disciples of the Nebula sect looked at them with reverence. The leader of the Nebula sect was a young man who seemed to be in his late 20s. His chi was unparalleled. His face was sharp and handsome. His cultivation grade seemed to have reached the peak of the 8th grade combat emperor, only a step away from the 9th grade combat emperor. His name was Xianxia. He was an outstanding disciple of the core sect, a figure on the sky ranking. Other than that, there were a few other powerful 8th grade combat emperors who came with them. Each of them had an arrogant look on their faces. Xianxia Air was among them. She stood at the front with Xianxia, looking around as if she was looking for something. The current Xianxia Air was much stronger than when she had just entered the Nebula sect. She was already a 2nd grade combat emperor. Normally, a new 2nd grade combat emperor wasn't qualified to stand beside Xianxia, but Xianxia Air's identity was different. She was the direct disciple of the first elder of the Flower Valley. Her status was higher than the disciples of the core sect. Moreover, she was a rare genius with extraordinary innate talent. She was the focus of the Nebula sect's nurturing. No one dared to neglect her. Look, the leader of the Nebula sect is Xianxia. Even the 8th grade combat emperor elders have to listen to him. I heard that he is ranked 5th in the sky ranking of the Nebula sect. Scary. Look at that little girl. I heard that the Nebula sect has recently recruited 2 geniuses. One of them is this little girl. She has already reached the combat emperor grade at the age of 12. This is a monstrous genius. The other one is even scarier. Is that Xianxia who can trigger the heavenly tribulation? What? Xianxia has joined the Nebula sect? I have heard of Xianxia. He is a true monstrous genius. His means are cruel and ruthless. He isn't someone to be trifled with. He is a real devil incarnate. I didn't expect him to join the Nebula sect. Look, such a strong devil chi. The people of the Moin cult are here. High up in the sky in another direction, a mass of black demonic clouds suddenly appeared. The entire sky was engulfed by the ice-cold demonic chi. In the blink of an eye, the demonic chi arrived in front of them and turned into dozens of black-cloaked men. Each of their faces was filled with grave and stern expressions. Judging from their chi, the chi of the Moin cult wasn't any weaker than that of the Nebula sect. However, what made people puzzled was that the leader of the Moin cult was a young man who was only a 6th grade combat emperor. This man had a head full of flowing white hair. He looked very handsome. His eyes were as deep as the abyss, bottomless. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, carrying a trace of unrestrained taste. Behind him, there were a few powerful 8th grade combat emperors. Some of them were young, some of them were elders, but all of them were standing behind the young man. It was obvious that although their cultivation grade was high, their status was far lower than the young man in front of them. This white-haired man wasn't someone else. He was Han Yin. The current Han Yin was a 6th grade combat emperor. If Xianxia and De Huang Dog were to see this, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Gu Tianma's bloodline had finally unleashed its power in the devil blood pool. Han Yin had advanced to the 6th grade combat emperor after coming out from the pool, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Look, that is the new young master of the Moin cult. I heard that he is the adopted son of the master of the Moin cult. It is said that he was born with the physique of Gu Tianma. He is a rare genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. He is extremely terrifying. A while ago, he had entered the devil blood pool of the Moyin cult to cultivate. I didn't expect that he would advance to the 6th grade combat emperor. His physique is extremely terrifying. I guess that even though he is only a 6th grade combat emperor, he is strong enough to fight against those 8th grade combat emperors. Yes, this man is deeply loved by the master of the Moyin cult. His status in the Moyin cult is very high. Even those geniuses and elders are far inferior to him. The Nebula Sex was Xiaofei was a genius on the sky ranking. His name had spread far and wide. His appearance in the Death Mountain wasn't a surprise to the people. What really caught everyone's attention was the young master of the Moyin cult and Zuoling heir. Both of them were famous people who had recently appeared in Xuanyu. There was no need to mention the young master of the Moyin cult. Just this title alone was enough to frighten people. He was the foster son of the devil cult's master. No matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. Although Zuoling heir wasn't strong, her potential was the greatest. In the whole of Xuanyu, there wasn't a genius with such a great potential. A 12-year-old 2nd grade combat emperor. Even those ancient families in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent couldn't find such a genius. It was a miracle that an unusual person like Zuoling heir could appear in a place like Xuanyu. After Han Yan appeared, his eyes fell on the group of the Nebula sect. After a quick glance, his face revealed a disappointed expression because he didn't see the people he wanted to see. If Jiang Chan and De Huang Dog were here, he would be able to see them at first glance. Han Yan knew that Jiang Chen had entered the Nebula sect. As the young master of the Moyin cult, he had sent people to spy on Jiang Chen's actions. He isn't in the Nebula sect's formation. It seems like he didn't come with the people of the Nebula sect. However, this is such an important event. These two guys will never miss it. Han Yan's mouth revealed a smile. He knew Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog too well. These two were the devil kings of the world. They were people who wished for the whole world to be in chaos. The opening of the Death Mountain was a big event. Without them, it would be meaningless. Besides, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to gain experience. Kong Long another wave of tyrannical qi came from afar. These qi didn't belong to one person. Judging from the qi alone, it wasn't any weaker than the Nebula sect and Moyin cult. Without a doubt, one of the 5 major powers had arrived. A large group of experts came from afar. They were the people of the Tan family. The leader of the group was a young man with an unparalleled qi. The training in the Death Mountain was actually a competition between geniuses. The geniuses sent by the major powers couldn't be too shameful. Basically, they were all peak 8th grade combat emperors. If they were defeated by other major powers, it would be an incomparably shameful matter. Look, the people from the Chen clan are here. The young man in the lead is dressed in white and holding a folding fan in his hand. He looks like Tanji Bai. These are the people from the main Chen clan, the side branches and outsiders. This disciple is different. His status is incomparably noble. This person's cultivation is not below Gua Xiaofei at all. The Tan family is a big family. To be able to become one of the 5 major powers in Xuanyu, they are incomparably strong. There are also many geniuses in the family. Their overall strength isn't any weaker than the other 4 major powers. Yeah, it seems like this time's training will be a fierce battle between 2 giants. If these geniuses can obtain some benefits from the Death Mountain, their future will be limitless. The crowd discussed fervently as they looked at the disciples of the 5 major powers. Their eyes were filled with envy, thinking to themselves that if they could join them and become a member of the 5 major powers, how blissful and proud would that be. After the experts of the Tan family appeared, they stood in the camp of the Tan family. Although the restriction of the Death Mountain had weakened, the true experts of the 5 major powers were still needed to open the door of the Death Mountain. Before the Death Mountain was truly opened, no one could enter. Look, the people from Xiaoyao Palace are here too. Someone cried out in surprise. They saw the people of Xiaoyao Palace approaching from afar. Very quickly, they arrived. There wasn't much difference between their camp and the camp of the other 3 major powers. The leader was also a young man. However, this young man was incomparably majestic. He had thick hair and a thick beard on his face. With one glance, one could tell that he was the type of burly man. He was 2 heads taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his arms bulged like a small mountain. It was obvious that he was a cultivator of the body. That's Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. He's also a figure on the heavenly list of Xiaoyao Palace. I heard that his physique has been cultivated to the extreme. One punch can shatter a mountain. It's rather terrifying. I'm really envious of the geniuses of the major powers. Their innate talents are not bad, and they can even obtain good cultivation resources. How can we, the rogue cultivators, compare to them? It's useless to be envious. That's why we have to enter the Death Mountain to search for opportunities. If we're lucky, we can be like them in the future and become a superior person. Even if we can't join the 5 major powers, it's not bad to join the ordinary powers. Looking at the geniuses of the 5 major powers, the rogue cultivators' words were filled with envy and jealousy. However, the reality was always cruel. If they wanted to change their current situation, they had to work hard continuously. They had to put in 10 times more effort than the others in order to become a superior person. After the arrival of the people from Xiaoyao Palace, 3 people walked out from the camp. These 3 people were the ones who had been searching for Jiang Chen and Old Man Impermanence. The leader was Wang Yi, a 6th-grade combat emperor. When Wang Yi stood out, the conflict immediately pointed to the Nebula sect. Where's Jiang Chen of Nebula sect? Come out now. Wang Yi's voice was loud and clear, making everyone hear him clearly. Once his words were out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Wang Yi, who didn't look friendly at all. There were many who had heard of Jiang Chen's name. They rolled their eyes, thinking that he was really a troublemaker. No matter where he went, there would be no peace. Before he had done anything, he had already offended the people from Xiaoyao Palace. When the Death Mountain was about to open, the people from Xiaoyao Palace were going to interrogate him. It could be seen that Jiang Chen had done something infuriating to Xiaoyao Palace. After hearing that Wang Yi was going to accuse Jiang Chen, the originally calm and composed Han Yan's eyes immediately revealed 2 rays of cold light. He didn't care how Jiang Chen had offended the Freedom Palace. Jiang Chen had offended too many people. As a brother, he would only help Jiang Chen, even if he had to go against the whole world, he wouldn't hesitate. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask my big brother to come out? Are you courting death? Zhuo Ling'er was the first one who couldn't stand it. Wang Yi's tone made her extremely angry. The little girl immediately took a step forward, pointed her finger at Wang Yi and said loudly. Where did this silly girl come from? Your Nebula sect had better hand over Jiang Chen. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of our Xiaoyao Palace. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said. So what if I am the enemy of your Xiaoyao Palace? He thought to himself, do you think that your Xiaoyao Palace can dominate the Xian region? Junior Jiang isn't here. Guo Feilingling said. His interest in Junior Jiang, whom he had never met before, was aroused again. He knew what Jiang Chen had done in the Nebula sect. He was really a troublemaker. Now, he had even offended the Xiaoyao Palace. However, Guo Xiaofei didn't care. The Nebula sect wasn't afraid of Xiaoyao Palace. That Jiang Chen has killed 2 of our 5th-grade combat emperors. We must avenge him. This is related to the reputation of our freedom sect. Guo Xiaofei, now that the Death Mountain is about to open, you better hand over Jiang Chen to us. Don't hurt our relationship. Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Wang Yi continued to speak loudly. What? Jiang Chen killed 2 5th-grade combat emperors? Wasn't Jiang Chen only a combat king before this? Even if he has advanced to the combat emperor realm, how could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? This is too outrageous. How powerful is this Jiang Chen? How could he kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? I can't believe it. Yeah, but if it's true, no wonder the Xiaoyao Palace is so angry. They have lost 2 5th-grade combat emperors. This isn't a small loss. For a moment, Jiang Chen had become the focus and topic of discussion before he even arrived. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? You even dare to order me to hand him over. You are courting death. Guo Xiaofei harumphed coldly. He didn't put Wang Yi in his eyes at all. He naturally didn't care about Wang Yi because the two of them weren't on the same level. If Wang Yi dared to shout in front of him during normal times, Guo Xiaofei would kill him with just a finger. He doesn't have the qualifications, but I don't know if I have the qualifications. Guo Xiaofei, Jiangchen has killed two of our great elders of the Xiaoyao Palace. We, the Xiaoyao Palace, will naturally demand an explanation. The tall and burly Li Long took a step forward. He didn't purposely raise his voice, but the words that came out of his mouth were like rolling thunder. He was a typical fierce man. Li Long, are you kidding me? Junior Jiang is only a first-grade combat emperor. No matter how powerful he is, how could he kill two fifth-grade combat emperors like you? Or are you saying that the fifth-grade combat emperors of the Xiaoyao Palace are all cowards that they can even need a first-grade combat emperor? Guo Xiaofei sneered, but he was very surprised in his heart. He knew that the Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't joke about such a thing. The two elders of the Xiaoyao Palace must have died in the hands of Jiangchen. This was what surprised him. He knew that Jiangchen had defeated the fourth-grade combat emperor Manhong in the sect, but defeating a fourth-grade combat emperor and killing a fifth-grade combat emperor were two completely different things. If he's only a first-grade combat emperor, he naturally isn't a match for a fifth-grade combat emperor, but that brat can trigger the heavenly tribulation. He used the heavenly tribulation to kill two of our elders. Many people have seen it. The elder who had escaped from Jiangchen said loudly. After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar again. The heavenly tribulation was such a distant thing, but many of them did see the destruction of the wasteland, but they didn't think that it was caused by the heavenly tribulation. I have long heard that Jiangchen is a peerless monster that can trigger the heavenly tribulation. It turns out that he used the heavenly tribulation to kill the disciples of the Xiaoyao Palace. No wonder. This is a monster. The Xiaoyao Palace has suffered a great loss this time, and they have lost their face. They won't let this matter go easily. Now that Jiangchen hasn't appeared, the two great sects have already started a war. The scene was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiaoyao Palace had lost two fifth-grade combat emperors, and they were both elders. An elder was different from a disciple. An elder represented the face of the sect. If the culprit wasn't found out, the sect would be looked down upon and treated as a joke in the future. Guo Xiaofei was shocked. He was more interested in this junior brother Jiang whom he had never met before. However, he was now the representative of the nebulous sect. He represented the morale of the nebulous sect. He couldn't lose in terms of momentum. No matter what happened between Jiangchen and the elders of Xiaoyao Palace, Guo Xiaofei couldn't show any weakness. Moreover, Guo Xiaofei wasn't an idiot. As a person on the Earth ranking, which one of them wasn't an intelligent person? Jiangchen had done such a thing in the nebulous sect, yet he didn't receive any punishment. It was obvious that he was valued by the higher-ups of the nebulous sect, even by the sect master. Jiangchen was able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. He was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Guo Xiaofei naturally wouldn't go against such a person. Moreover, he and Jiangchen were the disciples of the nebulous sect. The fifth-grade combat emperor of Xiaoyao Palace was killed by a first-grade combat emperor. How could you say such a shameful thing in such a righteous manner? You really don't know shame. At this time, a strange voice was heard. Everyone looked at the group of the Moyin cult. The one who spoke was none other than Han Yan. These people of the free and unfettered sect spoke rudely and wanted to kill Jiangchen. He couldn't stand it anymore. Oh right, Jiangchen is colluding with the Moyin cult. He killed two of our elders with the heavenly tribulation because of the old impermanence of the Moyin cult. The nebulous sect is a righteous sect. Will they allow their disciples to collude with the evil cult? The elder who escaped from Jiangchen's heavenly tribulation said. He naturally wouldn't miss the chance to accuse Jiangchen of colluding with the evil cult. Old man, what did you say? What about our devil sect? The people of the devil cult are much stronger than the hypocrites of the righteous path. It must be the elders of your Xiaoyao Palace who besieged the elders of my devil cult. Jiangchen couldn't stand it anymore and chose to take action. An 8th-grade combat emperor youth behind Han Yan said loudly. His name was Mo Sang. He was a rare genius of the Moyin cult. He was at the same level as Guo Xiaofei and the others. If it wasn't for the young master of the Moying cult, this trip to the Death Mountain would be led by him. Even so, no one dared to look down on Mo Sang. Mo Sang's words carried a lot of weight. The people of the devil cult reacted immediately. Many of them didn't know why their young master suddenly joined the battle between the Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect. Now, it seemed that it was related to the Moying cult. Jiangchen killed the elders of the Moying cult. If that was the case, the Moying cult couldn't just sit and watch. Everyone of the Moying cult had a better impression of Jiangchen. You people of the devil cult have done all kinds of evil deeds. Everyone has the right to punish you. If I meet you, I will certainly kill you. Tan Zhibai of the Tan family was holding a folding fan and said with tit for tat. This was supposed to be a battle between the Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect. In a blink of an eye, the Moying cult and the Tan family had been dragged into this. Look, the 5 major powers have always been at odds with each other. Now, because of Jiangchen, all of them have been dragged into this. I heard that Tan Zhibai of the Tan family and Mo Sang of the Moying cult had fought before. It's not surprising that he is targeting the Moying cult. Look, it's getting more and more lively. Look, the people of the Skyhill School have arrived. The people of the 5 major powers have arrived. The Death Mountain is going to open soon. I wonder if there will be a battle before it opens. The 4 major powers had been dragged into this. Now, the people of the Skyhill School had also appeared. However, after the people of the Skyhill School appeared, they stood in their own camp. It seemed that they had no intention of participating in the battle. Who does the Tan family think you are? You still want to annihilate my devil cult? If you have the guts, come and try. I will tear you apart. Mo Sang was instantly enraged. A demonic wolf burst out from his body. It seemed like he would start a fight if there was any disagreement. This was the character of the people of the devil cult. Although they were sinister and cunning, they would never be careless in a fight. They would fight as soon as they said they would. There were no rules in their eyes. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tan Zhibai waved his folding fan and leaped into the sky. Mo Sang naturally wasn't afraid. He turned into a demonic light and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had opened up a new battlefield in the sky. They started fighting on the spot, causing the sky to darken. Hee, they are fighting now. This is really lively. The leader of the Skyhill School chuckled. His face was like jade, he looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He had a medium build and bright eyes. One look and anyone could tell that he was a dragon among men. His name was Yan Hui, the leader of the Skyhill School. He was at the peak of 8th grade combat emperor. He had a leisurely look as he watched the battle between Mo Sang and Tan Zhibai. He seemed to be in a good mood. The people of the Tan family and the Moying cult were opposing each other. If they didn't handle it well, there would be a large-scale battle at any time. The Death Mountain hadn't been opened yet. If they were to fight outside of the mountain, it would be really interesting. On the other side, Xiaoyao Palace and the Nebula sect were also opposing each other. No one was willing to give in. Jiangchen's reputation in the Nebula sect was very good, especially among the inner sect disciples. He was the idol of countless of them. Guo Xiaofei, we, Xiaoyao Palace will not let this matter go. Your Nebula sect must give us an explanation. It's better to hand over Jiangchen. Li Long continued. If you have the ability, go and find Big Brother yourself. I'm afraid that with your ability, you won't be able to catch Big Brother even if he is standing in front of you. Zhuo Air said loudly. Her fists were clenched so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. If it wasn't because of her weak strength, she would have already taken action according to her temper. There were people who kept slandering her beloved Big Brother in front of her. She couldn't stand it anymore. From afar, 4 silhouettes appeared like lightning. They were 3 men and a dog who were rushing here. They saw the battle between Mo Sang and Tan Zhibai from afar. Why are they fighting? Tyrant was stunned. That is the genius of our Moying cult, Mo Sang. Why is he fighting with the genius of the Tan family? Old Man Impermanence was stunned. It seems like the relationship between the Moying cult and the Tan family isn't good. I am friends with Tan Zhihao of the Tan family. I will help you to mediate later. Now that we are entering the Death Mountain, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Xianxia said with a smile. He could feel that Tan Zhihao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. He had saved Tan Zhihao's life before, so naturally, he could be considered as a friend of the Tan family. Xianxia still didn't know what was happening outside the Death Mountain. Their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Very soon, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. Such a huge imposing manner instantly attracted everyone's attention. The people who saw them first were the people from Xiaoyao Palace. It's Xianxia. He finally appeared. Go and kill him. The two elders from Xiaoyao Palace shouted. They took the lead and rushed towards Xianxia. Wang Yi's body flashed and rushed over as well. These three people were the ones who were looking for Xianxia previously but couldn't find him. Now that they saw Xianxia, their murderous aura instantly soared to the sky. Look, that young man in white is Xianxia. He looks so young. Yeah. It seems like Xiaoyao Palace won't let him go. I wonder how he is going to deal with it. That is old man impermanence of the devil cult. Xianxia is really colluding with the devil cult. It seems like what Xiaoyao Palace said is right. Many people's gaze fell on Xianxia. Just as they were discussing, Wang Yi and the other two from Xiaoyao Palace had already rushed forward and blocked Xianxia. Xianxia, you killed my elder from Xiaoyao Palace. Die. Wang Yi roared, his murderous aura soared to the sky. People of Xiaoyao Palace, humph. Xianxia revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He humped coldly. Old man impermanence, block this guy for me. Needless to say, old man impermanence had already rushed out. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor, he could totally block Wang Yi. His devil chi soared to the sky, a cold devil weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Wang Yi. Xianxia, you don't have any heavenly tribulation now. Let's see how powerful you can be. The two elders from Xiaoyao Palace gritted their teeth. One on the left and the other on the right, they besieged Xianxia. The speed of the three of them was too fast. It was too late for the people of Nebula Sect to react when they started to attack. However, Xianxia didn't need help. King the sword light soared to the sky. Xianxia's domineering aura was revealed. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. The mystical Heavenly Saint sword was covered with blood-red dragon marks. The current Heavenly Saint sword had become a powerful emperor weapon, it was much stronger than before. Swoosh without saying anything, Xianxia swung his sword toward the elder who had escaped from his grasp. The strike was so powerful that it shook the heavens and the earth. The elder's face was originally filled with confidence, but when the Heavenly Saint sword locked onto him, his heart immediately sank to the bottom. He could smell the aura of hell, the smell of death. In a moment of panic, the elder took out his combat weapon and defended against Xianxia's attack. Unfortunately, Xianxia's all-out attack wasn't something that a 5th grade combat emperor could resist. The Heavenly Saint sword's divine power was unpredictable. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the Heavenly Saint sword slashed through the elder's body. The elder let out a blood-curdling scream and died on the spot. His body that was cut into half fell from the sky. What? The other elder who was close to Xianxia exclaimed. He looked at Xianxia as if he had seen a ghost. His bursting chi suddenly receded like a receding tide. Since you are here, let's die together. Xianxia didn't say a word. He swung his sword again. The sword light interweaved into a sword net, enshrouding the elder completely. Xianxia's sword was too fast. He didn't give his opponent any chance to react. He used the Heavenly Saint sword right from the start. That was a full power attack. A 5th grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand it. Arg, another blood-curdling scream was heard. The other elder of Xiaoyao Palace was dead. Xianxia had killed the two 5th grade combat emperors of Xiaoyao Palace with just a wave of his hand. This scene was so shocking that everyone was dumbfounded. Even Elder Impermanence and Wang Yi who were fighting each other were dumbfounded. They stopped what they were doing. Even Mo Sang and Tan Ji Bai who were fighting from afar had stopped what they were doing. This was their first time seeing Xianxia. They didn't expect him to be so powerful. He killed 2 elders in front of Xiaoyao Palace's camp. This wasn't killing people, it was slapping the face of Xiaoyao Palace. My God! Is he Jiangchen? I have heard that he is ruthless and ruthless, he doesn't have any scruples in his actions. Today, I can see that he really lives up to his reputation. He didn't even blink his eyes when killing people. The camp of Xiaoyao Palace is right here, but he killed 2 elders in front of him. His courage is unparalleled. Unparalleled, simply unparalleled. This is what is called domineering. I don't care who you are, I will kill you as soon as I see you. I have never seen such a powerful person before. What surprised me more was that Jiangchen looked like a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but a 5th-grade combat emperor couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. This is too terrifying. No wonder he is the one who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Such combat strength is truly heaven-defying. The whole scene was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. The whole scene was ignited by the arrival of Jiangchen. Many of them hadn't seen Jiangchen before. Some of them even heard of Jiangchen for the first time. After all, Xuanyu was too big. It was understandable that they didn't know who Jiangchen was. However, after the scene just now, Jiangchen's name had completely spread across Xuanyu. It was hard for them not to know who he was. He had done something that no one in the world dared to do. Holding the heavenly saint sword in one hand, Jiangchen's whole body was filled with a domineering aura. He strode toward Wang Yi and shouted, "Scram!" This roar was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing Wang Yi's ears to buzz. Wang Yi was a 6th-grade combat emperor, he shouldn't be afraid of Jiangchen. Even if they were to fight, he would be able to suppress Jiangchen. However, he didn't know why. Maybe it was because Jiangchen's qi was too strong, plus the scene where Jiangchen had killed a few people, Wang Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Trash, you want to kill me with just this? Jiangchen looked at Wang Yi with contempt, then flew toward the direction of the nebulous sect. Tyrant and De Huang Dog followed closely behind him. Old Man Impermanence stood at the back, in case Wang Yi launched a sneak attack. Wang Yi was stunned on the spot. When he regained his senses, Jiangchen had already reached the front of the nebulous sect. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered just now, Wang Yi almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that he had lost all his face. Not only would he be looked down upon by the outsiders, he would also be looked down upon by his peers in Xiaoyao Palace. He would become a joke. Why would I be afraid? He is only a 2nd-grade combat emperor. So what if he can kill a 5th-grade combat emperor? He is still not my opponent, but why would I be afraid? Wang Yi had the urge to slap himself. He was scared silly by his opponent's qi. He was scared silly by a 2nd-grade combat emperor. How embarrassing was this? Big brother. Swaling Air greeted Jiangchen cheerfully when she saw him. They had parted ways after entering the nebulous sect. This was the first time they met. She was very happy to see her big brother display his prowess. Her eyes were sparkling when she looked at Jiangchen. Little girl, you are not bad. Jiangchen rubbed the little girl's head. Swaling Air reaching the 2nd-grade combat emperor was within his expectation. Junior Jiang, I was a little reckless just now. Gui Xiaofei said. Jiangchen had killed 2 5th-grade combat emperor elders of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people. It was indeed reckless. Xiaoyao Palace wouldn't let go of this matter easily. The grudge between Jiangchen and Xiaoyao Palace would never end until one of them was dead. Although Gui Xiaofei said so, his eyes were full of admiration for Jiangchen. He had seen Jiangchen's attack clearly. If it was him, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily, let alone a 2nd-grade combat emperor. Even if he was a 5th-grade combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to kill a 5th-grade combat emperor so easily. Big brother, this is Brother Gui Xiaofei of the core school. He is the leader of this group. Swaling Air introduced. Senior Brother Gui, you're wrong. If they want to kill me, should I just stand there and let them kill me? Jiangchen held his fists at Gui Xiaofei. Jiangchen's first impression of this genius of the core school wasn't bad. All the disciples of Nebulous Sect were looking at Jiangchen with admiration. Even some of the core disciples were the same. Many of them had heard of Jiangchen before, but this was their first time seeing him in person, especially those combat soul outer sect disciples. After seeing him today, they treated Xianxia as a god of war. "Xianxia, you've got guts." Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace finally became furious. The Death Mountain hadn't been opened yet, but Xiaoyao Palace had already lost 2 fifth-grade combat emperors, and they were killed in front of him. This was a slap to his face. If he couldn't kill Xianxia today, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. Facing Li Long's threat, Xianxia didn't even look at him. He walked toward the direction of Moying cult. His behavior showed that he didn't put Li Long in his heart. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to a genius like Li Long courting death. Li Long was furious. He immediately attacked Xianxia. "Li Long, are you going to kill the disciples of Nebula sect in front of me?" Guo Xiaofei naturally wouldn't give Li Long the chance to attack Xianxia. He immediately stood in front of Li Long. "Guo Xiaofei, get out of my way. This is between Xiaoyao Palace and Xianxia." Li Long's eyes were red as he shouted. "You are an 8th-grade combat emperor, don't you feel ashamed to fight a 2nd-grade combat emperor? If you have the ability, let your 2nd-grade combat emperor fight me. I won't interfere." Guo Xiaofei responded with tit for tat. If anyone retreated at this moment, he would be a coward and would be looked down upon. Guo Xiaofei's words made many people roll their eyes. Asking a 2nd-grade combat emperor of Xiaoyao Palace to fight Xianxia was no different than courting death. Li Long gritted his teeth, but he had no other choice. He knew that it was impossible to kill Xianxia in front of Guo Xiaofei. Xiaoyao Palace couldn't have a direct battle with Nebula sect because the loss would be too great. Li Long's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had to kill Xianxia. It seemed like he had to wait until he entered the Death Mountain to find an opportunity. Xianxia and the others went straight to the front of the Moying cult. Old Man Impermanence held his fists at Han Yan and called him young master. However, Han Yan's eyes weren't on Old Man Impermanence. Since the moment Xianxia appeared, he couldn't see anyone else. "You are still so flirtatious. No matter where you go, you will always be in the limelight," Han Yan said. "The young master of the Moying cult, you look awesome. You are already a 6th-grade combat emperor. It seems like you have been living a comfortable life." After Xianxia finished speaking, he stretched out both of his arms. Han Yan did the same. Both of them ignored the gazes of the others and gave each other a big bear hug. The bear hug that belonged to a man was very powerful. That kind of strong brotherly love was something that outsiders couldn't understand. It had been a long time since they stepped into the divine continent. Finally, they could reunite with each other. That kind of happiness was indescribable. They were people who didn't know how to express themselves, but they didn't need to express anything. This bear hug had expressed everything. Have you two had enough of hugging? Do you think Master Dog doesn't exist? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. He opened his mouth and bit Han Yan's butt. "You damn dog, you still won't change." Han Yan kicked De Huang Dog's head. After that, the two of them laughed out loud in front of countless people. Xianxia didn't care about the current situation. What he wanted to do was to do what he wanted to do. This scene was witnessed by everyone. They finally understood why the young master of the Moying cult would help Xianxia. Now, it seemed that it wasn't as simple as Xianxia saving Old Man Impermanence. Even an idiot could see that the two of them knew each other and their relationship wasn't ordinary. The people of the Moying cult looked at Xianxia with joy. They really liked the way Xianxia did things just now. For their young master to be friends with such a person, it showed that their young master was an incomparably domineering person. At this moment, Mo Sang and Tan Ji Bai had already stopped their actions and returned to their respective camps. However, they were still opposing each other with equal harshness. Based on the current situation, even if someone were to make a move, they wouldn't be able to start a real fight. All the major forces were here for the Death Mountain. They were here for the benefits. It wouldn't be beneficial for anyone if they were to fight. Xianxia turned around and looked at the camp of the Tan family. He glanced around and actually didn't see Tan Ji Hao and Tan Lang. He couldn't help but frown. Tan Ji Hao was already a combat emperor when he was in Liang province. He shouldn't have missed such an experience. However, he didn't appear in the camp of the Tan family. This wasn't normal. Xianxia cupped his fists at the Tan family and said, I'm Xianxia. I'm a friend of your Tan family's Tan Jihao. Xianxia only said so much and revealed Tan Jihao's identity. However, the meaning behind his words was already very clear. Since they were friends, there was no need to fight and kill each other. Humph. Tan Jihao is a person who can't even protect himself. You being friends with him has nothing to do with our Tan family. Unexpectedly, Tan Jibai sneered and said such a sentence. What do you mean? Xianxia's facial expression changed. He was very smart. It seemed like Tan Jihao had encountered some difficulties in the Tan family. This caused his good impression of the Tan family to disappear instantly. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. He's just a trash. Tan Jibai said indifferently as he waved the folding fan in front of his chest. Xianxia's face darkened. He initially thought that he and the Tan family were friends. But now, it seemed that they might not be friends anymore. They might even become enemies in the future. However, Xianxia didn't say anything more. Now that the Death Mountain was about to open, even if something happened to Tan Jihao, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He could only wait until he came out from the Death Mountain and then think of a solution. The few major powers on the scene were filled with the smell of gunpowder, but they didn't really start a fight. If it wasn't for the opening of the Death Mountain, Xianxia's situation might have already started a fight. But today's situation wasn't suitable for a fight as it wouldn't benefit any of the major powers. Even if the Xiaoyao Palace really wanted to kill Xianxia, they would have to wait until they entered the Death Mountain. Once they entered the Death Mountain, there would be more opportunities to kill Xianxia. At this time, 5 tyrannical auras came from 5 different directions. Their speed was extremely fast. Many of the weaker people couldn't even see their shadows. In the blink of an eye, 5 tyrannical figures appeared in the sky. These 5 people seemed to have planned this beforehand as they appeared at the same time as well. After the 5 of them appeared, the entire place instantly fell silent. Dense saints might gushed out from their bodies, spreading out like a tidal wave, covering the entire sky. Under this pressure, everyone felt their souls trembling, and they couldn't help but feel the urge to worship them. The master of Nebula Sect, Nebula Kid, the princess of Xiaoyao Palace, Unfettered King, the master of Tianshan School, Tianshan Daoist, the master of Tan Family, Qin Jintian, and the master of Moyin Cult, Wu Emo. These were the 5 peerless figures of Xuanyu, the 5 legendary giants. For major powers like Nebula Sect and Xiaoyao Palace, the title of the sect master was passed down from generation to generation. The sect master of each generation would be called Nebula Kid and Unfettered King. This was a kind of inheritance that represented nobility and power. 5 4th-grade minor saints represented the peak combat strength of the entire Xuanyu. Everyone's eyes were fixed on these 5 people. Their eyes were filled with blazing light, especially those rogue cultivators and those from the minor powers. Each one of them was incomparably excited. Being able to see the legendary giants was beyond their wildest dreams, let alone the fact that there were 5 of them at the same time. This alone gave them the right to boast. Unfettered King was wearing a majestic purple battle robe. When he arrived, he saw 2 corpses lying on the ground. He could tell that they were the elders of Xiaoyao Palace from their robes. What happened? Who killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace? Unfettered King was enraged. A powerful aura burst out from his body, making people tremble in fear. Master, it was done by Xianxia of Nebula Sect. He killed 4 of our 5th-grade combat emperor elders. Li Long clasped his fists at Unfettered King and pointed at Xianxia's direction. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 giants shifted their gaze to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't conceal his qi. He was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. How could this be? The one who was most shocked was Nebula Kid. When Xianxia first entered Nebula Sect, he was only a 9th-grade combat king. Not long after that, he had already become a 2nd-grade combat emperor and could kill 5th-grade combat emperors. Although he was shocked, he was also the calmest. After knowing Xianxia's true identity, he wouldn't feel surprised even if he saw something heaven-defying from Xianxia. The reincarnation of the greatest saint wouldn't be normal if he didn't have some heaven-defying means. Looking at Xianxia's improvement, Nebula Kid was even more determined to cooperate with Xianxia. His future might lie on Xianxia's shoulders. Following the greatest saint would surely bring him many benefits. Humph! How dare a young brat kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace? You're courting death. Unfettered King harumphed coldly. Immediately, he stretched out his palm and tried to grab Xianxia. The power of a fourth-grade minor saint was very strong. To put it bluntly, a trace of chi from Unfettered King was enough to suppress Xianxia to the point that he couldn't move. To Unfettered King, a genius like Xianxia was rare, but he was also an enemy. In front of a fourth-grade minor saint like him, Xianxia was like an ant that he could pinch to death with just a raise of his hand. Kong Long, Nebula Kid made his move. He naturally wouldn't let Unfettered King kill Xianxia. He exchanged a blow with Unfettered King, blocking Unfettered King's attack. Unfettered King, don't you think that you don't put me in your eyes? Don't tell me that you can kill a disciple of my Nebula sect just like that? Nebula sect was infuriated. His relationship with Unfettered King wasn't very good. Plus, Xianxia was very important to him. Moreover, Unfettered King wanted to kill a disciple of Nebula sect. If he, the sect master, didn't do anything, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Nebula Kid, are you going to fight with me just for an ordinary disciple? Unfettered King's expression was fierce. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Unfettered King, you are an overlord of your generation. Don't you think it's shameful for you to fight a second-grade combat emperor as a fourth-grade minor saint? Or is it that the younger generation of Xiaoyao Palace can't find a suitable candidate? Nebula Kid was giving tit for tat. Haha, Unfettered King, you are too shameful. A fifth-grade combat emperor elder of Xiaoyao Palace couldn't even defeat a second-grade combat emperor. This is already shameful enough. If you have the ability, ask the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace to do it. You old bastard, I feel ashamed for you. The master of Mayan cult, Wu Emo, laughed heartily. He wasn't willing to let go of this good opportunity to mock Unfettered King. Unfettered King's expression turned serious. He let out a cold humph and stopped attacking Xianxia. It was indeed shameful for him to fight a second-grade combat emperor with his status. Besides, there were plenty of core disciples in Xiaoyao Palace who could kill Xianxia. Unfettered King immediately sent a message to the core disciples of Xiaoyao Palace. All of you listen to me. Don't let me see this disciple walk out of the Death Mountain alive. Hearing this, Li Long and the others trembled and slightly bowed to Unfettered King. Alright, let's not waste any more time. We should work together to open the Death Mountain. Chen Jintian said. After that, the 5 great experts worked together and opened up 3 illusory passageways in the void. These 3 passageways were connected to the interior of the Death Mountain. Look, the Death Mountain is going to open soon. The 5 great minor saints are working together to open up the passageways. We are going to enter the Death Mountain soon. I'm really looking forward to it. I must get some good stuff when I enter the mountain. Many of them were getting nervous. They had been waiting for this day. The Death Mountain was going to be opened soon. They were all ready to rush into the passageways the moment they opened them. Soon, the 3 passageways became solid and turned into 3 real spatial passageways, appearing in the sky above the crowd. These 3 passageways were longer than the other, leading to different places in the Death Mountain. This time, the Death Mountain was opened into 3 levels. The level of danger in each level was different. The first level was suitable for combat soul warriors, the second for combat kings, and the third for combat emperors. Let's go in. Someone flew up in a frenzy, choosing the passageway according to his strength and flew into it with lightning speed. The entrances of the 3 passageways were huge. Those who entered were lined up like wasps. The geniuses of the 5 major powers also entered the passageways according to their strength. Basically, only a few of them would choose the wrong passageway. No matter how strong a combat king was, they wouldn't dare to be confident that they could enter the 3rd level. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. They were here to search for treasures, not to die. No one was willing to risk their lives. Big brother, let's go in. Swilling Air stood beside Xianxia. Who is this little girl? Han Yan asked. When Zhuoling Air stood out to speak for Jiangchen, he had already guessed that the relationship between this little girl and Jiangchen wasn't ordinary. Let me introduce. This is Zhuoling Air, my little sister. This is my good brother, Han Yan. Jiangchen introduced them to each other. Han Yan had a smile on his face. He was shocked by this little girl who had reached the second-grade combat emperor at the age of 12. Such a genius was unimaginable in the Eastern continent. Ah Yan, this is Tyrant. You can call him Tyrant in the future. He is also a good brother. We have experienced life and death together. Jiangchen patted Tyrant's shoulder and introduced him. This poor monk greets young master. Tyrant placed one of his hands in front of his chest and said solemnly. Greetings, great master. Han Yan quickly returned the greeting. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. One of them raised his leg and the other opened his mouth, attacking Tyrant from both sides. Will you die if you don't act? Jiangchen was speechless. This shameless monk's appearance could really tempt people. He acted like an enlightened monk, but Han Yan was obviously fooled by his appearance. Han Yan had never met Tyrant before, but judging from Jiangchen and De Huang Dog's attitude towards Tyrant, he could roughly guess what kind of person this monk was. He might be another weirdo. Let's go quickly. They have already gone in. We shouldn't fall behind. Tyrant said and quickly flew towards the passageway of the third floor, as if he was escaping from something. Let's go. Jiangchen shouted. The few of them flew towards the passageway. Not long after Jiangchen entered the passageway, he suddenly felt a strong wind attacking him from behind. The attack was extremely strong. With Jiangchen's current combat strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Courting death. Han Yan was infuriated. A monstrous devil wave suddenly shot out from his body, turning into a thick black light beam, striking towards the back. Kong Long, the huge impact caused the entire passageway to shake violently. The one who was attacked by Jiangchen was none other than Li Long from Xiaoyao Palace. Han Yan used his 6th-grade combat emperor to block Li Long's attack, but he was forced to take a few steps back. However, Han Yan's expression didn't change. If he fully activated his bloodline, he would be able to deal with Li Long. Today's interview was very successful. I can see everyone's passion. I have been too busy these few days. I couldn't even enter my house during the day. My updates have been updated very late. Li Long, are you courting death? Han Yan was infuriated. Many people were infuriated. This was the spatial passageway. If they were to fight here and the passageway was destroyed, many people would be implicated. They would be directly transported to the crevice of the space and would never be able to come out again. Li Long, if you want to die, don't bring us along. I'll be the first one who won't listen to anyone who attacks in the passageway. Tan Ji-bai, who was at a distance, said loudly. The scene just now could be said to be soul-stirring. The attack from Li Long and Han Yan had caused the passageway to shake violently. There were already some cracks on the passageway. If they continued to fight, the passageway would be destroyed. At that time, no one would benefit from it. Li Long's attack had directly aroused public anger. It wasn't only Tan Ji-bai who was angry. Everyone was angry. Even the disciples of Xiaoyao Palace were secretly breaking out in cold sweat. They thought that Li Long was too impulsive. What he did was simply making an enemy out of the public. Upon seeing this, Li Long snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to attack again. He didn't kill Jiangchen with his attack just now because he didn't expect the young master of the Moyin cult to be so powerful. It would be impossible for him to attack again. Once he provoked public anger, he would become the target of public criticism when they entered the Death Mountain. I will kill you. Jiangchen turned around and looked at Li Long who was behind him. He said in an extremely cold tone. He had already decided to kill Li Long. For those who wanted to kill him, Jiangchen only had one method, and that was to let the other party die before him. Let's go. Ignore him for now. Han Yan glared at Li Long and said. Everyone hurriedly moved forward. Soon, a vast expanse of white fog appeared in front of them. The white fog was extremely dense, covering the sky and covering the earth. It completely covered the void in front of them. Even a powerful combat emperor couldn't see what was inside the white fog. However, while others couldn't see it, someone could. Jiang Chen's eyesight was better than anyone else's, or perhaps it could be said that his great soul derivation technique was too powerful. He could see everything in the white mist clearly. There were layers upon layers of space entrances everywhere. Moreover, these space entrances didn't give people the chance to enter because each of them had a strong suction force. As long as the cultivators who entered were caught off guard, they would be directly sucked in by the suction force. Big brother, the white fog in front of us feels very sinister. Will it be dangerous? Zwillinger asked curiously. What a dense white fog. Even I can't see what's inside. There might be unknown dangers. This place is called the Death Mountain. Death could appear at any time. Han Yen said. Don't worry, there's no danger in front of us. We haven't completely entered the interior of the Death Mountain yet. There are a lot of space entrances here. Those who enter will be sucked in by the space entrances and transported to different spaces. There are too many layers of space in the Death Mountain. This place used to be the ruins of a great sect. After countless years, there are still a lot of treasures here. Some of these spaces are opportunities, some of them are dangers, and some of them are dangers and opportunities. What you can get will depend on your own luck. Now, all of you come closer to me. I will use my power to envelop all of you. Later, we will enter the same space. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Everyone nodded and quickly moved closer to Jiang Chen. They trusted Jiang Chen very much. Moreover, they trusted Jiang Chen very much. Others couldn't see the situation inside the white fog, but Jiang Chen could. They weren't surprised at all. Let's go. Jiang Chen strode forward. Their speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the white fog. At this time, an invisible force rushed out from Jiang Chen's body and enveloped everyone. The moment they stepped into the white fog, they couldn't help but shiver. They saw a lot of space entrances. Each of them was like the mouth of an ancient beast. They were pitch black and emitted an extremely cold aura. It was a huge suction force. If it wasn't because they were connected by Jiang Chen's power, they would have been sucked into different space entrances. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the foresight to use this method to prevent them from getting separated. The space passages here were exactly the same. They couldn't see anything, and there was no good choice. Jiang Chen followed the suction force of a space entrance and directly rushed in. At this time, De Huang Dog hastily said, "Go to the one on the left, quickly." Jiang Chen was already in front of a space entrance. Under the powerful suction force, it was extremely difficult for him to change his direction. However, he must listen to De Huang Dog's words. De Huang Dog must have sensed something, which was why he suddenly changed his direction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Chen almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struck out the true dragon palm to forcefully push the suction force out, but the difference in strength made Jiang Chen feel incomparably uncomfortable. Then, Jiang Chen's footsteps trembled, and he entered the spatial entrance that De Huang Dog had mentioned at lightning speed. It was afraid that only Jiang Chen could have such a fast reaction speed. Even Li Lan and Gua Xiaofei, who were 8th grade combat emperor geniuses, couldn't change their direction and enter another entrance when they arrived at the entrance of the spatial passage. After Jiang Chen and the others entered the entrance of the spatial zone, a shadowy figure followed them. This shadowy figure had never appeared before, but no one knew when he had appeared. It seemed like he had come for Jiang Chen, choosing to enter the same passageway as Jiang Chen. Someone has entered. We shouldn't delay any longer. If we are late, all the treasures will be taken away, shouted a rogue cultivator. Thus, groups of people madly rushed into the white mist. Every cultivator who entered was instantly sucked into a different spatial passageway and teleported to different places. As the saying goes, riches and honor depend on the heavens. No matter where you were transported to, it was your fate. This was the symbol of luck. Some people would be able to obtain the treasures and amaze everyone. Some people would be transported to a land of death, turning into desolate bones. Silhouettes were submerged by the white mist. In just a few minutes, all of them had disappeared. After everyone had entered the white mist, the spatial passage behind them disappeared as well. The opening of the Death Mountain would only last for a few minutes. The 5 minor saints didn't dare to get too close to the Death Mountain, and they didn't dare to maintain the spatial passage for too long. Once they triggered the backlash of the restriction, the consequences would be severe. Everyone who had entered the Death Mountain would die. This was a price that no one could afford. With a flash of brilliance, Xianxia and the others entered an independent spatial zone. Many of them had also entered this spatial zone, but the place where they landed was different. This place was filled with grayness, and the chi of death was everywhere, causing great pressure to one's soul. We have now entered the inner part of the Death Mountain. Everyone, be careful. Old Man Impermanence reminded them. As soon as Xianxia steadied himself, he felt a chill behind his back. He quickly turned around and found that there was nothing behind him. However, the murderous intent just now was very obvious. The people of the dark shadow. Xianxia frowned. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The people of the dark shadow had finally appeared. They would pester you endlessly like ghosts until they killed you. Xianxia didn't show it on his face. He was waiting for the dark shadow to attack him. He knew that the people of the dark shadow were looking for an opportunity to attack him. The lesson last time would certainly alert the dark shadow. This time, the people who attacked him wouldn't underestimate him. Therefore, Xianxia had to be more careful. It was impossible to guard against the people of the dark shadow. De Huang Dog, what did you sense? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. This space was chosen by De Huang Dog. Presumably, there must be something good here. I don't know what it is exactly, but my intuition tells me that there must be a treasure here. De Huang Dog said. That was a kind of intuition, the intuition towards treasures. It was De Huang Dog's innate ability. It could be considered as a terrifying innate ability. Big brother, there seems to be nothing here. Swirling air looked around. There was nothing here other than the dusky fog. That ancient and gloomy aura made the little girl feel very uncomfortable. Ling Air, don't be afraid. Let's go to other places to have a look. Xianxia said. He chose a direction and strode towards the distance. The group's speed was extremely fast. Very soon, they passed through a wasteland. Extremely far away, they could already see a huge object. There is a building in front. It's very likely that it was left behind by that super sect. Let's go and have a look. Han Yen said. Everyone increased their speed again and arrived in front of the building. This was a palace, an extremely ancient palace. It was unknown how many years had passed. The exterior of the palace was filled with scars left behind by the passage of time. The palace was huge. Even though countless years had passed, it still retained its majesty. When people stood below the palace, they couldn't help but look up and worship it from the bottom of their hearts. De Huang Dog sniffed with his nose and said, there are treasures inside, but there are dangers as well. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. However, the palace in front of them had its door open. Faint smoke seeped out from within. That was the aura of death. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable. Let's go in and have a look. Everyone, be careful. Ah Yan, Old Man Impermanence, the 3 of us will lead the way. Xianxia looked at Han Yan and Old Man Impermanence. The 3 of them were the strongest here. If they encountered any danger, they could deal with it directly. Alright. Kiss everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The way the 2 men died was too miserable. Their bodies were filled with death chi. It was obvious that they were attacked by a terrifying dead object. Their hearts were dug out. What a cruel method. Both of them were first-grade combat emperors, but judging from their expressions, they didn't even have the chance to react before their hearts were dug out. Tyrant said. Everyone could tell that these 2 men were rogue cultivators who had just entered the palace. They thought that there must be some precious treasures in the palace, so they barged into it. They didn't expect to meet with such an accident. The blood on the ground hadn't solidified yet. It was obvious that they were killed not long ago. It was highly possible that they were killed before Xianxia and the others arrived. However, Xianxia and the others didn't hear any movement. In other words, these 2 men didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. This was too terrifying. Two first-grade combat emperors didn't even have the chance to scream before dying tragically. It showed how powerful the attacker was. While they were talking, a cold wind drifted. A sharp claw with green hair suddenly appeared from the void. There was no sign of it coming. The speed of the claw was too fast. It appeared at the location of Xianxia's heart. The claw was filled with death qi, making people's souls feel extremely cold. Humph. Xianxia let out a cold humph. The thing hidden in this palace could kill a first-grade combat emperor, but it was too difficult to kill him. Clang ! The sharp claw fiercely clawed at the location of Xianxia's heart. A sound of iron striking was heard and a lot of sparks were produced. A layer of golden armor appeared on Xianxia's chest, blocking the attack of the sharp claw. It was the Firethorn combat armor. Xianxia's control over the Firethorn combat armor had reached a level where he could control it at will. He could control every part of his body with his will. When the attack missed, the sharp claw emitted a trace of black death qi. The claw retracted, and just as it was about to escape into the void again, Xianxia grabbed it with lightning speed. Xianxia's palm was covered in dragon markings, turning into an incomparably sharp dragon claw. The sharp claws that were covered in green fur trembled violently, emitting even more death qi. This death qi was extremely sinister. If an ordinary person were to come in contact with it, it would be more terrifying than the most poisonous poison in the world. However, when this death qi landed on Xianxia's body, it was unable to cause any harm to Xianxia. The terror of the dragon transformation art was enough to restrain everything in the world. Come out! Xianxia roared and exerted force with his dragon claws, forcibly pulling out the thing that had been hidden in the darkness. The thing that had been pulled out was actually a skeleton. It was unknown how long the skeleton had existed, but it was surrounded by a dense deathly aura. Its body was covered in a layer of green fur, and it gave off a foul stench. Hafnium, after the skeleton appeared, its mouth wriggled and let out an extremely unpleasant sound. The sound was like the sound of a saw being pulled. It was extremely unpleasant to the ears. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia was holding the skeleton in his hand. The skeleton opened its mouth wide and lunged at Xianxia with extreme speed. Arg, Xianxia was a daughter of a rich family. She had never seen such a ferocious creature before. She immediately screamed in fear. Although she was strong, she was still a child after all. Her mind wasn't mature yet. It was understandable that she would be frightened when she encountered such a terrifying creature. Xianxia's eyes revealed a cold light. This skeleton was at most a second-grade combat emperor. No matter how fast it was or how strong its death qi was, Xianxia wouldn't put it in his eyes. He broke the skeleton's sharp claws and swung his dragon claws again, crushing the skeleton's skull. The skeleton struggled for a few moments, then fell to the ground without making any sound. Big brother, it's so scary. What is this thing? Xianxia asked. Everyone's face turned pale. They had never seen such a creature before. This skeleton must have been a human when it was alive, but they didn't know why it could still be so scary after its death. It was beyond their understanding. Even the Impermanence Elder who had lived for a long time had never seen such a ferocious creature. This is a dark soul, Xianxia said. Dark soul? Tyrant asked. Everyone's face was filled with doubt. It was their first time hearing about this kind of dark soul. That's right. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. After some people die, for some reason, they still can't let go of the things in this world. They will die with everlasting regret. After such people die, their body will condense a breath of resentment. If there's a specific environment, it may turn into a terrifying dark soul in the future. A creature that only knows how to kill and has no intelligence. It's extremely scary. The dark soul in front of us has existed for a very long time. It knows how to feed on humans' heart. Obviously, it has developed intelligence, but its bloodthirsty nature is still there. It will attack anyone it sees. Plus, it exists in this specific environment, it can come and go without a trace. It's very hard to deal with it, Xianxia said. He had entered the Death Mountain before and had seen the existence of dark souls, but the dark souls at that time weren't as scary as they were now. Everyone, be careful. It's possible that there's more than one dark soul here. The two people just now were attacked by two dark souls at the same time. That's why they died instantly. Xianxia reminded everyone. For God's sake, where did these evil spirits come from? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. It's a disciple of that super sect. I don't know what happened to that super sect in the past, but the entire sect died. Many of the disciples and elders inside turned into dark spirits and continued to guard their property. Any outsider who entered the Death Mountain would be treated as an enemy by them and would be killed. Xianxia said. After listening to Xianxia's words, everyone felt more sympathetic towards these dark souls. However, it was a fact that these dark souls were their enemies. This palace seems to be a treasure vault. I wonder how many treasures are left inside. Xianxia looked around. The palace was empty, and there was nothing in it. However, there was a staircase in the palace. The staircase was very old, and it was covered with dust. The thickness of the dust had increased the height of the staircase by more than 3 times. Jia, there must be good stuff upstairs. Let's go up and have a look. De Huang Dog said and strode forward. At this moment, another terrifying sharp claw stretched out from the void and grabbed De Huang Dog's head. Bang! The sharp claw hit the big yellow dog's head. Due to the dog's head being too hard, it did not shatter as expected, but as it was caught off guard, the big yellow dog's enormous body was sent flying away and fell to the ground. The big yellow dog cursed and rolled around on the ground. Then, it stood up and bared its teeth as it looked around and scolded loudly. The death aura that the sharp claw left on De Huang Dog's body didn't affect him at all. Be careful. The dark souls here are silent and hidden in the void. We can't sense them at all. It seems that it won't be easy to go upstairs. Tyrant said with a frown. For God's sake, you bunch of dead ghosts. If you have the guts, come out and fight Master Dog one-on-one. I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He had always been the one who made others suffer losses. He had never suffered such a big loss before. He was quite unhappy in his heart. De Huang, come back. Xianxia shouted at De Huang Dog, all of you stand at the door first. I'll go in after I eliminate all the dark souls inside. These dark souls are silent and can't be found. How are you going to eliminate them? Han Yan said. Dark souls are definitely afraid of fire. They might not be afraid of ordinary fire, but they are definitely afraid of my fire. My fire can make them have nowhere to hide. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He strode toward the interior of the palace. The hidden dark souls seemed to know that this young man in white was not someone to be trifled with. For a moment, they didn't make a move. However, Xianxia could feel that the dark souls in the dark were ready to make a move. Kong, suddenly, a flame burst out from Xianxia's body. With Xianxia as the center, the flame overflowed in all directions, causing the entire palace to be plunged into a sea of fire. Xianxia's flame was extremely firm and young. One could even vaguely hear the crackling sound of lightning. That was the terrifying true thunder fire. Xianxia had gone through 3 great tribulations. The true thunder fire had reached a very terrifying level. Now that the true thunder fire had fused with the true dragon fire, it was the most powerful flame in the world. It was the nemesis of all cold things. Brother Zhang's flame is so terrifying. Even I can feel my heart palpitating. His flame has a great restraining effect on our devil chi. The impermanence elder's face was filled with shock. He had never seen such a terrifying flame before. That kind of firm and young aura made the devil chi in his body circulate abnormally. He couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the Mayan cult and Xianxia were friends. If they were enemies, the threat would be too great. Little Chinzi still has a lot of terrifying tricks up his sleeves. Even if I have Gu Tianma's bloodline, there's still a huge gap between us, Han Yan said with a smile. There wasn't the slightest bit of jealousy in his tone. As a brother, the stronger Xianxia was, the happier he was for Xianxia. Chi. After Xianxia's flame was released, the deathly aura in the palace was directly incinerated. The dark souls in the dark were also affected by the terrifying flame and started to become restless. Hafnium, a demon spirit, appeared. Although it didn't have eyes, its hollow pupils could still be seen. At this moment, the flame in front of it was like it had met its greatest nemesis. It wanted to rush forward and kill, but it didn't have the courage to do so. Xianxia didn't give it the chance. He stretched out his true dragon palm and grabbed the dark soul into the sea of flame. Hafnium, the dark soul, was being burned by the flame. It struggled violently. It seemed to be in extreme pain. Since you're dead, you can die in peace. I'll relieve your pain. Xianxia's voice was like thunder. The true dragon palm exerted force and crushed the dark soul into pieces. No matter how strong the dark spirits were, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Xianxia's flames. That kind of suppression was too great, to the point that the dark spirits couldn't resist at all. Not long after, under the burning of Xianxia's flames, all the dark spirits in the palace had nowhere to hide, and all of them were revealed. There were a total of 6 dark spirits that were hiding in the palace. 2 of them had been killed by Xianxia earlier, and there were 4 left. All of them had the appearance of skeletons, and their expressions were very ferocious. They were filled with fear, and they were wailing painfully in the sea of flames. Although these dark spirits were very strong and could even kill combat emperors, they had a huge disadvantage, which was that they didn't have the support of Yuan force. They could only rely on their strong bones and death qi. However, when these death qi met Xianxia's flames, they were instantly incinerated. In other words, when facing the terrifying flames, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Even if Xianxia didn't kill them, they would still be incinerated into ashes. However, it was obvious that Xianxia didn't want to torture them. With regards to the suffering of these dark spirits, his heart was filled with sympathy. Therefore, a powerful force rushed out from the sea of flames, and crushed the 4 dark spirits into pieces. Not a single piece of them was left, giving them a quick death. After getting rid of all the dark spirits, the flames receded like a tide, and were once again absorbed into Xianxia's body. After the palace was incinerated by the flames, there was no longer any death qi, and it gave everyone a much better feeling than before. Big Brother is so awesome. Swaling Air jumped up happily, and her eyes were filled with admiration when she looked at Xianxia. Let's go upstairs. Xianxia casually tidied up his clothes, and strode towards the stairs. I wonder if there are any dark spirits upstairs. Han Yan said. No, the dark spirits are guarding the first floor. There should be treasures upstairs. Xianxia smiled. When Da Huang Dog heard the word treasure, he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately turned into a golden light and rushed over. On the second floor of the palace, the area was very big, and it was filled with a lot of treasures. Even though a long time had passed, the brilliance of these treasures still couldn't be covered. The first thing that caught Xianxia's eyes were many mystical combat weapons. These combat weapons were all floating in the air. There were sabers, spears, swords, halberds, all kinds of weapons. The lowest grade was a superior weapon, and there were many king weapons as well. There were even dozens of emperor weapons. There were at least a few hundred combat weapons here. Combat weapons were extremely important to a cultivator. Even in the Divine Continent, combat weapons were extremely precious. Just these combat weapons alone were enough to support a medium-sized power. So many war weapons. It's just a random palace, and yet, there are so many treasures inside. From this, one can tell how deep the foundation of this sect is. Old Man Impermanence's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh. The battle weapon dazzled him. There are more than just combat weapons here. Xianxia's eyes weren't on the combat weapons. He wasn't interested in them at all. Compared to the Heavenly Saint sword, these combat weapons were all trash. Unless it was a powerful minor saint weapon or a great saint weapon, only then would Xianxia be interested in them. Xianxia's eyes fell on the ground below him. He saw many grey chests placed side by side on the ground of the palace. The reason why these chests were grey was because they were covered with dust. The original color of these chests was definitely not like this. These chests are all storage-type treasures. There must be some good stuff inside. Da Huang Dog laughed loudly. Just like Jiang Chen, he wasn't interested in those combat weapons at all. He couldn't wait to rush to one of the chests and opened it with a loud bang. Suddenly, a bright light shone in all directions. The box was filled with medicinal pills. The medicinal pills emitted a golden light, and a dense medicinal fragrance filled the entire palace, making the air here much better. It's heavenly elixir. So many heavenly elixir. This chest contains at least 10 million heavenly elixir. Old Man Impermanence exclaimed. The chest wasn't big, but the space inside wasn't small. Storage-type treasures couldn't be judged by appearance alone. The value of this chest of heavenly elixir was too precious. Plus, there were more than 10 chests here. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He didn't care about other things, but this heavenly elixir was what he needed the most. Although he had a lot of heavenly elixir with him now, with his current combat emperor cultivation, the consumption of heavenly elixir for every breakthrough was unimaginable. This is really good stuff. Jiang Chen's eyebrows arched. A bunch of trash. De Huang Dog curled his lips, indicating that he wasn't interested in these heavenly elixir. He was the same as Han Yin, he only needed to rely on his bloodline to advance, he didn't need the support of pills. Therefore, heavenly elixir wasn't that attractive to them. De Huang Dog couldn't wait to open the second chest. It was the same as the first one, all of them were heavenly elixir. Then, he opened the third, the fourth, all the way to the second last one, all of them were heavenly elixir. Seeing that they were all heavenly elixir, De Huang Dog's face turned green. This was too disappointing, too disappointing. So many pills. The little girl's eyes were sparkling like stars. Jiang Chen's face was filled with a flower-like smile. This was a great fortune. If he kept all of it, it would be enough for him to advance his cultivation in the combat emperor realm to the minor saint realm. Damn it, there's nothing good here. There's only one last chest left. If it's still this trash, this master dog will eat the whole chest. De Huang Dog clenched his teeth and opened the last chest. He saw that the chest was filled with all kinds of precious herbs. Although they had been stored for a long time and most of their efficacy had dissipated, these precious herbs were still hard to find in this world. The fire dragon fruit that was emitting a blood-red luster, the ancient dragon ginseng, the Tianshan snow lotus that was frozen, De Huang Dog's eyes instantly widened. After that, he cried out loudly and opened his mouth to bite the Tianshan snow lotus. De Huang Dog was a typical foodie. After eating the Tianshan snow lotus, he immediately started to stomp on the other herbs in the chest. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, De Huang Dog was like a tornado sweeping away the clouds. In just a few minutes, he swallowed all the herbs in the chest. He didn't forget to let out a satisfied burp after he finished eating. Oh my God! So many elixirs were eaten just like that? The old man of impermanence widened his eyes in shock. Even's Wu Ling or small mouth was slightly open. Those were all rare treasures. Moreover, that chest was a storage space. The amount of herbs inside was far more than what they looked like on the surface. So many rare herbs were wasted by De Huang Dog just like that. Of course, the old man of impermanence didn't think that the herbs were wasted. He was shocked that De Huang Dog could swallow so many herbs. Even if he swallowed so many herbs at once, the vigorous efficacy of the herbs would make him explode. However, after De Huang Dog finished eating, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen and Han Yan looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. However, this dog had eaten so many good things at once. The benefits he obtained were undoubtedly great. The power of these herbs was too great. If De Huang Dog didn't level up, he would be letting down these herbs. Wing asterisk in the next moment, the surface of De Huang Dog's body began to emit golden light. The vigorous efficacy of the herbs had begun to take effect. Others wouldn't be able to withstand the tremendous efficacy of the herbs, but De Huang Dog could. This was his abnormal ability. His qi began to surge like the tide. The power of his bloodline was revealed. In just a few minutes, De Huang Dog's grade had reached the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. After reaching the 3rd grade Demon Emperor, De Huang Dog's qi didn't stop rising. It finally stopped at the peak of the 3rd grade Demon Emperor. He was only one step away from the 4th grade Demon Emperor. Such a horrifying method of advancement was truly terrifying. Kakaka, awesome, awesome, this master dog is going to die from the pleasure. De Huang Dog laughed loudly and jumped up and down excitedly. After reaching the peak of the third-grade Demon Emperor, De Huang Dog's confidence was off the charts. His combat strength was much stronger than before. With his current combat strength, he was confident that he could kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. This is the scariness of the divine beast bloodline. The higher the level, the scarier it will be. Tyrant said. De Huang Dog had the complete dragon horse bloodline in his body. He couldn't be looked at with normal eyes. All the herbs had been consumed by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was extremely satisfied. As for those combat soldiers and heaven elixir, De Huang Dog didn't care about them anymore. However, he wouldn't let go of these treasures. This was a great opportunity that he couldn't miss. Asterisk dong 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 asterisk asterisk at this moment, a sound was heard from the stairs. 3 silhouettes walked up from the stairs. They were wearing the uniform of the Tan family. They were the geniuses of the Tan family. One of them was a 3rd-grade combat emperor, one was a 2nd-grade combat emperor, and the last one was only a 9th-grade combat king. A combat king could enter the 3rd level of the spatial zone. He was really confident. So many combat soldiers, so many pills. Haha, I'm rich. The 9th-grade combat king's eyes fell on the combat soldiers and the heaven elixir, completely ignoring the existence of Xianxia and the others, as if these treasures belonged to them. However, the other 2 combat emperors weren't as excited. Instead, they frowned because they had noticed the people inside. These people weren't easy to provoke. They couldn't afford to offend them. That Xianxia even dared to kill the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. He was a cruel and merciless person. Needless to say, the young master of Moyin cult wasn't someone they could compare with. People of the Tan family? Xianxia looked at the 3 of them with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Ever since he knew what happened to Tan Jihao, he had completely lost his good impression of the Tan family. That's right. We are the people of the Tan family. Xianxia, since all of us saw these treasures together, we should share them together. I think we should each take half. You have offended the Xiaoyao Palace, you should befriend the Tan family. Am I right? Swoosh, as soon as the voice of the disciple of the Tan family faded away, he saw a golden light pouncing towards him. It was the silhouette of De Huang Dog. Ka-cha, a clear and crisp sound was heard, followed by a spurt of blood. The blood spurted onto the faces of the other 2 disciples of the Tan family. The 2 of them shuddered and quickly realized that the head of their comrade had disappeared. Only his body was left standing there and hadn't fallen down yet. Beside them, there was a De Huang Dog who was as strong as a horse. He was holding a bloody head in his mouth. De Huang Dog's eyes revealed a ferocious expression. He threw the head aside and spat, stinky, disgusting. I don't know where this trash came from. How dare you talk nonsense in front of Master Dog? Master Dog will let you know how to write the word death. The Tan family? It had a great reputation, but it was nothing in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's thoughts were simple. The treasure was found by me. Whoever wants to have a share of it, I'm sorry, but they can only die. De Huang Dog hated this kind of arrogant guy the most. He didn't have the right to be arrogant. He was just a 9th-grade combat king, but he dared to give orders in front of a group of combat emperors. De Huang Dog used his death to tell him how to behave in the future. Of course, he wouldn't be able to continue being a human. Moreover, De Huang Dog had always looked at Xianxia's mood before doing anything. This Tan family obviously wasn't a friend of Xianxia. They didn't even have the chance to be friends. In this Death Mountain, in front of the treasure, if one wasn't a friend, then they would be an enemy. With regards to De Huang Dog's brutality, other than the old man of impermanence who was shocked, he didn't expect that De Huang Dog would kill someone without any explanation. The rest of them were calm, especially Xianxia and Han Yin. They knew De Huang Dog too well. According to the performance of the guy from the Tan family, being bitten to death by De Huang Dog was considered a quick death. Thump, the headless corpse of the disciple from the Tan family fell to the ground. Fresh blood was still flowing out from the place where the head was cut off. The expressions of the other 2 combat emperors from the Tan family had completely changed. The way they looked at De Huang Dog was filled with anger and a deep sense of fear. You guys actually dared to kill people from my Tan clan? The third-grade combat emperor's voice was trembling. He suddenly regretted rushing forward. They had sensed that there were people in the palace from the beginning, but they didn't think that it was Jiang Chen and his friends. These people weren't people they could provoke. Deep down in his heart, he wanted to beat the ninth-grade combat king disciple, even though he was already dead. He was really blind. He dared to kill an elder of Xiaoyao Palace in front of so many people, so killing a disciple of the Tan family was nothing to him. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Nebula sect and he had a good relationship with the Moyin cult. With the support of the Nebula sect and the Moyin cult, why would he be afraid of the Tan family? Jiang Chen, you dare to make the Tan family your enemy? The Tan family won't let you go. The second-grade combat emperor roared loudly. The third-grade combat emperor beside him rolled his eyes. He really wanted to block this guy's mouth. At this moment, what they needed to do was to leave this place as soon as possible, not to threaten him. This kind of threat depended on the target. The person in front of them obviously wouldn't fall for it. Killing one is killing three is also killing. Old Man Impermanence's eyes glinted with cold light. He suddenly struck his palm, hitting the second-grade combat emperor's chest. The second-grade combat emperor didn't even have the chance to react. His chest was pierced by Old Man Impermanence's palm and he died on the spot. Old Man Impermanence was a ruthless man. There wasn't anyone in the devil cult who wasn't ruthless. That year, Old Man Impermanence killed more than 300 of his enemies in one night, which gave him the name of Impermanence. After killing one person, Old Man Impermanence didn't stop. He raised his palm and struck the last third-grade combat emperor. Wait. Jiang Chen quickly stopped him. Old Man Impermanence stopped his palm that was about to hit the third-grade combat emperor's body and turned around to look at Jiang Chen. I have a question to ask him. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Old Man Impermanence retreated to his side. Jiang Chen walked step by step to the front of the disciple. The disciple was terrified. Today, he had met these evil stars. He was really unlucky. Now that two of his companions were dead, judging from the way they acted, they wouldn't let him live. He understood the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Let me ask you, where is Tan Zhihao? Jiang Chen's eyes were like ice blades. Under his gaze, the disciple of the Tan family felt as if his whole body had entered into a cold pond. Even the deepest part of his soul felt cold. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he didn't dare to not answer Jiang Chen's question. Immediately, he said with a trembling voice, Tan Zhihao has been imprisoned. What is Tan Zhihao's status in your Tan family? Jiang Chen continued to ask. The direct young master has a higher status than me. The disciple didn't dare to hide anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was even more confused. He had already guessed that Tan Zhihao's status in the Tan family wasn't ordinary. It seemed like his status was the same as Tan Zhibai, a direct young master. However, he couldn't understand why a direct young master with a high status would be imprisoned. Moreover, Tan Zhihao's innate talent was not bad. He was definitely worthy of being nurtured by the Tan family. Why did you imprison him? What did he do? Jiang Chen continued to ask. Trespass into the ancestral shrine. The disciple said with a trembling voice. Why did he trespass into the ancestral shrine? Jiang Chen continued to ask. For a big family like the Tan family, the ancestral shrine was an important place. Ordinary disciples didn't even have the chance to enter. Tan Zhihao wasn't a reckless person. If it wasn't something serious, he wouldn't do something like trespassing into the ancestral shrine. It's Tan Zhihao's grandfather. In the Tan family, Tan Zhihao's lineage has always been sparse. He was brought up by his grandfather. A few years ago, the old master went out to search for something for the Tan family and never came back. All these years, Tan Zhihao's status in the family wasn't considered high and he would be ostracized by the other young masters. However, because the old master was highly respected in the Chen family, no one dared to touch him. Not long ago, the family found the old master, but they only found his corpse. After the corpse was brought back, it was placed in the ancestral shrine. Tan Zhihao wanted to go to the ancestral shrine to pay his respects, but he was stopped, so. Obviously, the disciple knew about Tan Zhihao's situation very well. He told Xianxia the whole story, hoping that he could perform well so that he could stay alive. Although the disciple didn't finish his words, everyone at the scene had already understood. Obviously, Tan Zhihao had always been relying on his powerful grandfather to support him. Since his grandfather left, his status had deteriorated and he was often bullied by others. Now that his grandfather was dead, his backer was gone. Naturally, Tan Zhihao wouldn't be taken seriously by others. Those young masters who bullied him didn't have any concerns at all. It was human nature for Tan Zhihao to pay his respects to his grandfather's spirit. His beloved grandfather had passed away and he, as a grandson, wasn't even given the right to pay his respects. Tan Zhihao, who was originally sad, was naturally infuriated and broke into the ancestral shrine. With Tan Zhihao's current status, he probably wouldn't have the chance to make a comeback. He was probably completely disappointed in this cold family. From this aspect, he was the same as Tan Lang. Back then, Tan Lang was ruthlessly abandoned by the Shura temple because of a small matter. However, Tan Zhihao's situation was even more infuriating than Tan Lang's. Tan Zhihao is really unlucky. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. Let me ask you. Is there a person named Tan Lang who was following Tan Zhihao? Is he also imprisoned together with him? Jiangchen continued to ask. In fact, in his heart, Tan Lang's safety was much more important than Tan Zhihao's. After all, in a big family like the Tan clan, the fights weren't any worse than in a sect, especially the fights between the direct disciples. Tan Zhihao could only say that he was unlucky. However, it was Jiangchen himself who pushed Tan Lang to the Tan clan. If anything were to happen to Tan Lang, Jiangchen wouldn't be able to get over it. I don't know about this. That disciple said. His expression was serious and he didn't seem to be lying. Jiangchen nodded his head. Compared to the Tan clan, Tan Lang was after all a small figure. It was normal that no one knew about him. The person in front of him didn't seem to be lying and he didn't have the courage to lie in front of him. However, Jiangchen had basically guessed Tan Lang's ending. Tan Lang was a person who valued friendship. He must have been imprisoned like Tan Zhihao because he wasn't a member of the Tan clan. His experience was even worse than Tan Zhihao's. If nothing had happened to Tan Lang, he would have appeared to look for Jiangchen a long time ago. Alright, you can leave now. Jiangchen opened his mouth and said. What? Let me leave. That disciple of the Tan clan was stunned and couldn't react in time. Jiangchen had always been brutal and overbearing. He even dared to kill the elders of the Xiaoyao palace. He was an out-and-out devil. Now that two of his companions had been killed, according to Jiangchen's character, he should have eliminated the source of trouble. But now, Jiangchen said that he was going to let him go. This was just like a dream. Why? You don't want to leave? Do you want a share of the treasures? Jiangchen said nonchalantly. No, no. I don't dare. That disciple quickly waved his hand. He couldn't care less about the corpses of his companions. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. He was afraid that if he ran any slower, Jiangchen would regret his decision. Even when he was far away from the palace, that disciple was still in a state of shock. He couldn't believe that he had really come out alive. The scene just now was like taking a stroll through the gates of hell. That disciple didn't know why Jiangchen wanted to let him go. It was probably because his performance was better and his answers to Jiangchen's questions were more satisfactory. Brother Jiang, why did you let him go? You should eliminate the source of trouble. Old man Impermanence was puzzled. He felt that this wasn't the way Jiangchen would do things. I, Jiangchen, kill people as I like. If I want to kill, I will kill. If I don't want to kill, I won't kill. I have obtained the information that I wanted to know from him. I don't mind exchanging it for his life. As for becoming the enemy of the Tan clan, do you think I will care? Jiangchen said casually. That man was only a third-grade combat emperor. He didn't pose any threat to him. It didn't matter if he killed him or not. As for the Tan clan, they were already his enemy. Jiangchen didn't care about the revenge of the Tan clan. Moreover, the relationship between the Moyin cult and the Tan clan wasn't good. To Jiang Chen, the appearance of the 3 disciples of the Tan family was just a small interlude in the Death Mountain. But at least he got the news of Tan Zhihao and Tan Lang. He wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, but he would have to wait until he got out of the Death Mountain. That would be about a month later. Although Tan Zhihao was imprisoned, he was still a member of the Tan clan. At the very least, he would be bullied by the Tan clan and wouldn't lose his life. However, it was different for Tan Lang. He was an outsider. Anyone from the Tan clan who disliked him could easily kill him. Therefore, Jiang Chen was worried about Tan Lang. After walking out of the Death Mountain, Jiang Chen decided to pay a visit to the Tan clan. These treasures should be distributed among everyone. Jiang Chen looked at the heaven elixir and the battle weapons and said, "I'm not interested in these. The battle weapons and heaven elixir are useless to me. But little Chenzi, your consumption of the heaven elixir is very powerful." Han Yan said, "I don't want it either." The elder impermanence immediately expressed his stance. Even the young lord didn't want it, he was even more embarrassed to take it. The elder impermanence was a very smart person. He could tell from Han Yan's words that the elixir was prepared for Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had saved his life before and gave him the 9 yang less rond pill. Naturally, he wouldn't fight with Jiang Chen over the treasures. "I'm not interested either." Tyrant expressed that he wasn't interested in these treasures either. He also needed the heaven elixir, but it wasn't as terrifying as Jiang Chen's consumption. As a matter of fact, other than Han Yan and a Huang dog who could advance by relying on their bloodline, no cultivator didn't need the heaven elixir. However, they knew what Jiang Chen needed, so they didn't have any ideas on the heaven elixir. "Big brother, you've consumed a lot of energy to advance. You should keep these pills. Master has already prepared everything for Ling Er. You don't need these." Hee. Ling Er smiled mischievously. What she said was true. It wasn't easy for Hua Gui to get such a monstrous disciple. Naturally, she had prepared everything. "These pills are indeed very useful to me. In that case, I won't be polite. Ah Yan, you and I will take half of these weapons. We don't need them, but they will be very useful to the Moyin cult and the Nebula sect. Xuanyu will soon fall into chaos. We need to make some preparations. Besides, I have 2 9 yang less rond pill here. You and Ling Er can take 1 each. After refining it, we'll leave this place and head towards the depths of the Death Mountain." After saying that, Jiang Chen kept all the heaven less rond pills. He and Han Yan each took half of the weapons. Han Yan was now the young master of the Moyin cult. With these weapons, he would be able to win the hearts of the people. If these weapons were used by the Moyin cult and the Nebula sect, the strength of the 2 superpowers would rise to a new level. Jiang Chen took out 2 9 yang less rond pill and gave them to Han Yan and Ling Er respectively. He had forgotten about this before. That was why Ling Er hadn't gotten the 9 yang less rond pill yet. Now was the time to give them to them. Everyone on the scene had already refined the 9 yang less rond pill, only Han Yan and Ling Er were left. The legendary 9 yang less rond pill? Han Yan's eyes sparkled. Ever since he became the young master of the Moyin cult, he had seen a lot of things. He had read about the terrifying 9 yang less rond pill in some ancient records. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. "This pill is concocted by me personally. After you refine it, your cultivation will improve," Jiang Chen said. "All right." Han Yan didn't want to be polite with Jiang Chen. He took the 9 yang less rond pill and swallowed it. There was no need to be polite between him and Jiang Chen. They were brothers who had gone through life and death together. They would never haggle over anything. Ling Er hadn't heard of the 9 yang less rond pill, but she knew that whatever Jiang Chen took out was definitely something good. The 9 yang less rond pill had a pure yang qi. When it fell into Ling Er's hand, her eyes sparkled. "This is a supreme saint pill. Big brother, if I refine this pill, my cultivation will improve and reach the peak of the 3rd grade combat emperor." Ling Er was very excited. Her heart was filled with excitement when she thought about improving her strength. One should know that although she was strong, she still felt that there was a big gap between her and Jiang Chen. She wouldn't miss the chance to improve her strength. She didn't want to be a burden to Xianxia. After that, they started to refine the 9 yang rond pill. De Huang, tyrant, you two and old impermanents guard this place. I need to go out for a while. Xianxia didn't wait for the crowd to reply and disappeared without a trace. Where is Jiang brother going? Old impermanence asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he has something to do. De Huang dog said casually. Every action of Xianxia wasn't without a reason, there was a reason behind it. 10 miles away from the palace, Xianxia's figure appeared in a desolate area. He stood there without moving, as if he was waiting for something. Xianxia stood there for half an hour. During this time, he closed his eyes and didn't move an inch. No one knew what he was waiting for. Suddenly, the void trembled. A bone-chilling long sword rushed out from the void, aiming at Xianxia's head. Has he finally appeared? Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. He used the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves, his body moved with lightning speed. The cold longsword pierced through his body, but it was only an afterimage. Such a keen sense of perception. You are actually able to escape my assassination technique. A cold, hoarse voice rang out from the void. Then, a black-robed man walked out from the void. His entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Although his face was covered with a black cloth, one could tell from his eyes that he was not very old. His attire, the ice-cold murderous aura, and the near-perfect assassination technique all proved the black-robed man's identity and background. An assassin of the dark shadow. 5th grade combat emperor. Xianxia's eyes swept across the man in black, revealing a faint smile. He knew the dark shadow too well. This organization was extremely scary. From the moment he killed the first assassin of the dark shadow, it was destined that he and the dark shadow would never end. Even after entering the Death Mountain, Xianxia still couldn't get rid of the assassins of the dark shadow. When he first entered the spatial zone, Xianxia felt a hidden murderous qi. He had guessed that the assassins of the dark shadow had followed him here. Only the assassins of the dark shadow had such a terrifying ability to hide themselves. The assassins of the dark shadow would definitely find the best time to strike. Even when there were so many treasures in the palace, the man in black wasn't tempted and didn't make his move. From this point of view, this assassin was undoubtedly very qualified. The reason why Xianxia walked out of the palace alone was that he didn't want to create an opportunity for the assassin in the palace. Now, the two of them were concentrating on refining the 9 yang rond pill. If the assassin chose to strike, it would have a great impact on the two of them. It might even cause harm to the others. That was why Xianxia walked out of the palace. The assassins of the dark shadow would only target their own targets. They wouldn't target anyone else. Xianxia was sure that as long as he appeared in a place alone, the assassin would definitely strike. It seemed like his prediction was right. You are very powerful, but I'm not comparable to those stupid elders of Xiaoyao Palace. I am more than enough to kill you. The man in black was very confident. Obviously, he had already noticed Xianxia when he was outside the Death Mountain. The scene where Xianxia killed the elders of Xiaoyao Palace was also seen by him, but it didn't affect his determination to kill Xianxia. In other words, this was his mission. The assassins of the dark shadow had never retreated. You talk too much. An assassin wouldn't talk so much. Xianxia said indifferently. He slowly drew out his heavenly saint sword. To deal with an assassin of the dark shadow, and his opponent was a 5th grade combat emperor, Xianxia had to be extremely careful. Just like what the man said, the assassins of the dark shadow couldn't be compared to the elders of Xiaoyao Palace. They weren't on the same level at all. The methods of the dark shadow were unpredictable and scary. Humph. The assassin harumphed coldly. He suddenly thrust his sword at Xianxia, but his entire body disappeared, as if he had never appeared before. At the moment when the assassin vanished, an extremely dangerous icy qi came from behind Xianxia. Even Xianxia had to admit that the assassin's body technique was brilliant and terrifying. The sword was thrust from the front, but it moved to the back in an instant, making it hard for the enemy to defend against it. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't be able to react in time when facing the sword. Unfortunately, the assassin's opponent was Xianxia, an extremely abnormal person. The scariness of the great soul derivation technique wasn't something that an ordinary person could imagine. Xianxia could clearly sense the traces and chi of the assassin. Moreover, Xianxia had the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves. His speed was much faster than the assassin's. Almost at the same time when the assassin thrust his sword, Xianxia's heavenly saint sword also thrust backwards, colliding with the assassin's sword. Clang. Two swords collided with each other, producing a clanging sound. The void was directly pierced through, creating a large amount of sparks. Under the impact of this sword, the assassin was forced to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with fear. You can actually see through my sword technique and body technique? The assassin was shocked. He had seen Xianxia's techniques before. Xianxia was only a 2nd-grade combat emperor, but he could easily kill a 5th-grade combat emperor. Even he wasn't a match for Xianxia if he were to face him head-on. Xianxia relied on his elusive assassination technique, ghost-like movement technique and sword technique that was like a venomous snake. However, Xianxia's scariness was beyond his imagination. He could easily deal with his assassination technique. Xianxia's sensitivity was rarely seen in this world, which caught him off guard. When your assassination techniques are useless against me, with your battle prowess, the only thing that awaits you is death. The assassin's gaze turned incomparably dignified. He knew that he had failed his mission. For someone like him who had never failed before, this was undoubtedly a form of mockery, a stain on his career as an assassin. The assassin had already measured the difference in strength between him and Xianxia. Just as Xianxia had said, if his assassination technique was useless against Xianxia, he would not be a match for Xianxia at all. In that case, he had to retreat. Swish, the assassin's figure flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. With his assassination skills, even if he couldn't defeat Xianxia, escaping was not a problem. Running now? Is it too late? I have already secretly sealed this part of the void. Xianxia said Lung. The heavenly saint sword stabbed towards the void. Clang, wherever the heavenly saint sword touched, another sword collided with it. The assassin was forced out of the void by Xianxia's sword. How is this possible? The assassin was shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia's perception to be so strong that he could instantly find his escape route. In fact, if the assassin had fled from the beginning, he still had a chance. However, Xianxia had secretly sealed this part of the void. No matter where the assassin fled to, Xianxia would be able to detect him instantly. You won't have a chance. Xianxia swung his long sword, rippling with endless golden radiance. His killing intent soared to the sky. His body flashed, and 9 identical Xianxia appeared at the same time, surrounding the assassin. 9 incomparably resplendent long swords lit up the entire space, stabbing towards the assassin at the same time. The assassin's expression changed drastically. For a moment, he was dazzled and didn't know how to deal with it. Puchi, Xianxia's sword pierced through the assassin's back. The assassin spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining the black mask covering his face. The scene froze at this moment. The assassin's eyes were filled with shock and despair. It turned out that failure meant death. You have offended the dark shadow. You will definitely die a horrible death. Next time, the dark shadow will send an assassin with a higher cultivation. You are dead for sure. The assassin said with his back facing Xianxia. Boom, a destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint sword, shattering all the life force of the assassin and completely obliterating him. Another genius assassin from the shadow sect died tragically at the hands of Xianxia. Xianxia withdrew his sword and lightly said, "Do you think I'll still be at my current cultivation level when your next killer comes? No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. If the dark shadow provokes me, it'll be the same as before." Xianxia's face was full of confidence. He had never been afraid of his enemies being too strong. The assassins sent by the dark shadow were getting stronger and stronger, but Xianxia was also gradually getting stronger. The geniuses of the dark shadow were destined to become the targets of Xianxia's training and stepping stones on his path of advancement. Xianxia set the assassin's corpse on fire and burned it into nothingness. As for the assassin's sword, Xianxia naturally put it away. It was a rare emperor weapon, and a sharp assassination sword was a rare treasure in the outside world. Inside the palace, when Xianxia came back, Han Yan and the little girl were still working hard to refine the 9 less rond pill. Although only half an hour had passed, their auras had undergone tremendous changes. "Where did you go?" asked De Huang Dog. Xianxia directly took out the assassin's sword and waved it in front of De Huang Dog. The sword was abnormally sharp and carried an ice-cold murderous aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was a sword that was often stained with blood. An assassin from the dark shadow? De Huang Dog and Tyrant spoke at the same time. They had seen the means of the assassins of the dark shadow, so they could tell that the sword in Xianxia's hand was from the dark shadow. "Are you talking about the legendary assassin organization?" exclaimed the old man of impermanence. Obviously, he had also heard of this terrifying underground organization and was very afraid of it. "That's right. The people of the dark shadow wanted to kill me. Naturally, I won't be polite to them. When I entered this space, I sensed the assassin's aura, but the assassin didn't make a move. I was afraid that the assassin would attack Ah Yan and the little girl when they were refining the pill and affect them. That's why I left," said Xianxia. "It seems that the assassin has been eliminated by you." Tyrant smiled. Even the combat weapon was taken back by Xianxia. One could imagine the fate of the assassin. Offending this assassin organization is really not a fun thing. The old man of impermanence sighed. He couldn't see the slightest trace of nervousness on Xianxia's face. It was as if offending this organization was an incomparably easy thing, like playing a game. In the entire Divine Continent, perhaps only Xianxia could remain so calm after being targeted by the assassin of the Dark Shadow. Looking at Ah Yan and Ling Er's situation, they should be fine in another 2 hours. "Old man of impermanence, go and guard outside the palace. If you see anyone, drive them away," Xianxia said to the old man of impermanence. "All right." The old man of impermanence turned and left. He was now a peak 6th grade combat emperor. As long as he didn't meet the terrifying existences like Li Long or Tan Ji Bai, he would be able to defend himself. Even if he met the Dark Soul, the old man of impermanence would be able to handle it. 2 hours later, Han Yan's chi experienced a tremendous change for the first time. His surroundings were shrouded by terrifying black devil chi. The devil chi turned into black devil dragons that lingered around him. It was extremely terrifying. Han Yan's chi began to rise gradually until it reached the peak of 7th grade combat emperor before it stabilized. On the other side, Ling Er was doing the same. Her body was glowing with golden light. A surge of ancient force was as heavy as a mountain. She didn't want to lose to any man. She had reached the peak of 3rd grade combat emperor. Although she wasn't as strong as Han Yan, it was still terrifying for a 12-year-old girl. The old man of impermanence had spent a day and a night to refine the 9 sun less rond pill, but Han Yan and Ling Er spent less than 3 hours. This was the difference between an ordinary cultivator and a genius. "Big brother, this pill of yours is too powerful. I can feel that I have experienced a tremendous change. This pill's effect is much better than the Emperor Elixir. It almost made me advance to the 4th grade combat emperor. It has strengthened my foundation and potential. It won't take long before I reach the 4th grade combat emperor." Ling Er said happily. "Me too. My foundation is much stronger than before. It won't take long before I break through to the 8th grade combat emperor." Han Yan's eyes were glowing. The effect of the 9 sun less rond pill was much better than what he had expected. His whole body had undergone a tremendous change. And increasing your cultivation grade is the most important thing, especially in the inner part of the Death Mountain. There are dangers everywhere. Only those who are strong enough can survive. Let's leave this place and continue to search for treasures in other places," Xianxia said. The old man of impermanence was still guarding outside the palace. In 2 hours, there were indeed some people who came to the palace, but when they saw the old man of impermanence, they quickly left. This old man was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. After they left the palace, they flew towards the inner part of the spatial zone under the guidance of De Huang. In a place like this, it was never wrong to listen to De Huang. The direction that De Huang Dog chose, regardless of whether there would be danger ahead, there would definitely be treasures. Along the way, they met some rogue cultivators, but when they saw Xianxia's group, they quickly distanced themselves from them, not daring to come close. This spatial zone wasn't big. Other than the palace, they didn't meet any other buildings, let alone any treasures. They did meet one or two dark souls, but they were easily dealt with by Han Yin. Their current group had the presence of Han Yin, so they could do whatever they wanted in the Death Mountain. They wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even if they met an 8th grade combat emperor like Li Long, Han Yin would be able to deal with him. After flying for about 10 minutes, the air suddenly became extremely hot. Not far ahead, layers of heat waves could be seen floating in the sky, causing the void to turn red. There is a strange phenomenon in front, let's go and have a look, Xianxia said. The group increased their speed and flew forward. There was a magma river in front of them, blocking their way. There were dozens of cultivators standing on the bank of the magma river, looking at the terrifying magma in the river. Their faces revealed a trace of fear. **Hoo-hoo, even though there was a distance between them, they could still feel the rolling heat waves from the river. It was terrifying, even the combat emperors could feel a trace of burning sensation. 2 disciples in Nebula Sect's uniform came to welcome Xianxia when they saw him. Brother Jiang. Both of them held their fists at the same time to greet Xianxia. They were the core disciples of Nebula Sect, but when they saw Xianxia, an inner sect disciple, they had to be respectful. After witnessing the power of killing a 5th grade combat emperor in Xiaoyao Palace, they naturally didn't dare to show any neglect to Xianxia. What happened? Xianxia asked. Brother Jiang, there is a magma river in front of us, blocking our way. We can feel it, as long as we cross this river, we will enter another space in front of us. However, the magma in this river is too terrifying, even a combat emperor can't withstand it. One of the disciples said. Xianxia and the rest came to the front of the river, looking into it. The magma in the river was wriggling like a flood dragon. It was very scary. Not only was the temperature of the magma high, it was also emitting a scorching poisonous gas. Even a combat emperor couldn't withstand it. More than 10 of them were blocked by it. Can't we just fly over it? After saying that, Big Yellow was about to fly over from above. No, someone tried to fly over it, but he was immediately attacked by the magma and was sucked into the river. Not even his remains were left. End of chapter 670. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.